your station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
What up, Texan fans? This is Andre Johnson. We are officially in the Hall of Fame. Can't wait to get back to Houston and celebrate with you guys. Love you guys.
Yeah, man. Oh, good job, Ben. It is still a football Friday. Super Bowl on Sunday. NFL honors last night, or, as it turned out, man, that was damn near the Houston Texans Invitational last night. Offensive and Defensive Rookie of the Year awards, Houston Texans, C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson. And to me, the big news, Seth, as we welcome you into our final day here on Radio Row in Las Vegas. Thanks to Yingling Flight for getting us here, for backing us all week long. We appreciate them. Huge. This was a huge night for Texan fans last night. For a young franchise that has not made it to the stage that you and I have been covering all week long this week, not even made it to a conference title game, this is the closest thing that the Texans have to a Super Bowl was what happened last night. With their first Houston Texan being announced going into the Hall of Fame, Andre Johnson last night at the NFL Honors. It was a really cool moment. The news started to leak out here on Radio Row yesterday and on the internet last night before the reveal of Andre Johnson. If you're one of the ones who was able to avoid that all week long and you were able to watch Andre Johnson pop up out of the stage with the other 6 soon-to-be inductees, then good for you. You were pleasantly surprised. But what a great night for Texan fans last night, and Andre Johnson, the headliner in the whole thing.
It's a huge 180 from how most people felt about the team 11 months ago.
Yep.
And with the hiring of D'Amico Ryans, obviously things changed a lot, and we're all very optimistic about what might happen. But I don't think even if you were super optimistic, you wouldn't have necessarily forecast this specifically. Like you could have been a person that thought the Texans were going to turn it around and like go to a Super Bowl this year or something. And I still don't know if you would have predicted exactly some of the stuff that happened last night and some of the honors that they received. So like the fact that you get an offensive and a defensive rookie of the year. And a coach who basically tied for coach of the year.
Yeah, I don't know if people knew that. I think people know, if you watched it last night, Kevin Stefanski won the award, but D'Amico Ryans and Kevin Stefanski tied for total number of points. The tiebreaker was the number of first-place votes. Stefanski had 21 out of 50. D'Amico had 20 out of 50.
Stefanski also had way more third-place votes, which bumped the totals up, too.
It helped him.
He wouldn't have even tied if he hadn't gotten so many third-place votes.
Yeah.
I feel like you should be disqualified if you win the third-place vote and the first. But I think that the level of promise and hope, I think, by a fan base, which, let's remember, this time last year, I mean, there were various people, like the guy who stiffed us for an interview twice, Michael Lombardi, was claiming that Nick Caserio was potentially headed back to New England. You had various things swirling about what the relationship was going to be like between those two. And like that obviously and clearly has not been an issue. I don't think Nick Caserio is going to lose his job. I don't think you draft the offensive and defensive rookie of the year and get fired this year. So I think we can finally rest easy that those two are actually working out pretty well together.
Yeah, I think he did a nice job last year for sure. I would say, Seth, like if this is why I feel like that, like last night was the greatest night in Texans history.
Yeah.
And I know we're here on Radio Row where there's, presumably several other NFL cities that have shows here. It's pretty desolate this time of day here because we're here at 4 a.m. local time. But I'm sure there'd be other NFL cities that if they heard you and I talking about this and me saying what I'm about to say, then they would kind of roll their eyes. But the fact of the matter is the Texans haven't been to a Super Bowl. They haven't been to a conference title game. They've only been around for a couple of decades compared to all these teams that have been around since, some of them since the early 1900s.
They've had some success. They've had more playoff victories than the Dallas Cowboys in that time, have you. But they haven't. But it's like they're at a Dallas Cowboys level. You want to get higher than where the Dallas Cowboys
Last night
are.
was the greatest night in Texans history. That's what I was leading up to here. Real quick.
Okay.
Because I think individual. If you took the two things that happened last night, Andre Johnson making the Hall of Fame, and the two guys winning their Rookies of the Year, C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson, if one of those two things had happened, I might come in here all hyperbolic. I can see the look on your face saying that about either of those things. They both happened last night.
I know they both happened, but okay. You put me in this position where I got to be the okay.
It's my opinion.
I know it's your opinion. Sean, every few months you say something is the greatest thing that's ever happened.
Life just gets better and better.
Personally, I think like any playoff victory is better than like an off-season award.
And that's a fair argument.
Yeah,
I'll listen to that. I'm not here to tell you you're stupid for saying that or anything.
I can see it. That's what you're saying with your eyes.
I
think in terms of this is if it is the promise of something that happens after this. Like exactly. It is like we're talking to Nick yesterday or anything else. Most of the awards, everything except Andre Johnson. Now the Andre Johnson part is yes, obviously a huge part of that. That's an award for something that's happened in the past. But even these awards that are based on this particular season, it's still like they're significant if they're harbingers of something great to come.
And that's what the Rookie of the Year awards really are, as compared to Lamar Jackson winning an MVP.
Right.
I almost feel like Texan fans have more of a right to celebrate Will and CJ doing what they did or winning what they did last night than Lamar Jackson winning an MVP. If I were a Baltimore fan, Lamar Jackson winning a regular season MVP award is more a reminder of me of the failures of the postseason than it is something to celebrate like I'm doing right now.
It put them in. It put the Ravens in a spot where the Colts were forever.
Yeah.
With, we've got a great quarterback who just doesn't seem to do much in the playoffs.
Yeah, and to me, it's the combination of the two things. Like Andre Johnson getting into the Hall of Fame, it's hard to think of anything if you had asked a Texan fan at the beginning of the season, short of a Super Bowl, what do you hope happens this year? Andre Johnson getting into the Hall of Fame would have probably been at the top of a lot of Texan fans' lists.
Yeah, the cool thing is, too, I think a lot of I've watched more Andre Johnson highlight reels in the last 12 hours than I had in a long time. And you see that, it's all the same plays you've already seen, just in different order on various montages. But I think there's certain parts of Andre kind of in your mind, when you've got your own personal highlight reel of various athletes. With DeAndre Hopkins, it's going to be a whole lot of toe tapping on the sidelines. Yeah. Like Antonio Brown, there's going to be a whole lot of just dusting dudes.
Yeah.
And with Andre, it's a much more diverse group of highlights than I think you remember. Because you remember the size and speed of Andre, but you don't quite remember the route running, some of the toe tappers, some of the acrobatic 50-50, like mossing
catch
people.
Radius.
Yeah.
So it was really cool last night. And I think, to me, Seth, the reason I feel this way about it, that last night was to me, for me, the greatest night as a Texan fan was that the CJ and Will. I think there are a lot of Texan fans that felt that way about draft night, that drafting CJ Stroud, moving up and getting Will Anderson, maybe not the greatest night in Texans history, but the most exciting night in Texans history was draft night. And last night was, to your point, an improbable epilogue for that sort of thing. That night where the two of them get drafted within one pick of each other. They're hugging backstage at the draft. They're walking down that long hallway to go do all the media and stuff like that. That it was the exact same thing last night where they're hugging backstage. Like you couldn't script it any better when it comes to those two guys.
Yeah.
And that they did it within a season where the team experienced more success than they had in so long, I think is really, really cool.
I think honestly, if I were to look at the moment in the last year in which I really felt kind of blown away and surprised by what had just happened. Maybe that's what it is. Like last night didn't feel like a huge surprise. It's what we expected to happen in a lot of ways, except for the D'Amico. I didn't expect D'Amico to tie. And for Will, for Defensive Rookie of the Year, that wasn't until really the final regular season game was when I figured he might have tipped himself past Jalen for the
I wouldn't have picked Will last night going into the night.
I did. I felt I'd read enough about various people.
You were more confident than I was.
I read enough from people that either voted or were the types of people that vote that I figured the Eagles' regular season collapse kind of helped it. Like Will being a part of a surge
for sure.
compared to the Eagles collapsing was a big part of it.
Yep.
But for me, it was just the trade up for Will on draft night, where it just like that was not expected by anybody except Daniel Jeremiah, curiously, and that's where you felt like, oh wait, this is the kind of bold thing that people are always whining the Texans don't do.
Yeah,
like this is exactly the kind of thing that people would like Texans fans would say we never do anything like that. They don't have the gonads, whatever.
Yep. We're going to hear from Nick Caserio later today. We should, full disclosure, and we talk about this in the interview. And if you follow us on Twitter, we interviewed Nick yesterday. So as far as reaction to the awards last night and whatnot, it's more the lead into last night when we talk about CJ and Will and stuff like that with Nick. But it's a really good conversation. We talked with him out here on Radio Row yesterday. So big night last night. Andre Johnson will be a Hall of Famer. I think, man, just judging from a lot of the texts I got individually, judging by a lot of the people that interact with me on social media, that is going to be a pilgrimage up to Canton for Texan fans in early August.
Yeah, that'll be a good time.
And you know what I like, too? The entirety of the class, whereas JJ's probably going to go in with Tom Brady in a few years, and we're going to have to deal with Boston fans.
Yeah.
The class that Andre is part of here, it's Andre John. There's not a headliner in this class like there is when Brett Favre went in or Peyton Manning went in or when Tom Brady's going to go in. Andre Johnson, Dwight Freeney, Devin Hester, Julius Peppers, and Patrick Willis are the modern era selections. And then Randy Gradishar, the great Broncos linebacker, and Steve McMichael of that 85 Bears defense, they're going in from seniors votes.
Yeah.
There's not one on there. I mean, there'll probably be a lot of Bears fans.
Yeah, it's an easy drive, you know.
Yes, yeah. So there'll be a big Bears representation up there, which I can deal with. I can deal with Bears fans more than New England fans for sure. But I think it should be. It should be a fun trip up there for Texan fans. Let's just put it that way. I'm looking at the wrong list there. Sorry. Yeah, you had a issue with the way they revealed the Hall of Fame. I did.
Candidates.
Well, the wrestling fan in me did.
Yeah.
I didn't like. First of all, they used Rich Eisen and Tony Gonzalez to introduce each of the inductees.
Which is Rich Eisen is Rich Eisen's very good at what he does, but he's not the most energetic guy in the world. He's the opposite of a hype man.
You need he would never be a ring announcer at WrestleMania. You know, where you're like you kind of bring a certain level of energy. Like Michael Buffer, he's not WWE, but he's a ring announcer for a reason.
Yeah.
He's got a certain level of energy. I was hoping for them introducing them each one at a time, like a reveal, like a surprise.
Yeah.
But instead they said, "Here is our Hall of Fame class," and all 7 of them got pushed up like from underneath the stage, like Michael Jackson at a concert or something like that. Mm-hmm. And so before you even introduce each of them, we can see who they are.
Yeah.
I instead like them to say, "He was this, he was that, he was this." It is Andre Johnson, and then he comes out of the tunnel, you know?
Give a pop somehow.
Yeah, man. Like, and they each get their own individual pop. And
what was this on? Was it on NFL Network?
NFL Network,
okay.
Yeah. Watched the whole thing, man. It was great.
NFL Network hasn't been as big here as they used to be. I think they've outsourced a lot of stuff.
Well, they're in a separate part of the building than us.
But I was also I was talking to somebody that does one of their podcasts. Mm-hmm. It sounds like they kind of, I don't know, they've leaned into their partnership somewhat and kind of had some of the producing taken over by other people.
Yep.
But they still, and Rich Eisen is he on NFL Network anymore?
Yeah, oh yeah.
They just brought him in for this.
Yeah,
okay.
No, he's still on.
What's his radio show? Is that
I don't know what outlet that's part of.
Okay.
Yeah, but he's still very much a part of the NFL Network. All right, so we're off and running here. Great night for the Texans last night. That'll be a big theme today. We got the Super Bowl coming up on Sunday as well. You can hear it right here on Sports Radio 610. Thanks to the folks at solostove.com, the most awesome, popular smokeless fire pit, solostove.com. Up next, C.J. Stroud won Offensive Rookie of the Year last night. Do we like this degree of bravado from C.J. Stroud? And one of his teammates was on with the drive yesterday and had some awesome things to say about C.J., and we'll hear from him coming up next.
Do you have the level of bravado to have Daisy French onion dip this weekend? I don't know.
spot.
Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you live on Radio Row. Thanks to Yingling Flight for presenting us here on Radio Row all week long. It's been great here out in Las Vegas, and we thank Yingling Flight. We thank the Low T Center as well, helping send us to Radio Row this week. Bull Shirts for providing. I got to take my hoodie off here so people can see my mine and your awesome golf shirts that Bull Shirts gave us with our Sports Radio 610 logo, Seth. So we've got that. We thank all of them. It's been a great week out here. It really has. It's been awesome. Hopefully you've enjoyed it. We got a whole lot more that we're going to bring to you today on Friday leading up to the game on Sunday.
One thing I want to discuss a little bit later after I digest everything. Obviously, Andre Johnson getting into the Hall of Fame was awesome. But we've known this for a little bit that Devin Hester had made it in. Which fan bases are most angry about Devin Hester making
Indianapolis is the most angry fan base I've seen because of Devin Hester and Andre Johnson.
I would have been if Devin Hester had gotten in and Andre Johnson hadn't gotten in. I would have been furious.
Yeah.
So Reggie Wayne's. I think Colts fans actually have a right to be pretty angry.
Now
about that.
Dwight Freeney did get in, and it almost feels like that was used to like cushion the blow of Reggie Wayne not getting in. Right?
Like, hey, you'll get 2 years in a row. Maybe Reggie will make it next year.
You'll get to go back. It's all good. Yeah. So the Devin Hester thing. I think Seth. I think Rams fans with Torrey Holt. I think Colts fans for sure because the algorithm is probably such that they pop up on my timeline because they share a division with the Texans. And I think Charger fans expected Antonio Gates to get in. This was his first year on the ballot. And I've seen a lot of tweets with Antonio Gates' stats compared to Gronk and other guys who are actually in the Hall of Fame.
Dude, this is what I feel about Devin Hester, he was awesome at what he did. This is how I feel about specialists when it comes to returners and stuff, not kickers and punters. Kickers and punters do a very specific thing that nobody else on the football field could do well, other than maybe Dare Gumbawale. So it's this. This is what I need to know, and it involves Andre Johnson. I saw Andre Johnson a couple times in his career just because out of necessity or injuries or what have you. And I think they may have both been in the preseason, run down as a gunner on punt team. And oh my God, it was Andre. Wow. Andre could have had a cup of tea waiting for the returner to catch the ball.
Yeah,
like every Hall of Fame receiver could have been the best kickoff returner or specialist ever. I just don't they could all be incredible special teams players.
If you stuck Dre back there, he'd have gotten in on Devin Hester's ticket.
Yeah. That's where or Reggie Wayne.
Yeah.
Like if Reggie Wayne had done nothing but been really could Reggie Wayne have been an awesome returner and an almost passable wide receiver? I think so.
Yeah, I think so too. That's a great point. That is a really good point. And I'm so glad that we don't have to approach that topic because it's totally valid. I'm so glad we don't have to be angry about that this morning.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Well, I saw some people kind of upset and almost like respectfully comparing Reggie Wayne and Andre Johnson, and like obviously I know where I fall on that side of the argument. But like I that's what I wanted to say. It's like, listen, your fight is not with people who endorsed Andre Johnson. Your fight is with people who endorsed Devin Hester.
100%. Yeah,
I feel like honestly I feel like they need to rethink the people who are voting on this stuff.
Oh, yeah, okay.
It's like it feels like big market Chicago, and who knows? It's weird.
Did it in a Super Bowl? He returned the opening kick in a Super Bowl for a touchdown.
Yeah.
Like had he not done that, would he get into the Hall of Fame? Like, do we know how much the big stage? He didn't even win that Super Bowl that he did it in.
And that's what stinks about these Hall of Fame discussions. Is that like, okay, I want to be respectful when I'm talking about Devin Hester. Yes, he was great at all that, but he needs to be in that little wing of the Hall of Fame that we propose, the specialist wing.
The specialist wing.
Yeah,
I agree. Here was C.J. Stroud on the Zach Gelb Show. Good night last night for C.J. Stroud. Takes home the Offensive Rookie of the Year. Very little surprise there. C.J. Stroud's kind of feeling himself right now as to where he is among the hierarchy of quarterbacks.
I've got a theory about this.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll hear him, but I've got a theory. Yep.
Zach Gelb asked C.J. Stroud, are you a top 5 quarterback?
Do you feel like right now you're a top 5 quarterback in the NFL?
Yes, sir, I do. I think I put it on film. I think my numbers speak for itself. Especially missing 2 games, I think if I didn't miss those 2 games, my numbers would have been just as good or one of the best in the league. So, and I think you can see the impact I had on my team, So, I'm not in the business of like arguing I'm top 5. I'm not. I really don't care. I mean, I just want to win.
Well, who do you think are the top 5 quarterbacks in football?
Now, I was quick on the spot. I would say, of course, Mahomes.
Mm-hmm.
I would say Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson. I would say myself. And then I would probably go
Burrow?
No, I mean, not because he didn't play last year. Of course, Burrow is like one of my favorite quarterbacks ever.
Mm-hmm.
But I would say either Tua or Tua Hurts. I think, or Josh Allen, excuse me. So,
okay.
But I think I'm like definitely top 3, top 4.
Okay, he was top 3 or 4 by the end of that.
Yeah,
named Josh Allen twice.
This is what my theory is. With this,
okay.
It's and like CJ usually does a really good job of just like saying, "Hey, I'm not in the business of ranking everything." You know, that's what needs to be drilled into players' heads every time.
He did say that right after ranking.
I know. Well, he usually doesn't though.
Yeah.
He usually gives that answer and doesn't do it.
Yeah.
You come up and when you do 40 interviews in a day, you start feeling like you don't want to give the same answer every time. You're trying to be original. You're trying not to be boring. And at some point, you just crack and you answer the question. And that's what he did. And it's it's not he just, I'm not saying it's even a mistake or anything. It's just, I don't think that's typically how he likes to handle those questions. And then the other rule is just, because we learned this from, who was it in the offseason that power ranked the plays? Oh, DeAndre Hopkins. They asked him to power rank the quarterbacks he would want to play for, and all of a sudden that turns into, this is his list of places he wants to go.
Yeah.
On the spot like that, you can't even think of everybody and you're going to leave somebody out. So that was a streamers row phenomenon.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he might. I hope he feels like he's the best quarterback in the league. It's just that you don't need to necessarily put the headline material out there.
Yeah, I've not seen this get a ton of run where he's getting a lot of vitriol for it.
Well, because it's top 5. That's a key thing. I think that's why he might have fallen for it. Like if he had said top 3, he might have been like,
Yeah, because he might be top 5.
Right.
This isn't Tua. I think if Tua had said he's a top 5 quarterback, I think that would be on first take.
That was a horrible power ranking by CJ. It was putting Tua, throwing.
Yeah, that was the worst part.
He ran out of names. He couldn't think of. The names weren't coming into his mind. So
yeah,
did he leave Dak Prescott out? So he put Tua instead of Dak. Yeah.
Yeah, he left Dak out. He left Dak out. He put Jalen Hurts in there, and Jalen Hurts couldn't get out of second gear for the last 8 weeks of the season. So C.J. Stroud.
Did he put all Mulligata clients in there? I don't know who Jalen Hurts' agent is. Jalen Hurts' agent is the same as Will there. The
Nicole,
lady,
yep. All right, so that was CJ on the Zach Gelb show. Dalton Schultz was on. He was on with the guys from The Drive yesterday. He was here on Radio Row. Look, if CJ's looking for somebody to back him up on his top 5 argument, Dalton Schultz is a pretty good start.
Dude, when you can stack game performances back to back to back to back the ways that he did, like when you're down a touchdown and you can just will your team to get the go-ahead and score versus Tampa Bay, and like, dude, you go back and you watch those throws on the final drive and like tell me that's not a top 5 quarterback. Like tell me that kid is like not one of the best in the league. Like he's just he does that. He does that week in and week out. And it seems like to me, playing with him, it's like when the lights come on, like when it's game day, when you need him to perform is like when he's at his most calm and when he performs the best. Dude's just stone cold. Like he's a killer, man.
If you're somebody who wants Dalton Schultz back next year, the clips from the interview with The Drive yesterday provide you with a lot of optimism, I think. He clearly loved playing with C.J. Stroud this year.
Yeah, and, C.J. in that hour-long interview he did on the Pivot and everywhere else, it's very clear and obvious that he's got a very good connection with Dalton Schultz. And C.J. made a great point in that interview also where he talked about, like, sometimes people underrate the easy throws because the quarterback has everything to do with getting that easy throw to happen. This is when he was defending Brock Purdy. And that's what I've always said. The same thing about Peyton Manning when he was in Denver. And that's people like to say, well, anybody could have made that throw and some of those throws in the Super Bowl. No, other quarterbacks wouldn't have gotten that throw set up. And it's a part of pre-snap identification, but then also, and CJ talks about this a lot in the Pivot, some of it's still too long and technical to play, but like the nonverbal communication with Dalton, understanding how they're going to respond to different coverages. Like him, Tank Dell, and Nico were way advanced when it comes to rookie quarterbacks with all that. And you hear him talk about it, and you're like, man, I'd love them to add more people to that equation, but I don't want to have to necessarily start over with somebody new.
Yeah.
If they can get a prototype tight end or something, awesome. But that's a great guy to pair with Dalton Schultz.
Sure.
And I think, I think just like as it was in Dallas, I think other teams will look at Dalton Schultz, and there's not really anything to get excited about athletically or from a blocking standpoint or anything, but he had a really good he had a knack for understanding what Dak Prescott wanted. And likewise, I think Dalton Schultz has a knack for understanding what CJ wants. And he's still probably not going to get huge free agency offers.
Right,
I think you can get him at a good price.
Yeah, and this isn't me saying that CJ and Dalton Schultz are Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
But the stuff you're talking about is the stuff that we've been seeing throughout this postseason where they know exactly where the other one is.
Patrick and Kelce, yeah.
Patrick and Kelce. Like, that's been a recurring theme.
Oh, I just called him Patrick, excuse me, with Mahomes and Kelce.
Mahomes and Kelce, yeah. It's been a recurring theme this postseason between the two of them. And the way it gets described on the telecast, often by Tony Romo, is the same sort of thing described more eloquently by you just now between CJ and Dalton Schultz.
You know who described it really eloquently was Luke Kuechly. Last week, he was on with Kay Adams, and he described exactly just how good Kelce is with all the little nuanced parts of route running, but then also reading coverages and Pat Mahomes just understanding exactly what Travis, like they've got the same brain when it comes to a lot of that stuff. And I was behind Kuechly on the escalator yesterday.
Yeah,
it was one of those things where I was trying to. Kuechly's unique looking in how normal looking he is.
Sure.
Like I was like, that guy looks a lot like Luke Kuechly. It would make sense that he's here. And but he almost still looks too much like a normal guy. And so I was still trying to figure it out the whole time I walked in here, and all of a sudden Cam Newton ran up to him and either bear hugged Luke Kuechly or bear hugged a total stranger.
Luke Kuechly look-alike, yeah. Well, you had said to me yesterday when you said you saw Kuechly, like, man, he's like 6'3". And
that was the other part. He was way taller than I am.
I don't think of him as being really tall. But I saw, after you said that, I saw the video of him and Cam Newton hugging each other.
Yeah.
I'm like, dang, he is almost as tall as Cam Newton.
Yeah, he's 6'3".
Yeah. I don't think of him that way. And maybe it's the position he plays. You know, he plays inside linebacker, which, you know, other than Ted Johnson, you know, like Ted Johnson's the first inside linebacker I think of when I think of somebody who's 6'4" or whatever. I don't. Kuechly he doesn't. If you had asked me how tall I think Luke Kuechly is, I would have maxed out at like 6'1".
You almost look at him. You look at him as an undersized guy.
Yeah. By the way, Kuechly.
He's scrappy. He's a lunch pail guy, is what he is, Sean.
I'm glad Andre Johnson made it into he is a lunch pail guy. Yeah. Blue collar.
Yeah.
Probably a coach's kid.
Yeah.
So this is why I'm glad Andre Johnson got in this year, Seth, is that they started as soon as they announced the Hall of Fame class last night. They started listing their tweets. Schefter tweets it right here. First-time eligibles next year for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And I probably saw 3 or 4 tweets from different national people tweeting these names out. And they're not doing it alphabetically.
Yeah.
They're doing it, I think, in order of relevance. And Eli Manning is at the top of the list on all these tweets.
Oh, yeah.
And if we were dealing in a world where Andre Johnson still is not into the Hall of Fame yet, and I had to deal with the possibility of Eli Manning getting into the Hall of Fame ahead of Andre Johnson, I would stick a pair of scissors in my eye, because I don't think Eli's a Hall of Famer. I don't.
Yeah.
I just think I think you got to look at the body of work, and I know he won 2 Super Bowls and had great Super Bowl runs. He is by and large, a below-average regular season quarterback.
There should be a separate wing also, along with a specialist for great playoff performer Hall of Famers.
Joe Flacco.
Flacco,
Eli Manning, and Jim Plunkett can have a reunion every year over there.
There should be a special type of Joe Flacco type
Mark
of Hall
Rippon,
of Fame.
Yes, for randos that won Super Bowls, maybe even 2. I'm
with great performances.
I'm down with it. You put it right next to all the specialists like Devin Hester.
That whole, you know what? I wonder, how baseball does. Baseball does a whole boatload of just different special exhibits and everything.
Yeah.
That are in the Hall of Fame. Football does it too. Have
you ever been to the Pro Football Hall of Fame?
It's been a long time. Yeah.
I'm going next year, obviously. Now with Andre going in, I've been to baseball 2 or 3 times, but I've not been to the Football Hall of Fame. Looking forward to it.
That'll be fun.
It'll be a good time.
They got to do. Are they still doing it? This is a problem they do with the Hall of Fame. I feel like they think that They have it outdoors at dusk, like when the sun is shining and everybody's facing. It's in August, like it doesn't get hot in August in Ohio or something.
Ray Lewis looked like he jumped into a swimming pool.
Yeah. I like this. Not to mention all those old Hall of Famers. They're not,
it's a long day.
They're not all on the great. That was back in the day when they were like, "Oh, you tore your ACL, did you? Let's put some cortisone in you, pop a couple amphetamines in your Gatorade, and off we go."
Yep.
They're sitting there in those wool jackets.
In the white hot sun. Yeah, man.
If they do, the Haslams are supposedly, they kind of floated it out there, hinting that they might want to build a domed stadium or a roofed stadium.
Okay.
I'll just go.
Boy, that is a lean into making sure that Deshaun Watson actually plays good football for them. Here's what we need to do. Dude sucks in the wind and the rain and the snow.
Yeah.
I guess we got to put a roof on the damn thing.
Put a roof on the stadium.
Yeah, that's how you recoup your investment.
Have a private eye following him around all the time, like North Dallas 40
That's as high maintenance as it gets.
Yeah.
How did you manage to get the most out of your investment? By building $1 billion roofed stadium? That's how.
We put him in as many bubbles as possible. We surrounded him with security guards. We put a bubble around his playing surface.
Hey, man, there's no salary cap on how many stadiums you can build to get the most out of your quarterback.
How many private detectives you can have talent to be sure that,
no cap on that.
Off-duty cops being sure that he doesn't drive. Yeah.
All right, headlines up next. It was a big night for the Texans last night. We'll get you up to speed on the other awards as well. We've only talked about the ones the Texans took home, but there were some interesting things going on with a few of the other awards last night. NBA trade deadline comes and goes. More hiring going on in the NFL. We got all that for you coming up next. But first, I want to tell you about Ryan O'Kane, the GM at West Point Lincoln, Chris Poulos, the owner at West Point Lincoln. Those are my guys, man, and they have been for a long time, and they'll be yours as well if you are looking to get that next luxury vehicle, like my wife did twice now. She's purchased a Lincoln from West Point Lincoln. And when you go back for that second time of purchasing it, that's the validation that this is the place to go to get your car. She owns a 2023 Lincoln Nautilus. Good news, if you want to get in on the Lincoln Nautilus, the 2024s are on the lot there. They've got over 1,000 vehicles on the lot between the new and the certified pre-owns. There's going to be a vehicle there, a car or an SUV, that I'm pretty confident is going to fit your budget at West Point Lincoln. In fact, they're doing deep discounts. Ryan is right now. Ryan O'Kane, the GM, is doing deep discounts on the 2023 Lincoln Navigators and the 2023 Lincoln Nautilus. So if you're looking at one last year, maybe it didn't fit your budget, it might now. You owe it to yourself to get to westpointsales.com. That's westpointsales.com, or head to Katy Freeway exit Kirkwood and check them out. Do it this week, and they make it effortless to get you into that new vehicle. westpointsales.com. It's West Point Lincoln. Tell them Sean Pendergast sent you by.
Nighttime radio is back. Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, big news last night, NFL honors, and it was a great night for the Houston Texans. Andre Johnson, there's your headliner. He is going into the Hall of Fame in the class of 2024. He is joined by Dwight Freeney, Devin Hester, Julius Peppers, who gets in on his first try, and Patrick Willis. I haven't talked much about that. Patrick Willis, a guy who retired, I think in the eyes of many, kind of early. But, boy, for the years he was in the league, Seth, Patrick Willis was a beast.
Yeah.
He gets into the Hall of Fame. They're joined by seniors committee votes. Randy Gradishar and Steve McMichael both get into the Hall of Fame as well. So there's your 7-person class for Canton in 2024.
Yeah, Patrick Willis is a guy that, was so good that it didn't matter that he didn't play that long. Kind of like Tony Baselli. And was on some great defenses without winning a Super Bowl or anything.
Yep.
So that was cool to see. I was curious about exactly how his shortened playing career is going to work out for him.
I feel like the committee is and maybe Terrell Davis was sort of the thing that broke the seal on this.
Yeah.
But it feels like they're more and more forgiving, maybe it's too strong a word, of like short careers that were elite short careers.
Yeah.
And looking at them and going, okay, if you were dominant, if you're only in the league for 7 or 8 years, but you're dominant.
If you're the best, if you're one of the top 2 players at your position in that stretch.
Like I think a lot of people thought Luke Kuechly retired a little earlier than they thought. He's getting in next year on the first ballot.
Yeah.
He was like a first team All-Pro for like 6 of his 8 years in the league.
Yeah.
So I think the committee's getting a little more generous with that.
Well, and I think the difference between like Andre and Reggie Wayne, if you stack up their stats and what have you, you could have an argument over that. Except it's just the physical dominance and the respect that defensive backs themselves had for those 2 receivers was on a different level. And again, I hate these discussions because like it makes it sound like you're saying Reggie Wayne was no good. Like, no, he was awesome. He was incredible.
Yeah.
But just as a standalone entity,
yeah.
It was if you took those 2 guys and flopped them, it would on the other situation, Andre would have prevailed big time.
You're inherently splitting hairs with all this stuff. You know what I mean? Like, that's just how it is. These are all great players.
Marvin Harrison and Andre Johnson on the same team might have been an issue.
That
I'm gonna
you
can
think?
you imagine? Jeez.
How would those defensive meetings have been getting ready for that team? C.J. Stroud is your offensive rookie of the year. Will Anderson is your defensive rookie of the year. Man, the Texans almost, I won't say swept the board because Bobby Slowick was up for assistant coach of the year too, but DeMeco Ryans, he lost the coach of the year, which didn't surprise me. If I had to pick one, I would have picked Kevin Stefanski.
Yeah.
I didn't know it would be this close, though. They literally tied in total number of points. Each of the voters vote for a first, second, and third place candidate. The tie was broken because Stefanski had 21 first-place votes and DeMeco had 20.
One of our listeners made the accurate point that should have been decided by playoff victories.
In the postseason. In the more important of the 2 games that they played.
If it's a regular season award, then you go ahead and you have a playoff.
Yeah.
And if you win in the playoffs, then you should get that regular season award.
That's a good point, Texter. I agree with that. As far as the other awards go last night, Lamar Jackson did win the MVP award. Was not unanimous. Josh Allen got 1 first-place vote, but Lamar Jackson, MVP. Christian McCaffrey, Offensive Player of the Year. Myles Garrett, Defensive Player of the Year. We mentioned Stefanski. Jim Schwartz won the Assistant Coach of the Year. Probably the biggest surprise, maybe overall, was Joe Flacco winning Comeback Player of the Year.
Ooh.
DeMar Hamlin has been a heavy favorite all year long for this.
Did he get booed?
Joe Flacco?
Yeah.
No, I don't think it was a booing crowd.
It's all athletes and coaches,
a lot of fellow
and stuff.
players and some real diehard fans. No, he didn't get booed. But DeMar Hamlin not winning that, and what turned into a bit of a kerfuffle on the internet after the awards show was over last night is that DeMar Hamlin had 8 more first-place votes than Joe Flacco, but he was left off entirely from 8 ballots, presumably of people who had a view
I would have left him off the ballot.
I would have too. I've said it
I
on
got
this show.
no shame about that.
I've said it on this show. I said, dude, look, his story's amazing, and obviously, whatever he gets from that story moving forward, if he gets speaking engagements, he actually got to introduce an award last night.
Yeah.
Dude played barely 100 snaps overall, special teams and defense all year long. I feel like it's an award where you actually have to play. And I know Flacco only played at the end of the year, but he played at an elite level and got the Browns to the postseason.
You know what DeMar Hamlin's award is?
Apologize to nobody.
You know what DeMar Hamlin's award is, Sean?
What?
Yeah, the first breath he takes this morning. There you go. Happy having a life. There
Every day is a gift.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, that's your award.
How about you appreciate that?
Yeah, exactly. All right.
Devin Hester and DeMar Hamlin.
Yeah.
They're on my list.
We got 3 hours to go in this show. Boy, it's going to be ugly for them.
But at the same time, I don't feel Flacco deserved it either.
Who would you have given it to?
Who are the other nominees?
Baker Mayfield.
Baker's my guy.
I always have an issue with somebody coming back from sucking.
Coming back from no. Now let's remember Baker had had that season before he got injured.
Okay.
Where they were talking about whether or not he deserved the big contract and all that.
No, I get it. And then he sucked for 2 years, and then
So he came back from sucking. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was an injury that led to him sucking.
Okay. I mean, I can listen to that, and I've grown to like Baker too.
Yeah. I see what you're saying. Because
Stafford was on there, and Stafford was injured last year.
In my mind, I was thinking of the Geno Smith thing, where Geno Smith, I was opposed to him coming back because he was never actually good to begin with.
Yeah,
like having your best year late in your career. Is different.
I can listen to that. Like, what is Geno Smith coming back from? He was never there in the first place.
Yeah. I like to look at the arc of things.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm a purist in that regard.
That's fair. I think you can certainly put together a better argument for Baker than Joe Flacco has. He played the whole season, and he got his team, like Flacco, to the postseason. So there's your awards. Big night last night for the Texans. We'll talk more about that at the top of the hour. Quickly on the Rockets, the NBA trade deadline came and went yesterday. No more moves for the Rockets. So the only trade that they made, Seth, in this trade season here in the NBA is they traded for Steven Adams, who can't play until next season. So this is going to be the Rockets, who I think a reasonable goal is to get into that 7 through 10 seed and get into the play-in. They're going to roll with the young nucleus with Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks alongside.
I think to get a pulse on Rockets fans, I think for the most part, most of them felt like, okay, yeah, look, this is a nice, promising start, but let's not mortgage the future for whatever they might be able to pull off in this postseason.
There are definitely people that feel
even
that
in
way.
making it to the postseason. And if Udoka was really pushing for this, and Rafael Stone had to get him to pump the brakes, I think that's the appropriate. However, this weighed out in the
yang.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to paint it as something that had to be contentious or something. But yeah, coaches want to win right now. GMs need to be the withholding parent, and that's the side I'd rather err on.
These last 30 or so games, now that they're rolling with this group, this is a big referendum on Jalen Green. Mm-hmm. These last 30 games, because you look at the rest of the young nucleus, and I'm not ready to move on from any of them. I'm not ready to move on from Jalen Green, but I'm waiting for whatever it is they see in Jalen Green to start showing up on a more consistent basis.
You don't want to see that like every several games having to deal with people acting like, he's proved everybody wrong.
Back-to-back 30-point games. Yeah, like among the stands on social media, Jalen Green stands are way up the list for me and the ones that are the most annoying. But so this is who the Rockets are going to roll with. Other news in the NFL, circling back there, Mike Zimmer hired as the DC for the Dallas Cowboys.
I think that's a fantastic move by the Dallas Cowboys. That is a serious football move. If they would have hired Rex Ryan instead of Mike Zimmer, I would have felt like that is a frivolous football move. What are you doing? That feels like a Jerry Jones
get some
shtick.
clicks move.
Yeah. Where Mike Zimmer, and you talk. The lack of respect that he gets from some people is astounding to me, because he had like 1 or 2 bad years of defense there in Minnesota. His track record is incredible, and I think with him being able to focus exclusively on defense again. I just say this as a player. I used to watch those defenses and just be amazed at how disciplined they were, yet still creative at the same time. He's awesome. He's going to be really, really good for the Cowboys.
All right, Nick Caserio, we sat down with him yesterday. We're going to hear from Nick Caserio a little later on in the 7 o'clock hour in about probably 20 minutes or so. We had a nice long conversation with the Texans GM where he talked about free agency, talked about the season, and a whole lot of other stuff. It was a really good conversation, and you'll hear that in the 7 o'clock hour. Up next, though, after last night, Andre Johnson into the Hall of Fame. More importantly, for the near future here, C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson named the top 2 rookies, Offensive Rookie of the Year, Defensive Rookie of the Year. Aside from the 2 teams playing this Sunday, are the Texans and their fan base feeling the best about their team right now heading into the offseason than any in the NFL? We'll discuss that next.
Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, big night last night for the Houston Texans. Andre Johnson, he is going to go into the Hall of Fame. That's huge. Like going into the process, I felt like, okay, once we got past the first couple years of him not getting in and none of the other wide receivers getting in, I felt like this might be a long process. So I'm mildly surprised he got in. Not that he doesn't deserve to get in, just because the process is not the most perfect way.
You just never know. Yeah, just reading all the tea leaves from what various people were writing about it, same way I felt with Will Anderson. Because Will Anderson, I was skeptical all season long that he would be able to overcome the Northeast bias of going against a guy from Philly and what Philly had been.
First impressions are everything.
But yeah, by the end of the season and with Will being a part of a surge while Philly collapsed, I thought that Will Anderson had a really good shot. With Andre, it just, like, stepping back from it and trying to divorce yourself from homerism and all that, It just felt like the general feel about Andre as a player, how guys who played against him, because McClain talks to us about this. McClain likes to talk to guys who played against the player when they're deciding on whether or not to vote for him. Mm-hmm. And like the respect for Andre by defensive backs is just so resolutely across the board, just huge, that I felt like that was going to be. It was just a matter of time that he might have to wait one more year, but there was no way he wasn't going to get in.
No, I thought for sure he'd eventually get in.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's this element of the Hall of Fame where it feels more like you're pulling a number at a deli counter instead of actually the deserving guys getting in.
Part of it is, I think, if you look at the fact that Devin Hester and Patrick Willis both got in, like, those are guys that I think if you're going to push somebody off, there's arguments for those guys much more than Andre
to not be.
Even for guys that wanted to vote Patrick Willis or Devin Hester. Patrick Willis because he retired early, Devin Hester because he's a special teamer.
If they had introduced them one at a time, and Devin and I didn't know who had gotten in yet, and Devin Hester and Patrick Willis both walked out, and then Andre didn't get in, I'd be like, okay, what the hell is going on?
That's what happened this week, because it leaked about Devin Hester like 3 days ago.
Yeah,
and that's when I started bowing. Okay, you're right. So to be completely honest with myself, I wasn't 100% confident, because when I saw that Devin Hester got in and there was no news or leak of Andre Johnson, and even by that point we kind of had a feel based on a few different things behind the scenes going on. That
I started questioning my feel. I've had a feel for a couple of weeks now about it.
When people try to leak a story to me, it's kind of the same. I get the same level of uncertainty that I do when I think somebody's trying to get me to bribe them. Yeah. Where I'm like, is this real, or is this me being like watching too many movies? I don't know. But now looking back at it in hindsight, I had a few different people basically tell me that Andre got in, if I could just read between the lines. Likewise, I've been turned down for many building permits in my life. I think because I didn't know that I just needed to bribe a dude.
The same exact thing.
Yeah.
So Andre gets into the Hall of Fame. C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson win the Offensive and Defensive Rookie of the Year awards, and just a lot of interaction going on last night with Texan fans, and in the moment, it's all not positive is an understatement. Everybody's just over the moon about both of these things. I think if you had taken those two things individually and said these two guys winning the Rookie of the Year on one hand and Andre Johnson going into the Hall of Fame on the other, I think we would have come in today if either of those things had happened, and we'd be like, man, we're over the moon about this. Like, this is validation that the future looks so bright with these two guys winning the Rookie of the Year awards. Not similarly, but as far as like feeling really good, more just about Andre Johnson individually, and we finally got a guy in the Hall of Fame, we'd be feeling that way. The combination of these two things, like, I don't know, other than the San Francisco and Kansas City fan bases right now, and I was going through this in my head, I think Texan fans, if there was some way to measure, like, how awesome you feel about your team.
Optimism for the future.
And then, like, and I'll count the Hall of Fame ceremony as the near future. Yeah. Like, we got Andre going in the Hall of Fame in August, and we've got a team that is on the rise. I went through all the teams, and I'm like, man, I can't think of a team other than the two teams playing this Sunday of a fan base that should or does feel better about their team.
That's a very good point, because the Texans are still in the infancy of what looks like to be hopefully several years at least of rising. But the Bills, a lot of agitation in the Bills fan base right now. For one, they've got salary cap things they have to deal with. Stephon Diggs is just he's worn out his welcome. People are just really tired of Stephon Diggs. The Dolphins, same thing. I don't know, other than like all these Tua-non people, I don't think that most Dolphins fans feel that awesome about Tua, and not to mention how they ended their season.
Yeah.
There's a lot of, and then the Ravens, just going through the AFC, I like the Ravens are stuck in that old Peyton Manning with the Colts early on, where they're having a boatload of regular season success, but twice now they've looked like the most dominant team in the league during the regular season, and this year in the first round of the playoffs.
Yeah.
But I think that, as you said, that win over the Texans was more about the Texans' issues than it was about the Ravens' dominance.
I feel that way. Yeah. I think. Look, and let's be real clear. Some of the reason why we can say, man, behind these two teams playing Sunday, the Texans fans feel the best about everything going on right now.
Yeah.
Part of it is the life cycle of where they are. The Texans are in a position where, I'm not going to say it was okay to get blown out in the playoffs, but it's not something that torpedoes the optimism of the fan base.
They haven't had a chance really to disappoint yet. It's like, and even though they did disappoint versus the Ravens, it's still in such the infancy of the upward trend, but also what people's expectations were.
For sure.
Going back to September.
Yeah, nobody expected the opportunity to get their teeth kicked in by the Ravens. Right? I mean,
I'm just happy to be with no teeth.
Stop kicking my teeth.
We're Peter McNeely right now.
Yeah.
We're just like,
we get it. Stop kicking my teeth.
We are, we're like the guy that gets paid $1 million to go one round with Mike Tyson.
Hell yeah. We're going to get one big Pizza Hut commercial out of this whole thing. Remember that Peter McNeely got knocked out by a piece of pizza in a commercial?
Oh, he did a commercial after that?
Yeah, where he got knocked out by a piece of pizza. I'll go find it.
Did he keep fighting after that?
I don't know.
Kids. Okay, so Mike Tyson, he wasn't always the lovable, fun guy you see now selling gummies on television and the internet, okay? So he took a little break from boxing for a while. Yeah. And when he came back,
he went away.
When he came back, he had to fight somebody. Mm-hmm. So, who do we have him fight? Let's have him fight the most Rocky-looking character we can find and convince a bunch of dullards that he's got a chance, and they'll pay money to watch it on pay-per-view.
Some mid-'90s Irish kid from Boston who probably his most recent fight was against Bill O'Brien in a pub in Dorchester.
He was he was the Boston version of Rocky.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
He was.
A middling pro fighter.
That's right, man. Fighting in clubs and things like that.
But he was awesome. As far as the personality goes.
Yeah. He was great. He was great.
Do you know? Do you think McNeely knew he was going to
get his ass kicked?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, his trainer definitely did. His trainer was like a real-life Mickey, just oh, my God, he's going to get destroyed.
Yep, yeah.
McNeely, you got no chance.
Yeah, women weaken legs, Rock. But who cares? You suck. Go get laid.
If I were McNeely's trainer, I'd go, get it while it's hot.
You're never going to be more famous, kid. But, Mick, you said women weaken legs.
You're never going to get this level of trim.
Not going to matter for you. You get knocked out in 18 seconds instead of 36 seconds. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So we got a nice long conversation coming up with Nick Caserio.
Mostly about Peter McNeely.
Full disclosure, we recorded this yesterday with Nick, so any reference to any of the awards that happened last night are more forward-looking. He had some really good thoughts on Andre Johnson, too. We should mention that. It's a good conversation that we had with Nick. It's a nice long one, so settle in. We'll have that for you coming up next.
Okay. We sure know. You know what? Also, it's this weekend. It's the final weekend of pro football, and you want to be sure you enjoy it the right way. What do? Daisy.
Are you ready?
Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Welcome back in, Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. We're live on Radio Row in Las Vegas, Super Bowl 58 this coming Sunday, and we are pleased to be joined right now as we record this on a Thursday, full disclosure, because we're going to be talking about the NFL honors here in just a minute, and it's not happened yet as we talk about this. But we got a lot of stuff to get into with our next guest, of course, joining us right now, Executive Vice President and General Manager of the Houston Texans, Nick Caserio, fresh off an appearance with Pat McAfee. Yeah. You were on McAfee the same day as The Rock.
Yeah, I think Rock might be a smidge more important than the McAfee production, but nice that I can get some headphones on and be off to the side talking to him. So.
Yeah, but you had what was your scouting report on Rock? On Dwayne Johnson was that?
Oh yeah, when he came on, I don't even remember him coming out.
That's like
must not have been that good.
Yeah.
So he's done a lot better, I think, with his career than I have to this point. So.
I guess he couldn't hack it in pro football.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
No, that's actually true. He couldn't hack it in pro football.
Coming out of the U also.
Yep. This has got to be pretty exciting, man. Being out here at the Super Bowl, where we've got the NFL honors coming up, and here you are, the general manager of the team, the coach that you hire, the quarterback that you draft, and the defensive end that you trade up for are all nominees tonight for the best at what they do. Give us a general manager's perspective on that as you're able to kind of sit back and digest that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's great for the organization. I mean, there's a lot of work and a lot of effort that a number of people have put in. When DeMeco was hired, I think we all felt strongly about DeMeco, who he was as a person, what the opportunity we thought was ahead of us. Nobody knew exactly what was going to happen, but as we started to piece it together during the course of the year, it started with him. He's been, let's say, a massive piece of where we are and what we've done this season. And then the performance of Will and CJ and a number of other players as well. So really, in the end, it's a credit to the work of the players and the coaches, and it hadn't been easy, but it's nice to take a step back and appreciate the things that we've accomplished this past season. And it's exciting. It's a great opportunity, including Andre potentially getting into the Hall of Fame. Mm-hmm. So there's a number of things that are happening and taking place. So it's great for the organization, it's great for the city, and it's great to be a part of it in some small way.
Dalton Schultz was on with The Drive, our afternoon show, and they asked him about, okay, what made you decide to come here before C.J. Stroud was here? You didn't know that at the time, and he had mentioned he had played against DeMeco Ryans, and just from what he knew of DeMeco, that he was very optimistic about that. You guys are in a different position this year, with a track record, a quarterback, all of that. What's the pitch going to be like this year to free agents compared to, say, what it was last year?
Yeah, I think it's still about opportunity, but we're hopefully going to have a competitive team. Now, we're not guaranteed anything. Mm-hmm. The AFC South, I would say there's a number of good young players, a number of good young coaches, but there's a foundation that's put in place, and we might be in a little different position from a team building perspective. The reality is we're still trying to get the same types of players onto the team however we do it, with the right mindset that fit maybe a certain role. But yeah, I mean, it's an opportunity. I think hopefully players will see the opportunity in front of them. We've got a good coach. We got a good staff. We have some good players that we have assembled. And, look, players are smart. Players talk. It's obviously it's about the field, but there's so many other things that go into it as well. So how the players are treated, what's the environment like when you're in the building, do we have an opportunity to win? So all that comes into play, and players talk. I mean, how the league works. So everybody's kind of looking for information. Hey, what's going on down there? Boy, that sounds pretty interesting. So again, it starts with the people. So hopefully we have the right people, continue to add more people to the building, and give ourselves, in the end, we got to try to build a good team that gives ourselves an opportunity to go out there and be competitive against a number of good teams, which, we're going to face some different teams this year that we haven't faced maybe in years past. But that's this league. So, but it's exciting. And, we're certainly hopefully going to embrace the challenge in front of us.
That was, one thing about the Patriots when you were there, and I know I'm not trying to ask about the Patriots way or anything, but I can say from personal experience, the only one time in my life that I was probably really a free agent where I didn't know what I was going to do was at the end of my career, and I was coming off of an injury, and the Patriots are the only team I ever kind of cold called. Like, I had my agent, I was like, hey, can you reach out to the Patriots? Because, yeah, they're the Patriots. And other than that, it was, coaches I knew and everything like that. I imagine that wasn't necessarily the experience you guys had over the last couple years. Is it, when you have a quarterback like CJ, do you start getting more cold calls?
The players probably get more maybe than I do. Because the agents are going to go through their process like they normally do. And I would say free agency is ultimately going to be driven by the market, and there's a dollar component that comes along with it. So that's the job of the agent. So players might say, oh, I'd love to play with so-and-so. They're probably communicating in their own silo. Sometimes it'll make it to us. But I think players want to, they want to play for good coaches. They want to be around good players. They want to be a part of good programs. And hopefully, we're starting to establish that so that when people ask what the Houston Texans experience is like, overall it's a positive one on a number of different levels, and that's part of our responsibility to each other.
Sometimes what happened, Sean?
What?
I told my agent, and I was like, listen, I don't care. I will. I was honestly, I was at the point where I would play for free. I just wanted to actually be on a winning team again. Yeah. But you know how agents are. I don't think he ever said that. And well, for one, you can't play for free. You're going to play for minimum. But I don't think he ever told anybody that.
Well, that would have been the 2007 season that you were. That's like cold calling. That's like Bud Fox cold calling Gordon Gekko.
That
was the 07 season. That was the 16-0 season.
No. This is what's worse though. Okay, Nick.
That's funny.
I'm going to tell you an awful story. So I was coming off of injuries. I'd been banged up bad, but I talked to Tom Coughlin in the offseason, and I was still coming off of ACL injury and everything. And Coughlin told me, he was with the Giants, and he said, listen, Seth, we'll bring you in. I don't want you to even be we won't plan on playing you until week 6. You'll start off on PUP. We'll get you rehabbed and everything. At the time, Jerry Reese had just taken over as GM, and I'm like, I don't know. I just don't know, man. I don't know. In my mind, I'm thinking, I don't know if this is the situation that's right. So I waited, ended up signing with the Jaguars. My knee was a mess because I was rehabbing on my own. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. It was all summer long, where I could have been with the Giants since. Sure. Long story short, the Giants won the Super Bowl that year, and I sucked.
You could have had a ring.
I sucked in training camp and was my knee was shot.
Believe me, we had an equally brutal experience at the end of the season.
Yeah,
that was very disappointing. So we can wallow in our sorrows together.
Now I'd be gloating right now. There'd be no wallowing. I would be.
Makes you
just Nick, I almost beat you guys. I could have.
Yeah. All right. You were a Jaguar. You lost in the Super Bowl, and I got divorced that year. We can all wallow together. And our 2007 was horrible for all of us.
Boy.
Yeah. Nick Caserio, Texans GM, joining us here live on Radio Row. This is the first offseason you've had for you personally where you've not been going through a coaching search. And I'm just curious from a standpoint of you being able to reallocate your own resources to evaluating Senior Bowl, things like that. What's it been like for you to not have that part this offseason?
Yeah, it just gives us an opportunity to continue to stay ahead here. So we put a lot of work. The staff's put a lot of work to this point. But to be able to go on the Senior Bowl for a couple days, and I would say, credit to Jim Nagy and the work that he's done. That was probably as good of a Senior Bowl group that there's been a number of years. There were some underclassmen as well. So it just allows us to continue sort of the evaluation process as the players go through their off season here a little bit. So a lot of this is all subject to the calendar. So wherever you are in a calendar, so this year is a little bit different than it was in previous years, but we just kind of have to keep moving forward as well. So there's still the work to be done. Hadn't been down to some of the All-Star games here over the last few years. Honestly, sometimes you can get as much work done regardless of what's going on around you back at the office as well. But, made sense this year to be down there. And like I said, our staff's done a great job at this point. So, had a good couple weeks. We're going to have draft meetings here actually next week. So to kind of get ready for the combine here a little bit. So kind of take some of the information that we've gleaned from December until this point. So just keep them in. The coaches will probably be a little bit more involved in the process. In the last year they didn't go to the combine. Probably have the coaches go to the combine on a smaller scale. But it's really more about the personal interaction than it is, this guy ran around in shorts and hit this blocking dummy that is useless. So that's not the focus. So again, it's just about time. It's about resources, trying to be efficient as we can, and just hopefully help us make the right decision when we're adding players to the team.
Yeah. I know you can't talk about any specific free agents or anything until free agency begins, but we've talked about running backs a lot and just how hazardous it can be to sign running backs in free agency, given how they've become so for lack of a better word, frail, I guess. Have you guys started to figure out maybe anything about like longevity with players and which guys seem to be built to last?
It's actually a great question. I think the players you have the best opportunity with are your own players because you have so much data and information that you've accumulated. When you're dealing with players that are on other teams or have been in the league for a period of time, you can get some information, but you don't really have a firm grasp. And that's where the physical and the visits sometimes. Otherwise, to a certain extent, you're doing it blindly. But availability is going to be very important. Like, you want an available team, you want available players. How do you get that information? There's sort of ways that you can do it. But in the end, your best chance is with your own players because you understand those players the most intimately.
Yeah.
So it doesn't necessarily mean you wouldn't take on another player. You just have to understand everything that may come along with that player.
With all that, like with your own players, have you guys, now that you've been using the Zebra data and everything for so long, have you started to pick up on trends?
We have a lot of data on a lot of different levels. What we can measure, what we utilize, not necessarily just their speeds, but their force output, their medical history, how they recover from, and maybe they have a deficiency in one area, but we can make it very targeted. And I think what we're finding is, from a performance standpoint, a lot of this is headed more towards individualized care for specific players, not just a blanket, here's a card, everybody does the same thing. Because everybody has different, I would say, requirements or demands or what they're asked to do relative to their position. So we try to utilize the information that we have and the data that we have to the best of our ability, and we've made a lot of progress here through the years. But I would say, just generally speaking, this is where the league is headed. And I would say football is probably a little bit behind some other sport, but we're certainly making progress in that area.
I can imagine, especially coming back from injuries and surgeries, that those little imbalances that don't always show up. Like, some guys can get on the weight machine and be exactly the same as they used to be, but when they get out and run, now you can get a sense for, that hamstring's not working.
Well, and there's ways to measure it, so then we can alter their training.
Yeah.
So that's critically important.
Yeah.
And players that are returning from surgery, what's the prognosis? What's a realistic time frame? Is this player going to be available in the spring, or realistically it's going to be more training camp? So all that factors into kind of where you are. But in the end, the most important thing is getting as many healthy players available for the start of training camp as possible. Understanding, look, injuries are going to take place. We're not going to take injuries out of sport, but how you manage them and how you deal with them is certainly important.
Well, Sean, one more nerdy injury question. Okay, so now I'm so when you bring guys in now, though, when you work them out, you're getting a lot more data and information than you ever did before based on that workout.
It's a good question. Yeah, yes and no.
If they've had injuries.
There's some things we do, but we're respectful of them. We just don't want to turn them
Screw
into
that.
So it's just, okay, we get a general medical overview and evaluation, kind of have their history.
Yeah.
If we do end up signing the player, then we'll start them on our metrics, get a baseline so we can see where are they starting. But again, what program they've been in, how long they've been in the league. So once they walk in our building, okay, that's a starting point for us, which goes back to younger players. When you have them, 1, 2, 3, multiple consecutive years, then you can see the progress they've made from the time they've come in our building to where they are now, which I would say Nico Collins is a prime example of when he started with the Texans, when he came in the building to where he is now, has grown immeasurably by leaps and bounds. And it's translated over into his production. It doesn't mean because his training is better, he all of a sudden caught 90 passes. But his training, his development, his strength, and he's evolved into a good player. So that goes back to when you get a player, that's what we have to do a really good job on the front end, and then see if we can get that player to optimize his performance on the back end. And really, once they get to like year 3 or 4, can they maintain a certain level of performance for a number of years before you start to see any drop off, or where are they in their arc of their career?
Do you feel good about where Nico was physically this year after his first 2 years went the way they did?
I would say, and he put a lot of work and a lot of time, and a lot of credit to him. So when his season was over, the 22 season was over, he started his training fairly quickly. So his strength, his power, his explosiveness, he's always been a very talented and skilled player. And I would say the way that Bobby and Ben coached him and some of the things, I'd say the biggest leap that you saw with Nico was with the ball in his hands. His run after catch was a lot better this this year than it was in previous years. That's coaching, that's technique, that's confidence, that's strength. So he's always kind of had it in him. We were able to kind of extrapolate it, and that's a credit to the player, and it's a credit to the coaches for being able to get that out of him.
Texans Executive Vice President and GM Nick Caserio joining us live on Radio Row here in Las Vegas. This is probably the first Texans team in a long time. I feel like this might be, in my time of covering the team, it feels like the locker room that may have been like the closest, like the real, like you could feel like the real love among the players in that locker room this year. And a lot of the young players, I think, have a lot to do with that. You guys have a lot of free agents, and I'm curious how you go about scouting that sort of thing. You're probably going to be bringing some new guys into the ecosystem. How are you able to kind of sniff out guys that you feel like are going to fit from that standpoint while still maintaining the level you want to win football games?
It's a great question, Sean. It's a big part of it. And some of that you have to rely on relationships maybe that the players have amongst themselves, a relationship that you have with a coach, because it's useful information. And if you trust the individual that you're getting it from, they kind of paint the picture. Here's what you're getting with that player. Okay, that makes sense. And we're very cognizant of the type of people that we bring in the building. And this was, I'd say, and D'Amico's talked this was a very connected team. And when you want to play for each other, it certainly makes a difference. And it requires a selfless kind of team-first mindset. So to your question, it's something we certainly look for. So especially with younger players as well, regardless of where they're drafted, because there's obviously a lot of things. There's a lot of hype always associated with high draft picks that come in the locker room. But players are smart, so they see a player's attitude, how he handles himself. Is he a good teammate? Does he care about others? Is he genuine? Is he sincere? Is he full of crap? I mean, so all those things are important, because in the end, you're relying on each other when you're on the field. So can you trust your teammate to do the right thing? Is he going to put the team above himself? And everybody wants to have success, but when you have team success, then individual success will probably come along with that.
Does it help to have a coach the style of D'Amico, where he's a younger coach, maybe connected to this generation of player a little bit more, who was a former player and a former captain himself? Does that help to be able to kind of vibe that out?
The big thing is just, here's the standard of behavior and performance that we expect from everybody. And he and I would say, are very convicted in the type of people that we want in the building. So we're very, I'd say, kindred spirits in that respect. So it doesn't mean you're maybe not going to take a risk or a chance on a player, but you have to make sure that it's very calculated, because when they come in the locker room, you spend as much time with each other as you do anybody else. So that relationship, how they interact, it's important. So my players, I'd say, when you're around D'Amico, like, you want to be around D'Amico, and because he's real, he's authentic, he's sincere, but he's also very fair, and it holds everybody to a high standard and what the expectation is. So we're not going to change that. It's only going to be heightened, if we want to maintain kind of where we are as a team moving forward.
One of the things about the Astros is they built what they have that was always impressive to me, was that they were so analytically focused, and yet at the same time they ended up with great team chemistry. And Jeff Luhnow had a great quote once, which was, just because you can't measure it doesn't mean it's not real. That, team chemistry, it's hard to put your finger on it, but for a super analytical organization, they still very much valued chemistry. And I thought of that quote when Will Anderson was speaking at the end of the year, because this kid's up here, he's 22 years old, and he's talking about how treating the cafeteria workers and everybody else with respect, and putting that good energy out there matters in changing the culture of a place. And that, I knew, we've seen this all year long with Will. The trade compensation, at that moment, is when it really hit for me. Okay, there's something about this kid that's just wired a little bit differently than 22-year-olds elsewhere.
And it's very sincere, and it's very genuine, and it's very real. This goes back to kind of what we were talking about. You want people to be who they are. Yeah. And I think the one thing about D'Amico is that he talks to the players about this, just be who you are. Don't try to be somebody that you're not, but we also want to make sure that you're wired the right way and you're made of the right stuff. So what Jeff said, I think it's an interesting quote, because in the end, we can analyze all this data and all these metrics and sabermetric and advanced analytics. That's great. Yeah. it. But in the end, like, they're people. There's emotion in this game. It's hard. We're going to deal with adversity. A good team is going to lose 6 or 7 games.
That's right.
So how do you deal with that? Can you turn the page? Can you not let something fester? Can you just focus on the task at hand? Can you move past it? Can you come up with a solution, figure out what happened, make the adjustment, the modification? Football, sport, and really, it's about behavior science more than anything else. So you're trying to mix a lot of different personalities and behaviors, and you're never going to be able to put a finger on it. But as you have grown and evolved, you kind of have a sense for what you want it to look like, and then if you see it, it sort of resonates and it reinforces your message.
Nick Caserio joining us live on Radio Row. As far as things specific to the team, Nick, and improving upon them for next year, I know D'Amico was pretty upfront about we need to improve in the running game offensively this coming season. You guys, as far as the offensive line part of that, because I'm sure the improvement needs to be among the whole unit offensively. Offensive line wise, you guys are pretty committed to a few guys already contractually. You committed some draft capital to some other guys. Is the improvement in the offensive line going to have to come from within because of that, or is that something you could improve from the outside as well?
Yeah, it's probably a combination of both. We have a number of players that are under contract for this upcoming season, so we have confidence in those players, the reason that they're here. But we're also going to create as competitive environment as possible, and if there's players externally that we bring in, put them in a situation, again, going back to Kendrick Green when we bought him in kind of mid-season or whatever, early in the season. So there's an opportunity for us to add somebody that we think is going to enhance the overall group, but they're good players, and I think sometimes everything falls in their lap, right, wrong, or indifferent, but it's a collective effort. There's a lot of different things that we can look at, both player-wise. Maybe there's some things schematically we can look at. Maybe there's some things from a player standpoint. So there's a lot of different ways that you can evaluate it, but certainly you're looking for improvement. And the Baltimore game was probably a good manifestation, a microcosm of when we did it well, it was okay, but the areas that we kind of struggled with in the end kind of came up a little bit short, and we do that against a good team, which Baltimore's a good team. Unfortunately, that ends up being the result. So hopefully we can learn from that, and then we can figure out this is the opportunity, this is the improvement part of the season where you start to be able to look at your scheme, what you're doing internally. You're looking at personnel, there are options out there. We're going to go through March here in a little bit. So we'll look at everything and just try to make good decisions as we go.
Did you get into wrestling with McAfee?
He sort of. Quickly about WrestleMania. I asked. I said, I understand you guys had The Rock on. So I know I'm probably a little bit lower in the pecking order than The Rock. But then they asked about everything that's going on with Cody Rhodes and do you care and the fans. I said, look, I don't really care what the fans think. I said, Triple H will make the decision that he thinks makes the most sense for the organization.
Yeah, The Rock's kind of a big deal.
He is kind of a big deal. I guess as an owner, too, of the XFL, USFL, whatever it is. So he's got a lot of things. Tequila, so he's got a lot going on.
Tequila, they put him on the board for WWE. It is a little suspicious they put him on the board. Now he's in the WrestleMania main event 2 weeks
Funny
later.
how that works.
Yeah.
What is that? Yeah, it's right. Yeah, what is your relationship with the XFL like in terms of scouting them and everything?
We have the opportunity to do that.
Yeah.
Their season is typically in the spring, but they play. A lot of those players are under contract, and there's a window there where there might be some players available. We've worked out players at different points, USFL, but I would say the best thing about the spring is just maybe gives players an opportunity to otherwise have a chance.
Yeah.
Maybe go out there and play football. We went through that with Khalil Davis here a little bit. He played a little bit in the spring. But the big thing is not that they're going to, they could potentially make a difference on your team, but the one thing you know about if they go through spring, come training camp, you have maybe somebody that's physically ready because they're not kind of starting from scratch.
Yeah.
So, again, we'll look anywhere and we'll give anybody an opportunity, and ultimately their performance will dictate whether or not they have a role on a team or not.
Oh, okay. So Bill Belichick a little bit. He's looking, I don't know if he's looking for employment right now or not. He can do whatever the hell he wants.
Yeah.
But if he goes into television, like what's his best role, do you think? Like color analyst?
Give us a scouting report on Belichick on TV.
McAfee sidekick. He boots AJ out of there.
McAfee might not be the show for him. But honestly, if Bill goes on TV, whatever he does, he'll be phenomenal.
Yeah.
Because he has he views the game through such a lens that's very unique. unique, and he sees it from such a perspective that's very unique. I would say, honestly, he and Coach Saban, like, they're as good of a coach as there is in the history of sport. And then if they transition into something else, they'll probably be equally as good. It's just a different lens. I think Bill probably has more personality than people give him credit for.
Yeah.
I mean, he wouldn't have been able to stay in one place for however many years, and players wanted to come play for him because of a number of different factors. So, again, I'm certainly indebted to Bill for all the opportunities he provided for me. And I don't think he'll be on McAfee, but I'm sure there's a show that would like to have him.
Well, this is what I wondered with him as a color analyst. The big drawback to being a color analyst is that in the moment, you got to try to make a snap judgment. And you know how it is. Sometimes you got to watch a play 20 times to really know what happened. And I think that might be difficult for him because he's so detailed. At the same time, you get to talk to two different coaching staffs every week and pick their brain.
No quite. But I would say the other thing about it, in real time when something happens, like, that's where that dearth of experience, like, you see things that other people can't see.
Yeah.
So your ability, because during the course of the game, there'd be situations or things that came up, and he would see it before anybody else.
Yeah.
So because you've just trained your mind and your eyes. So I think it's a valid point that you make. Sometimes you have to go back, wait a minute, what happened? But if you've seen enough football, then you might be able to look at it and adjust quickly. Because I would say one of the things that really teams need to be able to do is in real time react to what's happening on the field.
Yeah.
So it's not, well, let's wait till halftime, make an adjustment. Maybe at the end of the first quarter, okay, the game is declared a little bit. All right, what have you seen? They're doing this a little bit. Okay, when they do this, when they put them in this formation, here's an indicator. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes. So I think it could go both ways. But I think that experience, that's where he puts him in an advantage maybe that other people don't have.
Yeah.
It is wild. We may have Belichick and Saban in our lives on television this year.
I'd really like to see him in color commentary.
Yeah.
Like, and I don't.
Which I would say, if you watch the top 100 players, like that special that they did, like, he was incredible.
Yeah.
Just so I think that's kind of an harbinger of potentially what it may look like if he's on television.
Well, I've just heard too that, like, when he talks to other coaches, there's a tendency that, like, everybody want to impress Belichick.
Yeah.
So they tell him everything. So I can see him,
like I do with you two.
That's right. Same exact thing.
But I can imagine
we've been
him
saying.
Like he gets to meet two different coaching staffs before every game every week, and they're going to tell him everything.
Yeah.
Like, he's just he would learn so much about, like, all these different.
He's an avid learner.
Yeah,
so I think more than anything, he's just a football junkie. So just learning, and maybe you hear something and you go, you know what? And just in your mind, maybe I haven't really thought about that.
Yeah.
So then but that's, it'll be interesting to see what happens in the fall.
Do you like the NFL Top 100? I love the NFL Top 100.
I haven't watched enough of it and study it, but it's probably more for.
Do you use it as part of your scouting reports?
Yeah. You know what it is? We should sign this player because he was the 86th ranked.
Totally how I would be a GM, Nick. I just want you to know that.
No, Nick, I'll guess up to you a little bit. I've always felt like the Pro Bowl and everything else should be voted on by the personnel people, because you guys are the only ones that actually watch. You watch the most of the league.
You see not every team, but you probably end up seeing
a lot more of the entire league.
Yes.
Where we're in a silo, and we're watching, a very, like, not very limited, but a relatively limited number of players.
Plays and you go, hey, okay, this guy looks right.
We see more defensive players than offensive, because if you're watching, like, if we were preparing for the Colts, we're going to watch at least the Colts' previous 4 opponents and everything. So you notice a lot of the defensive linemen, but you're only watching those Colts players, once. It's
no question.
So the personnel people you probably see the Pro Bowl elections and are kind of like, wow, all right.
I try to stay out of the Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
Except when Texans make it, then we get very, very happy.
Well, then it's 100% justified every time.
Yeah. What do you think of CJ's throw to Jamar Chase in the back of the end zone?
Yeah, it was pretty impressive.
That was pretty impressive. Yes,
not uncommon, but pretty impressive. So
somebody in his face, he could have snatched his flag.
We've seen a few throws like that.
My son texted me. He's like, the crazy thing is he does that in real games.
Yeah.
Nick Caserio joining us. Hey, before we get you out of here, and by the way, the audience, just so you know, I checked with Nick beforehand how much time he had. Okay, I know
you didn't do that thing where you strong arm him while he's on air.
And then read the station ID
when I'm eating my strawberries and acai bowl.
It's cool that we get to do it in person.
You know what else we did before we started recording? Nick made fun of my Sports Radio 610 polo.
He did.
Next time I come on, maybe I'll have to wear one.
Yes. That'd be awesome.
I'm a team player, Nick.
That's right. As we're recording this right now, we do not know who is going into the Hall of Fame in this class, but our hope is that in a few hours we'll hear Andre Johnson's
Texans name called. I want to get your perspective on Andre from your time scouting and going against Andre Johnson. Just give us, what was the assessment like in the building up at Gillette Stadium of Andre Johnson?
There's very few players that fall into kind of like the one-of-one category, but like he could put Andre in that category. He just had such a unique combination of size, strength, speed, and his hands and ball skills were second to none. And what he did with the ball, he played violently, like he played like a defensive player. Every time we played the Texans, we knew we had to take care of Andre in order to have an opportunity to win the game. So he's earned everything that he's received at this point. I mean, it would be a tremendous tribute to him and the organization if he was voted in to the Hall of Fame. He's obviously, he and JJ are, along with Seth, are arguably the best players in the history of the organization.
Yeah, it just depends on where the cutoff is. That's the whole,
But,
which quartile.
And it's been great to kind of be around Andre. I think he's got a quiet way about him. He's not about fanfare, but he cares a lot about this team. He cares a lot about this city, and hopefully we have the opportunity to celebrate what he's accomplished in in his career.
We had David Anderson on yesterday, wide receiver.
Good player.
Yeah.
Underrated player.
Yeah, he was. He really was.
Yeah.
And we'll have to send that clip to him. But he was talking about like when you play with a player like Andre and your position coach, and you're a former wide receivers coach, when your position coach tries to tell you to maybe do something a little bit more like Andre as a player, you're like, yeah, coach, I'll get right on that.
That's like trying to tell somebody, well, do it like Randy does it. Well, if there's only one of Randy, so it probably is not good advice from the coach.
No question. Nick Caserio, Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager, joining us here on Radio Row. Nick, this is our first chance to see you face-to-face since the season here, so congrats on the success this season. I know building to even bigger and better things next year, and we always enjoy these conversations. I appreciate you making time.
Thank you. Always great to visit with you guys.
All right, good stuff. Texans GM Nick Caserio joining us. Hit a lot of topics there. That was good. But we still got a lot to get to today on the show. We've only got another couple hours of radio for me and Seth until Super Bowl 58 on Sunday. We're going to be joined by Tony Khan in the 8 o'clock hour, the executive, the son of the owner of the Jags, an executive with the Jags, the owner of All Elite Wrestling as well. He's been milling around Radio Row, so we'll talk to him. And then in the 9 o'clock hour, Dr. David Chao is going to join us. He's, of course, a huge injury doctor. We'll get some of his thoughts on some of the injury angles to the Super Bowl coming up. If you're looking to wager on the Super Bowl, the injury angles are very, very important. And some of the big picture injury angles around the NFL. So a whole lot to get to here over the next couple hours. We appreciate you guys tuning in, and we certainly appreciate Texans GM Nick Caserio joining us on the program. All right, coming up next, we'll do the 8 at 8 at the top of the hour. So we've got a lot of stories to get into there. Up next, though, Dalton Schultz, Texans tight end, was on with the afternoon guys yesterday. If you are looking to get even more hyped about your team and your quarterback, you want to hear what Dalton Schultz had to say, and how badly does he want to continue to be a Houston Texan? We'll have that for you coming up next. Before we get to that, this would normally be my men's tea clinic day.
GI Bill. Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you live from Radio Row. Big thanks to Yingling Flight for getting us here, presenting us this week. It's been awesome repping Yingling Flight all week long out here on Radio Row. And thanks to the Low T Center as well for helping get us out here to Radio Row. Bull shirts, these beautiful golf shirts that we're wearing, are all thanks to Bull shirts. And you can listen to the big game here on Sports Radio 610 on Sunday night, and that's thanks to solostove.com for a popular kick-ass smokeless fire pit. Go to solostove.com. I
spent time on solostove.com yesterday.
You did?
Very cool.
Did you buy anything?
Not yet.
Okay.
But I got to get permission.
You're browsing. You're right. From the house treasurer.
I was thinking about it. I keep trying to put that off on Brandy, and she won't go for it. Like, just tell me what to do.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to be responsible for it anymore.
I don't like making decisions.
Just I'm going to let you go. I don't care what anybody says about, she's the boss or anything. I don't care. I want to be an employee. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, some people like that.
I want her to be more of a nag, and she refuses to do it.
Okay. Step your nag game
That's
up,
a little
Randy.
head game, the little power game she's playing is like not nagging me.
Macho head games. Yeah. Dalton Schultz was on with the afternoon guys yesterday. We just got done playing our conversation with Nick Caserio. It's going to be a busy couple months for Nick between the combine and free agency. This is a big free agency season for the Texans. I don't think you can overstate how big a free agency season this is, making decisions on which guys to bring back, which guys to replace. I think, Seth, it's going to be on a lot of these, it's it's going to be the Texans making a decision on whether to bring guys back as opposed to guys that are leaving, that are of mind. I just want to get out of here. I want to go.
Oh, yeah. There's nobody like fleeing to go to a real team.
Everybody that gets asked has said, man, I want to come back and play for D'Amico and play with CJ. Dalton Schultz was on with the afternoon guys yesterday, and they asked him, when did you feel like this year was going to turn into the special season that it did?
I knew we were going to surprise people. Like, I knew we were better than everybody was, like, saying we were. And that's just playing against, the D'Amico Ryans, like, San Francisco scheme, playing against that offense. Like, dude, the schematic structure and the Shanahan offense and defensive structures, dude, it's good. Like, they're really good. And so, like, I knew it was going to be better than a lot of people would give them credit because you just put a better system in. Like, you're going to have more success automatically. And then being around the guys, being around, the support staff and the strength staff, the nutritional staff, the coaches, like, you can tell everything in that building is set up for success. So, like, early, I kind of had a feeling that we were going to be pretty good. Now, playoff team winning playoff games, like, early, maybe not. That kind of came later in the year when we started to see the fruits of our labor getting put on film. You know what I mean? You start to build that confidence, and it was like, by the end of the year, dude, we were rolling. Like, we didn't feel like we'd lose to anybody, quite frankly. Like, obviously we did, but, like, the mindset kind of changed dramatically from, when we first got together and then when we ended the season. Like, we had a really good football team, man. And, like, the future is bright in Houston for sure.
When he was talking at the beginning there, I think there's probably a lot of our listeners that can relate to what he was saying. I'll go back to high school football. Because I was lucky in the NFL, I had good head coaches. Like, I had guys that knew what they were doing. They were organized and all of that. But you look around the league and you can see the teams that aren't. The teams, that's why I'm so skeptical of Cliff Kingsbury. I just, like, you can watch it and you see it, and I'm like, that's not run like a pro football program.
He's just an OC now.
It's just this dude's just winging it. Yeah. So I was lucky. I had guys who were super organized and kind of focused on the right things. But in high school, I had that experience of we had a stretch where my high school football coach was like almost ended up being like an interim guy. We'd had a really good program. Then my junior and senior year, this guy comes in, and we're out there at practice, and he's like, we were having like 3-hour practices where like an hour and a half of it was the coaches arguing with each other about how we should play a particular play. And that was my experience. Then I got to college, and I'm like, oh, wow, there's a lot of structure here. But the guy that came in after us in high school, I remember talking to my friends who were still in school. He ended up being an awesome football coach, turned the team around, got them ranked in the state every single year. And it was like he put in a film tower. They had everything regimented. Like, you could just tell. I could tell it was going to be different from that summer I worked out with the team.
Yeah.
Before my freshman year in college, and I was like, oh, crap. Like, I really missed out. I should have flunked something intentionally and stayed behind a year. And, I think that's where, with Dalton, like, understanding and being able to talk to D'Amico and Nick, you can maybe compare to it's not like he had a boatload of options, and it wasn't like he was turning down huge money or anything. But, we saw the outcome of everything D'Amico did, and I think it was very clear from the beginning that things were being operated differently than certainly under Lovie Smith and under David Culley.
He probably did have quite a few options at the price he ended up settling at, though.
Right? Yeah, for a 1-year deal.
1 year, $6.25 million or whatever it was. He could have gone to a lot of places.
I think the biggest thing there is I wonder. This is a place where he knew he was going to be the number one option.
That helps, yeah.
And he knew that they were going to run a West Coast, they were going to run a Shanahan offense. He's been in a West Coast system. McCarthy, I mean, it was a bastardized version because it wasn't McCarthy's full system. But, I think that a combination of all those things, I think he probably felt like, I'm going to be the number one option at tight end, and they're going to be running a system I like, and I like these guys.
Well, and they're probably going to draft a quarterback.
Yeah.
He may have had some intel on that.
That's true. Well, D'Amico had already – I think by that point, D'Amico had already said we were going to draft a quarterback.
He had.
And then everybody went on to ignore it.
And if I'm Dalton Schultz and he's put that quote out there, I would confirm with him, like, okay, I saw you said this.
Yeah.
Tell me a little about that.
I still can't get over this. D'Amico sat down and said, there's 2 quarterbacks at the top. We're going to draft one of them. And then it was like 6 straight weeks of speculation by the Schefters of the world that they weren't going to draft the quarterback at all.
It's pretty wild. All right, you're listening to KILT and KILT HD2, an Odyssey station. Let's do the 8. At 8, the Ocho. We got a ton of stories to get to here, so let's get right to them. 8 stories to start your day. Number 1, let's start with the big one here. Well, here we're in Vegas, so we should mention we're on Radio Row. But back in Houston, where many of you are listening, I know the big news is Andre Johnson getting into the Hall of Fame. Just a jubilant night in Canton. Word had started to matriculate out throughout the afternoon that Andre was listed as probable for getting into the Hall of Fame, and then it was confirmed. Andre, part of a 7-person class that includes the 5 modern-day entries, inductees: Andre Johnson, Dwight Freeney, Devin Hester, Julius Peppers, and Patrick Willis. So like any Hall of Fame class, greats there, and Andre will go in early August. The speculation now, I guess, Seth, when it comes to the Hall of Fame, we're going to get to the other awards here in just a second. But I guess the speculation now turns to, will the Texans play in the Hall of Fame game?
Oh, yeah.
It would seem like Chicago is a lock to be one of the teams because Julius Peppers, Devin Hester, and Steve McMichael, who's going in as a seniors committee inductee, they all have ties to the Chicago Bears. So it wouldn't shock me if it was Bears-Texans.
It would feel like a penalty to the 49ers if you had them play in the Super Bowl and then go to the Hall of Fame game. So I think with Patrick Willis being a 49er, you can rule out the 49ers.
Well, I think Chicago, if I had to guess, I would think Chicago and Houston probably will have the 2 largest fan bases there. If there were no such thing as a Hall of Fame game, I would guess that Chicago with this many Bears going in, and that the Texans with their first ever Hall of Famer, this is old hat to teams like the Niners and even the Colts.
Yeah.
They've got a few guys.
It'll be a great day in which 95% of the guys who definitely aren't going to make the team play most of the snaps for the Texans.
And I'm here for
it.
Yeah. Pre-game and post-game.
It'll be a great day in which teams start probably just even leaving their starters behind so they can do rehab at home. Nobody plays in these preseason games anymore.
And I am here for it.
2.
C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson both took home their Rookie of the Year awards on their side of the ball. Offensive Rookie of the Year, C.J. Stroud. Defensive Rookie of the Year, Will Anderson. C.J. dominated the voting for the Rookie of the Year award on the offensive side, 48 out of a possible 50 first-place votes. Puka Nacua got the other 2 votes. It was all Puka and C.J. If all the ballots had one of them either first or second. Everybody else is fighting for third place in that race. The Defensive Rookie of the Year, a little closer between Jalen Carter and Will Anderson. Will Anderson, 151 points. Jalen Carter, 122 points. They were almost dead even in first place votes, the two.
Oh, really?
Yeah, 16-14 for Will.
Yeah, so that's okay. I think our instincts were correct on that. I think Will had been second all year long, and then that late season push by the Texans combined with Philadelphia just completely pooping the bed, and defensively especially.
Yeah. You could have gotten Will at like 33-1 when he went out with the injury after the Jets. Remember he went out with the injury in the Jets game, and then he missed a couple games after that?
Yeah.
You could have gotten Will Anderson at like 33-1 in the middle of December for Defensive Rookie of the Year.
You know what I realized? The defensive coordinator for the Eagles that had gotten fired, they're replaced by, not fired, but replaced
Sean
by Matt
Desai.
Patricia. I was trying to figure out yesterday, I was talking to Greg Rosenthal from NFL.com, and we were talking about Derek Barnett. I can't even remember why, but I think when Derek Barnett started going off for the Texans, that might have been right around when they decided, like, I don't know, let's try Patricia. Because Barnett hadn't done anything with the Eagles.
Yeah.
He comes to the Texans, and he's off on an all-pro tear.
That's
just
funny.
Right up, and Philadelphia Eagles fans were miserable about it.
Oh, yeah.
That's what Greg knew, because he had put up a graphic of, like, Derek Barnett's production with the Texans compared to the entire defensive line's production with the Eagles.
It's crazy.
Yeah, and so likewise, maybe that further showed and illustrated, like, hey, by the way, Will Anderson's on this defensive line too. The defensive line of the guy that you're talking about has been an abject disappointment.
Yep.
3.
As far as other awards go, the big one, Lamar Jackson did win the MVP award. 49 out of 50 first-place votes, so not unanimous. Josh Allen picked up the other first-place vote. I wonder what they're saying about Lamar Jackson and the MVP award in Baltimore today, considering this got handed out a couple days before Super Bowl that I think most Ravens fans thought very strongly they'd be playing in.
Yeah.
And now here's Lamar Jackson with yet another regular season accolade and not having played well in the AFC title game. Probably not nearly as hyped up as we are right now for the 2 Rookie of the Year awards the Texans picked up.
What's the Baltimore beatdown? I think that's their SB Nation. Their SB Nation blog.
Okay.
I don't see anything.
In honor of them getting beat down by the Chiefs?
I see staff reactions. Lamar Jackson wins the 2023 MVP.
Give me something.
I'll just read this first one. Many will point to Jackson's lack of gaudy passing statistics to negate or minimize his MVP candidacy. Little result, blah, blah, blah. These guys are pretty level-headed about it.
See, I'm pretty – I would point to the game script needing to play out a certain way in big games for Lamar Jackson.
They said they need better talent around him. I would agree with that. I do think that I myself fell victim to this. I think I was complimenting their receiving core a little too much, just in that it was more complete and well-rounded than he'd had several years ago. But it wasn't like there's a genuine bona fide stud out there. Zay Flowers had a nice rookie year, but it wasn't like he's somebody that just absolutely destroys people.
Yeah, definite upgrades.
Yeah,
definite upgrades. But speaking of Zay Flowers,
4.
Zay Flowers, who just finished up a splendid rookie season for the Baltimore Ravens. He was their leading receiver, first-round pick out of Boston College. He's been accused of domestic assault in Massachusetts, according to a source, 11 News. I'm looking at an article here. He's facing accusations of domestic assault being investigated. The Ravens released a statement saying only, quote, "We are aware of the report regarding Zay Flowers. We take these matters seriously, and we'll have no further comment at this time." So not a lot of details out yet, other than I heard on a sports update this morning, I think on CBS Sports Radio, that the incident may have occurred on January the 21st, which is the day after he
had a meltdown against the Texans.
Well, that's what I thought, too. Yeah, the day. Did he melt it? No, he melted down in the AFC title game the following week.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, not melted. Yeah, excuse me. Melted.
Yeah, no, he had a really good game.
Oh, so this was after the Texans.
The day after the Texans.
Yeah.
So who knows? Maybe whatever this incident was bled into the following week.
After he melted down in the playoff game, so that whole week of him may have been a volatile one.
Could have been, yeah. So Zay Flowers being investigated. We'll keep an eye on it.
Drafted way ahead of Tank Dell.
Way ahead of Tank Dell. Yep.
Way ahead of Tank Dell. They took Zay Flowers.
All right, number 5, the Dallas Cowboys. They are hiring Mike Zimmer as their new defensive coordinator. They interviewed Rex Ryan as well, handful of other guys. You approve of the Mike Zimmer hire?
I approve of that. I approve of the hire, but then I was listening to the guys next to us who are from Dallas, and one of the reservations they brought up, which is a valid one, is his age. He's 67 years old. I believe he'll be 68 this year. I love Mike Zimmer. I love him a lot. Maybe I'm leaning a little too much on Dick LeBeau and the fact that Dick LeBeau coached until he was well into his 70s. He may have coached until he was 80 and was still very effective. I think that Mike Zimmer, as exclusively a coordinator without being distracted by being a head coach, is going to be just as good as he ever has been.
Yeah,
and honestly, I like him a lot more than Dan Quinn. Like, he's just
as a DC,
as a DC whose game can travel into the playoffs, but that also can withstand different situations. Mm-hmm. That's more adaptable and can change game plan to game plan. Like, he's way more effective in that regard.
6.
The CBS NFL Studio Show is this is a kind of a story going on right now in the television world, kind of in major limbo right now. And you're going to watch the CBS, if you're watching the game on TV this weekend, that'll be the studio show that you're watching. And to localize it even more, that's the one that J.J. Watt is a part of. As of right now, the only people that are on that studio show, a quite crowded studio show, James Brown just re-upped his deal. He's the host, he's the quarterback of the whole thing. He directs traffic. And then JJ is the only other one that's under contract right now. There's talk that Nate Burleson may just start focusing on his
Good Morning America or whatever.
Well, I think it's CBS Today.
CBS Hello?
Yeah, Good Morning from CBS.
CBS Good on Ya.
Good on ya. Yeah. Go get it, CBS.
CBS Get Her Done.
Yeah, that's exactly, yeah. So there's talk with Burleson that he'd actually be focusing on more outside of football stuff.
You know what Burleson's done a good job of? Kind of like Boomer Esiason has done. I didn't realize I completely, and he's of my era. I forgot he wasn't like anything special as a football player.
Right.
Like he's so good on television that you forget that. Same with Boomer. You know, and a lot of kids today probably wouldn't realize like Boomer he was okay as a quarterback.
Well, he won an MVP. Boomer did. I mean,
he was okay, Sean.
Burleson was a true journeyman. I feel like you're disrespecting Boomer Esiason a little bit.
Did Boomer win him an MVP?
He won an MVP award. Yeah, he did. He wasn't that bad.
Who was better, Boomer or Phil Simms?
I think Boomer at his peak was better. Phil Simms won a Super Bowl.
Am I flopping those two? But Phil Simms played in New York and won a Super Bowl.
Phil Simms was a Super Bowl MVP.
Yeah.
Boomer Esiason was a regular season MVP.
Was Chris Collinsworth the best receiver who ever played?
With Boomer,
is he better than Randy Moss?
Chris Collinsworth was a good receiver.
You know what people don't realize is that Jerry Rice was barely a starter.
When?
I'm just joking.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
You think I'm that dumb? Ah, crap. My Boomer take was that bad.
No, I didn't know if you looked something up. I don't know. All right, let's move on.
7.
Let's get to something I really like. The Rock. He was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday. I don't even know if this is news.
No, The Rock sucked at football. I'll tell you that much.
He did suck at football.
He sucked at football.
He was bad, yeah. By professional
As did Brock
football
Lesnar.
standards.
Brock Lesnar was pathetic
He was
as well.
horrible at football, yeah. Here was The Rock yesterday on the Pat McAfee show. This is for you wrestling fans out there. I want to throw you a bone. Everybody's mad that The Rock has actually put himself into the main event at WrestleMania against Roman Reigns, replacing Cody Rhodes. Here's Rock going off on Cody crybabies.
At the end of the day, look, you got the Cody crybabies and you have the Cody fans and then you have Cody himself, and there's a clear distinction between the three. But The Rock says this, those Cody crybabies, the ones for every 10 tweets, they're shoving a chicken McNugget in their mouth. For every 20 tweets, they're shoving 2 McNuggets up their ass.
What?
The Rock says this, all you got to do is sit back, know your role, shut your mouth, and enjoy the ride that The Rock is going to take your candy asses on. So hashtag that. Hashtag shut your bitch asses up. Hashtag Cody crybabies.
Yeah!
Yes, the man! Okay. So, that's the fun part.
Yes,
that's wrestling. Of what we do.
Bar to critique the promo.
Yeah, oh yeah, here we go.
I don't think you should go after the internet nerds. I think that's his base. It's all of our bases these days.
He is.
I don't think you should characterize them all as somebody that's eating the chicken McNugget every time.
He's leaning into being a heel in this match.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
He saw the reaction to him putting himself in there.
Yeah.
I think he thought that the wrestling community would like that. They get to see The Rock go against Roman Reigns.
But as a true professional, he's just going to go ahead and lean into it.
He's going to lean into being a heel.
Damage control.
Yeah, he's going to just lean into it. He's been a heel before, and he's really good at it. So
So what happens? How does he flip back over to being a beloved guy?
Probably go away for a while, and then you come back, and people.
You come back and you save somebody.
Yeah, and absence makes the heart grow fonder.
Somebody's being done wrong in a tag team or something.
Yeah,
he comes out and jumps in and saves
Seth.
them. Okay.
Yeah. You could be a booker.
That's exactly what I want to do with my life.
Yeah, well, Tony
Wait,
Khan.
what's a booker? A booker
the guy who does the creative. He writes the storylines.
Okay.
He's the booker.
Oh, I wouldn't mind doing that.
Tony
you
Khan.
said a booker. I'm like book the wrestlers? Aren't they under contract?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, the booker. You'd be the creative. Like Tony, we're going to talk to Tony Khan in the next segment. And potentially, he's the booker and the owner of AEW. So maybe there's a job waiting for you there. Hey, here's one more. Do we have time for one more here?
How do they feel about Boomer Esiason?
We'll find out. Number 8.
8.
He still played it? Okay, gotcha. Matt Rule, it's hard to hear.
It's hard to hear with me talking over everything.
Matt Rule, the head coach of Nebraska, this got a lot of run yesterday. Remember when Matt Rule was the head coach of the Carolina Panthers and he got fired after a couple of years? Matt Rule retroactively standing on the table for Brock Purdy in the Carolina War Room. Take a listen to this.
I think Brock Purdy is an amazing player. Because I played against him at Iowa State. When I was in the draft room at Carolina, I brought his name up. I said, hey, guys, he should be on the draft board. I got vetoed on that one. But you can ask Coop. But I think, we used to tell our guys when we were playing Brock Purdy, we're like, do not fall for his pump fake, right? Because Brock will come out, he'd pump fake. And first game, he's 10 yards down the field, he pump fakes, our DBs are jumping. I'm like, he's past the line of scrimmage. So a lot of respect for Brock.
Okay, so that was Matt Rule, and his story may very well be true, but there were a lot of people yesterday like, all right, dude, you're climbing on the Brock Purdy bandwagon. Now
it feels like when Bill Polian claims that they had a first-round grade on Tom Brady. Yet somehow let him slide all the way to where he did. Yeah.
You know what surfaced right after that was there was film in the Carolina War Room in that same draft in 2022.
Yeah.
The audio's not great, which is why I'm not playing it, but you can see the captions at the bottom, and it's Rule kind of leaning into probably Fitterer, the GM, saying, like, now's the time to trade up and get Matt Corral. Remember they drafted Matt Corral. He's the one we really loved on tape. But Matt Corral, I don't even think he's on the Panthers anymore.
The curious moments with Bill Polian. Bill Polian did a lot of that retroactive bragging. He would brag about how high their rating was on Tom Brady, but we didn't need him. We let this first-round quarterback slide all the way to, because we already had
Peyton.
Peyton, yeah. But what also was he would brag about the Aaron Hernandez was off their board. I'm like, dude, you drafted Ray Caruth. Like, what the hell?
It's a strange victory lap.
Aaron Hernandez is above Ray Caruth in the power rankings of decent human beings. Think about that for a minute.
I don't think we need to split hairs with either of those guys.
He was Aaron. Yeah. Okay.
I'll let you stick up for Aaron Hernandez.
I can't believe you're sticking up for Ray Caruth.
No, I'm just saying they're both horrible.
But one's more horrible than the other.
Okay. All right, let's get to...
one's dead. Are they both dead?
No, Ray Caruth's not dead.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's get him on the show.
We'll take back what I said. I'm going to flop.
Yeah. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you live on Radio Row. That was the Ocho, your 8 stories to get your day started. Up next, I mentioned Tony Khan. Tony Khan, who is an executive with the Jacksonville Jaguars, son of Shad Khan, the owner of AEW. AEW people making their way around Radio Row here. He's going to join us in the next segment, so stay there for that. But first, before we get to that, the owner and founder of Gallery Furniture joins me each and every week at this time. It is time for Mac's picks, including his pick on the big game this weekend. Mac, it's great to talk to you, and I know back in Houston, we're here on Radio Row, but back in Houston, you got the big 2 for promotion going on involving the Cougs and the Stros.
That's right, Sean. They're super excited about the Cougs being ranked number 4 and moving up all the time. So come up to Gallery Furniture right now, buy a mattress, $4,000 plus. A lot of our Tempur-Pedic mattresses are marked way down. They're on sale. Buy a Tempur-Pedic mattress, $4,000 plus while it's on sale. Get it delivered free today if the Cougs win it all on April 8th in Phoenix. Your purchase is absolutely free, and the Cougs have a great chance. They got a great team with a legendary coach. And then, of course, if for whatever reason the Cougs don't win, your money switches over to our world-famous Houston Astros, who just got the best relief pitcher in Major League Baseball along to go with their other crack relief pitchers. The Astros look great to reclaim the World Series in 2024 in November. So if the Cougars or Astros either win it all, you get to buy that mattress, $4,000 plus at Tempur-Pedic while it's on sale. Your purchase is absolutely free, and we're mega excited about helping customers sleep great and maybe get all their money back.
Yeah, speaking of the Cougs, Mac, let's get to the picks. And the Cougs play Cincinnati this weekend. The look-ahead line that I saw out here in Vegas was, I believe it was 13 the Cougs are favored by. I think I know who you got in this one.
I got to go with the Cougs. Cougs are very strong on the road and at home, and they blew out Oklahoma State the other day. Look for them to blow out the Cincinnati Bearcats. Bearcats played them tough last year. I think the Cougs are a much better team this year.
All right, let's get to the big game, Mac. It's Kansas City. It's San Francisco all week long. The spread has been San Francisco -2. Who do you got in that one?
-2. I got to go with the Kansas City Chiefs winning straight up. I think it's them and the Cougs winning straight up is the best 2 bets on the board in all Las Vegas this week. So I like the Cougs, and I certainly like the Kansas City Chiefs.
There you go. A Mac parlay for you right there. A twofer of its own right there with those 2 games. Speaking of the twofer, Mac, let's give it to him one more time. This is a promotion so good we got to hit it twice in this segment of Mac's Picks.
Yes, John, you're out there in Las Vegas where if you place a wager and you don't win, you get nothing in return. Well, at Gallery Furniture, you can buy that mattress, and if the Cougars win or the Astros win, you get 100% of your money back. If they don't win, you still got the best mattress in the world at super savings prices right now on Tempur-Pedic, so you can't lose. You can buy that mattress, Cougs or Astros, win it all, you get it free. If they don't win, you get the best night's sleep of your life for decades on a Tempur-Pedic mattress. It's on sale right now at Gallery Furniture. Free delivery today.
We love that great sleep, Mac. Hey, enjoy the games this weekend. We'll talk next week.
Thanks, Sean. Take care. Bye-bye.
All right, thanks. Bye, Mac. Good talking to you. And, again, a reminder to get out to Gallery Furniture.
free.
Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Welcome back in. Payne and Pendergast. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you on a Friday here on Radio Row and in Las Vegas. Joined right now by this is going to be my first question, Chief Football Strategy Officer for the Jacksonville Jaguars and also the owner and founder of All Elite Wrestling, AEW. Tony Khan is joining us on Radio Row. So if you were in an elevator and someone asked, hey, what do you do? What's your answer to them?
Well, it's a great question. I think I work in 3 great industries and 3 great leagues with AEW, the NFL, and the Premier League.
That's right.
And I love all those businesses. I love AEW and the Jaguars and Fulham all very much. So I'd say I love those businesses, and I get to do what I love every day.
The interesting thing about being involved in the Premier League and Jacksonville is with the Jaguars. For me, watching, as a former Jaguar and from afar, I was one of those people that always got kind of hyper defensive when people would talk about the Jaguars moving out of Jacksonville or that the Jaguars are going to move to London, and I'd kind of be screaming like, do you guys see what the Khans are doing in Jacksonville? Like they're pretty good business people. I don't think they're going to be sinking all that money into Jacksonville also, but part of it is you've kind of created a really good synergy between all those 3, haven't you?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And there's a really, really great synergies. Of course, in London, the Jaguars do have great games in London every year. I think it's a great part of the season, but really our core fan base, our core development has been in Jacksonville, and we're playing most of the schedule there. And what we do in London now is play 1 game there, and that 1 game off the home schedule, and now 1 away game. And it was a great run for us in London, and we built a great base for the Jaguars in London, which is a home to me because of the Premier League and Fulham Football Club, which is London's oldest club. And now for AEW, that's been a great base. We brought AEW to Wembley Stadium and sold 81,000 tickets, which is the world record for pro wrestling. And we did that in London. Of course, Sean's a big wrestling fan and knows very well. And it's great being here with you guys. Of course, AEW, we have great fans. We've done shows in Houston and had great shows in Houston and all across Texas. I think the Texas wrestling fans are some of the best and loudest fans for AEW. And what we've been able to do and the way the business has grown, it's incredible. Of course, we're on tonight on TNT, 9 o'clock Central Time, and tomorrow, Saturday Night Collision from right here in Las Vegas. If you're sticking around, we'd love to have you. It's Henderson, Nevada, just 15 minutes outside Las Vegas. So for anybody who's going to be out here for the Super Bowl, please come out. And if you can't, it's on 7 o'clock Central Saturday, in addition to, of course, Friday Night Rampage on TNT at 9 o'clock. And every Wednesday night, our flagship show, Wednesday Night Dynamite, 7 Central on TBS every Wednesday. We've done 227 episodes of AEW Dynamite now. Episode 228 coming on Valentine's Day. That's big. Which is in Austin this week. So, again, love to see you out there. Anybody who can make it to Austin, Texas. And love doing AEW every week. And there is definitely synergy with all the businesses, like you said, Seth.
Tony Khan joining us here on Radio Row. So, I know I've seen some of the guys floating around Radio Row here. Well, I saw Orange Cassidy over there a little bit earlier. A few of the other fellas. I know Darby Allin is going to be on with the guys in the afternoon on Friday. But I want to ask you personally, you grew up a big wrestling fan, right? Okay, so for you, starting this company, getting to be behind the creative and everything else, like what's that? How big a bucket list thing is this for you to be able to see this success?
It's a dream come true. I love all the work I do in football, in the NFL, and in the Premier League, and also AEW for me, pro wrestling is something since I was a kid I've loved and followed, and I've always wanted to write wrestling shows. And actually, Dynamite is a show I created as a 12-year-old in 1995, and been doing Dynamite shows since I was 12 in 95, and now we've done actually 227 episodes, like I said, on TBS on Wednesday nights every week.
Who were the main characters that you were fantasy booking back in the mid-90s on your TV show?
Well, funnily enough, last night on TBS, he won the World Tag Team Championship. The Sting Stinger.
The Stinger, yeah.
And Sting has been a huge part. Also, the TNT champion, Christian Cage.
Yeah.
And the Rated R superstar, Adam Copeland.
Okay, yeah. So then these guys all work for you now.
Yeah.
That's cool. And you got Sting's last match coming up.
Sting's last match, March 3rd. Sting's final encounter at AEW Revolution, March 3rd. Sold out the Greensboro Coliseum. I keep trying to find ways to open up seats. The set gets smaller and smaller for Sting's final match because we're going to open up as many seats as we can. And we sold out that amazing venue where Sting has such a great history. That's why I thought it was the right place and the right night to go to Greensboro.
There's a lot of, I'm just putting myself in your shoes, and as you're promoting, like even just kind of keeping track of the weekly schedule, for me is overwhelming. You've got 3 different sports that you're keeping track of year round. Is it just like one week after another and you don't think too much about how much you're doing in the course of a whole year?
Well, let's think about every day is different. You're working in the different sports. You have to devote your attention differently throughout the season, but really there's no off season in wrestling. Wrestling's year round, and there is off season to some extent in the NFL and the Premier League, but that's also scouting time. That's valuable player personnel time, of course, and particularly in my roles at Fulham as the sporting director. Yeah. And so there's really no time off in anything we do. So I just love working in football and wrestling. It's great.
So you're a Yank going over to England, and in the Premier League. Is that what's the resistance you guys got when you first took over?
That's a good question. I mean, there's a lot of Americans working in Premier League, and there's a lot of Americans in England.
I don't get the sense that they're always so welcome.
I love it. And my best friend is Jack Whitehall, the British comedian, and I met him living in London, and he's one of the biggest stars in the world, and he's one of the nicest people. And I love the city, and I love the people, and I love London very much, and it's a great home to me. I think that's a misconception. I mean, that's from like Ted Lasso, but for me, I love it over there. It's great. It's like a misconception, from that show, I think, but really, it's a great place.
As far as though, I guess getting involved in, what's your role with the team? You said you're sporting director.
I'm the general manager.
That's just everything.
Yeah, I mean, it's like for the player personnel and the
sporting
scouting.
Director is the general manager there.
It is both, yeah. Okay. And that is a huge responsibility. It's the scouting and the signing of players, transfers, loans, and we built a great squad. And I work with the best coach we've had in the time I've been at Fulham. This is my 8th season as a sporting director, and working with Marco Silva, this is the best it's ever been, and he's the greatest coach I've worked with. He's awesome.
Tony Khan joining us here on Radio Row. I know we're kind of bouncing all over the place, but I wanted to circle back to the football part. The Chief Football Strategy Officer for the Jags. I know at one point analytics was in your title as well, I believe, with the team.
And that's still, I'm the head of analytics. That's a huge
so I'm very curious about that, because analytics gets more and more scrutiny with football as we move along, especially in the playoffs this year. I'm sure you watched that NFC title game with the Lions and Dan Campbell making all his decisions in that game. I guess, what are your thoughts right now on the reputation that analytics? It feels like for some people analytics is a buzzword, and for some people it's a 4-letter word.
Well, it's being used throughout the NFL. I mean, there's more application of analytics throughout the NFL over the past dozen years since I've been in the league than ever before, and I'm watching it grow year in, year out so much. It's awesome, and the power of data in decision making is real, and it's still a very human business. And NFL, as you know, Seth, is a great player. NFL football games are played out by human beings, and everything I do is based on situations that happen in real games, real information, and trying to apply that. And so, Doug Peterson's a great example of a coach who's very data-driven, but it's not just in game decision making, where I think we've seen people be more aggressive in 4th downs, and I don't agree with every situation. Not all 4th downs are the same situation. I mean, not down and distance situation, they're different, but Doug Peterson has been aggressive in a lot of these situations over the years in Jacksonville and before that in Philadelphia, and had a lot of success famously in big games, playoff games, and I believe in it. And also player personnel, where we've used it to make a lot of decisions, and I think right now the Jaguars roster is much better than it was a few years ago, and I think we've tried to use analytics in decision making, and I've been getting more buy-in to what I've been trying to do in recent years than I had been in past years.
Yeah, it seems like I've always put myself in the shoes of a coach, and honestly, if I were a coach, the last thing I would do is resist it with the play calling, because it gives you license to go with your gut, really. I think there are a lot of times where a coach would want to go for it on fourth, but fear the repercussions if he's wrong.
Backlash.
Where now it's like, all right, this is my gut, and this is what the analytics also say is the right thing to do.
Absolutely, man. I completely agree with that. And for me, I haven't seen anything like it, the explosion of analytics in the NFL, from where it was when I started, where when my father acquired the Jaguars in early 2012, I started an analytics department that the Jaguars didn't have and most teams didn't have, and we were one of the first teams to put that in. And I also invested in a business called True Media Networks out of Boston, and that business, I ended up acquiring it, and we've grown it to be the #1 sports analytics engineering company in the world. We provide the platforms for all data, scouting, video, major league, minor league for 25 out of the 30 Major League Baseball teams, and also work with the NFL, ESPN, The Athletic, tons of media partners. So it's really a great business, and again, in baseball, it's huge.
Yeah, no, The Athletic, they always have the best stats from True Media.
Yep.
I get so jealous. I see these stats, I'm like, I need to get that. I need to find these stats.
Yeah, these are great charts.
They are. No, they're
really good charts.
Yeah.
Tony Khan joining us here on Radio Row in Las Vegas. I want to make sure we circle back to the live event you've got coming up here in Nevada in a second, so we can make sure you promote that. I'm curious, the wrestling industry as a whole. We saw recently the deal that WWE made with Netflix, which was a huge money deal. As you outlined, a lot of your content right now is delivered in traditional cable television, pay-per-view, things like that. When a deal like that happens, as somebody who ostensibly would appear to be a competitor of the WWE, is that something where you look at that and you go, okay, well, the rising tides raises all boats?
Absolutely.
Kind of thing?
We're excited to get big media rights renewals happening in the pro wrestling business, and that's great to see for everybody. I think we're in a big contract year too, and AEW is going to be getting big media rights, and right now we have a great partnership on TBS and TNT that I want to continue for a long time. We've been on since 2019, so it's 5 years now. We're going on TBS and TNT, and it's been great, and I want to keep it going because there's a great tradition of wrestling on those channels, TNT and TBS, including that we brought back Saturday Night Wrestling. Yeah. Tomorrow we'll be here live right outside Las Vegas here for everybody in Las Vegas. Very easy show to get to, Henderson Dollar Loan Center. And for everyone watching at home, everyone in Houston, 7 p.m. Central Time. So if you're not coming to the Super Bowl and you're watching at home in Houston, I think it's a great thing with all of us out here in Las Vegas. This is the biggest live event in the history of the world, the Super Bowl this year in Las Vegas. I'm on the NFL Fan Engagement and Major Events Committee, and I can tell you from the inside, this is the biggest live event in terms of revenue in the history of the planet. This is a multi-billion-dollar event we're doing here.
And you've seen the get-in prices on the secondary ticket market too for this thing.
And the prices on the get-in price on the secondary ticket market, but also the league priced it very aggressively with good reason, and I think the revenue we're going to make on this as a league is unprecedented. This is our biggest event ever by far.
This is, so far also with everything in Vegas, I haven't heard nearly the amount of complaints you usually do about in any other city when it comes to logistics or anything like that.
Las Vegas is perfect for any live event. That's why we started AEW here too 5 years ago. That's where the first Double or Nothing was.
That's right.
As you know very well, Sean.
Good stuff. Tony Khan joining us here, owner, founder of AEW, right? Is that what we go by?
Absolutely. I think the founder, the president, the booker, all those things are true. And I love working in wrestling, and you're a great wrestling fan, so it's always great to come on with you. But I love talking football, and great to talk anytime with a former Jaguar like you, Seth, and great to see you both. Of course, if I can plug AEW every Wednesday night, 7 Central on TBS, AEW Dynamite on Wednesday nights, and on TNT every weekend. We do TNT Friday Night Rampage tonight, 9 o'clock Central. We have a great card. Orange Cassidy, who's walking around
He was milling around here.
He's around here with that international title. He'll be defending it on Saturday, and he's in a big match. Friday night, we have Mystico coming in from CMLL, the new Young Bucks, and a huge main event with Saraya and Ruby Soho versus Statlander and Willow. So much to look forward to tonight on TNT, plus a huge collision here in Las Vegas on Saturday on TNT, where every Saturday night we're on 7 Central also on TNT.
There you go. Tony Khan joining us here on Sports Radio 610. Tony, best of luck with all the AEW this weekend and with all your continued success moving forward.
Great to see you, man. Great to see you both.
All right, that was Tony Khan and joining us here on Radio Row. All right, up next, let's go back to the
awards ceremony last night, the NFL honors. We're going to get to the Super Bowl in the 9 o'clock hour and start to do our final previews on that before we hand things over to In the Loop. But up next, let's go before and after. The red carpet before they won their awards and the speeches afterwards. We'll do a little critique. Why not? We'll do that coming up next.
Nighttime radio is back. Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, top of the hour, we will be joined by our friend Dr. David Chao, former team physician for the Chargers, right, Seth?
Yeah,
Back
for
in
the
day?
Chargers, and I knew him just because he was a good friend of my brother, because he was their rugby team doctor, too.
That's right.
Yeah.
He thinks your brother's a bigger star than you are.
Yeah. Well, he's a better athlete than I am.
Yeah.
By far. He just chose the wrong sports growing up.
Yeah.
It's a matter of, that's where I learned about choosing the right. Choose the right employer, kids.
Yes.
It's a big part. Yeah, that's great. You're a talented butterfly. Yes, I get it. You're special. Choose the right environment.
I would say you're better at capitalism than your brother, but your brother turned out to do okay in the end.
Yeah, no, he's really good at it.
He turned out to be doing just fine. So we'll talk to Dr. Chao, top of the hour. Super Bowl injury angles. I want to get his thoughts on Aaron Rodgers as well. And we've got some Texans that we need to bounce off of him as well that finished the season on the injured list. We'll get an expert medical opinion on what the offseason could look like for some of them. Let's do a little before and after. It was a big night last night for C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson. C.J. Stroud bringing home almost unanimously the Offensive Rookie of the Year, 48 out of 50 first-place votes. Will Anderson, in a dogfight with Jalen Carter, takes home the Defensive Rookie of the Year award. So last night, a really good night for the Texans. Here was C.J. Stroud on the red carpet prior to last night's event with our Brandon Scott.
Away from a year ago to now, obviously a successful season. What does this moment right now mean for you, being able to be up for this award and be here with your teammates as well in the organization?
Yeah, it's special. That's probably the biggest thing, is being here with my teammates and my coach, my family here, a lot of special things happen this year with a lot of my teammates. I'm not just up here for myself. A lot of people put a lot of work in to help me out. So it's an honor to be up for this award.
We talked a lot about this before, our media availabilities, but your personal growth. I mean, it's funny, you talk in other interviews about having not changed, but also there's got to be a progression and a growth from where you were at the draft time to where you are now. How would you describe that as a man?
It's a lot of different things, a lot of things personally, and as a football player, as a man, a lot of things that I've learned throughout the years. So it's been an honor just to be able to just breathe life. I think something for me, I just been trying to be more grateful just on week label as little things, but just walking, being able to talk, being able to breathe, just being able to live life.
Okay, so big thing at the beginning that we need to remember here is we're about to listen to C.J. Stroud's acceptance speech. Mm-hmm. He did touch on his teammates at least 2 or 3 times right there.
Yeah.
And how important they are to him, his teammates on the Houston Texans.
Right?
At least twice, yeah.
And just couldn't have done it without them, all that stuff.
That's right, that's right. Because here was C.J. Stroud last night after he won the award. This is a pretty good acceptance speech right here by C.J. Stroud.
First and foremost, I just want to give all glory and praise to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I want to thank the Texans organization, all the way to McNair's, Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans. Y'all entrusted in me by drafting me number 2, and I appreciate that, and never go misunderstood. I appreciate y'all. Secondly, I want to thank my family, my mother, my father, my brother, my sister. Y'all have been my rock since I've been a kid, and I love y'all so much. I want to thank Ohio State, Coach Day, Todd Fitch, and a ton of just Buckeyes out here that have gave me nothing but support and show a young kid some love all the way 2,000 miles away from home. And I want to thank back home, Southern California, all the way from the IE to LA. I'm a true Cali kid, and everything that y'all taught me took a village to raise me, and I appreciate that. This honor means a lot, and to whatever kid that's out here watching, you can do anything you put your mind to, man. I'm a living testimony to perseverance and just trusting your goals and your dreams, and I just thank God for this. Thank y'all.
All right, so really good speech by C.J. Stroud. He's just up there speaking organically, off the cuff. He's, probably had some things, bullet points in his head, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure we played the red carpet before that, though, because conspicuous by their absence in his speech, he didn't mention his teammates, but he did mention them on the red carpet.
Oh, yeah.
There were people that noticed that last night.
Oh, really?
He
didn't know. Well, maybe on the red carpet he was feeling that way, and then maybe he had texted Tank, and then Tank didn't text him back or something. So on the way up,
he left everybody out.
He's abandoned me in my time of greatest need.
And guess who's getting left out? Everybody.
Every teammate.
Everybody.
If I can't rely on Tank,
if you're offended, talk to Tank.
Seemed very appreciative of Southern California, not so much City of Houston.
I thought
it takes a village.
He did.
Takes a village. The village of Southern California Right. The
From IE to LA.
Village of SoCal. There's the one thing I think of is unity. Like Hollywood, always so supportive of each other there.
Yeah. That's quite the supportive village.
Yeah, the Bloods and Crips, like everything, like just support everywhere.
Yes.
Southern California, fissures in the earth leading to earthquakes. Like, there's a unity there.
Support.
There's nothing but splits in Southern California.
I give
that comeback. The Harris County is all you need. CJ.
Yeah. So CJ, I would say a solid job. Solid B plus A minus.
Other
on
than
the
this
speech.
fixation with Southern California.
Right. No, there's things that drag the grade down for sure. But good job, CJ. All right, now Will Anderson. Here was Will Anderson on the red carpet with Brandon Scott before the event last night.
It means to you, not just you and your teammates, but the whole organization.
Man, it means the absolute world, man. It's just a blessing, and this is what we do it for, man. The guys in the locker room have been not supportive of me and CJ, man. The ownership, everybody in the whole building, man, it just transformed everything, man. So appreciative of those guys, nutritionists, strength staff, training room, upstairs, media, all of those people. And for the fans, we thank y'all, we love y'all. Keep supporting us, and we got y'all.
Where does it go from here?
Man, it's just up. We set the foundation. We got everything set. Now we just got to keep building the blocks and keep chopping wood.
All right, keep chopping wood.
That's good. That's a good football cliche.
Chopping wood is big.
The old advice from Bull Durham: know your cliches.
Yes.
Like this is a team. I'll tell you what. This team knows their cliches.
They do.
Damn well.
Yes.
They've been ingrained into their.
Working my tail off. That's a big one for CJ. He does a lot of working my tail.
Hair
off.
on fire.
Hair on fire.
They like guys with their hair on fire.
They do. Here is Will Anderson last night. Here is his acceptance speech after taking home the Defensive Rookie of the Year award.
First, I just got to give all glory to God, man. Without him, none of this is possible, man. He deserves all the honor and praise. Second, I just got to give a shout out to my beautiful family, my mom, my dad, my 5 sisters, my grandparents, auntie, cousins. Thank y'all so much for caring for me, loving me, supporting me through the ups and downs, the good and bad, all of it. To the Texans organization, the McNairs, Nick, D'Amico. Words can't even explain y'all drafting me, coming up to get me, man. It mean the absolute world to me, man. Thank y'all so much for believing in me, trusting in me, to be a part of this organization. I'm forever grateful. And to my teammates, man, thank y'all for the belief, the confidence y'all gave me, man, everything. I appreciate y'all boys. In the D-line room, I can't forget about y'all boys. Rank, Jerry, JG, Malik, all y'all boys, thank y'all for pushing me, helping me become a better, defensive lineman and a better person. Coach Rod, Dylan, thank y'all for helping me bring me closer to God, helping me show that his faith and his mercy and his grace is undeniable, man. So thank you, and I appreciate y'all. Y'all have a good night.
All right, there you go. Will Anderson, who always hits it out of the park right there. Very more team-specific, Will Anderson.
He left out like 2/3 of the D-line meeting room.
He
I know. Like, what are those? What's it going to be like with Dylan Horton?
Kirk Heinisch is sitting at home throwing his beer against the TV.
Heinisch had his Will Anderson jersey on, like number one foam finger and everything. Yeah,
He did it. Now here it comes. He's going to say my name. And
now Will hit God at the front and the rear, like in the beginning and the end.
God was a big winner last night.
Yeah,
he was mentioned at the forefront of nearly every acceptance speech.
Everybody take note. We did not cut that out.
No,
like
not like some networks out there. We left
the godliest morning show.
We left in
all of America.
God-fearing, God-loving morning show. Payne and Pendergast.
That Dylan Thompson's been getting a lot of play by Will and CJ. Dylan Thompson, the player programs guy.
Yeah,
who's a Jack Easterby hire. You got to credit where credit is due. They do really seem to like Dylan Thompson.
Everybody does. No, maybe Jack getting out of the building might have been one of the best things that happened to Dylan Thompson. You know what I mean? Otherwise, there's ties.
Dylan Thompson was so great. How come he couldn't fix Jack Easterby?
He didn't have time.
That's what I asked.
He was unfixable by the time he got there.
I have to do my little Pat McAfee disclaimer here. Listen, everybody, if you're, Sean and I were clearly having fun with the criticisms of the speeches. They were all
they were awesome.
Great speeches.
We're just joking around,
except for the whole SoCal part. Southern California can fall off into the ocean.
Ohio State too. Okay,
Ohio State too?
Ohio State also. I didn't need the Ryan Day.
No. And I like Ohio State because the Buckeyes have come to like me.
Okay.
Yeah, because they saw me. I've earned because at the beginning I was skeptical of CJ Stroud in the offseason, and then I started learning more about him. I would kind of acknowledge it, and they'd come at me and they'd see like, oh, you've seen the light.
Okay,
people always like you more if they dislike you at the beginning. And
for sure, that's a big wrestling thing. The best good guys are the ones who are bad guys. You know?
job.
It's a big thing. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday, heading into the 9 o'clock hour, and we're going to be joined up next by Dr. David Chao. We mentioned this earlier, longtime doctor in the sports world, and we're going to get his thoughts on a pretty sparse injury report for the Super Bowl, actually.
But he can make vast promises about the Texans and how awesome their recoveries are going to be from various injuries.
For sure. We'll rapid-fire some Texans injuries with Dr. David Chao, get some of his
Then
thoughts.
we're going to play Operation with him.
Oh, the Wacky Doctors
Yeah.
game, yes. We'll do that coming up next, live from Radio Row. Stay there.
Radio Row will be filled.
Access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station.
Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, heading into the 9 o'clock hour. And I would say one of the most important angles with any football game, football season, fantasy football, certainly wagering, as we come to you live from Las Vegas, brought to you by Yingling Flight here on Radio Row. Super Bowl coming up on Sunday. We thank Yingling Flight. We thank the Low T Center for bringing us out here as well. Now, one of the foremost authorities on injuries in the NFL. He's been a team doctor across multiple sports for a number of years and now has a website, sicscore.com, which kind of helps really clarify and provide analysis on all the injury angles when it comes to the NFL. Dr. David Chao joining us here on Radio Row. Dr. Chao, how are we doing?
I'm doing great. Before we get started, are we going on the air recording or anything?
No,
or
we're live.
We're good.
We're live.
We're live.
Yeah.
There's no issues with the record button.
Oh,
this
that's
time?
all right. Yeah.
That was a zing and set.
I did an interview a long time ago during COVID.
Good job, Dr. Chao.
With Dr. Chao for my podcast, and got done with him. Had a really nice 1 hour long interview. It was I don't know because I didn't hit record. Yeah. And I never told Dr. Chao until a couple days ago.
He told me. I'm really glad you told me a couple days ago because for years now, I just thought
it stunk.
I just thought you had no ribs.
I had no pop at all.
You know, as the cool kids say, as my kids teach me, like I got no reverberation. Like I thought, Seth, you were big time, man.
Yeah.
I got nothing out of that podcast. Zero. Yeah. Not a single Twitter mention.
I think you had actually followed up a few days later and were like, did you get any feedback? And I just didn't. I ghosted you. I didn't. Just let it go.
You didn't lie. You just didn't answer. Okay.
Which is something we were talking about with you off air.
Yeah. Which
was about how most coaches really don't like to lie.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize this about you because you do a really good job. You've got like a 95+% success rate at diagnosing injuries just on game day, looking at the injuries when you actually put that out there. But that you also, one of the things you do with your analysis is you decipher what coaches are saying or actually saying when they get up to the podium and kind of try to talk around injuries.
No question. It's like a little lie detector. When you know the medical facts and those certain words that they use, you try and decode things. Look, certain coaches stay optimistic. Certain coaches talk around it. Well, I'm really hopeful that they're going to play this week. But even talking through injury reports, we talked earlier about one head coach that I know personally, and I won't throw him under the bus with this. He'll get up on the podium and say, yeah, I don't know about the injury. And I talked to him offline, and I said, Coach, I know what you do. He's like, what? You make a point after a game not to talk to the doctor or head athletic trainer until after your press conference.
Yeah, so
and he goes, bingo. So I'm not lying.
Yeah, he's not lying.
I'm being very truthful. But even little things like, think about this. For the Super Bowl, Jerick McKinnon has been activated to the practice window to come off IR because of the core muscle injury.
Yeah.
I've been saying, look, I don't think he's going to play. It's still early. The type of player he is, I don't think he's going to make it. But people are like, but then why would they activate him to the practice window? Now, this isn't coach speak, but why? Because this is the last game of the season. Why not? And if you don't activate him to the practice window, he's got to practice on the side on a separate field.
Yeah.
So at least now he can get worked in, and you can actually see in real time what he can do. There's no
harm. Get a much
harm.
better feel. Yeah, it's not like you're using up your total number of, all that. Yeah, okay. So what's with D'Amico, it was interesting watching D'Amico this year because I think D'Amico, like you said, most coaches really don't want to lie, and I think D'Amico falls into that category. There were a couple times this year where I felt like he I can't even remember what they were, but he had no choice but to go into coach speak, which isn't lying necessarily, but it's doing what you have to say to get by. Like, have you gotten a beat on D'Amico at all yet?
Not as much, just first year. And look, I don't call it lying. I call it doing your job.
Yeah.
I mean, you're protecting the information. Pretty much every coach does it. And look, injury reports do it too. Like, people always think Coach Belichick lies. He doesn't lie.
Yeah.
He just doesn't tell you anything. He just goes to look at the injury report, and you've got 17 guys on there listed as questionable, and it's sort of like hide the bacon. Which one is really not going to play? But, the legality of questionable is that there's a small chance they might not play.
Yeah.
And either legitimate to say questionable because there's no probable category. So they're not breaking the rules and they're not lying. It is a game of hide the bacon. And different coaches have different styles and different comfort levels. So we try and take all publicly available source information. We try and deal in insider knowledge from, quote, my time in the league, being in the room when it happened, so to speak, with Hamilton. Insider knowledge as opposed to insider information. I'm not trying to violate HIPAA and anything like that.
What about this? What about the facial expression of the doctor or athletic trainer who's doing the examination on the field? Like when they're doing that ACL test, because I feel like I've torn my ACL a couple times. I feel like I know that look on a trainer's face where they can't tell you right in that moment, but you can see it in their eyes.
One time there was a doc, and we're on radio here, so you don't see it, but he did an exam and he went, that's a pretty good tell. But let me tell you something. When I was in the NFL, and I'm an old guy now, I wanted a tent on the sideline. Because sometimes we'd be examining guys in the end. We'd line up, a couple of inactive players to like block the camera or block the sideline report. I'm like, and then and this too. Like, don't stand near the base of the Gatorade station, right? But can we give guys some privacy when they need to go number one, right? I mean, or a groin wrap. But now I hate the blue tent. Because you go in the blue tent and I can't see anything.
For what you do now,
So be careful of what you ask for. When I have a time in the league, I wanted blue tent. Now I don't like the blue tent, and it's here.
Yeah. I wonder how often they use the blue tent now to do their number one. Now they've got that available.
That's that's the standard.
Is that
now.
it? Where it happens
see guys
now?
disappearing into
He
it.
sure has been in there for a while.
I mean, it used to be hold up a couple towels back and someone on one knee.
Well, they caught that kicker the one time.
Nick Novak, Chargers.
And there were actually people that were like at least fake outraged by it. Well, guys do this like 20 times a game, easily.
They did him dirty by showing him on TV.
Right.
I mean, that happens all the time.
All the time.
You got to know that.
Yeah.
But I got a better one for you, and you got probably. I won't say his name. I don't have permission, but he does have Texans roots. He doesn't use in front of the Gatorade. He just. Because you're sweating and whatever in your pants.
Is it Travis Johnson?
Yeah, he knows Travis.
Travis
he
brags
won't
about
stop
it.
telling that story.
Yeah, he brags about it. Yeah, you can feel free to put it.
Okay, I didn't know he's bragging about it, but I'm like,
going to be. Someday at like a family reunion, the grandkids will be like, "There's Grandpa Travis telling the story about peeing on his leg again."
Well, as long as it's telling the story, as opposed to there's Grandpa Travis peeing on his pants at the picnic.
Well, that'll come at some point.
That's
for
right.
Travis.
Yeah, that's what he'll be bragging about. He'll have his depends on.
Just like this.
Trap, I love you. If you're listening, I love you, Trap. Where are you?
We all love Trap. He's a Houston institution. Dr. David Chao joining us here on Radio Row. This is a pretty clean Super Bowl injury-wise right now, it feels like. Would you agree with that?
Yes and no.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why. First of all Super Bowls are relatively clean. Why? Because if you're injured, you don't get here.
Yeah.
For example, in the wild card round for Sports Injury Central, we use in our algorithm and injuries and so forth, there were clearly 3 outliers that weren't going to win or cover. The Miami Dolphins, Philadelphia Eagles, and against Houston, the Cleveland Browns. Well, they all lost in the first round in the wild card round, so you can't pick against them again. They're out.
Yeah.
And so the next round we picked against Buffalo because of some new linebacker injuries. So every year as you get to the Super Bowl, you kind of got to get healthier unless it's a last-minute injury that you prevail through.
Self-fulfilling prophecy, right?
Yes, but there are some things, Joe Thuney, obviously some D-line depth, McKinnon we covered, and CMC should be fine. So there are some issues to talk about. But, in general, this is not like one of those lopsided injury games, and it never is.
Yeah. I guess the one guy I was curious about was Willie Gay, just because he didn't play in the last round with that neck injury.
Well, Willie Gay, I'm not worried about at all right now.
Linebacker for the Chiefs. For
yeah,
the
and it was a big deal to me that he didn't play against the Ravens in terms of his spy duties for Lamar.
Which was another reason it was weird that the Ravens didn't run Lamar at all.
Yeah, and I thought that was going to be big. But, I always speak about the magical healing powers of the extra week before the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Everyone wants to play through. He's going to play through. His neck will be fine. And on the other side, the 49ers, Dre Greenlaw's neck, I think, from his stinger will be fine.
Greenlaw was one. When Greenlaw went out in that game, I knew it was a stinger because I've had a bunch of stingers. Is that you could tell he was in a lot of pain, but he was laughing at the same time. Where you get that pain every time you get a stinger, it hurts just as much as the first time, but that it's the most extreme agony that is going to pass. And he had that look about him.
Yeah,
is that that's one where the facial expression probably helps? Huh?
Well, we always say judge the injury rather than the reaction to the injury because sometimes you'll see a player slam his helmet and you'll think, oh my gosh, but no. They're just upset that something happened. Or they're limping. Well, did they pull up limping on their hamstring because they caught it right at the moment before a bad tear? Or did they rip it to shreds and they're limping, right? And the emotions and this, that. So, look, we've seen players get carted off and return to the same game. So you can't really judge by that per se.
We know that, too, because we watched James Harden for years go completely motionless for 3 minutes at a time. Well, I remember the first time.
Come back and drop 40.
Yeah, the first time he was very dramatic in that regard.
Yeah. Dr. David Chao joining us here on Radio Row. I'm curious, as Aaron Rodgers was going through his saga during the year of rehabbing that torn Achilles that he tore 4 plays into the season, and then the intimations down the stretch that he might come back at some point. Did you ever think he was going to come back this season?
I actually did say it the day of. So in game, we're like, that's an Achilles tear. And right after the game, when Coach Saleh basically confirmed it, look, you don't need an MRI to know it's an Achilles tear.
Okay.
So it's another coach speak. We're waiting for the MRI. Look, there was never a time when there wasn't an ACL tear in Achilles that wasn't diagnosed before we were off the field, much less after an MRI.
Yeah.
But that's just coach speak and team speak. We're waiting for the MRI. But once he said that, I actually tweeted out, very unfortunate injury for week 1, but the upside here is it's not impossible if things break Aaron Rodgers' way with the injury, the surgery, the recovery, and the Jets make the playoffs, that he could return. Now, I wasn't saying December or late December. I was saying early January, not that far off. And part of the reason is, and this is where I think what I do from being in the league, not all injuries are the same on everybody. When you're a quarterback, if he's a DB, he's done. If you're a D lineman, you're done, okay? Edge rusher, you're done. But because it's on a quarterback and it's on his front leg and he has a strong arm, I thought it would be possible. If you remember, the next day the big question was, and even in a McAfee, the set's right there, they're getting ready. The number one question they had for me is Aaron Rodgers done? Because he'll be 40 by the time he returns. I'm like, Achilles recovery is reliable, and even if Aaron Rodgers is a quarter step slow when he comes back at the age of 40, he's still faster than Tom Brady at 45.
Yeah.
I mean,
for sure.
I didn't see it as an issue for next year, and I said early on, look, it's not because of the speed bridge surgery. That surgical procedure and technique is 15-plus years old.
Yeah.
It's because of the rehab that he did with some of the blood flow optimization training and other things, and also because of the position he plays, and because an 85% Aaron Rodgers is pretty good, and, once again, front foot and the whole thing. But it was a moot point because the Jets weren't going anywhere.
That's right.
So what you do at Sports Injury Central, SICScore.com, we were talking about this beforehand. I didn't realize that 70% of gambling is in-game now.
Well, in Europe, 70 to 80% is in-game.
Okay.
FanDuel tells us in New Jersey when there's mobile app gaming, it's 50%.
Okay.
Look, if you're in a sports...
Pretty high still.
Look, in California, it's not legal, so I don't gamble at all. But if you're sitting in a sports book on Super Bowl Sunday or any NFL Sunday, and you want to get in a halftime wager, you got to get in line at the 2-minute warning to get to the front, even if you're in the sports book. Yeah. So mobile app is ultimately how it's going to unlock all the in-game stuff.
So for you do, especially like when you're able to diagnose or give your your thought about what the injury might be. That's the real value you're finding with, one of the big values you're finding with your clients.
Downstream, it's going to be in-game injury stuff, and everyone will start to try and get into it. When I started doing this, the big boys like Schefter and Rapsheet never talked about an injury in-game, but now sometimes they do when it's like an Aaron Rodgers and other things, because everyone, it's like right now, the society and thing. But right now, one of our biggest things is everyone knows if the quarterback is out and the line adjusts. But do you really know that 2 offensive linemen are out and 2 others have flipped positions because of the whole? Now you're a hot mess. The cluster injuries or the unseen injuries.
That's right. I'm so naive too. Like just every now and then, randomly. I don't usually live tweet that much during games. But if I'm at the game and I see the left guard go in the tent, I just put left guard's in the tent, and it took somebody had to explain to me why that got a lot of traction. 200 retweets.
Yeah,
the gambling.
A lot of engagement. Yeah, a lot of engagement. Hey, before we let you go, Dr. Chao, we've got to make sure we mix in at least one Texans injury here. I would say of all the Texans injuries where they were season-ending, the one that was most impactful and the players the most popular was rookie wide receiver Tank Dell, who broke his leg at the bottom of a pile against the Denver Broncos. Now, since then, he's been seen out in public walking around. He's not on crutches or anything like that. But we know speed's a big part of his game. Any concern level? Is that an injury that has a pretty high level of him getting back to where he was just fine?
It has really good recovery. The only issue and worry there is he makes his living off of his quickness. And so if he doesn't have all of that burst in quickness, that's a concern. He's not making big body catches in place. But the recovery is very reliable. That injury in some ways is similar to what happened to, let's say, Dak Prescott. Everyone talked about that. But the recovery is not just the bone; it's the soft tissue around it and the ligaments. So he's walking around; it's a good sign. I expect him to be ready to go for next season. You got to understand, in this league, it's like a tiny difference from being a Pro Bowler to a guy, and a tiny difference from being a guy and being out of the league. Now, so I hope and I'm expecting Tank Dell, given his age and everything, he's going to be fine. But my only worry is because of his speed and quickness, just want to be sure that all comes back is all.
Dr. David Chao, you can get him on Twitter at ProFootballDoc on Twitter, and SICScore.com. Dr. Chao, always great to see you. Appreciate you spending some time with us.
Thank you, guys.
All right, good stuff. All right, Dr. David Chao joining us here on Radio Row. That was good. Good information. Check out the website. It's pretty cool, SICScore.com, especially in advance of the game on Sunday. All right, coming up next, let's circle back to the Texans. We're going to get to this game in the final segment. Final thoughts on the game, where we think this thing goes on Sunday, who we're rooting for in the game, maybe specific folks. But up next, I took my hyperbolic statement earlier and put it to the people. Was last night the greatest night in the history of the Houston Texans? What are the people saying? That is next.
The greatest home builder in the history of home builders, Kirk Holmes. It's obvious. There's no disputing. If somebody
SportsCenter.com.
Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Yingling Flight bringing us here all week long. We have really enjoyed being out here on Radio Row in Vegas, thanks to Yingling Flight. And you can watch us on the stream on YouTube and Twitch all day long. Seth and I are done in a couple segments here, but the fellas will be here all day long. In the loop, the guys are in the building. At least I think. I see Lopez.
I see Lopez there.
Yeah, hopefully Landry's got his Uber situation squared away today. Maybe he called his Uber like 2 hours before the show this time around, that kind of thing.
I remember the scariest moment I ever had, Sean, was I showed up at the studio one day, and back then Job Tennant was our producer, and Job came in looking very concerned. I was like, Job, do you have like prostate cancer or something? He's like, you guys are in the Woodlands today.
Is this you and Mike?
That's far away from where I am right now. And that was back when I rode my bike to work. So I was like, I did the quick math in my head and knew that I couldn't make it to the Woodlands on my bicycle in time.
You Ubered?
But I Ubered up, and it was tight. I ended up having it, I had like the Uber drop me off like the closest spot that looked like it was close to the clubhouse, but everything was roped off and everything. And I sprinted, but I made it on time. I made it to the show.
So
on
this
time.
was at a golf course, it sounds like.
Yeah,
right?
It was for the seniors to the Champions Tour. Yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah. Oh wow. But you made it.
I made it.
Okay.
I made it. Yeah.
Good job. Good job by you. So Yingling Flight, got to make sure to mention the folks at the Low T Center as well. We really thank them for helping send us here, and our friends at Bull Shirts for providing our gear that you see us on the YouTube and Twitch wearing. The big game will be on our station this Sunday. We'll dig into the Super Bowl in the final segment of the show, but solostove.com helping bring you the big game here on Sports Radio 610. So Andre Johnson goes into the Hall of Fame last night. C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson win Offensive and Defensive Rookie of the Year. Probably one of the things that maybe we've underplayed today based on my kind of monitoring the reaction. I watched the honors last night, Seth, till 8 o'clock, and then I kind of spent the next hour just seeing how people were reacting to it. There were a lot of people that were angry that DeMeco Ryans did not get the Coach of the Year award as well. Probably, I would say, made even more angry once they learned that he actually tied for it, but lost it on a tiebreaker of first-place votes. For those who haven't seen, DeMeco Ryans and Kevin Stefanski had the exact same point total in the Coach of the Year voting. You vote for first, second, and third place, 50 media members, and they tied with 165 points, but Kevin Stefanski had one more first-place vote than DeMeco Ryans.
I'm going to be honest with you. That I was really surprised, pleasantly surprised, that it was as close as it was.
Same.
Just because, in general, it seems like usually the Coach of the Year award is got a multi-year flavor to it. Like a guy, it's not usually like newcomer of the year. It's even if it's a guy who's in his first year as a coach, it's a guy who's been around a while, like a Bruce Arians or something like that. So that's where I was skeptical that DeMeco was going to get as much love as he did. Not that it would have been undeserved at all, but Kevin Stefanski, because of those obstacles that he faced, and it's because he's been up there a few years and things were so far away from where he went. So it's that much more impressive that DeMeco is as close as he was.
He's actually a two-time winner now, Stefanski, of Coach of the Year. He won it in 2020.
Right, he did, didn't he?
Yeah.
When he was a newcomer.
Yeah. So I think
that blows my mind. Okay, I'm both wrong in my take. My take sucks, and Kevin Stefanski sucks.
I think your theory
Sean,
holds water.
Buy into my negativity here.
I don't think it's a bad theory.
Yeah.
I just think it just so happens one of the outliers happened to win the award this year. I think it was as simple as it came down to that game in Week 16.
Yeah.
I think by that point it had been narrowed down to Shane Steichen, Kevin Stefanski, and DeMeco Ryans, and DeMeco basically had a round robin in the last 3 weeks of the season against those two guys.
So, and Kevin Stefanski somehow managed to beat a team led by two backup quarterbacks.
Yeah.
All right, then just fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've completely flipped on this. I'm irate now. I'm furious.
You're right there with the internet.
I forgot that he'd won one already.
Yeah,
what the hell is that?
Yeah, he's won two Coach of the Year awards, and he's won one playoff game. How crazy is
Kevin
that?
Stefanski has more Coach of the Year awards, as many as Bill Belichick.
Right. Yeah,
or does Belichick have 3?
I don't
think
know.
Belichick's only got 2.
Still, it's just weird.
Oh, Belichick's got 3.
Okay.
All right. Well, at least that makes some sense.
He's one away from catching Belichick.
He's one away from. You could do the old Pat Mahomes.
Yeah.
he is closer to catching Belichick and Coach of the Year awards than Mahomes is to catching Brady in Super Bowl victories.
Not even close. Yeah.
Kevin Stefanski, what a guy.
Yeah. So my hyperbole early in the show, I fully believe, is that last night was the greatest night in the history of the Houston Texans because it's a combination of Andre Johnson going into the Hall of Fame, which, let's be honest, this is the closest thing the Texans have to a Super Bowl right now, is Andre Johnson going into the Hall of Fame as the first Texan to go in. The one thing that is unifying everybody, and everybody's going to go to one place to go celebrate, is Andre Johnson going to the Hall of Fame. Add that to Draft Night 2023 turning into Offensive and Defensive Rookie of the Year 2024. I asked the people, was last night the greatest night in the history of the Houston Texans? 500 votes in, 80.1%.
Yeah.
Bless and anoint my take and say, yes, Sean, it is the greatest night in the history of the Houston Texans.
You know what it is, Sean? I've been thinking about this for a few hours, and I don't disagree, and I guess that's part of it, is that I feel that it feels that it's almost something like I don't want to celebrate that part of it. Like, can we just enjoy it for what it is and it is fun? But saying this is the greatest night or the greatest day is like a punctuation point on the fact that they haven't actually really accomplished anything yet as a franchise.
Yeah,
that's why I don't feel like that aspect of it is what needs to be celebrated.
Yeah,
just like celebrating and feeling like, oh, this is awesome. This is way different than where we were.
Oh, you're saying why do you have to draw a comparison to it, Sean?
Why does it have to be like power ranked when it's so clearly below what so many other franchises have accomplished, which would be a Super Bowl victory?
Because that's what I do. I power rank things.
It feels like
that's the simple answer.
Yeah, I don't know. It feels like, you know what? It feels like you're walking into a party and you're like, as a 38-year-old, be like, got to second base last night. What do you guys think of that?
I'm the hottest 38-year-old at this college party.
Greatest night ever.
Yeah. The 40-year-old version. It was a great night. Now, I'm glad Andre got into the Hall of Fame this time around for a couple of reasons. One, I'll be honest with you, all you Colts fans and you Rams fans that are all up in arms about Reggie Wayne and Torrey Holt not getting in, Andre Johnson's better than those two guys.
Yeah.
I'm glad he slid right past them on the HOV lane and got into the Hall of Fame. The other thing, in looking at who's eligible next year for the Hall of Fame for the first time, I don't know if I was going to be able to deal with an Andre Johnson, Eli Manning comp going in. And Eli's eligible for the first time next year, and there's a lot of people that think Eli Manning is a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Some even think he's a first ballot Hall of Famer because he's a two-time Super Bowl MVP.
And does Joe Thomas become eligible next year?
Joe's in.
He's in already?
Yeah,
when
Joe's
did he go last year?
He went in last year.
Who's eligible next year?
Here are the first-timers that are eligible next year.
Okay.
Eli Manning, who I shouldn't get in. Luke Kuechly, who should be able to just crab walk in if he wants to. Adam Vinatieri.
Oh, that's a tough one.
What do we do with Adam Vinatieri?
Wait his turn.
Yeah, I think so.
It's like if it's the right time next year, then so be it. If not, then
Terrell Suggs.
T-Sizzle. Oh, yeah, I guess. I don't know if he'll go in for
I think he's an eventual.
Yeah, he'll definitely make it at some point.
Marshall Yanda is an interesting one. The guard, longtime guard for the Ravens. He is a Pro Bowler and an All-Pro, if I remember correctly, Seth. Way more than people would remember, because it's as positions go, it's not the sexiest position out there. He played guard for a number of years on some.
He was like the big one is okay. Can you count up all pros? Because guys that have multiple all pros are, and he's several years in a row all pro.
He was two-time first team, 5-time second team all pro throughout practically the entire decade of 2011 through 2019. 8-time Pro Bowler, all decade team. That's a big one.
Yeah.
And he was on a Super Bowl champion Ravens team.
Suggs is an interesting one because he was all pro once, but like obviously a boatload of sacks, and also just on. I think part of his is that he was just consistently on really good defenses, and like looked as obviously like one of the key cogs on those. Over a decade of top defenses.
Yeah.
And then you added wherever he is on the career sack record. But I don't think he's necessarily a slam dunk first ballot, but will make it in over the course of
he feels a little like Freeney, who just got in this time. You know, like a bunch of sacks, good pass rusher on a really good era of football for his organization.
They're good pass rushing defenses, whereas the Ravens are more solid through like a more actual formidable defense.
Earl Thomas.
Yeah.
Where are you on Earl Thomas? Do you want his resume here for a second?
Like number of All-Pros?
3-time first team, 2-time second team All-Pro. So basically 5-time All-Pro.
On an incredible defense, stretch of defenses in the Legion
All-decade
of Boom.
team,
Yeah.
7-time Pro Bowler. Yes, Legion of Boom.
Yeah.
When you get things like the Steel Curtain and the Purple People
Gotta
Eaters.
get a nice nickname behind it there.
Yeah, he's got that going for him.
So he'll make it. So I'm glad that Andre got in for his. It's going to be tougher for Reggie Wayne next year, I think, than it is this year. You got in a special teamer this year.
Yeah. And the number of receivers putting up big numbers is like, it's almost like Andre got it. It's like when you show up at a restaurant and like you're there. It's a restaurant that normally has a really long wait, but you get there and you're like, oh, cool, I can sit right down. And you sit down and 15 minutes later you look and there's a line out the door. It's like, man, good thing I got in here when I did. When you think about all the wide receivers are going to start popping up that put up these intergalactic
these stats since they changed the rules.
Yeah, because a lot of Andre's resume is built on he's 11th all-time at this, he's 9th all-time at that.
Mm-hmm.
Those numbers are going to start. People are going to start. Reggie Wayne and Torrey Holt are going to start to get surpassed by a lot of guys pretty soon. So I'm glad Andre got in when he did. We're happy about that. And happy for C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson, too. The future, very, very bright with the Houston Texans. All right, up next, let's we've not dug into this game on a Football Friday yet. We've dug into it all week long, but let's get on the record here with what we think happens on Sunday. Are there anybody across these two teams that we will actually be happy for, openly happy for on Monday if their teams win the game? Seth and I will dissect coming up next.
If you have been injured in an auto accident and it wasn't your fault, if you got in an accident with a big rig, oh my goodness, call McCarran Law. Because, look, you deserve compensation. You've got pain. You've got suffering.
Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, I'll cut right to the chase. I'm on the 49ers in the Super Bowl on Sunday, a game you can hear on Sports Radio 610, 5:40 kickoff local time in Houston. I'm going to dip right back into the well, Seth. I picked against the Chiefs in Buffalo. I picked against the Chiefs in Baltimore. I'm due at some point here. I am due at some point picking against the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, I'm picking the Chiefs.
Are you?
Yes,
okay.
I am. The
Talk
Chiefs,
me into the Chiefs now.
Okay, for one, the Chiefs' defense has been slept on. I was one of them. I was sleeping on the Chiefs' defense for far too long. I think that Steve Spagnuolo, like I've always wondered, with Steve Spagnuolo, there's always a little bit of a fear in me that at some point the bubble's going to burst. Like, okay, you can't fly that close to the sun with these blitzes and what have you without being torn apart at some point. But you know what? This year they've got the talent on the back end to do it and get away with it. And I think they're gonna be able to get pressure on Brock Purdy, and they're gonna be a headache for Brock Purdy. The other side of it is that the 49ers run defense, by now it's not really a secret. I'll credit Robert Hensley towards the end of the season. I was talking to him about it. Like the 49ers run defense not being as good as the statistics would show.
Yeah.
Because basically the 49ers have had these game flows where other teams have been having to be in passing mode more so than run the ball mode. I don't know about that 49ers defensive line versus the Kansas City Chiefs and really Isaiah Pacheco is in that rushing offense and the way they've looked as of late. So that's why I'm going with the Chiefs.
Yeah, the most interesting matchups to me are the two tight ends going against the linebackers of these two teams.
Yeah.
Because they're pretty good coverage. You know, the linebackers from these teams are pretty good in coverage. And I think of all the offensive players across both sides, minus the quarterbacks, the tight ends are the two biggest topics.
I guess, and that's the part for me where, yes, Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw are awesome, but like they're asking Fred Warner to do the job of the defensive tackles in front of him while also being awesome in coverage. And then the big thing especially is that like the 49ers have been pretty basic and playing a lot of zone. They have not disguised their coverages a lot. I don't think they do it as much or as effectively as D'Amico did with the 49ers. And if you show Pat Mahomes what you're doing and what you're doing is zone, that's a dicey place to be. And it's just I just don't feel rock solid about this 49ers defense versus Pat Mahomes and the way the Kansas City's been playing as of late. Because the combo of, like you said, all right, great, cover those tight ends from the Kansas City tight ends. Isaiah Pacheco is going to run through 3 tackles and get 15 yards on you. You know, as you're busy playing coverage.
Isn't it crazy? Like 2 7th-round second-year guys are two of the key guys in the matchups. But Brock Purdy, obviously, is the quarterback on the Niners, but Isaiah Pacheco is a 7th-round, second-year guy, too. It's pretty wild. You're picking the Chiefs. Are you rooting for the Chiefs?
No, God, no. Okay. I really, really want to. I'm picking I'm making a financial decision in betting on the Chiefs. But I would love for I want the 49ers.
You want
to
the
win.
49ers?
I really, really want the 49ers to win.
Yeah,
I'm very comfortable, Sean. I've been in this business long enough that I can actually actively hope that I'm wrong about things.
Sure,
I don't have any ego tied up in it. That's just the way I see it playing out. That's my rational decision is that I think the Chiefs have a better chance of winning. But I really, really hope I'm wrong on that.
Yeah. The only person on the Chiefs I would be happy for if they won, I think would be Andy Reid. I'm not wild about, there's nobody on the Chiefs. I think Mahomes is corny. There's no player that I openly despise or hate, but I like Andy Reid. I've grown to like Andy Reid.
Yeah. I like him.
Yeah.
He doesn't need this, though.
Okay.
I can like him.
I'd be happy for him. Yeah, I'm not going to lose sleep if they don't win, but I'd be happy for him.
No.
I like his State Farm commercials.
I'd like him to stay hungry.
He does the thing where he walks his fingers up to the nuggets on the table. That's pretty funny.
I'd like that. I'd like that to be the indication that he started having too big of an ego this year.
Yeah.
That was one of the things that led them to being a disappointment.
Landry's standing behind me with a headset on. I got to turn around.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Is there a reason why? Or is
I'm just creeping over here.
Okay,
I don't know.
yeah.
I don't know where I'm supposed to be.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah,
it's all good. How we doing, fellas?
We're doing great, man.
Yeah.
Great night yesterday.
Yeah, what happened? How'd it go?
Oh, I'm just talking about the Texans.
Oh,
yeah,
I thought you meant like you. It feels like everybody I talk to has a good gambling story from last night.
Well, wifey is in town, and I went to bed probably 12. She came in at like 5:45.
No way.
A slice of pizza.
Are you serious?
I was checking on her every hour, but she came in at 5:45. She got away from the baby, and she's just living her best life.
What was she doing for those 5
Playing
hours?
roulette.
Okay, so she was gambling.
Yeah, playing roulette, slots, all that.
She told you she was gambling.
Yeah. Who knows?
That's what she said she was doing.
Yeah, there's some pizza there.
Yeah. Okay.
That is, good for her. That's awesome that she's actually gets some time to herself.
Well, we'll see if it's good for her in about an hour or so.
Respect.
Yeah, no kidding. 2 hours.
Why do you got a busy day planned?
Well, I mean, I don't know how she's going to be feeling today.
Yeah, fair point. And you had a good night last night.
I had a great night last night.
Yeah.
I can't believe it. I was always set up to at least 2 or 3 days lose and then get out of here with a little bit of my money.
Yeah.
Dude, I lost the first day and I won 4 straight days.
Was it your fishing trip that turned things around for you?
Actually, I said this the other day. I'd rather trade a bad fishing trip for 4 out of 5 days of winning gambling.
Yeah.
That's a rarity for me to trade fishing.
Because your fishing trip sucked.
Yeah, it was bad. It was bad. But it was gorgeous.
Well, it's probably
I'm glad I went.
It's something like after a big rain like that. Is it?
Maybe. I was thinking that too. Yeah,
a lot
because
of mud and everything.
the water was really moving into Lake Mead.
I've listened to enough of Captain Mickey that I've picked up on these things.
You need to listen to the Bite Me podcast, and you could have picked up on it.
I'm sorry.
Subscribe wherever you get your podcast.
That's a shot.
No. I listen to Captain Mickey because he's on before us.
I know.
I'm not actively going out seeking information. But if I were, I'd go to the Bite Me podcast.
You darn right you would.
All right, so I have dished out a bit of hyperbole today.
Really?
That I'm curious what you guys think about this. I thought last night was the greatest night in the history of the Houston Texans. Between Andre going into the Hall of Fame and their 2 rookies.
This is ridiculous.
Thank you,
winning
Landry.
Rookie of the Year.
This is dramatic.
Thank you. Oh, I'm so happy. I've never been so happy for Landry.
I'm all about the overhype, but that's ridiculous, Sean.
What's a better one?
Who won Rookie of the Year last year?
Garrett Wilson and Sauce Gardner.
The year before that. You don't remember. Who cares? Rookie of the Year, who cares?
I'm just talking about what it means for the trajectory of the franchise, plus Andre Johnson. You're cherry picking. Andre going into the Hall of Fame. Here's another hyperbole.
We knew that was going to happen.
Here's another hyperbole for you. Spoil sport. Andre Johnson going into the Hall of Fame is the closest thing that this franchise has to a Super Bowl.
I know, but that's exactly why I don't want to celebrate it as that. Can you not just let us enjoy it without also saying, basically you're proclaiming that, hey, it's the greatest day in franchise history.
It's kind of sad.
It just punctuates the fact. I don't even want to say it's sad, but it punctuates the fact that, like, okay, yeah, but there are many greater things to accomplish than that.
Let me fall in the middle, because I think the middle is where I think the reality is for the organization. It's on the top 5, 6 list somewhere in there. Because when I think greatest moment in the history of the Texans, I'm thinking on the field. You know, like an accomplishment. But for the organization, I think this is the ultimate validation. We're real. We got a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
We got another Rookie of the Year. We got another Rookie of the Year. So if you were to say one of the top 5 moments in the history of the organization.
Yeah, I said best night in the history of the organization.
I wouldn't put it best night, but top 5 of the organization, I'm with you.
Can I just say, though, that I'm so glad. I've been sitting here for 4 hours, having this internal monologue with myself of God, why am I such a jerk?
Lucky. I was going to do it every hour.
I'm like, why am I such a jerk that I got to be like a buzzkill and everything? And I was trying so hard not to be, and I thought I was alone in this. So okay, I feel better now. Thank you.
Yeah. I stayed away from it for a couple of hours. I brought it back around.
I told you could talk about it and everything. I just wasn't.
I put it to the people. I put a poll up. That's what I do when I need validation on what I said.
Like WWE.
Yeah.
You came in late.
That's 80% agreed with me.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I don't think I'm being crazy here, but that's how I felt legitimately last night. Like this is a really, really cool night to be a Houston Texan fan. You got Andre Johnson into the Hall of Fame on the same night, and I started going through my brain like, when are nights that I felt better, like I guess playoff wins and things like that. Certain wins in the regular.
Is draft night not better than
I
this?
feel like this is sort of an epilogue to draft night. You know what I mean? Like they're attached. But draft night's up there. But if I said draft night, you would say, okay, we have a franchise where your draft night is you're picking second and third is your best thing.
But we're just talking about an award, though. It's just Rookie of the Year.
Okay. Well, the draft night's the night you picked them.
Yeah.
I mean, I like that too. Draft night got voted Moment of the Year in Houston this past year.
Yes, it did.
In a year where they made it to the ALCS.
We suck.
Yeah, so
it's either a combination of me hating power rankings in general or an apartment. I'll be honest with you, and it wasn't like I was afraid other stations were listening or anything. It really was because I don't think we're more spread out. I don't think anybody can really hear. But I am I'm looking around and I'm saying Dallas, San Francisco, Kansas City, all within proximity of us. And I'm I would like this to not be the greatest night, or at least I don't need to I don't want to bake a 18-layer cake about it and everything. I want this to be an awesome building block into something that you would celebrate as the greatest.
I feel like I've spoiled this for you. I feel like I've spoiled Andre going into the Hall of Fame. I feel like I have legitimately. Yeah. I feel like I've spoiled.
You know why? Yeah, it's the same as when you're arguing against various guys going into the Hall of Fame. It ends up feeling like you're it feels like I'm hating on Reggie Wayne.
Yeah.
When even though I think Reggie Wayne was awesome, but I like somebody else better. Yeah.
Right.
So in the induction of Andre, it feels like I'm all of a sudden pit against that because I'm debating about whether or not it's the greatest night in history, where I'd rather have that just stand on its own.
I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. It was a pretty damn cool night, though. I think we can all agree on
that. Was it the coolest night?
Yes. Yes,
I honestly, now what I did say was, in terms of my excitement about the actual team and where it was going, I felt like draft night was a bigger night.
Okay.
End of season awards really don't do it for me. It's okay, they're voted on. What are we? We just won the East German judge voted the somersaults better in this routine. It's a postseason award.
I know.
I like actual championships and playoff victories.
Yeah.
The move in the draft, even though it's not an award or a victory of any sort, that was an aggressive move.
Even the playoff win over the Browns.
I could listen to that. Night. I could listen to the playoff win over the Browns because I'm sure I said after that game that it was maybe the greatest game that I've been to.
I did
in the last 12 years.
Part of this is too. You know what? Any post any type of award, it's validation by my peers. Oh, this is so nice. Oh, can I cry? It's like winning an Oscar.
I kind of feel like he's hiking his leg on your sack too, if we're being honest. The first game in franchise history said sack. I kind of feel like this is a subtle dig.
We got enough issues going on right now. I don't need you drawing him personally.
It all comes together.
Yeah, I kind of feel like this is a shot at Seth Payne's sack.
I know you guys know I don't even like that. I don't like talking about that.
In fact, we're going to
be prepared because on Monday we're doing 6 segments on your sack.
But that's where I'm a little weird though. I used to skip postseason awards in high school and stuff. I just wouldn't go to the awards.
Yeah, I think you're an outlier when it comes to people liking awards
that's where
and
I'm
stuff.
Yeah.
You're stuck with the wrong guy.
I know.
Oh, me and Lopez are arguing this. We're just going to argue this the whole show.
Oh, we're going to power rank things that Seth hates.
So
we know what number one is.
Overall, his co-host right now. Overall, what's your grade on Vegas for this week?
Oh man, you're asking the wrong guy. A+. I mean, it was beginning to end.
Yeah.
Just fantastic. Food. Thank you to Landry.
Good job with the food, Landry.
The gambling, the hotel. I figured out something last night that I think I'm going to change my view. I used to stay at the Mirage and Caesars. I used to stay there, and I like there. But it is hard to get to the street from those hotels.
Yeah, Link is. Yeah.
The Link, you just, boom. Yeah. You're right there on the street.
Planet Hollywood is the go-to. I was there yesterday.
I went to Caesars. It's a half a mile to get to the street.
I don't worry about the obesity epidemic in America anymore because if people can handle walking around this damn place, I feel like I'm pretty fit and I walk a lot. And it's kind of taxing.
I was just trudging to Vegas. I wanted to go to Caesars at least once, and I was just going, good Lord.
Yeah. So these people, everybody's fine. If you can go to Vegas, that's your fitness test. You're fine.
Everything looks further than it normally
hotel,
is.
obviously good for that reason.
Yeah, hotel was good. I liked that the hotel you could just get on a table or whatever you wanted to play whenever
whenever I was down there, you could just jump on a table and you could play
better limits,
reasonable limits. Yeah,
Dude,
yeah.
I got a story about Caesars.
I can do $15. What was the limits over at Caesars?
The smallest limit on craps was $50 a hand,
and you played
minimum,
and you sat down.
Well, yeah, I ended up playing.
Yeah, and winning.
Look at this. And winning.
Why are you being so bashful?
Because it didn't start out pretty, boy.
Okay, well, I love a good redemption story.
But it
You're the comeback player of the year.
Did you get a Pumptini?
I looked for him. I couldn't find
It's
him.
at Vanderpump's restaurant.
Yeah, I
Lisa
couldn't.
Vanderpump
I should have. Leah would have. My daughter would have loved it.
Big Bravo guy here.
If I insta'd that.
Yeah, Pumptini and goat cheese balls.
Yeah, that Vanderpump is Leah's.
Hey, there's still plenty of time. We got a late flight. Jeez.
I'm staying here. I got my luggage with me, man.
I put mine at the bell desk, so I'm going back.
There you go. All right, fellas.
I'm going to holler at Snoop Dogg.
What do you got lined up today?
We got a lot lined up. So we got Dean Blandino on. I'm going to ask him, is your job really necessary?
Be good.
Which network is he on?
He's on Fox.
He's on Fox.
He's actually good. Yeah. Him and Pereira are good. I don't get the other ones. Like Gene I'm going to get him to say Gene Steratore sucks.
No, this is the thing with Steratore. I feel bad for Steratore because I feel like Romo will try to explain something. Steratore comes on, and then Romo understands it even less.
Yeah.
So, like, Steratore will say, like, well, he's in bounds because his knee is in bounds.
Yeah.
And Romo will be like, so what you're saying is if his hip had been out of bounds. Yeah. All right.
Yes, that's what I said.
So Dean Blandino.
Yeah, and then we got some Food Network stars. So we're going to, Lopez will.
Are they bringing anything? I might stick around.
I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully.
Good deal.
Wasn't Clint's buddy there? Clint's roommate from college?
Eddie.
Rossi. His
Jackson.
Eddie Jackson.
Eddie Jackson.
Eddie Jackson's there, too.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. But no, the guy you're talking about, Rossi, was a teammate of Clint's at Arkansas.
And he's on Food Network now?
He was. He did. What did he do, Parker? Halloween Wars on the Food Network.
Oh,
yeah,
God.
he hosted
Eddie
that.
Jackson's turning into a superstar.
Yeah.
Right.
He's a good judge, man.
Yeah.
Some of those judges are just really, like, they just look for something to complain about.
Yeah, but he's fair.
Yeah, he's fair. He's good. He's
All right,
good,
fellas.
judge. I feel like you'd be a good judge in that, Lopez.
Good week.
I might.
This is the greatest Super
Congrats
Bowl
on
we've
all.
ever been to.
Congrats on all your winnings.
Thank
It's
you,
up
sir.
there. It's up there. Rest assured, I will spend my afternoon power ranking all the Super Bowls we've been to.
No, as somebody that didn't I didn't get to really partake in much of like the really fun stuff in Vegas at all this week. I still think this is the best place to have a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's top five.
It's been very well run.
It's
Top
been
five.
so easy.
Yeah.
It's been
safe. It's top five easily.
It's been really well run.
It's going to be run every 5 years. It's here.
It should be every year.
Oh, yeah.
It really should be every
Yeah,
year.
Or here in New Orleans.
Yeah.
Yeah, and no one would complain about that every year here.
Right.
No,
it's really good, and that's
great.
why it's the third best of all time. All right, so Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig back in the studio. They are in the loop. This is Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KILT HD2, an Odyssey station. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend. And we are done. We're out of time. We will see all of you at 6 a.m. on Monday back in Houston. In the Loop starts now.
All right, so I'm trying to see if this guy's on Radio Row or what. So I was going up the escalator, J-Lo, and I heard this guy. He's like, I love you. What? I was at the tequila party yesterday. I was at the tequila party, and I didn't have a single drink. I don't know why you won't relax. And by the way, I met a reverend there, and blah blah blah. I'm just like I'm trying to stay there. He walked away, but I'm trying to see if he works at a station or what, because this guy was all in his feels.
He was out there.
He was having an issue with whoever was on the other phone. He said he was like at a tequila party yesterday. He insisted he only had 2 drinks.
Whoever was.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
and
I might.
I'm not sure where he's at, but
I tried to get a hold of you all night.
Yes.
Yeah, that's. I've gotten that call a couple of times.
Oh yes, yes. He was right
once
there.
in Vegas, actually.
Yes.
Oh boy, yeah. Once that happened, my wife thought she lost me for about a day and a half.
Yeah.
So that was it. Come on. But I'd like to see who the guy looks like. What the guy looks like.
Let's drag on the Pender opinion.
Yeah.
Was last night the greatest night in Texans history?
No. But I'm with Sean in this respect. The organization. That's what I don't felt it.
I don't feel like Sean was entertained enough. I don't feel like his opinion was entertained enough. Across the table.
This organization has been little brother.
Yeah.
No matter how you color it, it's been little brother. So if you say top 5,
that's little brother-ish.
No, yes, but it's a start. I mean, seriously, because like you say top 5 for the organization, not for the Texans. because the Texans, it's on the field, it's football, it's Browns game, Cowboys game, Titans game. That's top 5 list for me.
Yeah.
For the Texans, but for the organization, I'm with him. I think this was, hey man, there's not a we have a Hall of Famer too. Hey man, we've got the 2 best rookies.
You got 2.
We're on the ride.
Because JJ's going in.
And can I give you a little confession real quick?
Go ahead.
The confession is,
These are my confessions.
I felt weird watching Julius Peppers. Could have been 3. Could have been 2 guys going in. Could have been 2 guys going in. When they announced Julius Peppers, I was like, damn it. That was the guy I wanted before the draft. That was the guy that ended up being the best player by far, Hall of Famer out of that first ever Houston Texans draft. Now, certainly butterfly effect and all that. Who knows if, whatever happens. But you probably would have still gotten Andre.
Yeah.
You probably would have had Julius Peppers and Andre.
Yeah.
And that was that. But for the organization, it's no – you can say that's little brother, and I don't disagree, that if you're saying, hey, this is one of the top 5 – well – everybody had that moment at one point. Every organization had that moment at one point where they got their first Hall of Famer, where they got the stud that's going to be a franchise quarterback, So, yeah, I actually agree with that, but I wouldn't say Texans because that's football to me.
I just have faith in humanity that people didn't think that Torrey Holt was better than Andre Johnson. Torrey Holt, Reggie Wayne, better than Andre. Come on.
Yeah, no.
Let's be serious.
They'll be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
But they did it right. They did the right thing. They got Andre in there when he needed to get in there. Maybe last year, but certainly this year, there was no doubt he had to get in. And it was really, really cool just to kind of see it happen,
I actually thought Caserio got stiffed.
Might have.
I mean, think about what you're saying here. So you're basically saying, if you're doing these awards, you're saying that Nick Caserio drafted the offensive and defensive rookie of the year. He had he hired the coach that was second, but he doesn't get exec of the year.
Yeah.
I mean, I know we've been critical of Nick, but that's ass backwards to me.
No, absolutely.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
If you're getting that, how does he not get that award just by common sense?
Because
we're giving a lifetime achievement award because Dan Campbell goes up there and gives sound clips.
Well, it wasn't necessarily that. It was Laporta and Gibbs.
Laporta and Gibbs, okay, but they weren't rookies of the year.
No, I understand that. That's why I'm saying I agree with you. I think you can give it to someone like that because of what it happened that same year. Well, what happened this same year? You had the offensive and defensive rookies of the year. No, I do agree with that too.
Look at Sean.
He's feeling it, man.
He's feeling it.
He's feeling it big time.
Sean's kind of
nothing.
How you feeling, man? How you feeling?
We're not laughing at you. You didn't do anything.
Sean, we got to talk to you, sir. Are you okay? How you doing, man?
Good. What happened? Why am I supposed to feel bad?
I'm so confused.
Checking on you.
Yeah. You do this like twice a week now with stuff. I'm fine. Lisa Ann's fine. I checked on her.
Oh,
she's good.
Oh, good.
Yeah, she's all good.
We're checking on you, man.
Why?
Because I feel like you're really excited about this greatest day in Texans history.
I feel like, I am. I feel like I ruined things for Seth. I would ask Seth how he's doing more than me. Did I look agitated during that last segment?
You did not.
No.
Yeah.
I kind of thought that.
You make a great point, by the way, about Caserio.
It's stupid.
Having to get executive of the
It's
year.
stupid.
Yeah.
It makes no sense. And you know me, I'll criticize
Probably should have
Caserio.
spent more time on that.
No, it's idiotic. So he has the offensive and defensive rookie of the year, and he hired the coach that got second place, and he's not executive of the year. That's dumb.
Yeah.
That makes no sense.
It doesn't.
Oh, because Dan Campbell goes up there and does his bit coaching. Give me a break.
I think part of this is you really are not a big fan of Dan Campbell.
No, he's a bit coach. He's a bit coach.
That was in the NFC Championship.
Yeah. I don't care if Detroit's looking over here or not. Get the hell out of here.
Where are they?
I don't know.
Okay.
I think that guy might like Dan Campbell.
Yeah.
I have no idea. Just absolute bit coach. So you got to go to Shaq's party, huh?
Yeah, tonight, 10 o'clock.
How's that going to treat you?
I'll let you know. I may nap today. I may have to nap. It doesn't start till 10.
Oh, that's midnight.
Yeah. Well, no, I think my body's pretty well adjusted now. I think I'm on Vegas time now.
Yeah.
Are you?
I think so. Yeah. I'm good. I'll be fine. I got to change hotels. So I got Shaq tonight and Gronk tomorrow.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
What hotel are you going to?
Gronk Beach tomorrow.
Nice.
Yeah, they're both at the Wynn.
Oh, wow.
Landry, Aaron's over here making the big guy. And Landry asked, and I'm answering. I'm going to these two parties. I'm going with my Yellow Rose people because they're a sponsor of both of those parties.
So are you going to have to drink? Are you going to have to drink whiskey all weekend?
Probably, or maybe some mixture of it, like Liqueur 43, a Callejito.
Oh yeah.
What time do you get back Sunday?
I'll be back in Houston by noon on Sunday.
Damn, you're just going to sleep through the Super Bowl.
No. Come on now. Come on.
I mean, you're going to be back in Houston after a week in Vegas.
Yeah.
You're going to get there at noon. You might have to sleep through the Super Bowl, man.
I might have to take a cat nap or something when I get back, but I'll be up for the Super Bowl. Don't you worry, because I'll have plenty of prop bets going.
I came up with 5 yesterday. I'm going to share them with our listeners.
I'll give one to your listeners, okay? And then I'll get out of here because I'm fine. Just so you know.
Yeah, we're just.
But Brock Purdy over 12.5 yards rushing.
Okay.
That's
I like
a good
that one. Yeah,
that's not on my list.
I feel like there's going to be he scrambled quite a bit in the NFC title game.
Yeah, he did.
That's one scramble for a first down. Brock Purdy over 12.5 yards.
All right, I might have to make it 6. That's a good one.
Okay, you like that one?
Like that
okay,
one.
that's my one.
All right, man.
All right,
there you go.
Have a good show. I'll hang up and listen.
All right. We'll get dramatic coming up at 8:15. Big night last night. It just depends how big you think it was, but. John Lopez is going to get dramatic. 8:15.
10:15.
10:15. Whatever. 10:15 to the audience.
Why not, right?
Now.
I did the overly dramatic reading for every Texans game. Why not for the Super Bowl? Because this is what everybody's going to be watching. I mean, I haven't even started thinking about how I'm actually going to watch the Super Bowl because we've been here all week.
Yeah.
I was thinking about that last night when I was going to bed. I was like, wonder what we're doing.
Sit on the couch.
I wonder what we always have kids over or go to one of their houses or something like that. And it's so I guess I got to start planning that.
You got to sit on the couch, bro.
Well, I'll be on a couch somewhere.
Yeah, get you a nap, man. Need it badly.
I can't sleep on the plane, see. But I'm sure I'll sleep in tomorrow.
Supposedly the plane's going to be pretty empty, so you might be able to lay out a little bit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what I hear.
I got B4.
I got B3.
Oh, really?
Good effort, man. You tried.
I tried.
You tried.
Yeah, I was literally, I stepped away from the craps table to make sure I got my booking in. It was a lot of fun. But how you just going to stay at home, watch the Super Bowl?
Yeah, hell yeah. Probably sleep.
Mm-hmm.
I might sleep till 5.
Yeah?
Yeah, for sure.
Can you sleep on the plane?
I can't. Hit or miss.
Yeah, I can't.
We'll
so
see.
I brought all my luggage. I'm just going to hang out here at the Mandalay Bay. See what happens.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it's you've kind of been vibing on Caesar's property, so now you're going to have to.
I don't think I'm going to gamble much.
I'm up MGM in, so
I'm up big. I'm not going to be a dummy. I was a dummy for about an hour last night, and we'll get to that. But I'm going to be smart today.
Let's go inside the pockets, the OG's pockets, live from Radio Row in Las Vegas, presented by Yingling Flight. How we looking?
All right, so the total coming in, I was up, I believe, $841, and I was like, okay, it can't continue, right? I mean, I'm going to lose. So I said, dang it, I am not going to spend more than the $500 a day that I've been putting in. So I had my money with me, and the way I've been winning is being very disciplined, sticking to my plan. But I did want to do this, and this is what almost bit me. I said, man, I got to go to Caesar's. So I walked across the street, walked that long way into Caesar's to the casino, and the first table I saw, $500 minimum. Second and third tables I saw, $100 minimum.
Oh, Lord.
Fourth table I saw, thank God they had 4 tables, $50 minimum. I kind of waited a little bit for a spot. I got in there, and I'm like, should I really do it? Should I really do it? $50, that could be like 4 bets. I mean, if you do odds and stuff, which I always do. So I said, screw it. I'm not gonna use any other money. So if I lose, I lose. I'm still up for the week, right? Started betting. $50 minimum. Crashed and burned.
Yeah.
Like crashed and burned in maybe 20 minutes.
There you go.
And even worse, I had another $400 in my pocket. Like a dummy. Like a big, fat dummy. I threw that other $400 on the table. And I'm like, all right, well, at least I'll be even if I lose all this, because I was up $841.
Yeah.
And the table got hot. and it took 20 minutes to lose $500. It took me about 45 minutes to win $800 plus. The table just got hot like that. It turned very, very quickly from bad to great, and I was finally disciplined, even though I did the dumbest thing ever. I dug into my pocket, passed my stake, and I walked away with more than $800 plus. Like, I went up to the room. I picked up a salad, went up to the room, $1,660 up for the week.
Look at you.
So I came in
Rich get richer.
Well, I don't know about that.
Goodness gracious. Look at you.
I had $4,160 I'm going home with after not including my $2,500 stake. So
look at you.
Beer's on me.
Oh, wow. Yeah, no thank you. I'm good on that, sir. I am very good on that. That is for sure.
No, that was
a water weekend for me, my friend.
It's a what?
Water weekend.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
Because once I was up and I knew I was up, I started hitting it pretty good last night.
The free drinks and stuff?
Yeah.
What were you
well,
sipping
no,
on?
I had a couple of free drinks at the table, but those are light, you know. So I went. I took my salad, counted my winnings, put the money in the safe, went back down, just started having a couple of drinks, or more than a couple. And then I went back up, watched a little TV, and here I am. But let's say 5. Let's say 5 vodka tonics. It was pretty good. It was a good night.
There you go. The OG John Lopez, the rich getting richer.
Yeah.
Here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Sure.
Last night, the news of the day, C.J. Stroud, Rookie of the Year, no surprise there. Will Anderson, Defensive Rookie of the Year. I guess it was. I guess there was some doubt.
There was
about that, and then D'Amico Ryan shutout, not Coach of the Year. Nick Caserio, not Exec of the Year, which I think is an absolute joke.
Yeah, and the first thing, and I just wrote down these 2 words on the doc as I was watching it. It's happening, and that's kind of how the feeling I had is like, you know, I talked about validation for the organization, you know, just the whole night with Andre Johnson, but you see them up there, and you're like, dang,
this meant a lot to Andre, by the way.
We got the guy. Oh yeah. We got the dudes, man. I mean, we knew we did, but when you actually see it recognized by the entire league, you're just like, oh, man, this is going to be a good run. Didn't you feel that? Like the run is starting. This isn't fool's gold. This isn't Deshaun.
I didn't need that.
I know, but
my thing is, I didn't need last night to feel that.
Yes, and we've said that.
Yeah,
I've said that.
That's my thing. If last night didn't happen, it doesn't make me feel any more or less.
No, you're
sure about it.
You're absolutely right. But something about when it does happen, you're like, dang, like this is really, really happy. It's almost like it's not a dream. You know, it's not. Like I said, the feeling I got was it's not fool's gold. We've thought for several, 3 or 4 times over the course of this franchise existence, like this could be it. It never was, and there were always doubts. You know, the good run, they couldn't quite get there with Kubiak. Then the Deshaun and all that stuff. They tried Brock Osweiler. We know how that turned out, you know. And then they got Deshaun. We had B.O.B. And then Easter became. You're like, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. It's not going to. It's going to happen. That's the feeling I had. It's going to happen with this organization and these.
What's it?
A run to the championship.
So they're going to win a bowl?
I don't know if they're going to win a bowl. That's always a hard thing to predict. But I fully expect to see the Texans in a Super Bowl. Is that as bold as it sounded, as it felt when I said that? Because I don't think it's that bold. We will see them in an AFC championship game. We will see them in a Super Bowl. I felt that last night. You didn't feel that?
I felt it before that.
Yeah, but it kind of just adds, I guess. It adds that reality to it.
Yeah, I felt it before that. Yeah. and these are just like, it's a really likable squad, man.
Yeah.
Like, it's just an endearing CJ, Will Anderson, the aggressiveness, the trade. I would say, like, draft night, and I think Sean makes a good point. We give him a hard time about the best, but it is kind of like validation for draft night.
Oh,
is
for
what
sure.
last night was.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to be on a Radio Row in the near future with our team in the Super Bowl. It'd be sweet if it's Vegas again, too.
I don't. I want to get as far away from Vegas as possible.
New Orleans next year? That's a night. They have gambling there, too?
I will not even leave the hotel.
Oh, yeah, you will.
No, I'll chill.
Yeah.
I'm good. That does not appeal to me.
They have casinos.
I am good. I am going to chill.
All right. I am not.
I will be in the hotel room.
I am not.
I will be chilling.
Spoiler
that guy
alert.
just fumbled his donut. Is he going to pick it up?
Yeah, he's going to take a bite.
Pissed. He's
going to take a
cussing.
bite.
Is he? Look at him. Is he doing it? Bald guy.
Yeah, I know. I can't see.
He just said OF.
I can't see.
He's back there. Tell me if the donut gets back on the plate.
He's going to eat that.
We're
Come
sitting here. This guy just fumbled a donut. He said F. It's behind.
Yeah.
Is he going to pick it up or not? We'll let you know. We'll let you know when we come back. It's time to get dramatic, though. Last night was a big night, which means it's time to get overly dramatic. Courtesy, the OG John Lopez is back on the plate. It's back on the plate.
Oh, good.
Right
I
there.
knew it.
All right. We'll be back.
He's in after a 3-year wait.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
C.J. Stroud, Offensive Rookie of the Year. Will Anderson, Defensive Rookie of the Year. Andre Johnson, Hall of Famer. Big night last night for the Houston Texans. We're live at Radio Row in Las Vegas, and it's time. Normally we do it before games. This is the final football Friday of the 2023 NFL season. It's time for a special edition of the overly dramatic columnist, John Lopez.
This is why they play the game. This is why we all played the game. In our backyards, in our living rooms, diving on couches for game-winning catches, on the playground, making believe we were throwing the game-winning pass, the front yard, making the big catch, the backyard, crossing the goal line in the waning seconds. Get to the car and go left, I'll hit you. In our mind's eye, we've all been here. The Super Bowl, the moment, the stage. Then it was a distant dream, like a mirage in the desert, a faraway illusion. Here, the only illusions are Penn and Teller and David Copperfield. This is real. The only distant dream is hitting on 17. The Chiefs are here. The 49ers are here. What happens in Vegas won't stay in Vegas. It will be etched into the annals of football immortality.
The what?
The annals of football immortality.
Okay.
It will be brighter than the brightest Vegas lights, bigger than the biggest Vegas headlines. Sinatra, Wayne Newton, Mahomes, Purdy.
Wow.
It will be Super Bowl 58, Taylor's version.
Oh, gosh.
Vegas version.
You had to do this.
History's version.
Lord.
Elvis.
Okay.
Celine. Kelsey. Kittle.
Okay.
It will be a Vegas performance like nothing ever before. A showstopper. Glitz and glimmer. Encores. And another encore. Cocktails? Yes. No more bets? Yes. Double down? Yes. A Bellagio buffet of everything we've waited for, wanted, and dreamed of. Live from the Strip. Let's get ready to... No, wait, we can't say that. But we can say this. Let's get ready to see dreams fulfilled. Let's get ready to see our childhood dreams come true for our heroes. Let's get ready for Sin City to give us something it's rarely given us. Triple diamond, triple diamond, triple diamond. Chiefs, Niners, jackpot.
Okay. Okay.
Figgy, you're always the best judge.
I think it was good. I think it was fitting for Vegas, man. I think that was a good way to end the season.
Yeah. Taylor's version, Vegas version.
There you go.
Yeah.
So let's just not waste any time. Are you leaning Chiefs? It feels like you were kind of leaning Chiefs. I'm leaning Niners, man. I'm leaning Niners. I'm leaning that D'Amico influence. I'm leaning that Shanahan tree. This is validation, man. Mm-hmm. This is the Kubiak branches just being expanded. We saw Andre in the Hall of Fame. Part of that, I'm leaning Niners.
You always end up pulling for a team, even if you don't have a specific interest. I think I'm going to be pulling for the Niners as if I had a specific interest. You know, just because of what you just said. You know, the Shanahan, these guys deserve it. And I know, you know, deserve's got nothing to do with it, as they say, but I think they do. I think I'll be pulling for them hard. So I really, as much as I say you can't bet against Patrick Mahomes, I'm not going to bet on him. I don't want to go against the team I'm really going to be pulling for. So I've got some prop bets that I was looking at last night. You know what's weird is I haven't bet on anything at all until today. I'm going to do this, except craps. I got here Sunday, and from Sunday to last night, I thought about going into a book. I walked into one to look at some futures odds and stuff. I thought about, maybe I'll play a little roulette, whatever, just for fun. I haven't bet on anything but craps this week, but I'm going to hit the sport book here at Mandalay Bay, and I'm just going to do props. I can't go against the team I'm pulling for. I think, and secondly, I think you're right. They are the better team. I mean, they're favored and they feel like the underdog, but I feel like that's what's going to happen. I'm just going to end up doing prop bet. I can't bet on Mahomes.
Okay.
So
you can't bet on him, or you can't bet against him.
I can't bet against him, so I'm not going to bet on the Chiefs winning. So I'm just going to pull for the Niners. My prop bets are going to be Niners heavy, although there is one that I think I'll tell you right now. What my first prop bet I'm going to play is Niners to win the first half, Chiefs to win the second. So that's kind of like maybe the Chiefs will win, but it's not, because they're a comeback team. I mean, we heard it yesterday. We've talked about it ourselves. I think they're going to. I could see the Niners coming out early and getting a big lead in the first half, and then the Chiefs kind of scoring more in the second half. But hopefully the Niners will have enough to win. So
yeah, I'm all in on the Niners, but yeah, that's hasn't treated me too well. So we'll see how exactly that goes. Landry Larker, John Lopez. Figgy Fig with you live, Super Bowl. Thanks to our friends at the Low T Center for sending us out here. Some limping, some thriving. Just kind of depends who you ask.
Nobody on our team. Well, we'll have to check with the boys in the afternoon. Nobody on our team really lost their butts that I could see. Some guys are down, but that's fine. You expect to be down when you come to Vegas, right?
Sure. Yeah.
But I don't think anybody totally, cratered.
No.
Yeah.
No. I don't know. I mean, I didn't do awesome, but yeah, it happens.
Yeah.
D'Amico Ryan's not coach of the year. Brandon Scott caught up with him before the awards. Brandon Scott was working the red carpet. Here's what it sounded like when B. Scott caught up to the runner-up for the NFL's Coach of the Year award.
Yeah, this moment is special because of what you mentioned, the entire organization, right? To have two rookies up for award, Andre's up for Hall of Fame, just our entire organization with the Houston Texans is putting the Texans back on the map, and we are on the map now, and the entire world is able to see the type of people that we have in our organization. That's what makes it nice special.
Could you have envisioned this, or do you try to just keep your nose to the ground and work, or did you have this in your mind, or what?
Yeah, I just keep my nose to the ground and works, and I think when you're humble and you work and you do things the right way, then you'll get recognition from others. Others will lift you up. You don't have to beat your own chest, like others will see the work that you're putting in.
Last thing, for your former teammate, Andre, make the case, the Hall of Fame case.
The best player I ever seen day in and day out at practice, like the way he worked, the way he showed up, the same way in games, no matter if he was double team, triple team, like everybody knows he's getting the ball. For him to be consistently showing up, not only as a player, but the man that he is. He taught me what it's like to work in the community, give back. And so for that, I think he is definitely a Hall of Fame.
I would ask you to make the case for yourself for Coach of the Year, but I don't think you're going to do it. I don't think you'll do it.
He did not, and he did not, and he didn't get it. So there it was. I thought the right choice was Stefanski.
We said it before.
Yeah. I mean, they had 5 quarterbacks.
Yeah.
I mean, and they vote on it before the playoffs, so the head-to-head really didn't matter. I actually thought Shane Steichen deserved some consideration as well. Yeah, you can say, well, the Texans won a few games last year and they won this much, but yeah, they had the quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean, they had the quarterback. The Browns won really without a quarterback. They had the ghost of Joe Flacco, and I think they made the right choice. I do think Caserio got completely screwed, though.
Caserio got screwed. Let me ask you this. Had the Texans won the regular season meeting with the Browns, you think it would have been different?
Not sure, but they got throttled.
And it wasn't CJ.
Yeah, CJ wasn't out there.
So it's interesting how maybe that one game was a lot of people were hinging, because it was late in the year.
Yeah.
And a lot of people were hinging their vote on that.
Caserio was on with Sean and Seth today, huh?
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. How long was it?
Probably about 40 minutes. 30.
Oh, 30. Okay.
Officially 30.
Did he ask him if he was good on time?
I don't know.
Did he or did he not? Coming up, let's embrace debate. John Week said something yesterday that kind of made me raise my eyebrows a little bit. We know Andre's the first Hall of Famer with the Houston Texans. Is he the best Houston Texan of all time? Embracing debate live from Radio Row next.
Radio Row will be filled with plenty of guests.
Localize it.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, so who's the best Houston Texan of all time? Is it Andre Johnson or is it J.J. Watt? Let's embrace debate. Andre Johnson in the Hall of Fame, first Houston Texan selected yesterday. Who is the best Houston Texan of all time? John Weeks said it's Andre. I mean, he came in here. John Weeks, he's not really known for, just firing off hot takes. He said Andre's the GOAT. JJ knows how I feel about him, but Andre's the GOAT. Played with both of them for the majority of their careers. If I asked John Lopez, who's the greatest Houston Texan of all time, what would your answer be?
Kind of feel dirty today saying it because he just got into the Hall of Fame, but it's J.J. Watt. J.J. Watt is going to be regarded as maybe the best, one of the best ever at his position. Now, I know the Hall of Fame by default does that, but when the conversation starts, who's the greatest wide receiver in history, in NFL history, Andre Johnson's a Hall of Famer, but he's not in that discussion. That's how I would judge it. He's not in the discussion of, who are the best 3 wide receivers in the history of the NFL.
Yeah.
He's not in it.
Is JJ?
I think JJ is. I think you can.
At his best?
At his best. Dude, 2 defensive players of the year. Was it 2 or 3? Yeah, 3. MVP discussion. The multiple 20-sack seasons. I mean, it's Reggie White, for me. But JJ is in the discussion of the greatest rush ends in NFL history, and Andre's not. That's how I would kind of make the difference.
And he played inside, outside, all that. I would have said JJ before, but if we're talking about the greatest member of an organization, JJ might be at his best better than Andre was at his best, although it's debatable.
Mm-hmm.
But I just look at what Andre's meant to the organization the last few years, and maybe I'm making too much of it, but I think when this organization needed him most, he was there for him. JJ left. JJ went away. He ran away from it, and now he's coming back, and he's taking all the accolades. More power to him. He's a national brand. JJ likes the limelight a little bit more than Andre. Andre just likes to chill. But that tweet where Andre Johnson called out Jack Easterby, I don't think it's I think Easterby was on the way out to begin with. I think it was inevitable that there was going to be a downfall. But I think Andre, who doesn't talk a lot, who doesn't have a lot of hot takes, Andre caring enough about the organization to say something that probably wasn't comfortable for him, on top of the fact that he's still around on the reg. He's not working out like JJ and monitoring situations. JJ said he was monitoring the Texans situation along with the Steelers. Andre's not monitoring the Texans. He's about that life. So I would have said JJ, but I think the last few years, just given the fact that Andre really. So
you think he is the greatest?
I think so.
Because you're taking everything into account.
I'm taking everything into account. Just the fact that he's here for better or worse.
I mean, if you take everything into account, that's a stronger argument. I'm thinking just as a football player among the greatest Texans ever, I think it's JJ. If you do take, look, Andre Johnson might be my favorite Houston Texan of all time. So I feel, like I said, I kind of feel dirty saying it. So I'm with. I can hear you on that. But players, they're both Hall of Famers. It's very, very slim, the margins between how good one is versus the other. But I think as a player, J.J. Watt.
Yeah, and I wouldn't disagree. I would just say as far as being a Texan, I think Andre is that dude. It'll be interesting. I'm interested to see his speech too, because he's a man of few words, but when he speaks, it's pretty powerful. We had him on, and he himself said Reggie Wayne thought that he should be in over him, and there you go.
Yeah.
So that's
a lot of texters are saying Andre, but I think part of that also is what you're talking about, and also part of it, he was the first true face of the franchise. Yeah. He was the first one that nationally recognized, across the league recognized, boy, you don't want to play the Texans, you don't want to face Andre Johnson. And so he kind of was the first one to give that relevance to the organization.
I think the other thing is a lot of Andre's greatness is it's not fully in his control.
Yes.
It's not Andre's ability to be great, for lack of a better term, or greater, or maximize his.
He did
his
more
greatness.
with less.
Yeah, like JJ, even, I mean, you obviously, like, there's obviously a large gray area that comes with producing like JJ did. You need the right coordinator. You need some guys around you. But for the most part, you're lining up and you're in control of your own greatness.
Yeah.
Andre was always, I mean, I don't want to say he was like a sob story, but you know what I mean.
No,
like,
you felt
you look
bad
at the quarterbacks
for him.
he played
Yeah.
with and all that. And then there was a time, and I'm glad Kubiak's off the damn off the damn hook too, because there were times where it's like, man, can we go to this guy in the red zone every once in a while? Coops,
his touchdowns were not.
Damn, Coops, what are we doing? He's got to get you here. You can't throw him a fade or something like that, a slant.
He's 6'4".
Come on, Coop.
or whatever he was.
Yeah, what are we doing, Kubiak? Give him a little something, but Gary's off the hook.
Who
I
is
guess.
your favorite Texan of all time? I think it might be Andre for me.
My favorite?
Yeah.
Like not
just
best?
your favorite player.
My favorite player for the Houston Texans? Probably
I like Cush too.
Cushing.
Yeah, I like Cush too.
Cushing's crazy, dude.
Yeah, and he was just himself. I liked Arian.
Yeah, I would say Cushing.
I'm going to say Andre. I think just like my favorite dude. Because, boy, when he was accommodating, and this speaks to your point on why he's the great. He was accommodating. He was professional to everyone in the building and everyone outside the building with whom he dealt. And
yours is Jeff Driscoll.
No, it's not Jeff Driscoll. I'd have to say Andre. And you know what? JJ might be second.
Who's your least favorite?
Least favorite Texan of all time? Dan Orlovsky. No, Dan's a great guy. I just remember how awful he was with the Texans. He was so bad. He was Bill O'Brien.
A player.
Yeah, okay. Players would be – I'm trying to think of like a legit player that I was like –
Mine was Rex Burkhead. I'm sorry. God bless him and everything, but the second year Rex Burkhead, first year whatever, second year Rex Burkhead was my least favorite.
Oh, got it. Ed Reed. Hated that dude. And I'm sure he's a fine human being, but good Lord, did he pull the wool over this organization's eyes. He knew he had a hip that was not going to let him play.
And then started talking crap about it.
He knew it. Like when he signed the paper, which, okay, he got his money, but, man, I hated that.
Yeah, that was a disaster, to say the very least.
Yeah.
God, Ed Reed. Lord. Second year Rex Burkhead was rough, though, man.
Yeah.
That was really
But
rough.
he didn't really bother me that much because he wasn't a factor, you know? They tried to start Ed Reed multiple times.
What about when Caserio said Danny Amendola's a Texan for life?
Texan for life, baby. Put the statue up. Put the statue up. No.
I'll be honest.
Oh, Brandon Cooks is getting love.
Oh, God.
Brandon
what
Cooks
a
is
slime ball
Brandon
he
Cooks
was.
is getting
what
love.
a slime ball he was.
Ryan Mallett is getting love.
I like Mallett, man. I loved Mallett.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Mallett was the man. White Boy Slim. I liked White Boy Slim.
Mm-hmm.
Mallett. Titus Howard's creeping up there, man.
Titus Howard is.
He's creeping up there.
I don't know.
I got to see him play next year.
Mm-hmm.
Creeping up there, man.
How about Baldinger yesterday? Just totally avoiding the question when I asked him. I said
he talked about drafting tackles.
I said, okay, Baldinger's here. Perfect dude to ask. You know, is there any hope for Kenyon Green and Titus Howard? And that's basically what I asked. You know, at what point, I think is how I put it, at what point do you say, okay, they're not going to make an appreciable improvement? He goes, well, you know, you always got to replenish the line. I'm like, come on, man. We need more meat on the bone than that.
There's mock drafts that have the Texans taking tackles. I don't think they understand just how much the Texans have invested in that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's really that understood. 713-572-4610. Andre or JJ, who is the greatest Texan of all time? I'm leaning Dre. With everything that's happened recently, the OG is he's sticking with J.J. Watt.
Yeah.
Who's going to induct J.J.? His brother? TJ?
Bet you it's his dad.
His dad?
Dad or mom.
You won't have TJ go up there?
Nah, I bet you it might be mom.
What if he had Derek?
Mom's a little more outgoing.
What if he had Derek go out there?
You know what? I wouldn't put that off the table. I wouldn't say that's a no-go. Andre's going to be an interesting one. We mentioned it yesterday, but
it's going to be Kubiak.
I'm feeling Kubiak, would be the one for Andre.
Kubiak.
Yeah,
going up there with that tan.
Mm-hmm. He is. Talk about someone who's living his best life.
Yeah,
he's
chilling, man.
He is.
He was teaching. I had him on the stream, and he was teaching football overseas via Zoom.
Why not? You can do it from the beach.
He's like, oh, I just got through coaching. I'm like, coaching? He's like, yeah, I teach football overseas via Zoom. And I was like, okay, that's very Gary Kubiak of you.
I'd like to have him talk about that. I think that's pretty cool. Well, that's very cool. Maybe for your did he go into it on your YouTube?
Just a little bit.
By the way, Landry Locker on YouTube. No, the Locker Room on YouTube.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Got to get that in.
Yeah, there you go. What kind of hat is that?
OG Sauce.
And
right
computer
here.
Is that?
OG Sauce.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, OGSauce.com. Get it.
Okay. There you go. It's kind of whack that you put established in 2021.
Because I've been making it.
But you talk about how long it is, and then you say it's only been around for 3 years. That's kind of whack.
No, I wanted to be truthful because I've been making it for over 20 years.
So has the recipe changed?
No, I've been making it for more than 20 years, but it's been on the market since late 2021. I'm not going to be inaccurate, Landry.
Well, I'm just saying, if you've been making it since then, it's been established.
Maybe I need to do that. I'd make a little tweak at some point. I'll put it on the website.
Yeah, it just looks like you're brand new in the game.
And by the way, this beautiful hat is on the website now, as our shirts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there you go.
We got our plugs in. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah. Who's next? Detroit? Okay.
Coming up next, Sean asked the question, and we're going to embrace debate. Continuing here live from Radio Row, where does last night rank in all-time Houston Texans days? Was Sean Pendergast being dramatic today? And one of the biggest travesties about what was otherwise a good night. In the Loop continues live from Radio Row next.
We saw it on Sunday. The C.J. Stroud effect is real.
And I know it's the Pro Bowl and it doesn't mean anything, but honestly,
Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, last night, Texans, a lot of awards. Offensive Rookie of the Year. Defensive Rookie of the Year. Was it the greatest night in Texans history? Sean Pendergast said yes. Let's embrace debate.
Come on, man. I feel him in this regard. Greatest night in Texans history for the organization, it's in the conversation. I would say 3 or 4, because the greatest night is Bob McNair getting the damn thing. I mean, we did not have football in Houston. That would be it. And number 2 might be opening night, even though that's on the field, just for the city, the craziness. But I felt something last night as I'm watching it.
What did you feel?
I don't know. Let me try to tell you what I felt last night. So the volume was down because I was in the casino, but I'm watching it and I'm like, validation. Like, for the organization, you're not a little brother anymore, because there are so many things in this organization's history where the Texans haven't even been in the same league practically as other NFL teams. Never had a Hall of Famer. You had D'Amico was Defensive Rookie of the Year, JJ was Defensive Rookie of the Year, Andre was Offensive Rookie of the Year. I believe those are the 3. But regardless, you got the Rookie of the Year and the Defensive Rookie of the Year in the same day. You got Andre Johnson. It's huge for the organization. It's not the greatest moment in Texans history, though.
No, I don't even think it's top 50. Like, I don't like. Look, it's awards, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's awards. We don't know who won the Offensive and Defensive Rookie of the Year 2 years ago. It's nice to get a Hall of Famer and get over there. Well, we knew that day was coming.
Yeah.
If we're gonna have the draft day would be up there.
That too,
because you got those guys, and it was a splash, and it was a surprise.
Yeah,
because we didn't know what was coming, and this is not possible without that. So it's a chicken or egg type of thing where you have to, I think you have to look at the draft if you're going to say this and say that was more important. Because I thought Andre was going to get in the Hall of Fame. There were a lot of context clues that Dre was getting in, and it happened. It's good now that the Texans can say they have a Hall of Famer, and they're going to have 2 when JJ goes.
Yeah.
But, greatest night in Texans history? Nah, not for me.
No, and that's not for me either. But for the organization, I thought it was definitely up there. And I think what separates this from, like you say, it was awards, and nobody remembers these awards. But the fact that they all 3 happened the same night. I thought that made it feel, maybe that's why it made me feel a certain way watching it happen, because you got the past and the future, the greatest of the past and the greatest of the future on the same night, and that kind of puts
or the present,
present and future. But I think that's what made me think, like, kind of shake my head. Dang, what a great night! I mean, regardless of where you put it, one of the best nights just for the Texans. As an organization. I'm not going to say, because I think of on the field, like what I count as the greatest nights.
I just think Andre is he's about this life, Mm-hmm. Like I think it means. I think Andre JJ is going to make the Hall of Fame, mm-hmm. and JJ is it's going to be about JJ. Rightfully so. It's going to be about JJ. It's going to be a big event. I'm sure he'll go on McAfee and do all that crap. But I don't mean to call it crap, but you know what I mean. But I think Andre, he really, the responsibility of being the first Houston Texan Hall of Famer, I think it really means something to him.
Oh, for sure.
He's married to this organization.
He knew while he was playing that he was the organization. He was the face of the organization. And that's very rare, too, until you get later in your career. But early on, because it was the second draft of the Texans' history, he knew from the very beginning, okay, I'm the number 3 overall pick. I'm going to have to carry this organization as the face of the franchise. And that's why he just embraced it. And that's why it was so good. By the way, JJ wasn't Defensive Rookie of the Year?
No. He was not.
Yeah, because he kind of kicked it in late.
Yeah.
D'Amico and Cushing were.
Yeah. Shout out to Cush.
Yeah. But no, and so for him to, he has worn that from the time he was 21 years old, and now that he's in the Hall of Fame, it's definitely a different world for him.
If we're going to really dive into this award show, I think it's a travesty. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, we're live from Radio Row in Las Vegas. I don't see how Nick Caserio doesn't get Exec of the Year. It doesn't make any sense to me. If he drafted the Offensive and Defensive Rookie of the Year and he hired the runner-up for Coach of the Year, how in the heck is he not Executive of the Year?
It's a head-scratcher because a lot of times
they're doing lifetime achievement crap. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, a lot of times when they do these things, it's like a year after the fact, right?
Yeah.
It's because you definitely, that they did something in, let's say, 2021 and 2022 or 2023, they kind of, benefit the fruits of their labor, so to speak. But what more evidence do you need than a team going from the record they had to the playoffs and a playoff win with those players you drafted and that coach that you hired?
That's what's confusing.
I mean, what more evidence do you need?
Yeah, that's what's confusing to me. I just don't know how that makes any sense.
Yeah.
At all. That doesn't even register to me.
Mm-hmm.
And Nick Caserio.
Yeah.
40-minute man should have been getting an award yesterday. I do not understand it at all.
Uh-huh.
He doesn't care though. But
no, he doesn't, but it would have been nice to get that recognition.
Yeah, some sort of validation or something like that.
Yeah.
I just don't really understand why Nick Caserio doesn't get that award. And I also like, and Sean Pendergast brought this up, I like how CJ is openly saying, I want to be MVP.
Yeah. Yeah.
Some guys would just sit there and say, oh, yeah, it's a team award, blah, blah, blah. But he is openly saying, I want to be the MVP of the NFL.
He said he wants to be the best ever. I mean, okay, I'm down with that. I mean, he said it a few weeks ago. I want to be the best ever. Might have been on the McAfee show. That's the kind of swag, confidence, whatever you want to call it, that you want from your guys.
I wonder what his odds are. You should go check the prop bets, see what CJ's odds are to win MVP next year.
I have the sheet still in my bag.
Yeah, go check that out.
Yeah, I kept it.
Sprinkle a little something on it.
Maybe.
It's 20-1, 25, something like that. Could be 30. Who knows? But, yeah, go get on that.
Yeah.
Get it. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. We see the good with the Texans, and we talk about the hope with Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud.
Mm-hmm.
What are the guys that we should put on watch for the bad? Like, who are you the most concerned about? I just saw a picture.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Noah.
Okay, let's talk about this picture.
I think Noah on Twitter is like my one. I think he's the best Texans follow. He's hilarious.
So Kenyon Green took a picture.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, and explain it.
This was the
describe it.
This
for
was
us.
the team photo, and he's flexing. I got to tell you, man, I'm a little worried.
He looks in this picture. It's supposed to be an intimidating picture. He looks like a guy that has been out of the league for 15 years trying on his old uniform. Like, what happened to the slim and trim, bigger, stronger Kenyon Green we thought we were going to get?
I don't. I mean, this was before the season.
Oh, that was before the season. I thought that was a recent pick. Nevertheless.
Figgy, how would you describe the pick?
To me, that looked like a guy who just started his weight loss journey. So he had to take that first picture, and so he throw the guns up like, "Yeah, this is me before I lose all this weight."
I thought you had the best description. The dad at his son's recruiting trip.
Yeah, you see that picture of the dad that's wearing the sleeve, and he has the skull cap on. Man.
It wasn't good.
Yeah.
That would be one of my biggest concerns.
What about Mechie? How are we talking about Mechie next year?
We're talking about him like a football player that's on the brink of going in a bad direction. I mean,
should he be fighting for a spot?
Yes. It's Ross Blacklock territory.
You have to draft a receiver, and maybe in that spot.
Yeah, I mean, if day 3 comes around and there's someone in the slot, like a slot receiver that you can figure out, you gotta look into it. You gotta be proactive on it.
Yeah, we kept waiting and predicting, and it never happened. And then when there was an opportunity in key games for him to finally make a move and make some plays, he did not. It's Mechie he might be number 2 on the list.
I'd say Mechie, Kenyon,
Titus,
the extended Titus Howard. Got to see elite at right tackle there, and then Jalen Petrie. I mean, they're not going to try to actively replace him, but he's got to. I mean, an interception would be nice next year. I mean, didn't have a single one after 5.
Are you sure they're not going to try to get a safety?
I mean, maybe another one. I mean, Jimmy Ward's coming back. I don't know. Are they proactive? I don't know how D'Amico looks at that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Caserio obviously loves Jalen Petrie, but I don't know how D'Amico looks at that.
Yeah. D'Amico says publicly, he's the guy. He's always in the right spot, etc. But we haven't seen it. I mean, we've seen him make a play here or there, but we haven't seen consistency from him.
Yeah, I would say those are the guys that are most on the watch list to really be fighting for their jobs when camp comes around.
Yeah, and there's going to be other attrition. With some players that actually had pretty decent years, but you're going to try to upgrade from. That's a whole different category, like Denzel Perryman, something like that. He didn't have a horrible year. He wasn't awesome, but he didn't have a horrible year. He had some very good moments. But I think you're going to try to upgrade those. But you're talking about, who is on the brink of, falling off. I think it's those 4 guys. Kenyon Green.
Who would you bet on? Is Petrie the one that you're the most optimistic?
Probably. Petrie would be one. I'm not yet, even though you have to treat him like a guy that's on the brink, I'm not yet done with John Mechie, so he might be the second I would bet on. And then Titus Howard and Kenyon Green, I don't have any confidence right now in them.
I don't even know if Kenyon starts.
I don't either. I mean, why would he?
Maybe he's better than he was. I don't know. I almost feel like the injury was a blessing in disguise where he could kind of step away and try to figure some stuff out.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, that's really, I mean, if Caserio, that's the Caserio mistakes right now, the offensive line. And some people would say the offensive line is the most concerning thing. But the offensive line for me is something that, if we're going to try to nitpick Nick Caserio, and in one breath I'm going to say Nick Caserio got screwed and it should have been the exec of the year, the one weakness right now I would say is perhaps the offensive line, depending on if Titus Howard looks like he belongs as a top 5 right tackle, and the Kenyon Green situation. Although he did hit on some late round guys on the interior, so maybe it can kind of wash out. But if we're nitpicking Nick Caserio, I would say that's his biggest concern.
I'm not sure it's even nitpicking when it comes to Kenyon Green, with where he was selected. You draft a guy number 15 overall at guard. He should be a day one starter and a year two Pro Bowler, or at least in the conversation for the Pro Bowl. So that's not nitpicking when you come to Kenyon Green. But come on, I mean, yes, he's not going to hit everything just perfect. And by the way, Mechie's a second rounder too. So those were two misses, but you can't say, because he missed those, he's not doing a good job. It
happens.
Yeah, he's doing a good job. He's doing a great job, given everything that's happened in the last year. But if you're going to say, what are the warts? Those two. I mean, 100%. And the contract.
Yeah, that one kind of went under the radar, the Titus decision. And I wonder, I'm happy for Titus that he got his bread. Good for him. And especially getting hurt. Good for him. And he didn't want to play guard, but he did what they asked him to do. But yeah, of all the decisions, it raises the eyebrows because I just don't see that the value would have gone up much more. Mm-hmm. Even if Titus had a good year, you're telling me that price jumps up that much more?
Well, knowing what we know now, he would have gotten a 1 or 2 year contract for a lot less. But they decided to commit to him. And I think a lot of people were optimistic because they signed him. They know what they're doing. They signed him to, was it 30? This big contract, $30 million contract. So he must be good. Well, he wasn't. So that was a miss, those three things.
Yeah, Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. It was a definite miss. We're live at Radio Row. Sometimes when it comes to heights and weights, guys kind of lie about their height. Sometimes they're taller in the program than they are, in person. And the weight, John McClain used to be really pissed off about weights. He was the weight police.
He was obsessed.
Yeah, he was incredibly obsessed with weight.
How much do you weigh?
I don't know how Rob Gronkowski's listed at 6'6".
Because you're pushing 6'6".
He looks like he's 6'8".
You're over 6'5".
Yeah.
Yeah, and I just happen to be behind you walking.
Yeah.
And I'm like, he makes Landry look small.
Dude, that dude is bigger than 6'6".
He's bigger than 6'6".
There is no doubt about it. My man is way bigger.
Absolutely living his best life.
Than 6'6".
I was talking to the USAA people, because he does those spots, and we were at the Army-Navy game.
What a good spot he's doing for them.
They could not have gushed more about everything they want him to do, he does. Every event, corporate event, fan event, he's in there talking and engaging, and now he's got the party that Sean's going to. How did he get into that, by the way?
Sean, Yellow Rose. Risky.
Oh, that's right. We're Yellow Rose.
Yeah. That I would not be able to do that.
Whiskey?
No, I just I'm Vegas style.
Yeah.
Yeah, a party with Gronk and Shaq and
on
stuff.
On the end of a 6-day trip?
No, thank you.
Oh, boy.
And you got to fly back the day of the Super Bowl? No,
I drank pretty, I don't know if every day, but pretty much every day. But I never really had more than 2, over the course of several hours, 2 or 3. Last night I went a little harder. I was just feeling it because I was up and all that stuff. But, no. But you're still just exhausted, When you go to bed every night, you're like, whew, it's time to go to bed, boy.
Man. I got to check on wifey, man. I don't know how she's
she got in at 5:45 in the morning.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I had the pizza and everything.
Yeah.
Well,
did you get the machine pizza?
Hell no, I don't think so.
That's kind of my one regret.
I'm not sure if she got the machine pizza.
It smelled
or not.
good.
Yeah. I'm not sure.
I never got the machine pizza because it's baked in that machine.
Yeah.
It's heated or whatever in that machine.
Yeah.
And I wanted to get one all week long, and I never did.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
That was Bernie walking by right there. Ryan Bernie.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Handling CJ's business.
Yeah.
There you go.
How about the big hat picture you took yesterday?
Hey, I was talking bad about big hats, and then I saw Chuck Liddell in one, and I said, I'm done talking bad about it. My ass knocked out.
They are awful. But, yeah, you should have said that when you're in his presence. I mean, I wouldn't have said anything else.
I ain't saying a damn thing with Chuck Liddell.
Exactly.
Knocked my ass out with that belly and all. That's for dang sure. Coming up, OG Passing Thoughts live from Las Vegas next.
All right, Lami Chuacana right now.
with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market. Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
We got our bull shirts on here.
We sure do.
They got us geared up here at Radio Row. Shout out to Bull Shirts. Check that out. They got some really, really good gear. Big night yesterday for the Houston Texans. That you now have a member of the Pro Football Hall of Fame in Andre Johnson. You have the offensive and defensive rookies of the year, the two guys who made the biggest splashes in the draft, and reacting to it all and more is the OG John Lopez with his passing thoughts.
Yeah, the first one is exactly that. And I mentioned it earlier, and you can't predict how you're just going to feel. But it kind of made me feel an altogether different way, even though we knew Andre Johnson was going to be a Hall of Famer. We knew that for sure C.J. Stroud was going to be Offensive Rookie of the Year, and we're pretty confident that Will Anderson was going to be Defensive Rookie of the Year. But as you're watching it and you're getting that red carpet and the validation and the awards and all that, I'm not really speaking just for myself, because my phone was blowing up. I'm sure your phone was blowing up. People just happy, or what do you think, and that kind of stuff. The awards last night made me feel like just different, kind of proud, I guess is the right way. So another passing thought. Yesterday I returned my rent car, okay, from the fishing trip on Wednesday, and I drove to the budget, and I was going to I ended up walking back to the hotel, which I'll get to that in a passing thought in a second. But as I'm leaving Budget, there's a really raggedy homeless guy, and Las Vegas has some, but it's not like it's not like it's been overrun. But I was kind of off the strip a little bit.
Okay,
and
where's this going?
I'm gonna tell you, really ragged looking, like really ragged.
Okay,
and he goes, "Sir," and I said, "Yeah, can I have $10?" And at first I was like, that's oddly specific, because usually they say, "Hey, do you got some change?" Or whatever. He says, "Can I have $10?" And I went, "Sorry, man. I can't. I really didn't have."
You won all that money and you didn't.
No,
get
I really
$10.
didn't.
You are a slime ball.
I really didn't have $10 on me.
That's a pretty good ask, though.
That's what I said. That was, first of all. Well, here it gets better. He goes, I was like, that's kind of oddly specific. $10. This is what made me feel bad. It was like in a parking lot.
Let me guess. He needed a bus ticket.
No. I turned the corner like 50 feet away from him, and there's one of those T-shirt places that says, or clothes places, that says nothing over $10. So I'm like, I'm wondering if he wanted a new fit, man. If he wanted to get a new outfit, it wasn't for drugs or drinks or food or anything like that. He goes, "Can I have $10?" That's weird. No, I don't have it. And I turn, it's like nothing over $10. I was like, this guy wants to get
geared up,
decked out for the Super Bowl. So I was laughing for a long time about that. I was like, so I ended up getting. Let me go in order here, because I kind of placed them out of order. If you come to Las Vegas, and a lot of our listeners come pretty regularly.
They what?
They come here pretty regularly.
Oh, okay. I was just checking.
If you don't spend at least one day on a long walk, like 3-4 miles, on the Las Vegas Strip, you're missing all the fun.
Yeah.
You are missing all the fun.
If it weren't so cold, I'd walk back today.
Yeah.
It's too cold for me.
Well, it was rainy for 2.5 days. Yesterday, I was like, it's clear, but it's kind of cool. It's going to be a great walk. I started walking back, and I realized, because I try to do it a lot, but I saw about an 80-year-old Elvis impersonator. I saw a really bad Austin Powers impersonator. He was doing the, "Yeah, baby," and kind of got a contact high walking for about 2 blocks behind these two dudes that were blazing.
Yeah.
But just the whole thing of not just like, hey, I'm going to walk over to blah blah blah. I'm talking 3 or 4 miles. You got to go on a long walk on that. So next passing thought, I end up going across the street. I was just I got to go to Caesars or the Mirage.
Yeah.
The Mirage was a little further. Those are 2 of my favorite places. And so I decided to walk across to Caesars. And this really opened my eyes to my future Las Vegas trips. I like to stay at those 2 places.
Yeah.
I don't think I am anymore.
I told you, Caesars is my least favorite.
I like the casino, though, man.
Yeah, it's nice.
The casino has more than one table for craps.
It might as well just be its own place.
It's a city.
Yeah.
But here's the biggest reason that I think I'm making that decision. It's a half mile from the street to get to the doors of the casino.
No doubt. You got to go down the stairs, and you got to go straight.
They've got restaurants, outdoor stuff. They got that garden. They got all this. I'm like, I just want to get inside.
Yeah.
Whereas where we are, like the Flamingo, the Link, and the Cromwell, you can go outside.
Planet Hollywood's my favorite.
2 seconds.
Yeah.
Like you go in, you go out. Boom. Because like I went to the Las Vegas Superstore. Well, I guess that's past though, to pick up some stuff for my granddaughters, which is kind of cool. I'm back to doing that. Like when I used to take trips all the time, it was always bring something back for the kids.
Yeah.
Now I'm bringing something back for the grandkids.
Yeah.
It's pretty dang cool. I didn't even add that one, but it felt cool shopping for them. There is a sure sign that the weekend. You don't even have to have a calendar. You don't have to have anything. There is a sure sign in Las Vegas that the weekend is upon you. You know what that sign is? The scantily clad wannabe Las Vegas showgirls roaming up and down the streets.
Oh, yeah. Trying to get pictures with you?
Everywhere on Thursday.
Trying to get pictures with you?
Like you saw 1 or 2 over the course of the week. Last night, how many did you see? I saw probably 50.
I don't remember.
Like if you want to know what day it is, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, they're everywhere. A lot of people, they make good money too. A lot of people are taking pictures with them as well. This is more media radio row specific.
Okay.
But at the very beginning of the week, I think I was walking in with you. The lady at the bottom of the escalator right side of our doors was the most friendly person I've ever seen.
Yeah, you judged her.
And I was thinking, let's see how she does on Friday. Dude, this morning, hi there. Oh, you got your Dunkin' Donuts coffee. What a great way to start the day. You have a great day now, will you? I'm like, Houston has to hire this woman.
She's bringing it.
Like, she is absolutely awesome. Another couple here, real quick.
OG Passing Thoughts live from Las Vegas, Radio Row.
When you are sloppy drunk, and I wasn't, I saw this. When you are sloppy drunk in a casino, you find out who your friends are. And I'm going to give you an example. There was a woman, there was 3 women. There was a woman sloppy drunk, like sloppy, falling down, literally fell down in front of me, drunk. There were the other 2 women. One of them was just laughing and videotaping. The other one was like, oh, my gosh, we got to get you to your room. She was on her knees, kind of holding her hair, so to speak, you know, and like, okay, you'll be all right. We're going to get you some water. We're going to take you up to the room. You just sleep for a while, and we'll be back in a little bit. And the other one was, look at, whatever, Lisa.
Laughing at her.
Look at Lisa. You put it on Instagram and stuff. I'm like, you really find out who your friends are when you're sloppy drunk in a casino in Las Vegas. There is no doubt about that. Great moment on the red carpet last night. The best Elvis impersonator you could see.
Okay.
That dude was awesome.
That's a bold
Did you see
statement.
it?
That's a bold statement.
Dude, it was like 1972 Elvis, man. He was bringing it, warming up the crowd. I didn't have, I mean, I had, the sound was down because I was there in the casino, but he was like, that's Elvis. Like, Elvis is back. I mean, he is back. Last passing thought here, and this is kind of something that I think is, that you agree with, that is very important. There should be a 4-city rotation for Super Bowls. That's it. Sorry, if you build a new stadium, cool.
What's the rotation for you?
New Orleans, Miami, Los Angeles, Las Vegas.
Yeah.
That's it.
Seth thinks it should be in Las Vegas every year.
I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind that at all. L.A., Las Vegas, New Orleans, Miami. Boom, 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 boom. All these guys, well, we're building a new stadium. You got to give us a new Super Bowl. No, we don't.
We're good.
No, we don't.
The other thing about it is you don't really have to drive.
This is the best.
Yeah, you don't have to drive. Like even like in Houston,
Miami and L.A., you're driving.
Yeah, Houston, you're driving.
Houston, you're driving. I'm talking about even just in this rotation. It would be, the best place would be Las Vegas. Second probably be New Orleans. And then all of a sudden Miami and L.A. But you have to have Super Bowls in Miami.
Plus,
like, you have to.
They're built for it.
Infrastructure, hotels, sites, things to do. Like Houston, I would love for Houston to get another Super Bowl. You know, okay, if they get one, to be awesome. But these are the 4 cities you have to have them in. There's not another, is there? Some would say Arizona. Nah.
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's not bad.
San Diego. Well, you go to L.A.
It's all downhill from here.
Yes.
If we're just being honest, it's just all downhill from here.
Yeah. Like New Orleans is a good one to back it up with next year, but it's not Las Vegas.
Yeah.
New Orleans just knows how to put on a show, though,
Yeah,
man.
no doubt.
They know how to put on a show.
No doubt.
Yeah.
That's OG Passing Thoughts live from Las Vegas. Coming up, speaking of Super Bowl, did yesterday, with all the big things happening with the Texans, did that increase your optimism that the Texans could be in the big game? Let's react to a massive night coming up next.
Plessy, Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
B. Scott was working the red carpet yesterday. We'll hear B. Scott's exclusive interviews in the noon hour. But in the meantime, oh my gosh, are they ever? The hits are lit.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
C.J. Stroud, Offensive Rookie of the Year, has bigger goals, though, in mind. He wants to be the MVP, and he is making no secrets about that. C.J. Stroud, number 2 pick in last year's draft, Rookie of the Year. The guy that went right after him, Will Anderson, Defensive Rookie of the Year. I guess somewhat of a surprise, but not really. I will say, though, it's kind of crazy, and I think this is just the world that we live in when it comes to defensive players. Like, if Will Anderson doesn't play those 12 snaps against the Titans and have those 2 sacks, I don't think we're talking about him as Defensive Rookie of the Year, as crazy as that sounds.
No, I think he got
the 2 sacks on 2 plays.
Yeah. The end of the season had a big impact on voters. For Will Anderson, positively. For DeMeco Ryans, negatively. Because he lost to the Browns and Stefanski.
Yeah, and it's a regular season thing.
Yeah. And they don't vote after the regular season ends. They don't vote in the playoffs or anything. So, like, I don't know if if Will Anderson would have won it if he didn't make those plays, but also if they were voting like week 12 even. You know, he really kind of got hot the last 5 weeks of the season. So it helped Will Anderson and hurt DeMeco.
Yeah, and both of them Pro Bowlers.
Recency bias.
As well, for sure. Hey, there you go. Nick Caserio got to be feeling himself. And now I think the Nick Caserio, because I think Nick Caserio got screwed. If we're just talking about this year, I think he was Exec of the Year. But in a way, the Texans now, they're actually ahead of where the Lions were heading into this season. But if Nick Caserio can have a draft like the Lions had where they got Gibbs and Laporta and it kind of elevated their play and put them up a notch, then I think maybe we're talking about Nick Caserio getting somewhat of a lifetime achievement Exec of the Year next year.
Especially if he can sign a big-name impact player as well. You know, they got the money, and we've talked about it, ad nauseum, but if they take another step, get to the conference championship, something like that, or even just have a better year. Like, let's say they go 12-4, or 12-5. Then I think he'll get it.
You think Nick's already back in Houston? He just dipped out.
What's he going to do here?
Walk?
Well, he could do that.
Work out?
Yeah, he might do that.
Exercise?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he was on Payne and Pendergast this morning, and he just completely dipped out. Dalton Schultz was on with the afternoon guys yesterday. He sounds like a guy who wants to be back. I don't know if this is and last night he tweeted as the awards were going on, what a great night to be a Houston Texan, and what a great night for the Houston Texans. Seems like Dalton Schultz wants to be back. The price might be right there. I think you still add a piece at the position, but he seems like someone who's kind of invested in what they got going on here.
I think he loves it. I think you remember, it might have even been during training camp when we talked to him, and he was basically saying Cowboys aren't this good. Like on my experience.
He said Bobby Slowick.
Yeah.
He said Bobby Slowick's way more advanced than anyone I've ever worked with. Shots fired at Kellen Moore and shots fired at Mike McCarthy.
Yeah, and so that was a sure sign. Like, I think he loves it here. He loves the offense, the way it fits him. He had some up and down things going on with the injuries and such, but I think all things being equal, he would be back. Now, things may not be equal. There might be somebody out there that give him that extra year or bigger bonus or whatever.
I mean, he's the cream of the tight end free agency. It's not very pretty. So we'll see how that goes. I think Caserio and them like him. You're never going to get an elite blocker in Dalton Schultz, but we'll see how that goes. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Andre Johnson, man. Andre Johnson, he's a Hall of Famer. There were context clues that this was going to be the case based on just hearing people say certain things and make certain plans. He gets in. Andre Johnson, he had a big smile on his face. He's ready to go. And I think this means a lot to him individually, but I also think he's about that life when it comes to the Texans. So I think he takes a lot of pride in being the first member of this organization to be in.
I think he wanted to be badly, and obviously he was. But I think he owned that and embraced that from the time he was a first or second year player in the league. Like, I am the Texans until further notice. I have to be the face of this organization. And you mentioned this earlier, and it's very, very important. He helped change the direction of the organization, but like openly criticizing Jack Easterby.
Yeah.
And they love Andre Johnson. He wasn't.
That's not easy for him.
He wasn't really part of the organization.
Yeah, because there's other guys. Yeah. There's other guys who had just as much of an issue as Easterby with Easterby, but they weren't saying it publicly. They weren't putting themselves out there like he did. And I know that was probably really tough for him. And he's talked about it a little bit, but. I mean, he did it, and now he's back, and he's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
JJ's going in. JJ, it's going to be a big deal and all that, but JJ's going in as JJ.
Yeah.
Andre's going in as Andre Johnson, Houston Texan.
Did you see the video of him getting the knock on the door? It is outstanding.
Who knocked? Is it still that same guy?
No. They got very significant players to knock on every player's door. It was Chris Carter.
Oh, God.
It was cool. And Andre opened the door.
What did Chris Carter say?
My
mom was wrong. My mama was wrong. That's Figgy's favorite rant of all time. My mama was wrong.
My mama used to hit her. She was wrong.
She was wrong. My mama was wrong.
He opened the door. He's wearing a U hoodie and just broke down in tears. Like, you could see it on Andre's face. Like, he kind of turned his head away and knew what it was. And just welled up into it. Was really cool. It was illustrating what we're talking about right here. Like, he knew it had to be, it had to be him, and it had to be now.
And he also didn't know. Like, JJ, when JJ's up, you're in. Oh, hey, surprised to see you. It's not going to be. But Andre did not know.
He was practically balling. It was really cool.
The biggest, and I thought it was a joke that we were sitting here, and this is just the dialogue before. Andre might have to wait for Torrey Holt and Reggie Wayne.
Yeah.
And we had Andre on, and Andre was like, come on. Like, Reggie knows that I'm better than him.
Yeah.
I thought it was – I don't like that whole Hall of Fame. Oh, he's got to wait his turn for this guy and that guy and that guy.
That's voter BS.
Or then, 15 years in. Yeah.
Got to wait his turn. Oh, wait a minute. That sounded like John McClain.
I saw McClain tweeted yesterday, congratulations to Andre Johnson. And then he said, and thank you to the guys for voting him in. What are we thanking them for?
They should have done it earlier.
Is it a favor?
But they all have this, phantom list that you have to be on, and you have to climb the list. No, you don't. Like, Devin Hester's thank goodness, he's the best there's ever been, probably.
At returning, yes.
Yeah, shout out to Dante Hall, shout out to Billy Johnson, Billy White Shoes, and all that stuff. Devin Hester's probably.
Shots fired at Billy White Shoes.
No,
you just lost a listener.
I just gave him shout outs.
You just lost a listener.
He deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. But anyway.
Wait, what?
He does.
Okay.
No, he does. He is like Devin Hester.
He's going in a Titan.
Yeah.
He's going in a Titan.
I guess technically he would be. But, like Devin Hester, what are we thinking of? What list is he going to be on? He's the best there's been. Put him in, And
they did it, finally. The U, man. The U representing.
It was very cool. Very, very cool.
Yeah, I was happy to see Andre get in, and McClain did his thing. He got him in. He got the sales pitch, or they just said, hey, we'll do it.
Forget what McClain said. Let's just vote. Let's just vote.
Yeah, you're good to go. We got you.
Chris Carter, all he did was score touchdowns, got in the Hall of Fame. Andre Johnson did not score a lot of touchdowns and got in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, because of Kubiak.
Yeah. Well, because it's quarterback.
Well, Kubiak, too.
That red zone run, man.
That red zone.
Those red zone runs.
200 yards, no touchdowns.
Yeah.
Happen way too often. Chris Carter did. How many kids were dropping to a knee and pointing up when they'd score a touchdown?
Yeah.
Chris Carter. My mom was wrong.
That's so good.
I remember, I've told this story before, but when he went on that rant about Adrian Peterson, he's talking about my mom was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
We had Nelson Peterson on.
Oh, yeah?
man, he hated Chris Carter.
I guess.
Adrian Peterson's dad hated Chris Carter. He's like, and Chris Carter, he's more dramatic. I felt like I was watching Django 2.
Oh, man.
Yeah, he was ticked, man, at that rant. That's got to be one of the most epic rants.
My mom was wrong.
For giving him spankings. What happened to Chris Carter? What's he up to now?
Well, he knocked on Andre's door yesterday. So,
well, what's he doing?
I don't know what he's doing. That whole video of all the Hall of Famers getting the knock on the door is going to actually be on the NFL Network tonight, and it's worth watching. Yeah.
Emotional Andre.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see what happens. Full circle yesterday for the Texans. C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson, rookies of the year. And, by the way, second straight year that the offensive and defensive rookie of the year have been on the same squad.
That's right.
Jets.
Garrett Wilson and
Sauce. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Second straight year.
They don't have a quarterback.
And that's the difference.
That's the difference.
That's where the staying power is.
Yep. They don't have a quarterback.
Yeah, one of them is the quarterback. So that's the difference between Robert Saleh and DeMeco Ryans. The same pipeline.
Yeah.
That pipeline is going to be on display on Sunday, but no quarterback. It's all about the quarterback, and that's why you feel good about the Texans. Did your Super Bowl hopes increase yesterday
for the Texans,
or were they the same?
I guess I would have to say they were the same, but it just seemed like an ultimate validation. Like if you had any doubt whatsoever that you got the guys that can get you there, forget it. I mean, DeMeco was second in Coach of the Year, and there's of course C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson. I maybe never, in fact, never. I mean, it's not even a maybe. Have felt so good about the Texans getting to a Super Bowl than I do right now. Maybe a year, maybe 3 years, whatever. I think they'll get there.
Yeah, I do too. I think it'll be within the next 3.
Yeah,
I think within the next 3 years.
After 3, you start to kind of get happy feet, a little uncomfortable.
Caserio's got to get in that bag.
Yeah,
he's got to figure. I disagreed with Baldinger yesterday about running backs. I did not agree with him on that, but I think he's just kind of focused on the. I mean, he also said drafting a tackle, which I mean, if you draft a tackle early,
but he was skirting my question.
Yeah,
because I asked him, if you weren't listening earlier, I tried to ask the smart question about, at what point do you give up on Kenyon? The gist of it was what time at what moment do you give up on Kenyon Green and Titus Howard? And he was like, well, you just always got to draft tackle. I'm like, come on, Baldy, come on, give us an answer. Because he's seen him. He watches tape religiously.
Well, I mean, he knew Titus was in and out. But, yeah, the offensive line, it's been the elephant in the room for a while. And hopefully that's not what keeps the Texans from getting where we just said that we believe they're going to be. We're live at Radio Row here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Coming up, B. Scott was on the red carpet. All the prominent figures from last night in a big day in Texans history. B. Scott caught up with all of them. You'll hear the exclusive interviews next.
Yingling Flight presents Sports. WEEKDAY here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Was D'Amico Ryans robbed yesterday? All the awards that went down, D'Amico Ryans does not win Coach of the Year. Do you feel D'Amico was robbed? Wade Smith, his former teammate, friend of ours, he felt that he was. He mentioned the playoff win. They vote before that.
Yeah.
Do you feel that D'Amico Ryans was robbed?
He wasn't robbed. It was too bad. I mean, obviously we know the job he's done. It was too bad. He wasn't robbed. And I really think recency bias weighed in. It definitely weighed in for Will Anderson positively. And for D'Amico, you lost to Stefanski, man, in the regular season. The postseason,
which is when they vote.
Yes, the postseason doesn't matter. And you also lost to a head coach that would have 3 starting quarterbacks this year?
5
starting quarterbacks.
I mean, if you want to count Driscoll, the fifth.
Well, that's true.
I mean, but that was a throwaway bye week type of.
Yeah.
Week 18.
And you know, and all the things that he was able to kind of resuscitate with the Browns. No, it wasn't. It was a toss-up, but he wasn't robbed.
Yeah, I would have voted for Stefanski in the regular season. It is funny, though, and we talk about the coach, quarterback, all that, Landry Locker, John Lopez, Fig with you reacting to the big night that was for the Texans. It's hilarious that with all that good job that Stefanski did, they got rid of their offensive coordinator.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of shows that, Deshaun's coming back, and it's like, oh, well, we got to go back to square one.
Let's find our guy.
B. Scott was working it yesterday at the red carpet. Here is B. Scott with D'Amico Ryans before he was or wasn't robbed, depending on who you ask.
Yeah, this moment is special because of what you mentioned, the entire organization, right? To have 2 rookies up for award, Andre's up for Hall of Fame, just our entire organization with the Houston Texans is putting the Texans back on the map, and we are on the map now, and the entire world is able to see the type of people that we have in our organization. That's what makes a night special.
Could you have envisioned this, or do you try to just keep your nose to the ground and work, or did you have this in your mind, or what?
Yeah, I just keep my nose to the ground and works, and I think when you're humble and you work and you do things the right way, then you'll get recognition from others. Others will lift you up. You don't have to beat your own chest. Like, others will see the work that you're putting in.
Last thing, for your former teammate, Andre, make the case, the Hall of Fame case.
The best player I ever seen day in and day out at practice, like the way he worked, the way he showed up, the same way in games, no matter if he was double team, triple team, like everybody knows he's getting the ball. For him to be consistently showing up, not only as a player, but the man that he is. He taught me what it's like to work in the community, give back. And so for that, I think he is definitely a Hall of Fame.
I would ask you to make the case for yourself because of the year, but I don't think you're going to do it. I don't think you'll do it.
He did not, and he did not win the Coach of the Year. Cal and Hannah, they were in town yesterday.
Yeah,
they were feeling themselves.
Yeah.
B. Scott caught up with them. You never know where the hell this is going to go. This was Cal McNair and Hannah McNair with our own B. Scott.
Well, we're having a lot of fun this evening. We don't know where the votes are going to go yet, so I don't know, but we'll see. It's going to be fun, and we're excited.
Well, make the case right here, right now. Make the case for all your guys.
He definitely needs to be Coach of the Year. He and CJ did something that's never been done, winning
in the record books, and he beat coaches that are up on the same slate with him. He beat him late in the season.
Yeah, he should have won it hands down. It's not even a competition. Of course, offensive rookie of the year is CJ. I mean, I could just name every single one of them. You don't need to make a case. Watch the film. They're phenomenal.
It feels like a no-brainer.
It's a no-brainer. And Will Anderson, defensive player of the year. Yes.
All right, I got one more.
All of them game changers.
And
Andre Johnson.
Gosh, wouldn't that be wonderful?
He was a monster playing. They couldn't stop him. He was the number one receiver. Their number one corner covered him all the time, and he delivered every game. I mean, he was just awesome and set an example on the practice field, in the community, and he showed on the field, and so he's totally deserving of going in here tonight.
And a good right hook.
Oh, my goodness.
My goodness, Hannah.
Jeez, Hannah. What about Hannah saying, watch the tape?
Watch the tape.
You don't need to just watch the film on
Dude,
CJ.
and a good right hook.
She hates the Titans.
I love it. I love that,
That was a good right hook by her.
That was a good right at Amy. Right at Amy's choppers.
Man.
A good right hook.
Hannah's crazy, man.
Oh, boy.
Goodness gracious. D'Amico, not even a contest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, how about that?
D'Amico, not even a contest.
Well, it was a contest.
CJ, just watch the film. And Andre Johnson has a nice right hook. She's throwing some haymakers.
She was definitely doing that.
Will Anderson, number 3 pick in the draft for the Houston Texans. He is your defensive rookie of the year. Here was B. Scott working the red carpet with Will Anderson.
Man, it means the absolute world, man. It's a blessing, and this is what we do it for, man. The guys in the locker room have been nuts supportive of me and CJ, man. The ownership, everybody in the whole building, man, it just transformed everything, man. So appreciative of those guys, nutritionists, strength staff, training room, upstairs, media, all of those people. And for the fans, we thank y'all, we love y'all. Keep supporting us, and we got y'all.
Where does it go from here?
Man, it's just up. We set the foundation. We got everything set. Now we just got to keep building the blocks and keep chopping wood.
Keep chopping wood.
Will Anderson is going to end up being one of the best interviews on that team. He's going to blossom even more. You can see it already. But he says what he thinks. He's got that personality. He's not afraid to talk about whatever question you ask. He's going to be one of the go-tos.
Chop wood, huh?
Chop wood, baby.
Can't get over that.
Chop wood.
Why are we still saying that? He ain't chopping no wood.
It's nothing wrong with saying chopping wood.
Chopping wood? What?
Nothing
Who's
wrong with
chopping wood?
He is.
No, chopping wood. You think D'Amico's ever chopped wood?
I bet you D'Amico has chopped wood.
Nah.
Yeah.
Maybe as a workout? Maybe as like a workout?
Like a Rocky thing? No, like as a kid.
Hey, he from Bessemer, man. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, Bessemer, Alabama.
Okay.
Yeah.
You think Will Anderson chops some wood?
No, that might be for a workout. Or not. Maybe both.
The sledgehammer
Have
tire?
you ever chopped wood?
Yes.
Yeah, me too.
A couple times.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it wasn't like a routine thing.
No. Yeah, I wouldn't say, I do it, that's how we warmed the house when I was a kid. But no, I've done it some.
C.J. Stroud, no surprise there. You heard Hannah say no contest. Well,
yeah.
Apparently the voters agreed because C.J. Stroud's your rookie of the year. Here's B. Scott, offensive rookie of the year. Here's B. Scott with C.J.
Yeah, special. That's probably the biggest thing is being with my teammates, my coach, my family here, A lot of special things happened this year with a lot of my teammates. I'm not just up here for myself. A lot of people put a lot of work in to help me out. So it's an honor to be up for this award.
We talked a lot about this before, our media availabilities, but your personal growth. I mean, it's funny, you talk in other interviews about having not changed, but also there's got to be a progression and a growth from where you were at the draft time to where you are now. How would you describe that as a man?
It's a lot of different things, personally. As a football player, as a man, a lot of things that I've learned throughout the years. So it's been an honor just to be able to just breathe life. I think something for me, I just been trying to be more grateful just on weak label as little things, but, just walking, being able to talk, being able to breathe, to be able to live life.
All right, there you go.
We got a good thing going, man.
Shout out to CJ.
We have a good thing going.
Shout out to CJ. One of the best night in Texans history, per Payne and Pendergast.
No, but I get it.
Seth did not like that one.
No, Seth was kind of
agitated by it.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. He just hates power rank. Who hates power ranking lists? I hate power ranking lists. So what? I mean, everybody does it.
And Sean's Mr. Power Rankings.
Oh, boy. That's all. He loves them as much as Seth hates them.
Yeah. I would say it's not a maybe it's tomato, chicken, egg. I just think it has to be draft night that if you're going to talk about best day.
Yeah, because in history, you got to throw opening night. You got to put Bob McNair getting the franchise. Biggest underdogs the Texans have ever been was just even getting the franchise. Like, a lot of people don't even remember, L.A. was a lock. L.A. was a lock to get the next franchise. Somehow, $800 million check later, Bob McNair, and L.A. imploding. They had 3 different ownership groups, and they never could figure anything out. Finally got to Houston. So that's number one. Just getting the damn franchise when no one expected you to do it. But this is all organizational is what I'm talking about. Best moment in Texans history? No. It's got to be an on-the-field thing.
Do you think that
Will Anderson just walked behind you, by the way.
How are you going to feel when JJ gets in?
Oh, it's not even going to be a mystery. It's going to be an absolute first ballot. It's going to be cool. It's going to be really, really cool. But, no, he's in. He's a Hall of Famer. You can almost call him one already. I mean, that's not even going to be a second guess.
Who is that? She our Synergenics lady said she loves this guy. I'm trying to figure out.
I thought she
who
loved
it is.
me.
Well, I think she loves everybody, but
is she two-time?
She loves that guy. Yeah. Who is that?
I'll have to look.
Yeah, who is that guy?
I'll have to look. Holly from the Low T. She works hard, man.
Yeah,
she works hard.
She's fanning out.
There's a playmaker.
Oh, Michael Irvin.
Yeah, right there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
I'll ask her.
All right, we're getting. Oh God! Dancing with the Stars. Okay, that's.
He was from Dancing with the Stars.
Oh, okay.
Well, I never watched, and I watched it this past year. And
we're on the air, so everybody's listening. No, that's cool.
No, that's all good.
We were saying it on the air, like, who is that?
Play. Who is that guy?
Yeah,
the stars are coming out. Dancing with the Stars. Do you think CJ could do some Dancing with the Stars?
Who could be the best?
From a Texans point of view, best on Dancing with the Stars?
Mm-hmm.
On the team right now?
Mm-hmm.
I would say
I have
Tank
one.
Dell.
That's exactly what I was going to say. That's exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah, Tank Dell.
Because, he's fast, he's limber, nimble, smaller, but strong.
Yeah.
Got to be Tank Dell.
Yeah, Tank Dell for sure.
It's unanimous.
Yeah.
It's unanimous. And the woman has to be from Dancing with the Stars, too. She looked like a dancer. Now that I see it, that was with that dude. She definitely looks. So we've seen, that reminds me of something I was going to ask you earlier in the week. Comedians come to Radio Row like nobody's business.
Yeah.
So I just saw Rob Riggle.
He's hilarious.
He's the best.
He's awesome. His skits are elite.
Yeah, he's so good. And so I put together a list of comedians we have seen on Radio Row.
Is Craig Glass on there? Or
so I want you to, in honor of Sean Pendergast.
Is Craig Glass on there?
It's Gas.
Oh.
In honor of Sean Pendergast, power rank the comedians.
Oh, no. No, come on. I hate power rankings. Come on.
Power rank the comedians that I have seen on Radio Row. All but one of them I've seen this year. Okay?
So this is all time or just now?
This is all time, but I've seen all of these but one this year over the course of the week.
Okay.
Well, one wasn't on Radio Row. It was in the back over there, like it was special, whatever.
What are we talking about?
I've got 7 comedians that have been on Radio Row.
Okay.
Craig Gass.
Okay. Next.
Frank Caliendo.
Why is he still a thing?
I don't know why he's still a thing.
Like, is he still doing John Madden and Gruden?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I hope not. JB Smoove.
From Curb Your Enthusiasm?
Yeah, he was back there yesterday.
Elite. That's 8. That's 8. Yeah. That's Friday.
Well, hold on. You got to power rank him now.
He's beast.
Bert Kreischer.
What's he do? I have no idea who that is.
He's a comedian.
Okay.
What show was he on?
Not sure.
Yeah. Anyway, Carrot Top.
He's Vegas.
I haven't seen this one this year, but he's always on Radio Row. This is the only one I haven't seen this year. Adam Sandler.
That's A-list.
And Rob Riggle.
Yeah.
So Craig Gass, Frank Caliendo, JB Smoove, Bert Kreischer, Carrot Top, Adam Sandler, Rob Riggle. I would.
Why is Craig Gass on this list?
I don't know, because he was on with our show.
I mean, come on, now. What are you doing?
I think I put Rob Riggle ahead of Adam Sandler.
He's just doing that, so I'll say something.
Would you put Rob Riggle? Is that blasphemous?
No. Yeah, you don't put Rob Riggle ahead of Adam Sandler.
Adam
Sandler's
he's a god.
Icon.
He's a god.
He's an icon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I felt like weird doing that, but I love Rob Riggle.
Yeah, but Adam Sandler's above
JB
him.
Smoove would be right behind him.
He's right there.
Yeah. Where would you put Frank Caliendo?
I wouldn't.
How about Bert Kreischer?
I don't know who he is, but I've heard he's a big deal.
He's supposed to be big,
so he can get right in there.
And at the top, middle, bottom, Craig Gass.
Yeah.
Where would you put Craig Gass?
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Piggy Pig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Stars are coming out right now, man.
Big time.
Stars are
Friday
coming
on
out.
Radio Row. Come on.
Yeah, stars are coming out.
It's big time.
It's massive. Massive time. Here on Sports Radio 610. We're going to talk about some rules with Dean Blandino. I got to ask him about this gig. I want to know what's the damn setup. Is he just sitting in front of a lot of TVs? Because they...
Oh, I've seen the setup.
Like a buzz?
I got an inside view of the setup. It's pretty dang awesome. Like, they can see these things from every angle and call them up in real time in the moment. It's really cool. Like, the whole thing with they don't even need to do the whole thing with get the camera on the sideline, and they know almost immediately. In fact, I'm going to ask him about that. Like, why do they do that? Because I've been privy to how they do it. Like, they can move a screen and focus and all that stuff, like, literally 1 second after the play.
Yeah.
I'm going to put that on there. I'm also going to ask, just for our listeners, our Houston listeners, I got your back. I'm going to ask him about Mike Renfro.
What?
Mike Renfro, the catch that wasn't.
What?
That's what started instant replay.
What?
Instant replay happened.
You're going to ask this guy who's been doing this recent about Mike Renfro.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
100%.
Good Lord.
100%.
It looks like the Oiler quota lives on.
No. When people say what started the discussion.
My God.
What started the discussion.
I can't wait for that. What time is that?
Next, isn't it?
Appreciate the warning.
No, we had confessions and then 12:40.
Yeah.
But
Mike Renfro.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Get out of here with that.
He's going to be like, what? He's going to be like, what?
Houston wants acknowledgement.
Oh, my
like the
God.
morning show says, acknowledge me.
They
acknowledge
took that from
it.
Roman Reigns. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Hey, what about Mike Renfro, Dean?
Hey, okay, just step aside then.
Hey, Dean. Hey, Dean, did Don Beebe step out of bounds in the comeback
no.
between the Bills and Oilers?
No.
Do you think he stepped out of bounds?
No. The reason instant replay came into play was the Oilers game of 1979.
Hey, Dean, do you think that Earl Campbell would have been flagged for lowering his head these days?
I'm not convincing you, am I? No, it's the reason. It's the reason that we have instant replay was that particular play started it.
Hey, Dean, should Billy White Shoes Johnson have gotten an unsportsmanlike flag?
Okay, you ask him that. I'll ask him the other one.
Goodness gracious. Figgy, how intrigued are you by this Renfro question?
Incredibly.
I'm kind of intrigued by it a little bit.
Thank you.
Get out of here.
It's Radio
Figgy,
Row,
you're
man.
Houston, that's why.
You're
Houston,
It's Radio
Figgy.
Row. What the hell y'all gonna ask him, man?
Exactly.
I think that's the perfect question, man.
Thank you. Perfect. Did you hear
Perfect,
Figgy?
huh? Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah, talk about drama.
713-572-4610. Houston, I've got your back. Landry doesn't.
All right, there you go. Renfro question coming up with Dean Blandino. Coming up next, though, John. Your manhood was questioned yesterday.
What?
Yes, it was questioned in a strong, strong way from some out-of-towners.
What?
Big time. And I'm going to have you defend yourself.
Okay.
I also got some other confessions from yesterday next.
He's in. After a 3-year wait, Andre Johnson, 2024 NFL Hall of Fame class. With John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market. Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
These are my confessions.
Lunchtime confessions. We confessed our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess. And oh, by the way, John Lopez might be rowdy. I'll get to that in a second.
This is my first confession. So how many outlets are broadcasting here? I got a question before my confession.
Hundreds.
At least 100, right?
Yeah.
My confession is I had no idea that NBC Boston is more important than anyone else here. Because I was going to the bathroom.
I thought you were going to fight. I'm talking Figgy. I honestly thought he was.
I had no idea NBC Boston. It's the most important station here. More important than anybody else. And I will explain.
There's a guy that is sitting in the middle. By the way, he's making more. He's making a bigger scene than there is, but he has his tripod in the middle of the walkway right by the door.
Where everyone walks.
He's huge. He looks like he could be an NFL offensive lineman.
He didn't scare me.
And Lopez was right in his face. I was like, man, where is this going?
So literally everyone here walks that way. Everyone. So I'm walking that way to go to the bathroom, and he does this. He puts both hands out and stops me. And I was like, what's going on? Because they were broadcasting.
Yeah, it's not even in his view.
Yeah. And I turned to him and I said, everyone walks through here. You can't do it. I said, everyone walks through here, just like that. And then he kind of shook his head and went like,
and then you kept talking to him as you were going back.
He goes, what an a-hole. I was like, you're the a-hole. I mean, like I dare you, Laura Reynolds, go walk right by that big fat dude over there because he'll stop you. No, I'm kidding. You don't have to. You don't have to.
He has his tripod in the middle of the walkway.
He put a tripod in the middle of the walkway and puts his hands out like they're the only people broadcasting here and they're the only one that matters.
Yeah, I thought you were going to fight. I really did. I really did. You might have redeemed yourself from something that I heard yesterday in the casino.
Uh-oh.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I was sitting in the front row of the Planet Hollywood Sportsbook yesterday, and three fellas from Carolina were behind me. They had the thick accents. They were, they were
Carolina.
They were saying stuff that might get you canceled this day and age. But they were talking about how one of their buddies. They said that one of their buddies was going to a Rolling Stones concert, and they were questioning his manhood, saying he was a sissy for going to a Rolling Stones concert. Something along the lines of, that ain't my cup of tea. I'll put my pants on one leg at a time.
God.
That's some sissy stuff right there. How many Rolling Stones concerts you been to?
I think 5 or 6.
Yeah. So these guys are basically questioning the OG John Lopez's manhood.
Yeah, I would question theirs. I think they might be, what's the term? Repressing? They might be repressing something, but that's just me, Figgy.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Is he still doing it? I thought there was kind of a NFL awards last night. I thought there was an award that kind of minimized the other awards. They gave out the Selly of the Year.
Yeah.
What are we doing? You got Offensive Rookie of the Year, Player of the Year, MVP, Coach of the Year, and the Selly of the Year. Tommy DeVito won for his celebration.
Yeah.
Why are you doing that? The Selly of the Year?
Viral, man.
It's like, so in other words, like you can do some crazy celebration and you're going to be at NFL honors?
Yeah. It's about the net, bro. It's about the net, bro.
That's dumb. That's dumb.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
McClain yesterday was talking about Andre getting in, and he thanked the selection committee. What are we thanking the selection committee for? Doing their job? Like, is there thank you so much for voting the right guy in. What are we thanking the committee for?
Yeah.
Thank y'all very much for what?
The committee tends to do things lax. They get it. I mean, they do their job. They just need to change it. They are so anal about, oh no, it's got to be these 53 members and blah 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 and all that. No, man. Most of them are older, which is fine, except you need to mix it up, with some guys that have been like, why is James Palmer not on it? And that's just the name that pop into head, but somebody like that, but I guess whatever.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I love the way Hannah jumps in when Cal is talking. Figgy, get that ready because it was this confession just happened because we were listening to this audio because she needs to. Like, it's not like he's not capable.
Do you ever think it's going to get out of hand though? Because I told her I'm a little worried. Like, do you ever think it's going to get out of hand where she gets all the smoke?
I think she doesn't mind it. She's got the personality. She's got the edge. I mean, she just it's not like I said, Cal can handle his business, but I love the way she just jumps in. Figgy, if you have it, let's listen to this.
We're having a lot of fun this evening. We don't know where the votes are going to go yet, so I don't know, but we'll see. It's going to be fun, and we're excited.
Well, make the case right here, right now. Make the case for all your guys.
He definitely needs to be Coach of the Year. He and CJ did something that's never been done. Winning
the record books, and he beat
make the case, Cal. Let me tell you why I'm making the case.
He should have won it hands down. It's not even a competition.
That's awesome. That is awesome. Make the case, Cal. I'll tell you why to make the case. Let's go. So good.
I got you, Cal.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I got to tell you, man. I think Nick Caserio got robbed yesterday. My confession is, as great as yesterday was for Texans, I look at it and I'm completely questioning the line of thinking to where you have 2 rookies of the year, a guy who's up for Coach of the Year, and Nick Caserio doesn't win Exec of the Year. That should have been the most no-brainer award that there was if we're doing it based on just 1 year.
Yeah.
So I got to confess, I think Nick Caserio got screwed yesterday.
Yeah.
More than D'Amico.
We were talking, did D'Amico get robbed? D'Amico did not get robbed because it was some recency bias at the end of the year. Stefanski did a great job. It was arguable, but I don't think he got robbed. Caserio might have gotten robbed. Because of everything that he did, just the draft alone, and then how they performed. I mean, he was sitting in the audience with the coach, the guy that finished second in Coach of the Year, the Offensive Rookie of the Year, and the Defensive Rookie of the Year, and yet he didn't get Executive of the Year. I'm with you.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I kind of had not sad, maybe a what-if moment watching the awards yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
You know who went in with Andre Johnson? Julius Peppers. Could have been Texan and Texan into the Hall of Fame. And Julius Peppers, obviously a Carolina Panther, getting into the Hall of Fame. I never, even if you go back and you read and all that of the draft, I was very, very high on Julius Peppers. He was very, very much the highest rated player. And it could have been Julius Peppers, Texan, Andre Johnson, Texan, into the Hall of Fame. That would have been wild.
You wanted David Carr, though, right?
No, I wanted Julius Peppers. You can go back and read. I could call it up. I got my old files. No, I wanted Julius.
You just carry around your old files?
I have the access to the. Well, I shouldn't say that too loud.
The Chronicle?
Yeah, archives. I might have.
You have the Chronicle
I might
archives?
still have the old archives password.
They don't use it anymore.
Yeah, probably not.
Do you? So you were pounding the table for JP?
No, I remember the column I wrote was it looked like it's going to be David Carr, but Julius Peppers is probably the
better player,
surefire. Yeah, surefire is what I said.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, well,
that's for sure.
Could have been Texan and Texan Hall of Famer.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
We're going to talk to Dean Blandino in a second.
Mm-hmm.
My confession is I think you need to strongly consider. Let's retract this Renfro question.
Have you seen the text board? They're all about it.
I have not.
All about it.
Yeah.
I think your youth is showing.
I think you got time to.
No. This is
you got time to.
This is
going
to be
this back.
This is the question to ask. This is the question to ask because instant replay really started because of the Mike Renfro catch. Let's ask a replay official. He was in, right? I mean, he was in, no doubt.
Oh, you know who I think just walked by?
Who?
That kid that Jimmy Ward went at it with. That like him and his.
Oh yeah.
Is that Grant Cohn?
I don't know. I don't know where you're looking.
Yeah, the one who was questioned. Remember when they were questioning D'Amico Ryans, him and his dad?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I think that's him. The YouTube guy. That was one of the funniest rants ever. I think that's him.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. He gets into it with the players. Speaking of, I really wish you would have thrown down with that dude.
He just like pushed the wrong button.
Well, I think he just singled you out.
No, he had his tripod out there to stop people. And then I'm walking by and he puts both hands up like, stop, you can't come this way. I'm like, well, everybody comes this way. Like, this is where everyone walks. That is the epitome of a dude that thinks their show is more important than every other show here.
Hey, Boston's a big sports town.
Who
we agree.
cares?
Hey,
Boston's
cares? A big sports town, man.
Get to a Super Bowl.
They have. They've been to a few.
Get to a Super Bowl.
Just asking. They've been to a few. Act like they won a few.
Is that
Shedeur Sanders?
Yeah, Shedeur Sanders is here.
Yeah, good for him.
That.
Yeah, he's feeling it.
He'll be around for a while.
Yeah. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Coming up, Dean Blandino. Let's talk rules. I got a lot of questions to ask, and this is going to be a fun interview next.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing.
Cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, we're live from Radio Row. Dean Blandino going to join us in a second. The Fox Rules guy. For those of you that may not know, he's not Gene Steratore or Pereira, but I think he's probably the best at it. If I had, I'm not just saying that because he's going to join us. I think he's the best at it. I also have a proposal for him that might get him. I think he might be a little more open to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might give him a little bit more shine, perhaps more criticism, more hate mail, but. Hey, comes with the territory.
Are you willing to share with the class?
I think
you're holding it.
I think that those guys should be the ones who make the call.
Who?
Live on the air. I think like Blandino or Pereira should be the ones.
I think you've said that before.
Yeah, I think that should be part of the broadcast experience where those guys.
That
make
ties
the
in
call.
with one question I have. The one thing I was going to ask him about it. I think the conversation should be mic'd up. I think that would be television gold.
Didn't the XFL try that?
It would be television gold. And the NFL, I think it's coming, to be honest. Because, can you imagine fans? Oh, he was in, he was out. And then you hear the referee and the guy in the booth talking about, blah, 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 blah. And you maybe see some of those angles and stuff. I think that'd be TV
that would
gold.
open up a lot of scrutiny.
That would be great.
They're definitely not always right on that.
No, but you at least know their explanation, because then they go to the booth to Blandino and Pereira and everybody and try to explain what they were thinking. How about micing them up, man? Let's go. That would be awesome. I think it'd be really good.
How do they get it wrong so much? Like replay.
I'm not sure they get it wrong as much as they just can't get it right. The old.
What does that mean?
I'll tell you. Like they'll say, what absolute evidence. You know what I mean? We see it all the time. Like they might think what we think. You know what? I think that guy was in, but you can't see it on the video. For sure. And so I think it's like they might know one way to do it, but they can't say it because they don't have the video evidence of it. He's running like about 3 minutes late, so he'll be here in just a second.
I don't understand why the call on the field matters so much.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
that's exactly what I'm talking about.
I don't understand why that matters. If you're just going to get it right. Like the reason that we're having to go through this process is because the live call on the field is not always correct. So why are we
indisputable evidence?
Yeah. So why are we making that a tiebreaker?
No. I think that's a valid point because they probably think the same things we think. Oh, you know what? He was in, but where's the indisputable evidence? So that's why I'm saying, like, they don't necessarily get it wrong all the time. They just can't get it right, officially because of the evidence, the video.
I'm not big on that whole like tie goes to the human error element. I just don't. I don't really get down with that. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you live from Las Vegas at Radio Row, courtesy of Yingling Flight. He's going to be here in a sec.
Yeah.
Upon further review, you're late, buddy.
Lead with that. Lead with that. Yeah, we have video evidence.
Yeah,
it's right there.
His butt was not in the seat.
Break it down. In spirit, he was here, but spirit doesn't count.
Yeah, it doesn't count at all. Michael Irvin's just rolling really deep right now.
He's looking good.
Look at him. Working the room.
Yeah.
What's up, class? I think.
Well, sometimes. Sometimes, class.
Every once in a while. Will Anderson's out here as well. Will Anderson doing his thing. What has he got, Old Spice? Is that what Will's pushing?
Well, that's the hoodie he was wearing.
Okay, so Will's pushing Old Spice.
Yeah, he was wearing that hoodie.
CJ was doing Pepsi and Cheetos. Will's got the Old Spice. Are you an Old Spice guy?
No, my dad was.
You use the green deodorant stick?
No.
Do you use Pert Plus shampoo? You strike me as a Pert Plus guy.
No. Absolutely.
You're not a Pert Plus guy?
No, I'm not a Pert Plus guy.
That green, that
not
green
a
thing
Pert
right
Plus
there.
guy.
We got Dean Blandino joining us live now here on Sports Radio 610. Dean, Landry Locker, John Lopez. How are you?
Good.
Appreciate you for coming through. We were just talking about the evolution of what you do. What is your setup like? Like, do you just have like every game in front of you? Because I'm turning on Red Zone. You're on one game, then you're on the game I'm watching. What's the setup like?
Yeah, it's a studio setup, and I've got a wall of monitors in front of me with all of our games that are on Fox Sports. We've got we've got CBS games going on these other set of monitors. Then I've got a station in front of me with all these different angles, and I can pull up different angles from different games. I've got an IFB in my ear. I can talk to my producer. He can talk to me. I can talk to the producer in Seattle, in the truck in Seattle, or in Philadelphia, or wherever. And it's hectic, but it's a lot of fun. And then say, hey, Dean, we're going to come to you in Tampa. All right. So I turn, look at a camera, and they're like, Dean, what'd you think? And you go from there.
Well, that ties in with one thing I wanted to ask about, because like a lot of times I'm sure they go, hey, Dean, the Lions game. And you're like, what? I wasn't watching that. You know?
Yeah,
and so,
no doubt.
But yet you come on and it feels like, boom, you got it right away, which leads to my question. That the referee going to the sideline and the camera, I've been privileged enough to have been in the replay booth.
Yeah.
They can see it like that. It looks almost as if that's for show.
It is. It's
like, no
there's
offense.
so much. I could not agree with you more. There's so much built-in delay.
Yes.
With the referee. Okay, the coach's challenge. I got to go talk to the coach. I got to go talk to the covering official. What did you see? Okay, now I might need to punch out for TV. Now I go over, put my headset on. Hey, John, can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear you. All right, we're going to look at the play. I mean, now we've wasted a minute. Whereas if you just said, hey, guys, we got it. It's a catch. Put the ball in the 32. I think that, it's something we did in the XFL last year.
Yeah.
It's something we'll do in the United Football League. That efficiency, I think, not that you want to rush, but
you
there's
get it, like
so
they have
much
a joystick.
delay.
They can turn the camera like in real time.
Yeah,
focus in, zoom in real time. I'm like, this is taking 3 minutes when I know the guy up there already knows the answer.
Exactly, and it's more just that administrative side, the conversation. There's different layers, and I think if you could just narrow it down, one person, tell the referee what it is, and let's go. I think that would make the whole process more efficient.
What's the biggest rule change that you think is needed? Like, if you could change one rule, people argue about the touchback rule. I don't hate the touchback goes to the defensive team. What do you think could be a potential rule change, and what rule would you change?
I love that you don't want to change the touchback rule because I feel like you and I are in the minority. But, but
the defense has to have some sort of ball,
I
right?
agree. Look, you fumbled. You're at risk. You didn't recover it. It's dead in the end zone. That's a touchback. That's how I feel. I think sometimes we make the officials, it's already a hard job. We make it harder when we change a bunch of rules. And now and I get health and safety, and you always want to try to make the game as safe as possible. But the more rules we change, now the officials have to adjust, the players, the coaches, everybody has to adjust. I like the game where it is. I do think the biggest thing for me is what we just talked about. Let's be more efficient in the replay process. Let's clean that up a little bit. Because the game is so great and it's so popular, and you can't get complacent. But I think you just got to continue to see how can we improve in little areas.
I know this has been tested elsewhere, but if you're going to have that big delay, why not mic up the referees and the guys in the booth? And the NFL would love that. I'm sure fans would absolutely love that. Would you be against that?
No, I'd be in favor of it. I think. You always worry. You wouldn't want to keep it open all the time. You'd have to monitor it. You'd have to, because you want, especially those conversations with the coaches on the sideline, the coach needs to feel, all right, I'm going to talk to this referee. I don't want to, now it's going to go out over the air.
No, not that. I'm talking about maybe the discussion.
I think that discussion, I think if you let the whether it's Fox or CBS, whoever, have that and say, okay, they'll record it and say, hey, we're going to play back. Here's what the officials were talking about.
Right.
Here's what went into that decision. I think that would change. We saw it in the XFL. We saw it. It changed the narrative around officiating. It was less, what the heck are they doing, to, okay, I get it. I may not always agree, but I get it. I understand why they got to where they did.
I've said that I would let y'all make the call. Like, in the real time when you are discussing it, y'all would make the call. I don't know if that'd be good for your your mentions or anything.
He's
like
talking about
that,
you
Yeah,
personally.
like when you say the verdict, I think.
Oh,
I think
yeah, I would.
We should be watching, and you have to make every call of every game.
I would love that.
You need a pay raise.
I need a pay raise, but you're right. My mentions are bad enough on game day; they would go through the roof.
Was your worst mentions the Dez caught it? Was that?
Oh yeah, that definitely was probably the most controversial play that I was a part of. Yeah, that stays. We just celebrated the 9th anniversary in January.
How'd you celebrate?
So, my friends over in Dallas, my radio friends, make sure I always talk to them on January 15th. And so we're going to have a big party for the 10-year anniversary next year. You're all invited. So,
Okay, so I told the city of Houston, our listeners, that I was going to ask you about this because it's been dang near 50 years. But it is the reason I believe that there is instant replay today. 1979, and I know you know the history.
Yeah.
Oilers.
Yeah.
At Steelers. Mike Renfro. You wouldn't
back of the end zone. Yeah.
You wouldn't even need replay today with HD cameras.
Oh, I know, and it's fascinating to think about. There was a world where that play could happen in such a big situation. Imagine that happening today and not being able to correct it. I mean, it's incredible, and I think that was and it still took 6 or 7 more years for the NFL to implement the
but
first
that was the impetus.
That was absolutely. And then we had the second. Then we had Vinny Testaverde against the Seahawks and 4th and goal and ruled a touchdown and the Jets win. The Seahawks are out of the playoffs and all these different things. And you think about where the technology is today and that Renfro play would have been a 5-second touchdown. Let's go.
Told you.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, he asked it. I was like, John, no, we don't need to ask.
Houston is still obsessed with it, and we have a whole different franchise.
Yeah.
We have a whole different franchise.
It definitely happens. So do you still enjoy football? Like, are you able to ever sit down and actually enjoy it?
I do. I still enjoy it. It's fun sometimes. Well, I'll get home on a Sunday and I'll forget the Sunday, especially now because I grew up on the East Coast. I live on the West Coast now, so still this idea of Sunday night football starting at 5:30 is very foreign to me. And it'll be in the third quarter. I'll forget the game is even on, and so they'll start texting me, "Hey, the game. What happened to that play?" I was like, "I'm not even watching. I'm off the clock. I need a break. I just need a little bit of a break.
Yeah.
And then, but then I'm watching again. So it's all. I love football.
The term indisputable evidence to me it's so polarizing because we were talking about this before you stepped up as well. There have been replays not overturned or for whatever reason because the video just wasn't there. Even though you knew, I knew, Landry knew, he was probably in or he probably did fumble, but because you can't see it. So, I mean, how do you correct that? Is it just incorrectable?
We changed it. It was funny because that was the original language, was indisputable visual evidence. Mm-hmm. And we got together and we said, well, what's indisputable? I mean, there's people still think the earth is flat. So it's like, let's change the word to clear and obvious.
It's not.
Yeah, exactly. So if any flat earthers out there, I'm sorry to break it to you, but it's, so you want it to jump out. You want, and you remember Mike Holmgren, when we were in the competition committee, he's like, look, if 50 people in a bar can agree, then, and I was like, well, what bar, what city, how much have they been drinking? But I think you want it to jump out because that's the only way you can be consistent. And if there's any doubt, then the call in the field stands. And I think sometimes people, like the three of us could be looking at the same play and maybe, we both think it's a catch, you think it's incomplete. Well, you know what? Then we got to go back to the ruling on the field.
Even though your gut might tell you this is probably wrong.
Yes.
You got to stay.
And because it's not the standard isn't probably, right? The standard has to be absolute. And there have been those plays. There have been those plays for me where I go, man, I'm pretty sure he's down. I just can't prove it with the video, and I got to go with the ruling on the field.
Dean Blandino, Fox Sports and Westwood One. We appreciate you for giving us some of your time.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Very much. That's Dean Blandino. Coming up, let's go around the NFL, and the Texans were a big part of what went on in the NFL yesterday. We'll talk about it all next.
Low T Center, lowtcenter.com is where you go.
here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're going around the NFL live from Las Vegas here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Another guy wants to be on the Titans, man. Yesterday it was Brock Bowers, the top tight end. He said he wouldn't mind being on the Titans. Now one of the top free agent wide receivers has said the exact same thing, and quite frankly, this makes too much sense. This is T. Higgins talking about the possibility of playing with the Tennessee Titans.
It would be good, going back home to family, and then being able to play for a coach that I already been under, so it would be ideal.
Ideal.
Okay,
well.
Who's going to say no to any team?
I mean, you think...
No, I'm not dumping a bucket of water on your point there. But, I mean, when you were asked about I know I would. If I was asked about a specific team and I was a free agent, like, sure, man. Why not? Just don't shut any of those doors.
Well, I mean, they got to be thinking, and I know it's not Mike Vrabel and company, but I think one of the most polarizing moments in recent draft history and definitely in recent Titans history was when they made the trade, A.J. Brown trade on draft day. I think they probably would like to have that one back.
Yeah.
So this could be like the for the stanky one, Amy Adams Stank, to get it right.
Yeah, and T. Higgins fancies himself as a number one wide receiver. I'm actually not sure he is.
I don't think he is either.
But that's how he puts himself, and I think that's how he's going to get paid.
I don't think he is, but I think he's a damn good number two.
And he's going to get paid like a one.
Do you think Nico Collins is as good as T. Higgins? Do you think he will be this time next year?
Maybe, yeah. Next year,
I think he is?
Yeah, not right now, I don't think. Yeah, just body work, but certainly makes the plays.
Yeah, I mean, the popularity of Nico Collins has definitely gone up.
Yeah.
But, I don't know if he's probably in that same tier, I would say.
Yes.
And I mean, there's a lot to build. Who knows? Maybe him and CJ spend the summer together and he comes back even stronger. Going around the league. B. Scott was on the scene yesterday. Hannah McNair, man. She can't help herself.
This is great.
This is Hannah McNair with the hot takes about every single award that the Texans were up for.
Well, we're having a lot of fun this evening. We don't know where the votes are going to go yet, so I don't know, but we'll see. It's going to be fun, and we're excited.
Well, make the case right here, right now. Make the case for all your guys.
He definitely needs to be Coach of the Year. He and CJ did something that's never been done.
In the record books, and he beat coaches that are up on the same slate with him. He beat them late in the season.
Yeah, he should have won it hands down. It's not even a competition. Yeah. Of course, offensive rookie of the year is CJ. I mean, I could just name every single one of them. You don't need to make a case. Watch the film. They're phenomenal.
It feels like a no-brainer.
It's a no-brainer. And Will Anderson, defensive player of the year. Yes.
All right, I got one more.
All of them game changers.
And
Andre Johnson.
gosh, wouldn't that be wonderful?
He was a monster playing. They couldn't stop him. He was the number one receiver. Their number one corner covered him all the time, and he delivered every game. I mean, he was just awesome and set an example in the practice field, in the community, and he showed on the field, and so he's totally deserving of going in here tonight.
And a good right hook.
And a good right hook. That's being underplayed, not by us. We've talked about it. But like she just said, Andre Johnson can kick some butt, too, and took a shot at the Titans as he was saying it. As she was saying it.
Yeah, I mean, she sounded like the Derek Carr when he was a kid making the case for
David?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For David to win the Heisman. People just don't know.
Brother should win the Heisman.
Yeah, Hannah was in there. She basically told B. Scott, handle my lightweight. She was offended that he asked the question.
Yes.
By the way, B. Scott kind of moseyed on up to the closer to the stage yesterday.
Yeah. You know what? He kind of got past the line. Let's put it that way. His credential only was supposed to take him so far. He said, "Screw that. We got a bunch of people over here from Houston. So we got up in there."
I saw him in the elevator today. This was him with C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud making the rounds once again. This was B. Scott with C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, it's special. That's probably the biggest thing, being with my teammates, my coach, my family here, a lot of special things happen this year with a lot of my teammates. I'm not just up here for myself. A lot of people put a lot of work in to help me out. So it's an honor to be up for this award.
We talked a lot about this before, our media availabilities, but your personal growth. I mean, it's funny, you talk in other interviews about having not changed, but also there's got to be a progression and a growth from where you were at the draft time to where you are now. How would you describe that as a man?
It's a lot of different things, a lot of things personally. As a football player, as a man, a lot of things that I've learned throughout the years. So it's been an honor just to be able to just breathe life. I think something for me, I just been trying to be more grateful just on we label as little things, but just walking, be able to talk, be able to breathe, to be able to live life.
Rookie of the Year has mentioned he wants to be the best ever. MVP, maybe, at some point, would have to be part of the equation. It's a good time to be a Texans fan, man.
Yeah, Dalton Schultz said that yesterday. It sounds like Dalton Schultz, based on his conversation with Clinton Ron yesterday, it seems like Dalton Schultz wants to be a Texan. And it seems like he almost thinks he's going to be a Texan as well.
It's a weird thing how it's going to play out with Dalton Schultz. I just have a feeling that someone in need of a tight end, because there's not a big market on the free agency market for tight ends, is going to offer him that extra year, maybe that bigger bonus. But if he had his druthers, I think he absolutely would be. You could tell from day one. He was talking about how Bobby Slowick was the best that he'd experienced, from any offensive coordinator with whom he worked. So
I also wonder how much of a say CJ's going to have, because CJ speaks pretty highly of him. And, I mean, if CJ says, I want Schultz back, I got to think that's at least taken into consideration. I think CJ can make any tight end better, but that has to be taken into consideration, right?
I mean, CJ has that strength now when he wants to use it, right?
I don't know.
I think so.
I don't know that he wants it as much
when
as
he wants it. Like, if there's something he feels strongly about, like, let's say Dalton Schultz. He feels really strongly. That guy is going to be really integral to how we play next year. I think if he says it, I think he'll get it.
Where's the line in the sand on that, though?
No, you just can't do willy-nilly.
Like Aaron Rodgers bringing in Alan Lazard and Randall Cobb?
That's the line. That's the line.
And Nathaniel Hackett?
Yes, and an offensive coordinator as well. Yeah, that's the line. I mean, I don't think they're going to take it as gospel, but I think they're going to take it into account big time.
Sean Pendergast said yesterday was the best day in Texans history.
I'm not going to bash him too much. It's not, because best day in Texans history has something to do with a win or a loss or a big moment that changes kind of what this team is. So I go back to the biggest moments being things like, there was one this year, the Browns playoff win. That's one of the biggest moments in Texans history. Beating the Titans, sweeping them, this year to get where you belong. The Colts game. Those are all somewhere on the list, because we're living the best times right now. Maybe the Cowboys game is still on the list. In fact, it probably is. And certainly getting the franchise, the draft, maybe. But when they talk about greatest moments in the history of the organization, I think it's absolutely on the list last night. Because the organization feels that they're no longer little brother to the rest of the teams in the NFL. We have a Hall of Famer too, and we got the Rookie of the Year this year on both sides of the ball. So I think that stuff does matter.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy. What's the best day in the history of In the Loop?
The best day in the history of In the Loop. When were you out last? I don't know. What was the best?
Thanksgiving.
What was the best day in the history? Figgy?
The best day in the Loop history?
Yeah.
Honestly,
what's on the list?
Honestly, me personally, maybe this a little cheesy, but our 1,000th episode, man.
Oh, that was cool.
I thought that was.
We were out amongst
that was really
people,
good,
man.
Yeah.
We're pushing 1,500, right? Something like that.
Yeah.
Pushing 1,500. But there's been a lot. They're all good, man. They're all good. Some better than others, but they're all good. But they're all good.
Speak for yourself. Yeah.
let the listeners tell us.
The best day in the Loop history. Was it water polo guy?
Yeah, those are like small.
That was like
bits.
a moment.
Yeah, those are small little bits. 713-572-4610. I think there's a lot. There's a lot on the list.
Man, I feel like there's some people on Radio Row that are having to walk too much, man.
How about those heels that a lot of these women are wearing, man? That's a lot of walking.
Yeah, and you're going up and down. I would almost have to carry some shoes with me if I were them.
There's one guy, and this isn't fat shaming or anything, but you just saw him walk by. I saw him when I was trying to get some water. Like he's overweight.
He's not fat. What?
No. He's significantly overweight.
Yeah.
But he also has like a leg thing.
Yeah.
And he's limping. I'm like, man, this is not the place to be for that.
No, there's a lot of walking.
This is not the place. No offense. I'm sorry. You know, that I hope you get healthier, but man, this is not the place to be.
What the hell is that?
It's not.
Kind of back. What is your problem today?
I hope he gets healthier. What's
you're
wrong with
trying
that?
to fight guys, and now you're saying stuff like this?
I didn't try to fight him, but if he'd have come up on me, I would have.
He was about 120, 130 pounds more than you.
That's all right.
He's coming right now.
Take him on the knees.
He's coming right.
That's him.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
he wants
him.
all the smoke.
Yeah. Hey, everybody, Boston's more important. NBC Boston's more important than all of the rest of us. Sorry. Just so y'all know. For those who weren't listening, there is one pathway, I guess, that dissects Radio Row. Literally everyone walks on it. Like there's 100+ stations here. Probably everyone walks on it. He put a tripod out in the middle of it, and then when you were walking by, like, put his hands up, like, stop.
He just did it to you. I think he thought you were an easy target.
No, he didn't just do it to me.
It was just you.
Well, that you saw.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, everybody walks here. And then he said something, so I turned around and said something else. But you want to throw? I'll throw, man.
What if Lopez got in a fight on radio? How hilarious would that be?
Look, there's that guy right there. Like that guy right there, that he should not be. He should not be doing this. I mean, congratulations, good luck, but that's a tough day.
It's a tough walk, man.
Yeah, that's a tough walk.
I wonder where he's staying, man. You gotta walk quite a way. Even the Uber walk looks.
Yeah,
I mean, like honestly, if we told him right now, we said, "Sir, what are we doing right now?" But we said, "Sir, meet us at the Uber checkout." What would you put the odds at? What would you put the odds at? Over under?
Easily 15 minutes. Maybe.
And would you take the over or the under?
Over. Because I was thinking maybe 20. So at least take him at least 15 minutes. What takes us, 3?
Yeah, take the over.
Yeah, take the over for sure. 100%.
It's tough. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Shedeur Sanders. I wonder what we'll be saying about him next year. He's out here. He's feeling it. He's making the rounds. Do you think he's QB1 next year?
I don't know, but I will say this: he and his family, his handlers, or whatever, are very smart. It's a good move to be here. Like, it is a very good move for a rising draft candidate to be at Radio Row.
Well, that's where we first talked to Deshaun.
And
Mahomes, yeah.
Yeah. I remember talking to Mahomes when
he was on with y'all.
Still at Texas Tech.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a really smart decision. Making the rounds, getting your name out there, people understanding who you are.
His name's out there, though.
But understand who you are, personality, that kind of thing.
Do you think he's commercial good?
Shedeur?
Yeah. You think he's Caleb Williams?
Yeah, absolutely.
You think he's in that category?
No, I think he's better
than Caleb Williams.
Yeah, I think he's got the personality. Obviously, I think he's
got the it factor.
Well, his dad has certainly coached him in every way. So I think he absolutely would be great at that.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That's a lot of expectations there. Now, I know they're kind of dipping into the transfer portal. That just seems like a heck of a lot of expectations.
Yeah.
To say the very least. Going around the NFL here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Lopez has betting props for the Super Bowl. Bet at your own risk, but John Lopez will be, after the show, putting his money where his mouth is.
Yeah, I haven't left the craps tables all week, but I am this afternoon after the show. I have the five smartest prop bets you should make. The 5 smartest. Now I'm gonna do a little background. I just couldn't bet on the Chiefs. Couldn't pull the trigger because I'm going to be pulling for the 49ers so badly in this one. I don't know why, I just am. So here are the 5 prop bets, and I know you're going to have opinions on these. The first prop bet is this, and it's take the Niners to win the first half, take the Chiefs to win the second half. That is a prop bet. It's plus 525. That's great return. That's great value because the Chiefs are a comeback team. You heard Chris Myers going through all the stats yesterday. That this is exactly what happened last time these teams faced off. I think the Niners will win the first half. They consider themselves underdogs. I think they're going to come out firing. So Niners to win the first half, Chiefs to win the second. That doesn't mean Chiefs are going to win the game, but win the second half. Second prop bet, and I think you're going to like this one too. Christian McCaffrey is plus 360 to score the first touchdown.
Yeah, that's a good bet.
Dude. McCaffrey scores touchdowns every game practically. What do you have, 17 games in a row, something like that? And they're a running team, at their core, and they're probably going to, be the team that starts out the game quicker than the Chiefs. McCaffrey to score the first touchdown, plus 360. That's my second prop bet. The third one, and I don't know, I just think it's smart. It's also plus 360. The first score is a field goal. I could see where you're nervous. It's the Super Bowl, 2 good defenses. Plus 360, first score is a field goal.
Okay.
Either team.
Yeah, that's a good bet, too.
I think that's a good bet, too.
I like where your head's at.
I got 3 good ones. See if you like my next 2. This is one I was kind of hedging on, but I think it's going to happen. The total number of players to throw a pass over 2.5.
Okay.
Plus 160. It's okay. Andy Reid, man. And one little, twisted wrist or something, and there's going to be a backup in for a couple plays. So over 2.5 players to throw a touchdown. Now, it doesn't have to be completed. To throw a pass. All over 2.5 number of players to throw a pass. I think Andy Reid may even have something up his sleeve, so I like that one. And this one I think is an absolute lock. It's the only one that's not plus money. It's minus 105, so you're basically just
105 to win a bill.
Yeah, so you're basically just betting $100. But I think this is an absolute lock. Brock Purdy completions under 22.5.
Okay.
He's not gonna complete that many passes.
We'll see. I don't know. You seem pretty confident about it.
I like these 5. I'm going to go do them today. I'm going to do them after the show right here at the Mandalay Bay, for sure.
All right, there you go. It's around the NFL slime off. It's going to be the end of the show, and it's me versus you, sir. It's me versus you. It's going to be a tough one.
Oh, yeah.
Might just have to let Figgy decide this one on his own. But coming up next, Food Network, Brian Voltaggio is going to I said that right?
Yes, sir.
Voltaggio?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't want to mispronounce names. Hey, Brian V., how you doing?
Yeah.
He's going to join the show.
Here.
He's going to join the show. He's been on the Tournament of Champions, all that stuff. We'll talk to him next.
Area 45 with Bajani and Creighton. Wakana Meat Market. Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, we got Brian Voltaggio joining us here. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. It's great to be here in Vegas and be a part of this whole Super Bowl experience for the first time.
And you got a restaurant here as well.
We do. So we're at Mandalay Bay. So we're right here. We have a restaurant called Retro. We just opened this year, and we're going to be here as a residency throughout 24. So this restaurant, both my brother Michael and I, Michael Voltaggio, we have...
Yeah, we've seen him.
Yeah, I'm sure you have. So we have a concept that's like a throwback to the 80s and 90s. You know, dishes that we grew up with, dishes we cooked as young cooks and chefs as we're, becoming culinarians. And, think about mom's pot roast, think about chicken pot pie put into like a flaky pastry pocket that was reminiscent of a Pop-Tart or a toasted strudel with truffle coulis all over it. And truffles. Like, see,
let's go. I haven't had lunch yet.
Yeah, let's get this show started, right? We have his other dish. It's called Voltaggio's, big giant meatball we put in the center of the table. And if you think, real close, there's a canned favorite I think we all remember growing up with. It might have O's in it.
Oh, yeah.
So we make this really great, rich arrabbiata sauce, a little bit of Calabrian chili as spice, lots of brown butter folded into it, so that way it becomes that orange, sort of luscious color.
Yeah.
And we pour the O's out of the can at the table.
Oh, okay.
Right, I got you now.
That's a souped-up version.
Yeah,
so to speak.
It is. So that's what the concept is sort of based on. It's just these childhood dishes that we grew up with.
I love to cook and all that stuff, but I always tell Landry, life's too short to have a bad meal.
Right.
But that doesn't mean you're going to a 5-star restaurant all the time. So I'm really curious, like when you just kind of go slumming it, maybe at a quicker, at like a fast food or maybe a chain. I mean, do you have
like that question.
Do you have a couple where you like you can still have great meals?
Do you like fried chicken sandwiches every once in a while through a drive-through? Is that where you're getting?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, yeah, it happens.
So what would you put? Where
are we stopping?
I'm guessing you do that.
Yeah, it's happened before. I mean, long road trips. I got kids. You know what I mean? Like,
you don't have a list of ones that you are go-tos?
I'm a big pizza guy, for sure, because I like a late-night pizza every once in a while. That's like a good comfort food. No, I have to say that I've been through a Chick-fil-A.
There we go, man.
Before. Like a good chicken sandwich, right?
Yeah.
It's not bad. Five Guys for a burger on the fly is pretty good too.
Okay.
Keep in mind who's saying this now. He's got.
So I watch these cooking shows, and I find myself, and me and my wife, we just watch them. We always get mad at the judges. What is it like when you're getting like judged on cooking? Is it hard to keep a straight face sometimes?
It is. Fortunately for me, I've been on both sides of the fence.
Yeah.
So I know what it's like now, right? So when I was on the first side, to go way back, early days of Top Chef, for example, it's nerve-wracking. You know what I mean? Because you've poured so much effort into these dishes, and they're just picking it apart. And for the most part, you have to defend yourself in your choices. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like you're under a microscope for like the last grain of salt you put on a dish. So it's tough.
Yeah. I have a very important question that has to do with our show here in Houston. How would you describe someone who puts ranch dressing on steak?
A friend of mine.
Oh, really?
Oh, wait a minute. Steak? Oh, hold on. I was thinking pizza.
Ranch dressing on steak.
Ranch on steak? Ah, man. All right. Is that you, Landry?
Yeah. It's not a concerted effort, but like sometimes they bring out the salad with the ranch and it just kind of dip it in there. So I just kind of developed it a little bit.
This is what I'm going to give you. Okay, so let's break ranch dressing
down. And you're medium
down.
rare, right?
Medium rare. Yes. So let's break ranch dressing down. High acid, right? Buttermilk, right? It's got onion powder, definitely a lot of umami, because there's MSG thrown in there. It's the traditional, right? So I could see it accenting a piece of meat pretty well. Traditionalists down in your part of the world right now are probably like,
pissed.
No,
they're mad.
People
now,
go
right?
nuts. People go nuts.
Yeah, they're mad over it.
And he
right?
doesn't do it a lot, but he's mentioned it several times.
But if I break the sauce down and give you like why those little flavors and profiles would work, I'm not gonna get mad at you for it.
Yeah, he's not defending you either.
Yeah. No, I'm walking a fine line here.
So are you gonna? What are you doing? You just making the rounds? Are you gonna go to the game? Are you a football fan?
I'm a football fan.
Who's your squad?
Actually, so well, I was at the Chiefs Ravens game, so I was looking for a different outcome. But I'm here. I'm not sure if I'm going to the game yet. I'll be cooking in a restaurant over throughout the weekend, and so that's why I'm here.
Okay.
But if I'll try to get over there. If we don't, then I'll watch it from the couch like everybody else.
I'm guessing, knowing your background, that Italian food is very big in your family.
Yeah, it didn't grow up. We didn't start that way.
Oh, really?
No. So we started with mom food on the center of the table. We became, students of cooking when we were a young age. Though we started working at a Holiday Inn, and then we went to culinary school. Michael went to an apprenticeship program, and then we grew up in kitchens and worked for some pretty incredible chefs along the way.
Brian, we appreciate you very much. Enjoy watching you. Enjoy. Everything you got going. I'm going to have to check out that restaurant. I might actually go.
I'm going to be here. I'm going.
You're going? All right, we'll see you retro then tonight.
There.
Guys. Yeah, enjoy the rest of your weekend.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
That's the great Brian V. here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610, Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. Slime Off coming up in 20 minutes right here. I think Will Anderson's going to stop by as well. Very popular guy, that Will Anderson. He is making the rounds. Shout out to Brian V. Will Anderson live right now. Defensive Rookie of the Year for your Houston Texans. Always fun to talk to. Here he goes.
There he is.
He's got wings. Okay.
Oh, man.
Speaking of.
Don't bring that around here.
Yeah.
Don't leave that unguarded.
Got the peanut butter as well.
Don't leave those wings unguarded, man.
Yeah. How you doing, Will? Good seeing you again, man. So Yeah. See, he remembers. Look at that. He goes national, and he remembers the local guys.
You know where you came from.
Yeah. We got Will Anderson. Yeah, you were our first interview at training camp, and now you're a Rookie of the Year. How you feeling, man?
Good. Thank you for having me again.
Yeah. What a night.
What a night, man. Oh,
there you go.
There you go. Now your mic's on. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, man. It was just good to see y'all again. Thank y'all for having me again. But it was just an unbelievable night, man. Just to be around my loved ones, Coach Ryan's, Nick, ownership, and then just getting to spend that moment with CJ, man. It's just like a full 360 all over again, from draft to here, man. And it's just wonderful.
You guys have to recognize, because we've been talking about it today during the show. We talked about it last night on y'all's awards. D'Amico, I think I finished second as Coach of the Year. We're like, this is almost like validation for me, and I've been covering this team since the day one of 2002. Like, it's really happening.
Yep.
Y'all feel that too, right? Like, it's happening. Like, this is just the beginning.
Yep.
And where do you go from here?
Just keep going. Just keep building. I think the biggest thing that the message was all season is just like, the time is now. Like, we got everything that we need. We got the pieces that we need. Let's keep building on it, and let's get guys in the locker room that want to be a part of this organization, that play hard, that have that type of mentality, you know what I'm saying, that come to work every day, prepare the right way, and then go out there and have that swarm mentality, man. And that's the next step, to just keep going, is just getting the right group of guys in the locker room.
What's the next step for you? What do you want to work on specifically? Because, look, we have the conversations. It seems like people are obsessed with sacks, and then you hear the advanced stats and all that. What's next for you?
Yeah, it's really just keep building my game and building my craft, and it's just that 1% better, And I was talking to Quentin Williams, and he just sent me a good message. He was just saying, like,
he's a positive dude, man.
Yeah, he's been like a great role model for me. Like, we'd even play together. Off subject, I'm sorry, but like,
that's good.
We'd even play together at Alabama. But he stepped into my life, and he's been like a big help, a big brother to me. But he sent me a message this morning, just saying, like, Aaron Donald had told him something like, it's going to be hard to find that 1% because you're great, you're talented, and you're smart. So find that 1% you can get better at. My whole offseason just dedicated to pass rush and just keep building my craft and keep building my arsenal, man. Regardless, I know I can pass rush. I made it to the league. Like, I know what I can do, but how can I get that 1% better?
How hurt were you at the end of the year? You seem pretty bad. No. I mean, look, I'm not trying to give you an excuse, but I mean, I saw you walking around the locker room. I saw you on the field. Like, I don't know, like – You played 12 snaps and had 2 sacks against Tennessee. How injured were you? Yeah, you could tell you were hurt.
Yeah, I had a high ankle sprain against the Jets.
Yeah.
And me, like, I have to be on the field. So I was trying to do anything possible to get back on the field, to play with my brothers and to help my team win. And it was just like one of those things to just go out there and just show that you're a warrior. You know what I'm saying? Like, the Texans took good care of me. Like, it was like, it's no pressure. Like, you don't have to go out there. But for my mindset and me, I'm like, I'm good. God got me. Like, he going to watch over me. He going to make sure I'm straight. I was battling through some stuff, but I love this team to death, man, and I would do anything for these guys.
You mentioned that 1%. That's exactly the question I was going to ask you. Over the course of the year.
Yeah.
Now, maybe you've had these moves in your pocket all year long.
Yeah.
But maybe you just got more comfortable. Like it might have been the Tennessee Titan game.
Yeah.
You did that spin move and got to him, and I'm like, okay.
Back-to-back sacks there.
I said on this show, okay, we haven't seen that before. So are you already developing? Was that something that you were working on?
So my biggest thing was confidence, and I do moves like that in practice all the time, and it's crazy because my D-line coach Rod, he gets some of you all the time.
Do it in the game.
Literally, no, literally. He was like, bro, you do it in practice all the time. Why do you get to the game and switch it up? And I was like, bro, like my nerves start setting in, and then
Seriously?
I just forget when I get to the game sometimes because
that one play, you know which play I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know exactly which play.
All right, let's go.
it's just been a confidence thing. I can do it. I do it all the time, and I think the most exciting is I showed spurts throughout the season of me doing it, and that's why I'm really excited to just keep building my confidence this offseason. Bro, you made it here. You're good. You can do this, bro. You're here for a reason. Just go do it.
Yeah.
Did you know you were going to win the award yesterday? Did you have an idea?
I've been doing this thing where I don't let my anxiety and all that stuff get to me, and I've been on this spiritual journey where I just give it to God. So yesterday, the whole time, I was a little nervous, but I was like, bro,
what are you going to do?
Whatever happens, happens.
Award doesn't define who I am. I'm a winner regardless. I'm a great person regardless. I'm good regardless. Everything's going to be fine. So
yeah, I thought I think it's interesting because you're season. It's weird because I was saying the crazy thing about it is you have a good season from start to finish, but it's I think those 2 sacks kind of put you over the edge. It's like you played 12 snaps, had 2 sacks, and then that's what puts you over the edge. But do we obsess too much over sacks sometimes?
As an edge rusher and as a guy that knows football and people that know football, it's as the defensive end, I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. It's sacks. We crave sacks.
Yeah.
But when you look at the bigger picture, it's bigger than just sacks.
Okay.
It's about how much you're really affecting the game, whether you're making the play or not. How much disruption are you causing? You know what I'm saying? I feel as a defensive end, it shows a lot. If you're a guy that's causing disruption, wrecking havoc, constantly in the backfield, constantly getting pressure on the quarterback, everything, constantly always around the ball, I feel you're a top defensive end in this league.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you look at some sacks, you be like, bro, I can go out there.
Yeah, it's just wide open.
You feel I can go out there and get that.
I
did. He choked in the high school district championship.
We're not getting into
he
that.
choked. He choked.
It was a good run.
Yeah, he didn't come up. He didn't make big plays.
Nick Saban on television.
It's going to be great.
You think?
Yeah, I think I feel this is finally a chance for him to show the personality that we got to see a little bit of at Alabama. I think this is a great opportunity for the world to actually see Nick Saban. No football, relax. Yeah. Don't got to worry about a game.
Can he relax? Can he relax? You think he's going to handle retirement okay?
I ain't gonna lie, I just seen a video of him at the beach getting swept by some waves. So I think that he's handling it pretty well.
You think Miss Terry's going to get tired of him now? She's going to have to spend more time with him?
I think she got him out of there, man. You need to come home.
He's got charisma.
Yeah, he does.
He doesn't show it all the time.
And that's what I'm saying. I think this is a great opportunity for him to show it. I'm excited for him.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Is Miss Terry as legendary as they hype her up?
She runs the Alabama football program. I tell you, she's the boss lady in charge. I'm telling you, I remember he used to be coming up to me telling me, Miss Terry told me to tell you all this, man. I'm uh-oh, Miss Terry not playing no games with us, man. So, but she's phenomenal. When I tell you she's very hands-on with all of, when we was there, great relationships, everything, cared about us, come to the house, eat, have a good time. It was phenomenal.
You got to I felt sorry for you the most when you sacked Bryce Young, because I was talking about, man, because you told us, man, I'm not going easy on Bryce. I don't ever get to touch him. And then they took it back, man.
Yeah,
that was had to be the worst flag you ever got thrown on you.
Bro,
it wasn't on you, but.
Yeah. I was like, bro, what's happening? My coach was like, hey, we doing something wrong. We just looked up. He's like, bro, why is this happening to me? And I really wanted to sack Bryce so bad, man. But
he's going to tell you never sack me.
All the time.
Yeah.
You're never going to hear it. He's never going to let it die.
Yeah.
But many more to come.
You still think he's going to be all right? Because we were Bryce guys coming up to the draft. We won't lie. You think he's going to be all right in the NFL?
Yeah, he's going to be fine. Bro, I played with Bryce.
Yeah.
I seen Bryce from our freshman year to leaving. And his freshman year was kind of the same. Didn't start, you know what I'm saying? Didn't have the best start. and you see what happened there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I'm excited for him, man. Like, he's the type of guy, bro, like, you would love playing for it, bro. Like, he's serious about business. He loves the game of ball. He's smart. He could get a locker room together. So I'm excited about what they can do there.
How about 1 year in, or almost a year in the city of Houston? The city loves you. What are you thinking right now? How comfortable are you in Houston now?
I'm very comfortable, man. And
Places to eat, places to do, things to do, that type thing.
Yeah, I just got to give a shout out to the fans. Thank y'all so much, man. We appreciate all the love and support this year. But I love the city of Houston, man. Like, food, I ain't going to lie. When I first got there, I was like, wow, this is not going to be good. This is the heaviest I ever weighed when I first. I was like 260 when I first got there because I was eating out all the time on TikTok, trying to find different restaurants, eating smash burgers, turkey leg hut.
Yeah. See, you know it, man. You're in.
But I love Houston, man. It's phenomenal.
Do you like number 51? Did it grow on you?
Yeah, it was the same. I just feel like it was the same like in college, like with 31. Like, I'm going to ask y'all a question. Which one is worse, 31 or 51?
I think 51. You said, I'm not going to lie.
I was looking at, I was like, Will needs to get like a single digit like number or something like
I
that.
wanted to, but then they would put me in the classification with linebackers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So.
I was like, man, I don't know. 50, I guess it's growing. I mean, I don't know.
It's growing on me, but you asked.
Because 31 at Bama, too, you just had, like, that was just a monstrous number. Let's take it. Will, we appreciate you, man. You're very easy to root for, and we look forward to seeing you as thing goes from training camp to now, man. 1 year in, so far, so good. The best
go-to
is yet
interview.
to come.
He's going to be the go-to interview in that
that's
line.
what he said. He said that before you came
said
here.
before you came up, I said his personality is going to blossom more. Because your personality is already big.
Yeah.
But it's going to blossom.
Like
you're going to be, you're going to get that award from CJ next year. Good guy? Remember that media good guy?
The good guy award.
Good guy. They was handing out all these awards around. It was cool.
Yeah. I appreciate you, Will. Thank you very
y'all.
much.
Appreciate you.
There you go. It's great. Will Anderson here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Coming up, it is time for the slime on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you, man. Congrats for real, man.
That was fun.
Yeah, that was cool.
We got to do that again.
We knew it was coming, and now it's official. C.J. Stroud can call himself the NFL's Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Slime season.
The biggest displays of weekly slimery.
Man, you going to hell on scholarship.
As decided by your favorite H-Town hosts and the loopholes.
Man, look at this slime ball.
This is the Friday Slime Off on Sports Radio 610.
All right, we got two contestants. Both of them happen to be sitting right here, myself and John Lopez. Now, honorable mention, John Lopez mistaking someone who looked nothing like Jay Williams for Jay Williams. Honorable mention number 2, John Lopez almost getting in a fight on Radio Row. And contestant number 1, this was John Lopez. This is how he started his week. His first sentence, I think, of the week on Radio Row was a cuss word.
I'm just now remembering that. I completely forgot. I almost got my ass kicked last night. Because I was talking to Lopez.
Because I was hot.
Oh,
and it started out, everybody was giddy.
Yeah.
And then when I started hitting numbers, it kind of got quiet because they're like, oh, shoot, this guy's
Dump, Ben. Hopefully you're there.
This guy is hot. In the moment, I thought I hadn't really said the whole word, and then I heard that I, in fact, did say the whole word.
You definitely did. You 100% did.
Yeah.
No doubts. Contestant number 2, it's your boy. Whether the Ubers got canceled or not, your boy was a little late.
That was awesome.
Little late on
because
Thursday.
What made it awesome was I totally, understood your story, believed your story, all that stuff. One Uber canceled. It was a little wet, and they were trying
canceled,
to
then they transfer you to another
then
one
you had
without
to move
asking.
somewhere else and all that. But it's just
I
like,
wonder if my rating went down.
you might wonder if it did. That's no joke, by the way. But then all of a sudden, you come in storming through. And by the way, I think Figgy made that video of you with Vince McMahon.
Yeah, I don't think being compared to Vince McMahon's a very good thing.
Well, it's not a good time. It's not the best time.
I kind of feel like.
But when some people now, whenever they think Vince McMahon, they're gonna think Landry Locker.
Is that Kenny Chesney right there?
They're gonna think.
Is that Kenny Chesney, Clint? Huh? You don't like him, do you? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say. It's a legend right there.
Go ahead and get on, Clint.
I'm gonna have to. I have a legend rule. I'm gonna have to pick with Kenny Chesney. I'm not sacrificing my integrity there.
Why not? What's wrong with that?
Freaking legend, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, I think maybe the wire got disconnected or something somewhere down below. But with someone like that, you're going to have to ask someone other than me.
Yeah.
You're going to have to ask someone other than me on some of those. I see them in their elements, but that's about all.
Well.
Yo.
There we go.
There you go, Clint.
Now we're back. He's back.
Clint Stoerner in the building.
Absolute legend.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, look, for those folks that are numbers folks, you have a hard time keeping Kenny Chesney out of the legend. Maybe he's not old enough. Maybe he's not gone yet. Well, I don't know how you couch it, but from a numbers game, there ain't many that have done it the way that he's done it for as long as he's done it.
Yeah.
He ain't got to be dead, does he?
No, I'm just to each their own. However you want to categorize a legend. I mean, that dude right there can fill an NFL or a college stadium at the drop of a hat anytime he wants to.
Yeah.
A legend to me. That's for damn sure. How you guys doing? You limping out of Vegas? You thriving? How we living?
Like dog.
It happened.
That's a rally smile right there.
I've never been more happy to break even in my life.
Oh, that's all you need, man.
Yeah, you started low.
J-Lo, I dug a hole now.
Yeah.
I dug a hole, and I hit 2 straight flushes last night that literally got me back to where I was up about $150
Yeah.
And I put that $150 back out there, and I said, man, I'm going to go and take this one to the house and just call it a day.
Yeah.
I mean, them 2 straight flushes, I mean, they paid me a good chunk, man.
Sometimes your goal, that was my goal. I just didn't want to lose it all. If I could just break even.
How did you do?
Man, I had a hell of a good week.
Yeah,
you did the same thing because you were a little down a little early.
I had one day one I was down $334. Made money every other day, and I'm walking out here with about $1,600.
How about that?
Up $1,600.
Boy, that's a good day right there.
Yeah.
What are you going to buy with it?
First of all, lunch, and then
where the hell are you eating?
I think I'm going to go to Brian Fultaggio's place. We had him on earlier. It sounded pretty delicious.
Oh, y'all had Brian on?
Yeah, yeah.
Dude, he's got a child dish concept restaurant here. So they have like gourmet SpaghettiOs and like.
His brother's one of my favorites.
His brother's
Michael's,
crazy.
His brother, his brother.
I was having this conversation yesterday. I think you watch a lot of Food Network.
Yeah, I'm on it. I saw Bobby Flay around here.
Who would your number one be? Like if you had and you can't say Guy.
Not Guy Fieri.
Yeah.
Well, first, I could if I wanted to. No. Guy's not my number one. I think I am a Flay guy. I think I am a Bobby.
He's the biggest.
I think I am a Bobby Flay guy.
I don't like watching him.
That's what I'm saying. He's not my number one. He's up there.
Or you mean just in terms of what they could do?
I don't like his shows.
Yeah.
I like
Aaron May.
No, Mayday's cool.
Eddie Jackson.
I love Eddie. My guy Eddie. No, I think my favorite like to cook where I'm thinking like, all right, if they're doing them competitions, I gotta pick one. I'll probably go with Michael. Michael Fantasio. He the crazy stuff he does.
Oh, he comes out there nuts.
But the only thing is Mike he gonna try too much. Like he gonna try too much. Like, yeah, man, I'm gonna make a lemon with daisy cheesecake. Like, what the hell?
With daisies.
Like,
He tried to throw some daisies on that cheesecake, didn't he?
He be doing a little too much, but no, I do. I enjoy watching him. But yeah, man, you give me a good Food Network joint, boy. I'm telling you, Bobby walked past there. I geeked the hell out.
I think I'd still go Rachel Ray, boys.
I geeked out.
Rachel Ray's big time. And she's always going to be
I'll
big
pass
time.
on Rachel.
Who's the other
It's the
woman?
only one I knew.
Who's the other woman? The Italian woman,
the one that
not
wins
Giada.
everything. She always wins.
Yeah.
She
judges everything.
She hosts Supermarket Stakeout.
Yeah, that one. I like her.
Alex.
Yeah. Guarnacelli.
Yeah. She dominates.
I like her.
I like Stephanie too. Stephanie. God, what's her name?
The one that sings?
No. They call her the GOAT. I can't remember her last name, but she's cold-blooded too.
And it's Guarnacelli. Alex Guarnacelli.
She almost won that. She almost won that Tournament of Champions. I got ready to rock and roll when I get to the house.
You taped it?
Yeah, it's on record. Yeah, baby, it's on that DVR. It's one of the listings.
Oh, is that not a beautiful thing? Is when you get home from a trip like this, your DVR is just straight
stacked.
Jammed. Oh, it's packed.
It's so great.
I mean, it is. Oh man, I can already tell them I have to teach my baby how to entertain herself.
Yeah, baby.
And business is picking up here, man.
We can't create that habit, man, of having to entertain you 24/7. You got to entertain yourself some.
No.
Yeah, it's picking up, man. Who'd you see? Thought you looked over my shoulder like you had something.
No. But
Ted Lasso.
Like you got to keep your
Ted Lasso's here?
Your head on the swivel.
Yeah, that would have been interesting.
Yeah.
We had Will Anderson earlier.
He was fantastic.
Great young man.
Can I? I know I want to hear that. Hey, yeah. I didn't know leather pants was as much as my thing.
Didn't either.
I have seen the leather pants,
dudes too.
And listen, I like to take a chance, but damn, I just didn't know we were. I mean, I've seen so many.
All over.
Not complaining now. I just didn't know it was a thing. Like everybody seems to have that a leather pants.
I didn't even notice until you said that. There's been a lot.
Oh, a lot. It's like somebody packed one a day.
Yeah.
Everybody, they're rolling around here, just all the leather pants.
I had me a pair of leather breeches back in the day.
I'm telling you, I was thinking about it.
Oh, black leather, baby. Ain't no doubt about it.
Clint in some black leather pants.
New Year's Eve, baby. It was a New Year's Eve party.
He had an outfit.
Me and Chad Hutchinson threw a big New Year's Eve party in Dallas one year, and we had we had everybody coming in from out of town. It was money. Your boy had some leather pants on, and hey, by about 30 minutes past dinner time, I was regretting every bit of it.
You're darn right you were.
I mean, it's like wearing a sauna suit.
Yeah.
I mean, you might as well put a sauna suit on and walk around Texas. It was
I'm
awful.
intrigued.
It was awful.
Yeah, it's that's bold. That's bold.
Ooh, it was a terrible idea. I thought at the time it was money.
I'm
And
intrigued.
it ultimately accomplished its goal, but I mean, good.
Well, that's all that matters.
Ultimately, we made out like
You
a
lost
bandit.
a little weight. you lost a little.
But to be
You
honest,
lost a little weight. that damn leather pants.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Donovan McNabb walking by right there.
Boy, quarter horse, ain't he?
He's a big dude, isn't he?
You get him running downhill right now.
Yeah,
Man, game over.
It's a big dude right there.
He needs to let it go, though.
He's moving at about the same speed he did when he was playing in
Yeah,
this
he
game.
needs to let that hair go. Just come on down, ball with the beard.
Hey, you could find your barber.
No, it looks like he's over. When you start losing it in the back right there, I think
that's the sign.
It's over.
Yeah.
You can't recover. There's not a barber that can pull that out of you.
When he gets up and walks off, you tell me he ain't got a real figgy fig walk.
He does kind of walk like Figgy.
Wait till he gets it. He's on the ball. You know how Figgy's always on the balls of his toes?
Yeah.
Watch out. Watch when he gets up. He's got a real Figgy walk now.
You're
I'm
absolutely
gonna keep an
right.
eye on that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep an eye on that.
Yeah.
There you go. Clint Stoerner, Ron Hughley here. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live, and we are live here on Radio Row. The final day here. It's been a week. It's been a week. Little ups and downs, as Clint just said. Tyler, he had him a heck of a Wednesday,
Boy,
Thursday.
that was a run right there.
A heck of a Wednesday, Thursday to pull himself.
Yeah, that's a good point, man. Wednesday got me out of the funk, man. Wednesday got me out of the funk, and then I'm gonna tell you, man. Thursday, day before we head to the crib, I don't know that I've been that hot on a 3-card table in a long time. I don't know. I mean, I hit a couple.
And you was about to get up and go ahead and call it a night
I was
last night.
fixing to get up and call it a night. Boss man sat down. I was like, well, I don't want to get up and walk off as soon as he sits down. It looked like he scared me off, so I'll stick around.
I may have.
And I threw some money out there, and boom, I hit a couple, and next thing you know, boom, hit a straight flush. Okay, we're in business. Next thing you know, bang, another straight flush. And I looked down, and your boy was at that point I could have stopped and been up a few hundred on the week. But
now you're just feeling hot, though.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, I was feeling hot. I was playing with house money. It was the last day. It was one of those like, hey, let's see what we can do, man. And so I threw a few more hundred out there, and then looked down and realized, like, hey, I got this in my pocket. I take this to the cashier. I can walk out of here with the same number of $100 bills as I walked in Vegas with.
Damn.
I feel pretty good about that, considering the hole I dug. So it was a solid day, man. Solid day.
Tyler, I broke even too.
You've been gambling?
I don't think he bet one. I don't think he put one bet on the table the whole time.
Okay, that's what I thought was going on.
Hey, I'm even.
Hey,
I'm coming out. I didn't lose.
True.
I didn't lose anything.
I'm Tyler. I still got your 100 in my pocket, bud.
Oh wow, yeah, he does. He's
all good.
Yeah, he does.
I just ain't felt good about it. I did get hot on the roulette table for about 30 minutes on my way to the 3-card table, and I just didn't feel good about 13.
I wish you would have felt good about it right before the 13 actually hit, you know?
Well, it did hit several times since I've been watching it for you. I'm not typically a 13 guy, but I've been watching it for you, and it did hit a few times. I just didn't. It wasn't right after I got froggy, so I still got your money. Here's the other deal, Tyler. I'll tell you what. One of my best moments. I always play several numbers, but I play number 23 as one of them, right? I had $10 on the 23, and I had all 4 corners covered with $5, and boom, 23 hit. That one number paid me damn near $600.
Look at God.
I didn't have that's. I don't have it in me to pull that off.
Now roulette, you just tend to just throw it right back out there. But yeah, no, I mean yesterday was a hellacious run, man. If it wouldn't have been preceded by about 3 days of straight just. Whew,
yeah, if you could have just broke even
ankles,
those first
man.
2 days. Yeah, you just. But you didn't quit because I'd have gave up. I'd have gave up and shut it down.
I was close to tapping out a couple of times. I'm not going to lie. I was close to tapping out, but I refused. So
I got to say this real quick as I see everybody. We appreciate you. You're listening to us as we are here in Vegas, live on Radio Row for the final day this week. We appreciate you if you're listening to us on in the car or at your desk on Sports Radio 610. If you're listening to us through the Odyssey app, or if you're on YouTube and Twitch. And if you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see us
as we're having a good time. And, Clint, I look up, and now I'm concerned about what Tyler's evening was.
What happened?
I have a scratch on my eye. I didn't have a late night.
Tyler's wearing the glasses. Tyler's wearing
that is a very fair thing to be wondering about. That is a very fair thing to be wondering about because that is the case sometimes.
Clint, when we get that Tyler, that is normally a sign.
Oh, that is great.
Yes. That is normally a sign.
Is that pink eye, Tyler?
No, it's not pink eye. I was playing with one of my pups, man, and she caught my eye, and I didn't want to put a contact in there.
Are you sure?
That's why you got to keep your face out of the groin area of your pups.
Tyler, that looks like a 4:30 night.
No,
that you just said I can't. I'm not putting contacts in. I can't even get my hands together.
That's very fair. Like I said, that has been the case before. But no, I got a scratched eye, man. I couldn't get my contact in.
713-572-4610. Do you believe Tyler has a scratched eye, or do you think Tyler had a late night?
I'll tell y'all anytime I have a late night, man. I'll tell you. I don't care. I like to have a good time. I'm probably going to have a late night tonight.
Generally, a couple of signs with Tyler is that voice. If we start losing that voice, and then Tyler rolls in here with eyeglasses, just like Tyler knows when I start to get a headache or a migraine during the show, glasses come off.
We're so simpatico, you know.
Yeah, I just I mean it's clear. So all right, I'll take you for your word that it didn't get away from you today. All right, a lot to get to. You hear from Blake Cashman as we sat down with him. You'll get to hear from him, and you want to hear because he talked about his wishes as a free agent coming back here, so you don't want to miss that as well. As Kevin Harlan, the great Kevin Harlan, will join us, and many others, I'm sure of it. But let's get to it. I think you gave it to us a little bit. Day 5, the final day of Dirty's Daily.
The Drive is taking over Las Vegas ahead of Sunday's big game.
We're going to Las Vegas! Let's check in on the latest shenanigans in Sin City with Stoerner and Hughley. The Drive is live for Dirty's Daily. Nevada!
That's right, baby. I started off with where I left off the crosstalk. 2 straight flushes. That hit right there I just told Tyler about on that roulette wheel got your boy back to even ground. Literally to the bill. The exact number of hundreds that I got off the airplane with. The plan is, we still got a little bit of time here. The plan is to get back on the plane with. So, first and foremost, let's leave.
You was down over $1,000.
Oh yeah. I mean, it was over 1,000, and then I was putting hundreds on the table to get back in the game. So it was down a good chunk, but I got us back, baby. We're back in the.
Now it's crazy how it can move, man. That's why it just ain't for me. I sat there. And I didn't have all my faculties, but I sat there, Tyler, and I watched Clint just probably get about $1,700 in like 8 minutes.
And that didn't give you that striking urge to throw some money down, get in the action?
Because then when I talked to him later, the next day, I was like, man, he said, yeah, I probably broke even.
Ooh, yeah.
broke even.
Yeah. I'm going to tell you that.
Because he did it, too. He tried to bet. He took them big chips and put them in his pocket.
Oh, yeah.
Then he said, yeah, I lost all those green ones.
Yeah, man. Hey, look, here's the deal. That table I got on last night, I don't know if I've ever seen a table that hot. The dealer hit a straight flush and a 3 of a kind. Several just regular flushes and straights around the table throughout. And then I hit 2 straight flushes in a pretty short period of time, to be honest with you. I mean, the table was just putting out hands. And now a lot of people complain because the dealer's getting it, of course, because you're losing. But I'm sitting there at this table, man, and I'm talking about –
it's hot, though. It's come around.
Ron, every hand – and I was sitting on third base, so people would get in the game, and they would steal my hand and hit a flush. Steal my hand and hit it straight. And I'm like, I'm not worked up about that. I'm cool with it. I want it. This thing's she's spitting out hands left and right. And I'm like, ooh, this thing's going to be hot. And sure enough, your boy lasted long enough to pop them twice.
There you go.
So there we go. We're back there. I did visit my girl Heather again this morning.
You went to Heather again, huh?
Yeah, I didn't do the whole thing. I didn't do the tub and the spa and the salt and all that. But I went and got her on these shoulders again, man. Shoulders and neck, man.
Damn.
strongly suggest if you're coming in here to Vegas and you're anywhere near the link.
I didn't know you was going to go see Heather today.
Well, I had my plan was Friday before we leave, and if it worked out, and once I put that extra cash back in my pocket last night and got to even, I said, yeah, let me go on.
That's easy to get her up.
Let me go on and knock this out. I told you I hadn't bet Tyler's $100 yet. I caught up with the college roommate, though, Ryan, yesterday. Small world. College roommate is in charge. His company is in charge of all of the emceeing and DJing associated with this event. Because you go through that wall right there, they're having the Super Bowl Fan Fest, Super Bowl, the games and stuff where they're running the 40-yard dash and they're introducing you have opening ceremonies and all this kind of jive. He's got about 16 employees over there that are from DJs to MCs.
Winners.
So went through there and did that. And last but not least,
by the way, Tyler, he almost had a conniption last night. He had a nice little swag bag.
My room dog gave my wife this real sweet Super Bowl jacket. One of my kids a little football to take home for the kiddos, throw around, little Super Bowl emblem on it, and a T-shirt that's for my wife, and a hat that I got on right now, which is pretty clean, if I might add. I had a jacket. I left it in the Uber, man.
He left it all in the Uber, and that Uber, he was pretty angry at the end of it too.
Oh, I mean, yeah, the Uber was frustrated, so I said, man, just let us out right here. So we jumped out, but nonetheless,
he got it back.
I want to give credit where credit's due. It was a lift, to be completely clear.
Yeah, good.
It was a lift, and my man brought it right back to the front door about 3 hours later. He said, when I'm on that side of town, boom, I'll take care of you. And there we go. And last but not least, Tyler, you'll be here one day. I am most proud of the amount of rest that I've gotten since I've been in Vegas.
Yeah, that's hard to come by sometimes.
The hours that I logged in that bed, I'm talking about really good sleep, like really deep sleep without interruption over the last 5 days has been absolutely tremendous. Did not think it would happen. In fact, I think I got voted the most likely to get in trouble or to overdo it.
Yep. Your wife's got to be thrilled with the amount of straight through sleep you've got without any distractions.
Without a doubt, man. I'm going to tell her all about it when I get home.
I'm sure that's what she's been experiencing at the house.
Oh, yeah.
Boy, you won't believe it, man.
She finally cracked yesterday, Ron. She said, yeah. She said, guy, I'm pretty wore out.
Oh,
because not only did she had him by herself, it was baby girl's 2-year-old birthday on Wednesday.
Yeah.
So it was all the decorating so she could wake up to something. It was the gifts. She wasn't in school that day, so it was an all-day affair. And then she goes and meets with the family for the birthday, and so she didn't stop until the sun went down. So yeah, she's about ready for old daddy to get home and help out with the kiddos. That's for damn sure.
There you go. That's Dirty's Daily, Day 5, a long trip, and it's coming to an end, but a lot of fun. What a big last night in Vegas for Clint Stoerner. All right, last night was a big night as well. Here comes the Figgy Walk.
Figgy Walk. Tell me that ain't Figgy Walk right there.
That is. Boy, like a bad calf.
Yeah, on them toes, baby.
But it was a big night for the Houston Texans. The entire Houston Texans organization, they had a huge night last night as C.J. Stroud, he gets the Rookie of the Year, the Offensive Rookie of the Year, Will Anderson, who you just heard right here on Sports Radio 610 on In the Loop. CJ, if you want to. I can visually see you. So if you want to.
Where art thou?
I mean, we would certainly take you. 3 to 5 minutes of time. That's it. Maybe 12. But he wins the Offensive Rookie of the Year. Will Anderson wins Defensive Rookie of the Year. And by one vote, Clint, D'Amico Ryans loses the Coach of the Year to Kevin Stefanski. And then Bobby Slowick, he does not, as a finalist, Assistant Coach of the Year, Jim Schwartz wins it for him. And then the big one there, Andre Johnson, after 2 years, his third year of eligibility, he is elected into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. So he will go in Canton forever. So a big, big night. I'll be honest with you. I am a bit surprised that D'Amico did not win. We were pretty confident on that one. I'm not saying that Kevin Stefanski doesn't deserve it. I mean, you got 5 quarterbacks, and one of them Jeff Driscoll, and you do what you did, and they won 11 ball games. Now they came in here and got destroyed in the playoffs. But I'm not saying that he doesn't deserve it. I am surprised in terms of coming from where D'Amico and the Texans were that he didn't get the edge on that.
Yeah, I think D'Amico got snubbed.
Do you?
I think he did. The voting, by the way, finished up tied, 165 to 165. Kevin Stefanski won by the fact that he had one more first-place vote than D'Amico Ryan. So it was awfully tight to jump. But we've talked about it multiple times, man. Look, what Dan Campbell did was tremendous. What Kevin Stefanski did was tremendous. And to be honest with you, Stefanski and D'Amico Ryans, they kind of ran away with this
Separated
thing, right?
themselves,
and to me, I'll be honest with you, I thought D'Amico should have been in a league of his own from a separation standpoint. What D'Amico did with rookies, what D'Amico did from the draft to starting, playing, developing, and winning with rookies to getting into the playoffs and getting to the second round of the playoffs, I'm sorry, but that's second to none. In anybody else's resume or anybody else's year, D'Amico Ryans is second to none. So I hate that for him. I respect what Kevin Stefanski did, but I don't think in any way, shape, or form it's comparable to what D'Amico was able to do.
Yeah, and I understand the injuries they had because they did. Chubb was out, Watson was out. But they were thought to have the talent of a roster to be a playoff team in the preseason.
Absolutely.
I think many people picked them to go to the playoffs. There is nothing about what the Texans were just underneath the Cardinals or in front of the Cardinals as teams with the lowest Super Bowl odds to win it, and they come out and do what they did. So, yeah, I'm surprised they didn't go that route with it. And to me, it had to be regular season, right? There's no way, especially after that playoff game and what he did. There's no way to think that people would have said, "Yo, I'm gonna go with Kevin Stefanski over D'Amico."
Yeah.
So tough one there, but the rest of the way, the fellas they were able to roll through. All right, we're here in Super Bowl week, and a lot to get to and get you ready for this game, Clint. I'll throw this to you. What do you think is going to be the story after this game against with the Chiefs and the 49ers? Coming after the game on Sunday, and this may give away your pick on who you think is going to win, but what do you think is going to be the story that we're talking about after the game on Sunday?
Look, I think the 49ers win this game, and I think it's more about Brock Purdy and the game manager versus game changer deal. That is made for TV. I think it's a legitimate, very relevant, it is just a really good conversation. And I think that's what we're talking about Monday is Brock Purdy 2 years in, tremendous amount of success, and he got it done. What does it mean?
Yeah, Brock Purdy.
Yep.
So you got the Niners in this thing.
I got the Niners. I like the matchup. I think we could go. I could lean either way. I said this early in the week. There's just something about the way the Niners have somehow won their games this postseason that Lady Luck has got me leaning hard towards the Niners. The best thing is I do believe this is the two best teams in football.
You think so?
Complete teams, I think, in football. Great coaches, really, really good to great defenses. The matchups are just absolutely tremendous, and so I could go either way. But the Lady Luck, man, that's been on San Francisco's side like no other this postseason, I got to ride with her.
Yeah, I think the story is going to be, it's official now. We can have the Brady Mahomes conversation. I think that's going to be the story out of it. I think what the story will be the Chiefs' defense and how they put together a historic season. If they hold this team, down to the under 20 like they've been doing, a lot of people like with this offense, which will be very, very difficult to do, and then they go through a run of Tua and that Dolphins offense and holding them to, the 7 points they held them to.
Yeah.
And then they go to Buffalo and Josh and hold them down in the second half in the fourth quarter. And then they play and do what they did against Baltimore and hold this team under 20. And then what they did all season long. I think the story probably, if that were to happen, should be the Chiefs defense and like comparing it to, at the very least to me, like the Broncos in 2015 when they won things, and then maybe even the Legion of Doom. So I think it will be Mahomes because I think the Chiefs are going to win. I think it will be Mahomes, and the Brady talk will intensify.
Sure.
But I
Dynasty Brady Mahomes.
But I think it'll be that
ever. Yeah, absolutely.
I think it'll be that defense. But the defense should be the story.
Sure.
If it goes on that way, it will be a really, 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 I think, a really good game and an entertaining game. So this will be a big one coming up on Sunday. All right, wait till you hear what C.J. Stroud has said. Right? You said the other day, boy, I like when C.J. shows a little bit of that cockiness and confidence. He ain't afraid to do it. Wait till you hear what he had to say coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row.
Laura.
hardship by getting them out of bad timeshares. Get the facts about how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation. Simply call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit and see how you can become timeshare free. Call 800-462-3333. That's 800-462-3333. Once again, 800-462-3333.
Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Tell you, man, I just saw 5 pair of leather pants roll through here.
Who was wearing them best?
I don't know. I didn't see them. I don't have specifics. I just saw about 5. That Cynthia Friedland? Is that who that was?
Yep.
Is that what?
I think that's who that was.
The win?
Tyler?
Friend of the show. Friend of the show.
Wearing them joints. You better rewind to YouTube. The YouTube
she's wearing
footage.
the hell out of them.
That might not be good. I might be setting a screen on that footage right there. No, it is clearly a deal. This is like that time where we all went out, Tyler, and we started seeing, like, women aren't wearing bras anymore.
Oh, like that was so wild.
I mean, it was. We stopped. I think we stopped 2 groups. Like, what's the deal? Like, I felt real Clint Stoernerish. like
we needed to know though, because no one was wearing bras.
Hey, listen, I'm not hitting on you or nothing. I'm married. I've got 3 kids. But what I'm trying to get to the bottom of this. What is the deal with the no bras? And I mean, and it was a group of 6, right, Tyler?
Yeah.
5 out of 6 weren't wearing them.
That old Andy Reid looked like. Sorry, I didn't mean to pull you off the.
Man, that does look like Andy, doesn't it?
He's got it. He's in character too. Yeah, look. I mean, that's.
And now these leather pants, it's the same thing.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Tyler said Megan went and got her a pair.
Yeah, I've been noticing it trending lately, boys. It seems like, if that's how the bra thing was, it feels like it's something that's on the come up.
But these are.
I think I'm gonna go ahead and give me a pair.
My wifey's got the tights that kind of look leathery.
Okay, that's what I was referring to.
I think that's what Cynthia had on. I think that was more what Cynthia had on.
Yeah,
I don't know.
But I'm talking about like old gal right here. Those are straight leather breeches.
There's another pair.
Like she's about to hop on a Harley.
Leather breeches, leather mini skirts. I mean, it's not the tights that look like leather. It's straight up leather.
I want to keep a count. I mean, that's every bit of 5 we've seen today.
Yeah, I mean it's.
I don't know, man. I'm gonna go look it up.
Ladies, if you want to be in the inn, get you some of them leather breeches.
And I'm just telling you, I don't think it's just to the. I've seen fellas too, so I think I might look into it.
Ooh, I mean, in Texas, you're quite a bit of a sweater. Yeah, no, I don't know if that'd be a good idea.
Have you not seen that episode of Friends? Could get bad.
No, I have not seen that episode of Friends.
Ooh, could get bad.
Damn, I thought my coffee was coming. All right. Okay, no. Hold on, Doc. Let me let the people know what happened, Doc. I came through. Laura said she was gonna grab me a coffee, Tyler. I said, give me a little cream, a little sugar. Bet she comes walking through with a can of Pepsi and a coffee. And she dropped that bad boy in the trash, just the coffee. And I said, "Hold on, what the?"
She trying to send a message?
No, and then I think she said, "No, there's no more. There's no more coffee." I'm about to say, "Damn, Laura."
Okay, all right. Here's the deal. There's no more coffee down there. That was my coffee that I put in the trash.
I put it together now.
But there's like a little bit left in there if you want to drink my leftover coffee.
Yeah, let's not get crazy.
And you don't drink Pepsi. You drink whatever that yellow thing was.
Yeah, listen, all right.
Do you want
no
a Pepsi?
Coffee. There's no cup. No, Laura, I just
no,
want somebody
I'm
going to
go get you a Pepsi now.
What is the deal with
Otherwise,
no coffee around here?
You're going to bitch all afternoon.
No, hold on. Don't do that to me. Don't act like I'm a prima donna.
Keep going, Laura. Keep going.
I am not. Shut up,
Are you
Tyler.
serious?
I am not. Put it out there, Laura.
I did.
I'm a prima donna. I do not need my stuff here. I go get my own stuff.
No, I'm going to get you a Pepsi, and you're going to freaking drink it.
Yeah.
I will drink it. I appreciate that.
That is all there is to it.
I just saying, you threw that coffee in the trash on me, boy. I said, what the hell? I almost took my
And you
head
better
off.
say, this is the best Pepsi I've ever had.
Yeah, you better.
I will. I was about to say that damn coffee. That damn coffee went in the trash so fast. She stared me down with it like.
Well, I saw her come around the corner with it, and I thought, okay, got his coffee. Let's roll.
And my mouth is. I'm ready for it. Like, I need to pick me up. And
It's
she
got
just
cream and
dropped it.
sugar if you want it.
Yeah, I bet it does. All right.
And lipstick on the side. So there you go.
Well,
enjoy it.
I better not do that.
Is that your
all right,
shade?
C.J. Stroud, he hopped on with Zach Gill, a buddy of ours, and he talked. He was asked about if he thinks he's a top 5 quarterback, and usually you got guys that hey man, that's not for me to say. That is exactly the answer I would have expected CJ to hit us with. I mean, that's not for me to say or for me to decide. I'm just trying to get better every day and work with Bobby and Gerard and D'Amico and Blase this, Blase that. Let me hear what my man had to say. Here was C.J. Stroud, your quarterback, on with Zach Gill.
Do you feel like right now you're a top 5 quarterback in the NFL?
Yes, sir, I do. I think I put it on film. I think my numbers speak for itself, especially missing 2 games. I think if I didn't miss those 2 games, my numbers would have been just as good or one of the best in the league. So, and I think you can see the impact I had on my team, So I'm not in the business of, like, arguing I'm top 5. I'm not. I really don't care. I mean, I just want to win.
I mean, you don't care, but you laid out your case, though. As being top 5. You agree with him. You think right now C.J. Stroud's a top 5 quarterback?
Absolutely, without a doubt.
Without a doubt.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. I think once you get beyond Pat Mahomes, Josh Allen, and Joe Burrow, I think there's, with those 3, to me, there's an argument for C.J. Stroud to be 4th.
To be 4th?
Yep. That leaves Lamar Jackson out of the mix, if that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean that leaves the MVP, the current MVP right now, out of the list.
For me, I would have C.J. Stroud ahead of Lamar Jackson right now.
Yeah, I can't do that. It was interesting when we were on the breaks. We were talking to Greg Cosell, guy, like real quarterback guru guy, and I said to him, you got CJ? You think CJ's a top? I said, you think CJ's a top 10 quarterback? And he said, boy, I'm real leery. I'm real leery about doing that on one season.
That's fair.
And he said, but it does look real. Like, it does look like it is the real deal. For me, especially when you got guys like Lamar, and I know people don't want to hear this, but a guy like Dak, who's I wonder where he finished in the MVP voting, probably 2nd or 3rd. Guys who have done this multiple times, and we've seen adjustments made. That is a big thing to me. Now, that being said, it does look really real. It does look like this is something. It doesn't look like CJ's going to have a sophomore slump. It doesn't look like CJ's going to, pull a Jalen Hurts and really take step backs. That's what Greg said. He said he's a lot better thrower of the football than some of these other younger guys, especially a Jalen Hurts. So I think there is a great chance that hell by the middle of the year, it is just, okay, man, we've seen a year and a half of him playing ball. We've seen a year and a half of him now, a half a year where coordinators have tape on him and they're trying to stop him. But, yeah, I think it's a little quick, but I definitely don't think it's crazy, and I can understand how you would say, all right, Lamar, Dak, Stafford may be in that. Tua, I don't know, Aaron Rodgers, we'll see what he is. I can understand how you could say I feel more comfortable with CJ ahead of those guys.
Yeah, look, I just don't need any more. I know it's early, and I agree with Cosell, and I agree with some other folks maybe that would say, well, I'm not real comfortable. I'm comfortable with it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. That's fine. But what C.J. Stroud, all of those guys we mentioned, you can argue pale in comparison to what C.J. Stroud did this year relative to the supporting cast. I mean, every guy you mentioned that we mentioned in that top, they went out there and established themselves. And whether you're talking about Pat Mahomes winning Super Bowls, you're talking about Joe Burrow having a monster run, Lamar Jackson this year. I mean, you talk about all of those guys have complementary pieces. All of those guys have had really good defenses. All those guys have I think, built rosters around them, much better rosters around them than C.J. Stroud did. So I'm just convinced on C.J., man. I would have him in my top 5 right now. Now you get into conversations about Aaron Rodgers, and he's only got 1 or 2 years left, and can he stay healthy? Obviously, that muddies the waters. But when we're talking the best quarterbacks in the league, C.J. Stroud is in my top 5.
All right, she brought the Pepsi here. It's cold.
Is that a Pepsi or is that a Bargs root beer? Oh, okay, the old PepsiCo,
It's a
huh?
Pepsi, yeah. It's a diet. It's a diet. It's what love.
It's not a diet.
It is a diet.
Where does it say diet on it?
Right there it's clear as day.
Oh.
It's a diet right
well,
there.
do you want it or not?
I'm going to drink it, Laura. God, I'm not a prima donna.
Hey, you're going to drink it, you're going to like it, and you're going to say thank you.
I am going to drink it. I don't know if I'm going to say no. Thank you. I appreciate it, Laura. Laura, that had to be you who checked us in today, by the way. I appreciate that. We slid it to an A.
Yes, I did.
Clint, I woke up, I said, damn, I forgot to check in. And I said, look at God. I know it wasn't Clint.
Am I
that
checked
had
in?
To be a Laura. Yeah.
Yes.
Clearly, right here. We got A's, baby. Laura's on it.
You
Laura,
just focus on keeping your jacket on you, bud, okay?
Who?
What?
What's he talking about?
Your jacket.
What happened to my jacket?
Coming up next, Blake Cashman. He joined us. He joined us the other day, and you want to hear what he had to say, especially when he was asked, does he want to come back? Does he want to be a Houston Texan? Blake Cashman coming up next.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about Twin Peaks, y'all. The Scenic Views are calling you. They're calling you for Sweethearts Week. Hey, look, I always tell you guys.
by AmericanEagle.com has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. Welcome in as we are live here on Radio Row here in Vegas as we're having a good time. Last day at some point. I can't wait to get Clint's favorite moment that he's been here in Vegas. It's probably a selfish moment at the table, but I can't. We've had some moments here this week here in Vegas, on and off the air.
Nevada.
That's right. We'll get to that, but we talked and caught up with Blake Cashman, linebacker for the Texans, who really came on last year. This was our conversation with him as we got to touch a lot of things about maybe what's going to be with his future and what this past year was like. Here's Blake Cashman. All right, welcome back to The Drive as we are live with, one of the real great surprises and I think top players, especially on the defense for the Texans last year, Blake Cashman. Blake, in Vegas, appreciate you joining us. Hopefully you're doing better on the tables, and you will be doing better on the tables than my man Clint over here, who is, I'll put it out there. He's down 1,000. He's down 1,000. He's down 1,000.
Hey.
Hopefully you do better than he does. But, man, we appreciate you jumping on with us.
No, thank you for having me.
I just got to finish strong, Blake. I just got to finish strong, man. I started out first 3 days, got in a little bit of a hole. I got 2 more days to dig out, man. Ain't no big deal.
Yeah, all you need is one little hot streak, and you'll be good.
See there?
That's terrible advice, Blake. What do you mean? One little hot streak. See, now he's feeling confident. All he's been saying, tonight's my night.
I've seen it done. I've seen it done.
Yes, I hope I can tell you about it tomorrow. Man, tell us, how's the offseason going, bro?
It's going really well. It's been a couple weeks, 2.5 weeks, and haven't really done too much, but love having the downtime and just enjoying relaxing and getting all that free time that I didn't have in the season.
Yeah, for you personally, this year, I don't know how you view it, if this was a breakout year for you, but this year, we talked about it. We're like midway through, Blake appears to be the most consistent player on the defense. What do you think went into the success you had throughout this season?
I feel like there's a lot that contributed to that, but I definitely got to give credit to our coaches. I've said this many times this past season is I think this coaching staff is some of the best teachers of the game and of their scheme that I've ever been around. And then, you look at the guys we had in our locker room, the players there, that was a group that played a lot of good ball. And, I think when you're able to make plays and play at a high level, play consistently, it starts with the guys around you. So, those two are coaches and players, very important, I think, to my success. And then just having another year of experience and already kind of being familiar with this defense, I think just kind of helped elevate, myself into, playing within those small nuances and details that the scheme requires, instead of having just to learn the basic, calls and fits that guys have to go through when they first are learning the playbook.
Isn't it wild, man? I think most people, a lot of the listeners and most people that just watch the game and are fans, they just think that, hey, there's 32 teams, man. It's the highest level. Everybody's got a great coaching staff, and all the coaches coach detail, and all the coaches have great connections with their players. Isn't it wild how rare, like what you guys had this year with D'Amico and his staff, isn't it wild how rare that is, really, in the game of football, college, pros, across the board?
Absolutely. I think when you look across at all levels, when you have a first-year head coach, just a first year of that coaching staff being there and bringing in their system, usually they have some time to rebuild, or you're given a little grace period because they got to figure things out, and they rebuild the team, whatever the excuse is. But D'Amico, he wasn't hearing that, and he had expectations to be a winner of the division, a playoff team from the get-go, and immediately he brought that energy, those expectations, that standard, and we all quickly bought in and held each other accountable, and that's why we were able to have the success that we had.
Blake Cashman, Houston Texans linebacker, joining us on the drive. I'm always intrigued with great coaches or great anything to understand, like, what's their superpower. If we look at, like, Andy Reid, it's play development and calling plays, or Phil Jackson with the Lakers in basketball. He was such ability to handle personalities. What for you is DeMeco's, like, superpower, the thing that makes him unique?
I would say that the number one thing is just, put aside the X's and O's. Is like he's a leader of men, and like he, has guys motivated, has everybody wanting to go the extra mile when they're putting in, the time and work, the work that is demanded in the week, and that's important. And I think there's some coaches, you can speak on all levels, that they're great schematically, but they don't know how to lead the men in the building, lead the locker room, and I think that's what separates DeMeco Ryans. And then I also think he has a great scheme, but he's able to put guys in positions for them to win. He sees guys' strengths and weaknesses, better than most, and that's what helps guys succeed on the field, and that's what helps us win football games.
All right, Blake, I think one of the big off-season topics is, the guys that are free agents, and you guys had a lot of success last year, obviously. For me personally, you're at the top of my list of guys that I think, number one, they can bring back, and number two, they should bring back. But obviously that's out of your control. I asked you this a couple of weeks ago, man. Where are you at in that conversation? What does that look like with your agent, and when do you expect a decision to be made, and would you rather be back than elsewhere?
I mean, yeah, we've had conversations, towards middle end of the year, and still ongoing, and we're keeping the conversation open. I would love to be back in Houston. Houston has been home the last 2 years. I really think Houston has resurrected my career. And I love where that football team, that organization is headed. I believe they're going to be a team that, controls the division for the years to come, and shouldn't surprise anyone when you see them in the Super Bowl. But for me, what's going to come down to how I made my decision is just where I'm valued the most, and where I'm going to get the best opportunity. I think you can't blame any player for wanting to, be in a position to play an important role, play a lot of snaps, and just get the most of their time there. And, of course, I want to do that with a winning football team. That's why I want to do it in Houston. But right now, I'm just really trying not to think about it too much. Just enjoy the off season, kind of, let my agent do the work and have the conversation he needs to have. And then, come March, I'm sure things will speed up and get a little crazy. So I'm sure I'd have a different answer for you guys once we get closer to March.
I haven't seen the combination of you and Christian Harris enough. That coming towards the end of the season, boy, it's somewhere he turned the corner as well, and you two working together, and the speed and the athleticism that both of you bring to the table. Boy, that second quarter against the Ravens, I don't mean to bring this up, I know it's tough. That second quarter, you two in particular really jumped off the screen. So you two guys together, that combination, that feels like you get a full off season, a full year together, and now in comfort. That's something I think a lot of Texans fans would be really excited to see you and Christian Harris, because there was something really coming towards the end of the season between you two.
I appreciate saying that. I mean, I love C. He's a guy that made tremendous growth throughout the year, plays the game the right way, plays exactly how Houston Texan football is supposed to be played. And, he's a player that I'd love to continue to play with. I think he's going to continue to get better. And you said it, though, like with having another year in the system, allowing guys to take that scheme to the next level and just their play to the next level, because, that camaraderie, the relationship you have on the field with those guys, like I feel like it always improves when you get to be in a system for more than just 1 year. And for me in my career, I haven't been able to do that. I almost, you can go all the way back to my freshman year of college, almost every year I've had to learn a new scheme, new system, and build new relationships with a brand new coaching staff.
You should probably just stop doing that then.
Well, look, man, we appreciate you joining us, man. And I know I don't want to speak for Ron, but as I said, man, I hope you're a Texan. I hope to get to – I'm from the Houston area, so I'm a fan as well as a member of the media that covers you guys, man. So hopefully we can get to cover you a couple more years, man.
I love that. Yeah, I appreciate you guys.
All right, that's Blake Cashman. Hopefully back with the Houston Texans next year. Had a breakout season with the Texans live here on The Drive. All right, that's our conversation with Blake Cashman, Clint. And, yeah, man, he is a guy that clearly fits this system and has found his role in this system. And as he said there, with him, Christian Harris, another year in D'Amico's system, it feels like that's going to be a guy that's going to continue to grow if you keep him here. And, boy, the cost of what a middle linebacker, an inside linebacker is going to cost – that feels like almost a no-brainer move to bring Blake Cashman back to me.
Yeah, look, I love the Blake Cashman Christian Harris combination at that linebacker position. Now they've got to get. I think Henry Toa and some of their depth players obviously they've got to get better. Whether that's getting a year experience and an offseason in the NFL or whatever, they got to get better around those two. But I really like the linebacker room when it's headlined by those two guys, and so. We'll see what they end up doing with Blake Cashman, but I would love to see him and Christian Harris. The way the game is being played now, in terms of spread, the way the game's being played now at the quarterback position with so many guys that can impact the game with their legs. When you've got Christian Harris and Blake Cashman that from a twitch and a speed standpoint can – at least they got a puncher's chance in the open field against Lamar and against the other guys there as good athletes. So I like that linebacker room when it's headlined by both of those guys, so we'll see.
And if they can somehow kind of improve what's happening in front of them.
Yeah.
Like if they can add pieces up front or a big major piece at the defensive tackle position, because I've heard a lot of people say this. Anytime you see a good inside linebacker, I'm going to show you a really good defensive tackle, nose tackle in front of them. And they were okay, but I think they can improve in that area, which I think will help those linebackers if they bring back Blake Cashman.
Absolutely, without a doubt. I mean, if you get guys that are harder to handle up front, then obviously they got to commit more offensive line to those down defensive rushers, defensive linemen, and when that's the case. Obviously, your linebackers roam free. When you get bigger bodies up front that are better players that don't get pushed into the lap of your linebackers, now they got more space to run free. And so, yes, the great point. I mean, if they get better up front, those two guys who we already saw significant improvement from, those guys I think get even better.
Those of you on YouTube or Twitch, I just want to let you know you all are idiots. And you know what you're saying and what you're doing. You all are idiots out here.
What happened? What I missed?
Trying to give Clint guidance.
On what?
Around the camera. Stop it. You guys are absolute idiots.
What happened?
It's just idiots. Coming up, we'll get you a little big 3 at 3. The biggest stories happening in Houston right now. A big night for the Texans. I can't get the tease.
I can't believe that you didn't tell me. You just sitting over there bull jiving.
Big night for the Texans. C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson, and Andre Johnson will continue coming up next.
Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here from Radio Row, and Clint is refusing to miss another damn thing. If you are on the YouTube or Twitch feed, not going to catch Clint slipping this time. No sirree. No warnings needed. He has flat out turned his back right around and said, no more.
Hey, Ron, you got this segment, bub.
I ain't going to lie to you, man. I have thoroughly appreciated our setup in my seat throughout the week. I have thoroughly been impressed as the text line is losing their mind. YouTube and Twitch is losing their mind. Once again, if you want to be able to see us, you can look us up, YouTube, Twitch, and you can find us right there, Sports Radio 610, and you can watch the show as well as listen to it. But anyway you are taking it in, we appreciate you. Kevin Harlan coming up later on in this hour, but let's get to the top stories here. And first, Clint, is the Houston Texans had a big night last night when it comes to awards and Hall of Fame. The two big ones there when it comes to Offensive Rookie of the Year, Defensive Rookie of the Year, Clint, the Texans swept. This is crazy. This is 2 years in a row that the Rookie of the Year on the offense and defense come from the same team. The Jets did it last year with Wilson and Sauce Gardner, and this year, obviously, the Texans were able to do it with Will and C.J. Stroud. So, these two had a really great first year, and it has shown out. C.J., 48 of 50 first-place votes over Puka Nacua to win the Offensive Rookie of the Year. But two deserving players and 2 big years from those two.
Absolutely, man. You couldn't ask for it to go any better for D'Amico Ryans in terms of the moment they drafted those two guys.
Nick
they got
Caserio.
rid of Yeah, him too. But the minute they drafted Will Anderson, made the decision to move up and pick him at number 3. This is the kind of thing that, fair or unfair, this is the kind of thing that you expected to happen, is if you're going to get that aggressive and move up and get a guy, then that guy better be a Rookie of the Year candidate at the very least. He better be a game changer, an impact player, and at the end of the day, you got all that, plus the intangibles that Will Anderson brings to the table, plus somebody on the defensive side of the football that you can build around, one of those pillars that you can build around or build with, and it all paid off in honors, obviously, yesterday for those two guys. Not surprised that C.J. Stroud was a landslide offensive MVP, and not surprised at all that Will won the defensive MVP. I said Rookie of the Year. I'm sorry.
Yeah. And Will really came on late in that second half to really get this, even fight through an injury himself, missing a game down the stretch. So big for them. And then the coaches weren't as lucky, Clint. D'Amico Ryans, he loses by one first-place vote to Kevin Stefanski, who wins the award. And then Bobby Slowick is edged out. I don't even know the order, but Jim Schwartz, the defensive coordinator for the Browns, they won. So the Browns swept it. The Browns coaches swept, which that one is tough. I understand we're close to it, and I'm sure our friends like Ken Carman and Nick Wilson and company out in Cleveland would say, no, man, you didn't really have to sit and watch what these two did. But boy, it is hard to understand the lack of experience that those two had, the lack of the experience that they were given in terms of players and talent and the most important pieces for them.
Yep.
And to think that anybody did a better coaching job than those two guys. Jim Schwartz, who has experience as being a defensive coordinator and head coach, over a guy who hadn't, and they gave him the keys. So I'm not going to say Kevin Stefanski and Jim Schwartz didn't deserve the awards or didn't have extraordinary years. I didn't see them day in and day out like we saw these two. But, boy, it is hard to see anybody doing what D'Amico and Bobby Slowick did with what they had.
I've said it a million times, and I'll say it again. I mean, doing what they did with their big pieces of the equation being such young guys. Whether you're talking about Nico having come into his own, you're talking about Tank Dell coming in and playing well. You're talking about CJ obviously and Will obviously, Stingley coming into his own. I mean, there's just that to do it is tremendous. Tip the cap to Kevin Stefanski, but to do it with a roster that nobody on God's green earth gave you a chance to do it with, and navigate some of the same rough waters that Kevin Stefanski in Cleveland did in terms of injuries, to me, it's without a doubt the most impressive resume or impressive year was DeMeco Ryans. But it's not how the writers saw it, so here we are.
Yeah, no. But the big one there, and I wonder how many people are going to make the trip to Canton, because Andre Johnson, in his third year of eligibility, he gets in. Listen, just the way this thing goes, I said it yesterday, I didn't think he would get in. Not that I didn't think he was deserving at all. I thought he was deserving. I think he put forth the numbers to get in first, just like so many others have that had to wait. But when you look at other guys, other receivers in the history of the game, they've had to wait, and guys that I think some people would say are ahead of Andre Johnson, and you think of the all-time pecking order like a Terrell Owens or a Chris Carter or a Michael Irvin, all had to wait longer. But he gets in, and he is the only receiver that gets in. Torrey Holt, who was up, as well as Reggie Wayne, who was up. They didn't get in this time, but he gets in, and I already know. Wade told me, I'm gone. I'm going to Canton as soon as it happens.
Well, that's my favorite part about this. I mean, obviously he deserved it. John McClain, thoroughly outlined all the numbers that absolutely leads to a Hall of Fame career. But for me personally, man, I don't know the guy. I don't hang out with him, but at the end of the day, I've been around him at multiple events. Obviously, interviewed him time to time, and we see him interviewed, and we hear a lot from him. You're talking about just a grade A dude, man, a classy dude that went about it the right way, that just grinded through some, dealing with 42 different quarterbacks and odds being stacked against him. He just keeps going out there and playing well, putting up good numbers, and he deserves it, man. So I'm just happy for him.
Yeah, he's going to go in with maybe be in strong competition of the best looking person who still looks like they can play when he enters.
Yeah.
No, man, he looks like he can still go. Another person who does not look like he's 42 years old.
Yeah.
He looks like he can still go right now, and obviously keeps himself in certain amount of shape. But congratulations to him, and this will be cool. This is the first Texan to get into the Hall of Fame, and I'm sure many people will make the trip to Canton, Ohio, to go ahead and
I would
see
imagine
him.
so.
Brandon Scott told me he's going. Brandon Scott said, I'm going to Canton. Hell, they ought to send us there to cover Andre. Yeah, I'm saying it right next to the people. That's it. Send us up to Canton, Ohio. No, big night for the Texans, as award season has been very, very good to them.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, a little baseball news, Clint, as Dana Brown speaks most recently as they made the move to extend Jose Altuve. Now the thought is, what are the other guys who don't have long-term contracts? And listen to Dana Brown as he talks about two players. He talks about Bregman and he talks about Kyle Tucker. Here is Dana Brown talking about the priority of the guys they're looking at to sign long-term.
We have those guys at least through the end of next year. We've been more thinking in our thought process with Bregman, and but we I've talked also to Tucker's agent, but we haven't gotten into anything serious. We just let them know, look, we got him through next year, but at some point we're going to have some conversations. So we just, check in with these agents from time to time. Bregman is the guy that, at some point we got to make an offer and have some conversations. But we feel good that we have Framber through next year, we have Tucker through next year, and we will have some conversations at some point.
All right, that's Dana Brown, the general manager, and it sounds like Bregman is the focus over guys like Framber and Tucker. Is that how you feel like this thing should go? That Bregman should be the focus over those two guys?
I mean, I think the conversation is steering the ship, right? I mean, if one guy's crew's ready to get something done and the other two are saying, hey, you're nowhere close, we still have you under contract through 2024 with those two, Framber and Tucker. It seems like the conversation is willing to be had about Bregman at this point, but possibly not the other two. But I don't know. I mean, priority-wise, obviously for me, Tucker is the more important player of the three, but I would imagine the current contract situation's got something to do with that.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like they are in the – man, Kyle Tucker is a priority, and we really got to get him done. Like, maybe it is whatever is driving it, but it just does not feel like they view him as we got to get it done. Like, it seems like, and I think probably has to do with the amount of money that he's going to potentially command, and that the amount of money that they think Bregman will command is something that they could and would be able to do. But for me, it's like Kyle Tucker, of the three, Kyle or Framber, and I can understand you say to yourself, all right, man, we got Hunter Brown. We've got a lot of deep options in the pitching department. Maybe we go and make sure we shore things up with our premier hitter right now, who's the most healthy guy. But it just doesn't feel like to them, they're like, yo, we got to make sure that Kyle Tucker is a priority, only if Kyle Tucker just helps us out.
Yeah,
that's what it feels like to me. So I don't know, man. I don't love that. Kyle Tucker, as you said, is the most important guy of the three, and boy, I don't know. I don't know the chances of him being here are that great. So that's the latest there with the Astros, and some of these free agents are soon to be guys they don't have long-term deals with coming up.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, Clint. Somehow, former Houston Texans head coach Bill O'Brien has landed him a head coaching job in college. Bill O'Brien has landed a head coaching job for the Boston College Eagles. And a wild, not surprising, but kind of, a quarterback in Jalen Milroe can come out and just talk about, in every way, a guy you wouldn't want to coach your team, a guy that you wouldn't want to be handling your young players, and he has somehow turned it into an OC job at Ohio State that he was hired for, and then, bam, that then spun around into a head coaching job in the ACC. It's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, the crazy thing is you got an offensive-minded head coach that, look, let's be honest. You go back to the Texans days with Deshaun Watson, and it was the inability that what sticks out more than anything, if you're talking about Bill O'Brien moving forward, the inability to put your players in position to play to their strengths and win is blatantly obvious in his time with Deshaun Watson. I mean, throw any game film on with the exception of maybe 2 or 3 where the plan just appeared to be perfect. It was a struggle the entire time. Then he goes to Alabama and tells the guy, hey, man, you need to go play a different position. You're not a quarterback. He leaves, and that quarterback takes Alabama to a college football playoff. Now, we can argue that Jalen Milroe is a very raw product. He's got a long way to go to be the more polished passer of the football. Cool, I got it. But with that being said, you're telling the guy to move to a different position, and then he goes and takes a team to the college football playoffs. As an offensive-minded coach, when you're dealing with a quarterback, that's got to be taken into consideration. And then you go and really, let's be honest, the situation in New England didn't get any better with Bill O'Brien there at the quarterback position. It's still a quarterback carousel. Your quarterbacks didn't play well under Bill Belichick and Bill O'Brien. And now all of a sudden you've somehow parlayed that into a head coaching gig at the college level. And look, I mean, there's no way that Bill sat across the table from the decision makers and said, yeah, I'm going to relate to these kids.
That's the other part.
These kids are going to flock to me, man. Like, it just doesn't make it. None of that makes sense, but here we are.
You have an issue like that. Jalen, a player will transfer. Like a kid will get it.
That's what Bill will want him to do that. I mean, that's ultimately what Bill will want him to do.
Yeah, like Bill to me.
But I mean, with Boston College ain't got nobody to push out.
Well, hell, I mean, but you might push out some of the guys you got. I'm just saying, when you think about Bill O'Brien and how he operates, boy, that doesn't seem like that matches with what today's college football is. To where you have to, what did Danny Cannell say the other day? You have to recruit high school kids. You got to recruit your own kids. You got to recruit the portal,
and then you got to deal with NIL on top of all that.
And you got to deal with NIL and being
it never stops.
And being an ass as he can be sometimes with his communication with people does seem like a real great match. I don't think Bill's a bad coach. But when you go through everything you just talked about and the issues he's had, I mean, it is really interesting that he is, bam, like what jobs he's gotten. What was he? OC Alabama, OC New England, OC Ohio State head coach Boston College, and none of the stops here of late have been with the exception of Alabama, have been like, wow, boy, he really turned it up. It's just interesting that he keeps slipping into these opportunities. All right, coming up, we hope to speak to a guy who's called a bunch of games and we'll call the Super Bowl for Westwood One, Kevin Harlan. We'll hope that he'll be able to join us coming up next, and he's one of the real fun guys in this industry as he looks to call this big game coming up on Sunday. We'll continue and hopefully catch up with him coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here. I got to tip my cap to all my Coors Light drinkers out there, y'all. You drinking the world's most refreshing beer, and you're looking damn good.
Duralast brake pads and rotors in stock, ready for pickup or delivery. We also have calipers, brake fluid, tools, and anything else you'll need to do the job right. When you get Duralast pads and rotors together, you'll save 15%. It's just part of what makes us America's #1 brakes destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Sports Radio 610. Not just the best sports talk in town, but the best looking guys in the game. And now we can prove it. I'm too sexy for my shirt. Don't believe us? Check out our brand new Twitch and YouTube live stream. Every show, every day. See your favorite 610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here in Las Vegas, Radio Row, bringing you the latest here from the Super Bowl as the Chiefs and 49ers get ready to roll. What the hell are you laughing about?
Nothing. Nothing.
I
think you're doing a great job, man.
What the hell are you laughing about?
Nothing.
You're
doing a great job, man.
I want to say I really enjoy or agreed a bit with what this person had to say. I thought it was interesting. Someone texting about the voting with Coach of the Year, and they were like, They said they think Bobby Slowick got screwed more than D'Amico Ryans did.
I didn't see that. What was
just that they thought they're saying they think Bobby should have won even more than D'Amico should have won in his category for best assistant coach of the year over even more than D'Amico with head coach of the year.
I said this yesterday. I didn't think it would happen, but I agree. I mean, I agree that to do what Bobby Slowick did offensively.
That was tough, man. That was.
Well, I mean, look, you cannot convince me that, like, once the Texans got into the playoffs and won a playoff game, like that catapulted all these conversations into a different category for me. Is like you didn't just have a good year. If you're Bobby Slowick, I mean, you overcame wild offensive line injuries early. Crazy, like, skill position injuries midway. I mean, CJ was out for a couple games, and you split with Case Keenum playing. I mean, what he was able to not only achieve, if you just look at the product that was the Houston Texans offense, not only that, but he was able to do it and weather so many storms. And as a first-time play caller, the whole thing, and then you get into how well the quarterback was playing and how well the quarterback was obviously coached, how prepared he was, how ready he was. I mean, that whole thing, man, is like to me, the veteran defensive coordinator that has the defensive player of the year on his football team that is coaching for a team that it was a dark horse Super Bowl contender from jump this season, has a roster that's really second to none in the league.
Was an All-Pro, Pro Bowl level player.
Yeah, I mean, you had a different animal there, I think, than what Bobby Slowick started with, and Bobby Slowick ended up doing more than you ended up doing. So I thought Bobby Slowick, without a doubt, should have won it.
And when you think about that side of the ball, the injuries that he took on, man, how they kept games afloat with with the offensive line issues and injuries was just crazy to me. That the Steelers game is one that really jumped. That was early in the season, and I mean they just had to put just guys in. Like, not Kenyon Green, but Kendrick Green, and you could tell the game plan was developed so to protect those guys. And to have the success that offense did, and now some of you may blame on him, but to have the success that offense did with the injuries, the in and out when it comes to the running game and the success or lack thereof, injuries of the receiving core, whatever, that's big, especially for a first timer to deal with all of this. So, no, I tend to agree as well. Like that was a hell of a job that Bobby Slowick did, and I would probably pick him over Jim Schwartz. That would. I mean, no disrespect to Jim. That part about him having the Defensive Player of the Year. I didn't even think about that part of it. That he's got the best defensive player on his team, and how much that makes things easier.
And hell, he's got a highly paid edge rusher on the other side.
No, yeah, Zadarius
Smith.
Yeah,
you got some. And look, it's the only reason right now it's even a conversation is because the Texans went on and exceeded expectations, and now everybody knows who CJ is and Will is and Christian Harris is and Nico Collins and Tank Dell and Dalton had a decent year, and so everybody knows who all these guys are now. When in reality, when you started with a blank canvas, you didn't have all these. Ultimately you can look at it and say Bobby Slowick, brought Nico's career to life. Bobby Slowick breathed life into a guy that three other coordinators couldn't do. And Tank Dell, a lot of folks doubted him because of his size. Boom, he goes out there and is unstoppable until he gets injured. So,
I heard somebody say, Clint, that the reason why Kevin Stefanski edged out D'Amico is because D'Amico had C.J. Stroud. And so that gives him an advantage. Well, hold on. When did that become
you had Deshaun Watson, who according to what you paid him is one of the best in the game, and then you followed that up with a quarterback that's 38 years old and has a Super Bowl under his belt.
But yeah, I just I knew, like you just said, we know what CJ became and what he ended
Bobby's
up
part of that.
But damn to think, all right, man, yeah, he had CJ Stroud, Andy's never going to win this thing. He's got Patrick Mahomes. We didn't know who CJ was at that time. So that's an interesting thing. Clint Tyler, by the way, daiquiri check.
Uh-oh. And I left you. You were on number one last night. No, two, because we had one on the way in, right?
Yep, one on the way.
And then one at the bar before we ate. You had one.
Yep.
Where'd you go from there?
I didn't get it. So I'm at 14.
14?
Don't
tell Red. Don't tell. What do you mean not bad, Tyler? 14?
It's not bad. It could have been a higher number if I thought he was optimizing his time, but not bad.
For the trip.
Not
bad.
The trip.
14?
I think I can get to 4. I think I can get to 15.
You get one more.
Bro, you got to get more than 15.
They sell them on every corner.
There we
go.
How
you doing, man?
There we go. The great Kevin Harlan joins us, a Kansas City man.
I love Houston.
There you go.
I love Houston. I love D'Amico Ryans, man. I tell you what, that's one of the great stories this past season in the NFL.
How in the heck, Kevin, did he not win Coach of the Year?
I do not know. Is there a more likable guy? Is there a guy that took a franchise? And we're just talking about Dan Campbell. I was on a station over there in Detroit and talk about Dan Campbell comes to the Lions. A lot of times it's the outer perimeter and the ownership and the personnel department that change a team and the culture. I think it was the exact opposite in Detroit. I think it came from within and it went out. And I think with D'Amico, the same thing happened. He is such a fresh, bright light, smart, communicative, clearly gifted with football, but all the things that matter, he is so good at, and the perfect choice for that team. I mean, I don't know how he didn't win it.
Yeah.
What he did with that quarterback and those young players, my God, it was so impressive. We did a lot of their games.
I was going to say, you and Trent did a few of their games there late.
And loved them. Was there a game in Cincinnati? Did we do Cincinnati,
yes.
I think?
Cincinnati, yeah.
Oh, my God. That was
kind of the coming out party.
That was a great game.
Yeah.
And then Tank, breaking the leg, that was too bad. What a great kid he is.
Yeah. I mean, that's the big story, right? It starts with D'Amico and then obviously goes into Bobby Slowick and what they were able to do on the offensive side of the football. What's so promising, Kevin, is the guys you're mentioning, Nico and Tank and CJ, obviously. All these guys are so young, man. They did it with so much youth.
Oh, and the best is yet to come.
Yes, absolutely, man.
And now you got Andre in the Hall of Fame, which is terrific, right? That is so great. And no, I'm bullish on what they're doing, and it looks like they got their drawers on straight. Looks like everything is back the way it was when they were a perennial team in the playoffs and winning the division.
You never want them on backwards.
No, God, tell me about that, man. Oh man, how many times have we all woken up with the things on the wrong side? I don't recommend it to anybody. Man, woman, or child, right? Can we say that? This is drive time, isn't it, back in Houston? It's 3:30 right now. So.
Kevin, you say what you want, Tyler. No, you've been around the game, and you've watched what, teams that start to grow and look like they're about to make a move.
Mm-hmm.
I think you probably saw that with the Chiefs as they started to grow, and with Mahomes and Andy Reid early, and you've seen that with the Ravens and other teams. Do the Texans, as you've been around them a couple of times calling their games, I'm sure, do they have the feel of a team that looks like they're about to potentially take up? Because I've said I think they in the next 5 years could be one of the AFC powers.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. They've got the right coach. As we all know, you've got to have the quarterback. If you don't have the quarterback, you can sit there and have everything, every box checked, and you're sitting there groping and waiting for someone to kind of emerge and take that role. And they've got, it's amazing how many, if you lined up 10 general managers and said, here's CJ and here is Young, and I think 10 out of 10 before the draft last year probably would have picked Young, right? And digging into it a little bit and talking to people that are in the know, it was more an indictment, quite frankly, on what Ohio State was doing or what they were not doing. And didn't give this kid the chance to show the full range and his expansive, portfolio of the things he could do. And what happened is the guys in Houston gave him that chance. And he came out firing, and I think he had a chip on his shoulder because it wasn't number one. And maybe he felt like, they're not giving me enough credit right here. We know his personal story back home. He's a convicted kid. He's got so much determination, so much focus. He's got principles he lives by. We interviewed him a couple times, and I came away each time thinking, that kid is a rock-solid kid. And I can't tell you how much respect I have for him. And then you get into D'Amico, and, of course, I called him when he played, as most of the guys in the league did. It just seemed like he played yesterday. I can't even believe he's had these stops in Philly and San Francisco, and now he's a head coach. I saw the video when he first came into the building, and the entire front office was waiting for him in the lobby and gave him a standing ovation when he walked in. I thought, that tells you all you need to know about the mark he left as a player before he finished up his career and then made the circuitous route back to Texas. So I'm bullish on the Texans. Can't wait to get back down there. One of my favorite cities, and he is the right guy, and your quarterback is the right guy. And the most important relationship in the building is the head coach and the quarterback. And I can see those guys tied at the hip, much like I see Mahomes and Reid, and even Purdy and Shanahan. I mean, I can see that, and you can spot it. You can spot it early, I think, and not just by the play, but just by the presence and how both guys talk about the other. It's there. It is there.
Kevin, I don't think you don't need to go any further than like the Texans Instagram page. After every game when D'Amico Ryans is calling the team up in the locker room, I don't think it was a coincidence that C.J. Stroud was standing right next to him, kind of front and center and getting ready to, and it's not forced. It's natural. Both guys own it. Both guys, the egos are set aside. It's a beautiful thing.
Just the way you want it.
Yeah, well, yeah, absolutely. Hey, Kevin, while we got you, man, we do got a big game coming up Sunday, and how much of the hay is in the barn for you from a prep perspective?
Oh, it is. I did the Niners a couple weeks ago against Detroit. I did the two Chiefs playoff games in Kansas City against Miami, and then the game they won in Buffalo. And I've done a lot of Chiefs games on CBS and a couple San Francisco games on CBS, so I feel like I know these teams very, very well. And the problem about Super Bowl week, I don't know how you guys feel, is that you just get hit with so much information, so many notes, so many statistics, all the analytics. Like it's an avalanche of information. And in my role, calling the game as it unfolds is a little different than the guy who's got to write stories every day and come up with fresh material. Those numbers and those little anecdotes really fit in. But for us, for me and Kurt Warner, it's just calling the game. And that's kind of the beauty of that role, but you've got to be on your game. Well, and so I'm thinking more about my X's and O's, things I've got to do per play and during that broadcast that matter most to me. The other stuff will be filled in easily.
Sure.
But it's the call that matters.
Well, it sounds like the toughest part for you is going to get your drawers on straight, right?
Get them on straight. I'm telling you, if there's one word of advice your daddy can give you, get your drawers on straight. That comes from John Madden. John Madden would always say, and I was with him at Fox for 4 years, and then before I went to CBS, And at those seminars, Ed would sit up there and start talking to everybody, and he would, say, when stuff is wrong and the monitor goes out and your headset sounds funny, and it's time to get your drawers on straight and figure what's going on. And I've always just laughed at that. My wife even uses that. I don't even think she knows what she's saying when she says it, but I do.
Kevin Harlan, man, we appreciate you. As a kid who grew up in Kansas City.
Oh, did you?
Oh,
good. Wonderful.
For a long time, and listen to you on the radio all the time. Listen to you call Chiefs games. So it's a pleasure, real honor for me.
Honor for me too. Thank you very much.
Well, I knew it would be.
I know your drawers are on straight.
All right,
Thank you so much. How fun.
That's Kevin
All right,
Harlan.
take care.
He's got the call on Westwood One coming up on Sunday for this big game, and always fun to hear. Him call games. I would say the most unique in the business in terms of when a Kevin Harlan game is on, and he's going to bring it in everything he does.
Well, he's got good penmanship too, if it matters. Some folks in the business, whether they're athletes or media professionals, whatever it may be, some folks are it's just chicken scratch, man.
That's what happens with Jay. That's what happens.
Well, he's a fan.
The guy is drunk.
And he got some bad penmanship, Kevin. So don't let him slide in there on that coattail now.
That is not. You got some terrific penmanship.
Take care, man.
All right, coming up, this is one of the strangest things in sports. Like Clint, you're gonna have to help me explain. You got to help explain this one to me. I've never seen. This doesn't even make any sense to me at all. What has happened in college football? Wait till you hear this. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you what's happening in that dip world, baby. Daisy Dip.
100 or more, $50 off your print purchase of 200 or more, and $100 off your print purchase of 300 or more. So the more you print at Staples, the more you save. To demonstrate, print at Staples, you save. But if you print at Staples, you save. See how that works? Staples Print Big Sale. Print more, save more. Up to $100. Ends 2/10. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I see you over there on YouTube and Twitch. Said, Ron, you ain't real if you don't get to 16 on the daiquiri count. Don't test me.
I think you can probably get to. He's high on these daiquiris now.
Tyler, I think I could get to 20 if I worked hard enough.
I mean, does it have to be? Are they all daiquiris, or are they just they're slushies, right? I mean, what is that called?
They're daiquiris. They're frozen daiquiris.
They're all frozen daiquiris.
Yeah, they're all frozen daiquiris.
You and I think pump those numbers up, bro.
Yeah, I don't know if I can get to 20. 20 would be 6. I don't know that I can get there, but no, I got at least one more in me. Yeah, I'm gonna go. We got to go get our bags.
You got to get our bags. You got to walk right by the spot.
That's
yeah.
one. That's
you
one.
Definitely get maybe one at the airport.
Why not? Huh?
Are you going to be loud on the plane? You going to cause a problem on the plane?
No.
Okay.
No. Hey, dog. I finished that American Nightmare. Oh my
yeah.
God.
Great flick.
Oh, Tyler, I don't know if you've seen that.
I just watched it like a night or two ago.
Holy Jerry Richards.
Woo. That is tremendous, right? Absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, that was something else, boy.
Nice.
I didn't.
I'm an investigative discovery guy anyway. So I can't get enough of
that
it.
One sucks you right in.
Oh,
you couldn't go to sleep.
Absolutely, man. Just sucked me right in. I couldn't quit watching it. I mean, great cliffhangers.
Yeah.
There's only 3 episodes.
Because I got to go right to. I got to at least
tremendous.
go to the next episode to at least start it.
Yeah,
and that's what I got to do.
Oh, it's tremendous, man.
All right, Clint, Tyler, you hear this? So Ohio State, they're hiring Chip Kelly as their new offensive coordinator. Tyler, do you know what Chip Kelly's job is?
Was
or is?
Was.
I'm honestly not sure where he was, no.
Chip Kelly was the head coach of the UCLA Bruins.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And they have Ohio State has hired him, the head coach of the UCLA Bruins, to be the offensive coordinator for the Ohio State Buckeyes. I'm just trying to make this up. I'm trying to make this because both of them are in the Big Ten Conference now. So UCLA, the head coach, there's got to be something to this. Chip Kelly decided to take a step down from UCLA, from L.A., as the head coach to go to Columbus, Ohio to be the offensive coordinator. I had never seen this in my life.
Yeah, I mean,
there's got to be something behind this.
Think about. Well, look, I think that UCLA probably toyed with replacing him, put a little bit of pressure on him, and didn't end up doing it because hell, he also interviewed for a couple of the NFL offensive coordinator jobs that were open as well. Didn't get them, but I know he interviewed for at least one of them. So he clearly was trying to get out. And so is this a y'all are disrespecting me? I know y'all are going to fire me sooner rather than later. Let me move before you push. Or was it hey, man, I've had enough of this college football stuff. I'm not – the UCLA fixing to be a grind going from UCLA to play out in the Big Ten, traveling coast to coast like that. It's going to be wild, and he just checked out.
He just said, I'm out?
Checked out.
That is wild to me. That is – I mean, so if Bill O'Brien didn't go and get the job at Boston College, what was Chip going to do? Grind away? That is wild to me. We got to get under. Can we hear from Chip? That's unbelievable to me.
That's the world that we're in, man. I mean, the reality is that, and here's the other part of it is the big boys are just getting stronger, right? I mean, Ohio State is just. I mean, they're hiring head coaches as offensive coordinators from in-conference opponents.
Yes, from in-conference.
I mean, it's just
it's not like he was an Oregon State or something where in the Pac-12 where it's kind of falling apart. You just made the move to the Big Ten.
Yep. It's wild, man. It's had enough.
He's
that college landscape is changing in a major
He's
way,
had
man.
enough. You think he's had enough just running everything?
I think he's had enough being responsible for everything, and you go to Ohio State where it's not mass exodus, that people aren't able to just to cherry pick your roster year in, year out, and you've got less responsibilities and probably significant amount more security if you want to stay at that level. So. Yeah, man, that's a wild decision, but it doesn't surprise me.
Because I saw that it said, Ohio State's hiring Chip Kelly. I said, isn't Chip Kelly a head coach?
Yeah.
like I understood why Bobby Petrino left being a head coach at Missouri State to go take over at A&M and now Arkansas. But damn, do you know what Bobby Petrino would give to be the head coach at UCLA?
Oh, why are you joking? I don't know. I was
going to say, what are they going to – because they weren't going to fire him this year, right? It's too late. Like, you wouldn't think that they – now they got to figure out – is that a good job, by the way?
UCLA?
Yeah.
I got to think UCLA in the Big Ten is a better job than UCLA in the Pac-12.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just you got a lot more stability. You got a lot more money that's going to be filtered through there. You're playing in the Big Ten. I always have wondered, and I don't know the answer to the question, but I always have wondered, like, if I were a West Coast kid, I would rather play in the Pac-12 and travel up and down the coast and stay somewhat close to home and
then go and have my parents and family to watch some of my games, be able to be close. And
we've always just frowned on the Pac-12 because we don't get to watch it as much because obviously the business side of the Pac-12 was obviously a joke, but I've always thought and wondered, like, how well is it supported out there and how different is it if you're from that part of the country?
Yeah.
But nonetheless, I would think UCLA would be a hell of a gig.
I would think so. L.A., where they are, and now in the Big Ten, you can get players. Yeah, and USC is not overwhelmingly great at this point. All right, what you got coming up at the 4?
Well, we got a hell of a QB matchup on Super Bowl Sunday, Ron, and we got to talk a little bit about what this will mean if Pat Mahomes can pull this thing off. This is it his most impressive season thus far of so many impressive ones? Nobody better to ask about that than my man Ron Hughley, who covers the team closely. So we'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. But before we do that, I got to tell you about Our Vision Homes. I'm talking about Houston's premier turnkey.
condiments at Walmart and other fine retailers. And right now, get 20% off our award-winning sauces with code SPORTS at melindas.com. That's MELINDAS.com. melindas.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
Yes, sir. We are in Las Vegas live on Radio Row. Big shout out to Yingling Flight. Big shout out to Low T Center, and big shout out to Bull Shirts for making this thing happen. We greatly appreciate it. Everybody listening to us, no matter how you consume the drive. If you're listening on the radio dial, we greatly appreciate it. Hey, you can even listen on that 100.3 HD too, if you got a newer rig and you got that HD radio in your car.
If you have that.
Yeah, Ron Dudd and I do. Hey, also, you could listen on the Odyssey app. For those that are listening on the Odyssey app, we greatly appreciate it. If not, make sure you download it. Take us with you wherever you go. The Odyssey app is absolutely tremendous. You see something on social media. Hey, we had the In the Loop guys earlier had on Will Anderson. Boom, you can use that rewind feature, and you can go back and you can listen to that throughout and see what Will had to say the day after winning defensive rookie of the year in the NFL. That is big time. So, rewind feature on that Odyssey app. You can use it whenever you'd like and catch that for sure. But we are live here on Radio Row. And, Ron, we probably had, and look, it's wild down here, man. There's a lot of goings on, and you got to stay on your toes, and so we don't get a chance to get necessarily to a ton of what we've discussed, a ton of the topics. But when it's all said and done, this Super Bowl, Ron, is an absolutely tremendous matchup at the quarterback position. When you look at the matchups, take the nameplates off the back, obviously, but you look at one quarterback that's arguably the best that's ever played the position, and before he hangs the cleats up, he's going to be in the conversation one way or another with Tom Brady as the greatest ever, if he's not already there.
This is a hell of a 6-year run.
And the way in which he plays, Ron, is as you know, is tremendous. You know, he is a guy that is electric from the pocket with his arm. He is a much better athlete than I ever gave him credit for. It seems like every run I see him make, I'm like, wow, I didn't know Pat had that in him. At some point in time, I'm just going to acknowledge it and accept it. But
you made that hard scoot?
Yeah, it is, boy. He don't pick him feet up much, does he?
Hard scoot.
But then on the other side of it, you've got a guy that plays. He's kind of an inside-the-box guy, inside-the-pocket guy, plays the game more like Drew Brees and more like Tom Brady played the game. And so you've got just two different styles, and they both got a ton at stake here, Ron. And I want to start with Pat Mahomes. When I look at this ball game, if Pat Mahomes can pull this thing off, look, a lot of people want to talk about dynasties. A lot of people want to talk about this run. If Pat Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs can pull this Super Bowl win, if they can pull it off, in my opinion, and this, I don't even think there's a close second, being honest, but nobody knows better than you. This was the most impressive run that I've seen the Chiefs and Pat Mahomes make for multiple reasons, as we've talked about before. It seems like offensively they've reshuffled the deck and redefined who they are and how they can win games. At times, Pat has been a guy that chooses to play on platform and on time. He's done more with less, I think, this year offensively in terms of what they're capable of doing. I know the stats aren't there, but doing more with less, continuing to win as they've lost key players offensively is big. And then, Ron, I look at the one thing that we know Kansas City's never done, because they've had a bye every damn week, every damn year, hadn't they?
Almost.
They beat the Dolphins. They go to the Bills and to the Ravens, I think. And then if you obviously beat the 49ers in the Super Bowl, I think that the path to get to this Super Bowl,
it's tough to find a more difficult one.
Yes. So to me, when I look at all that, I think this is going to be, if he can pull it off, this is the most impressive run of several impressive runs for Pat Mahomes and the Chiefs.
the one that would be closest. Sorry, Tyler, and Texans fans to bring up the first championship year where they were down by double digits in every game, and his defense wasn't the type of defense, that it's rock steady and holding it down. Right, they're down 24 to the Texans. They were down by 10 in the second half to the Titans. They were down by 10 with 6:40 to go against the Niners in the Super Bowl, and he flipped the switch. This one, though, like to the point you made, it's like in the last 6 weeks they've made a change of who they are. Not like, oh, this year it's been a slow. No, it's like the second to last week of the season they figured out, all right, this is what our offense is going to be. We're going to hand the ball to Pacheco a lot, and then we're just only going to throw it to Kelsey and Rice. And then we'll take field goals to play through our defense. So the path is impressive as hell. It will look like to many that this team is like the worst team. I would still argue the first year that they lost to Brady in the AFC Championship game in overtime is worse because the Chiefs' offense is better than that Chiefs' defense, and this Chiefs' defense is probably as good as that Chiefs' offense. So I don't think it's the worst, but when you think about the path going on the road and you think about how he's had to do it, that's the thing that has impressed me. And it has been a struggle for me of how much credit he should be getting. But he figured out, okay, with all of the issues on this team, I have to play perfect.
Yeah.
I got to play. For us to have our best chances, I don't know if Kadarius Toney's going to stop making mistakes or MVS is going to stop making mistakes, but I've got to stop him. And he has played not taking sacks, hasn't turned the ball over in 2 playoff runs.
Yeah.
He didn't never turn it over last year or this one. He's figured out what he has to do to play perfect. And Clint, you've probably seen guys, and maybe there's been a moment in your time in your football career when, like, to know, like, hey, I got it and I can go and just hum it. I can make, but to know the best chance for your team to win is for you not to do that. That's got to be difficult, and I give him more credit lately than I have before.
I think there's something to Ron to this deal of like. Pat Mahomes looked like he was, and now the fact that he was winning and going to AFC Championships, going to Super Bowls and winning Super Bowls is part that kind of throws you off here. But he looked like he's been playing sandlot football for the first 5 years that we watched him. Like to me, this year when I watch Pat Mahomes, it seems like Pat Mahomes has taken a step relative to, and I'm going to use the phrase growing up, maturing, or being more professional. And I don't mean that in the disrespect or minimizing anything he did in the past, but now it's more of like just the father role of, hey, I understand, I'm more mature, I know how I have to play to make sure I don't make mistakes to keep my team in it and not try to do too much. It just seems like he's taken a step in his career, and if that happens and they end up winning the whole damn thing, it's just going to be a beautiful story. On the other side of it, you got Brock. So you got dynasty, and you got conversations about the best quarterback ever to do it, and a quarterback that's showing he can win in different ways on one side. And then on the flip side of it, you got Brock Purdy, who in his own right has an unbelievable resume 2 years into a career, and for whatever reason doesn't get the respect that he deserves. If the 49ers could pull this thing off, and if Brock Purdy can play well like he did, like he has early in the postseason, at least have moments, right? Then all of a sudden, folks got to start taking Brock Purdy serious as well. So I mean, you've got 2 major stories in this quarterback matchup that are big time.
Yeah, the Brock thing is interesting to me. Like the Brock, there are some people out here who are crossing their fingers. God, come on, Mahomes. Do not what can we do now? Because you can't say he's Dilfer. Like you can't say he's Brad Johnson. You can't say. I mean, you can't say a guy who's over 4,000 yards and 31 touchdowns and 11 interceptions and done what he has done and has got back-to-back games in the playoffs where he's come back in the fourth quarter while trailing to get like, you can't have a guy that does all of those things and say, hey,
Yeah.
He's Trent Dilfer. He's along for the ride.
Yeah.
Like, at some point, it's got to be like, I don't know what this dude is, but like, it is just wild to me where people go. And I know there are people who are hoping, because if he beats Mahomes in the Super Bowl, you've got to give him some kind of due.
Yeah. For me it is what it is. I mean, he is not that style of quarterback in terms of winning from the pocket, being the high-level processor, and that's your game-changing feature. That's your game-changing skill is processing at a high level and winning that way. That guy's just never going to get the same respect unless he does what we saw Drew Brees do. Obviously, we saw Peyton Manning do. Obviously, we saw Tom Brady do on multiple occasions. I mean, until you do that, you're just not going to get the respect that you deserve. But the way in which he wins ball games and the way in which he appears to be processing at an extremely high level, a lot like C.J. Stroud, to me, that's as game-changing impact having that as you can possibly be at the quarterback position. So we'll see, but just what a couple of hellacious storylines. That's Ryan Hughley. I'm Clint Stoerner. We're live again at Radio Row, Super Bowl, what is that, 58?
There you go.
58. Roman numerals, you think, with Liv as my baby, L-I-V, I would be into my Roman numerals a little bit better, but we are, again, big shout out to Yingling Flight, Low T Center, and Bull Shirts for having us.
Got mine on. Got my Red Friday on.
Yeah, you got Red Friday. I went with the blue.
Red Friday.
It's been a hell of a trip, no doubt about it. Ron, I told the folks a little earlier, but I'm pretty proud of the simple fact that I pulled even in my pocketbook. I'm financially even on the trip, bud.
Really?
I mean, literally.
I didn't lose any money at the tables either.
Well, I mean, you probably didn't have near as much stress as me either in terms of losing. You didn't dig a hole.
I didn't play.
I'm going to get on that plane with the same number of $100 bills as I got off of it with. But I got to figure out one thing.
So this is what I'm saying is, so you can do that. We do have to go back to the hotel to get our bags. And there is a small window where are you going to see, like, let me see if I can flip this. This is where I realize
I really don't. I know I don't have a problem is because if I had a problem, I'd
you'd get about 20 minutes on
I'd push the envelope and get it in. Now, if we so happen to have a little spare time there at the hotel, maybe I will. But I don't know that that's a wise decision. I think we should probably, under these circumstances, go ahead and get to the airport and kind of get everything settled in.
I just think you got 10 minutes there if you want to.
Well, here's the deal. If I'm going to use that 10 minutes, I mean, we've got to come to terms with what we do with Tyler's money.
You've had many opportunities.
I've had many opportunities. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't like the thought of putting $100 on 13, Tyler.
Well, the thing is here, if you decide to do something with that $100 bill that isn't what I requested, though, I'm still going to expect that $100, you know?
Yeah. Well, that's why I'm talking it out with you.
Okay. I was making sure.
Just hijack your 100 and go do something else.
I mean, you hijacked my lunch out of the fridge not too long ago. So.
I did. Well, it was a tamale, and it was at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. So
I mean, it was more than one. But, I mean.
It was, too, no question.
I'm with you on that, man. I like that's a no-win pop. You're not going to win.
Well, I mean, if you do, boy, it is. Here's what I say we do, and I'm taking a little bit of a risk because if I do it and then the 13 hits, I'm going to be the one that costs you money. Here's what I suggest that we do. I'll take 100. You take 100. We'll bust it up into 8 $25 chips. And we'll spread it on 8 different numbers on roulette, spin that thing, and if it hits, it pays that $25 chip. If it hits one of the numbers, it'll pay $750 to $800.
Sounds like a hell of a plan to me.
And then we can split it.
I like it.
Right? So, I mean, we'll cover 8 numbers. The odds are we got much better odds to win.
Mm-hmm.
And instead of paying you $100, I can pay you, I don't know, like I said, it's roughly $300 to $400. So I don't know exactly what the number is.
Sign me up.
You want in on that? You
yes,
rather do
sir.
that than
Let's
one
ride.
number?
Yeah.
All right. So I need you to text me your other numbers now. 13 and what else?
Okay. How many numbers?
Right. You get 4.
All right. I'll send you 3 to
Ron,
go along.
you want in on
13.
this deal?
No.
Okay.
Come on, man. It could be like team building. Let's do something together here. Come on.
You two team.
You ain't done nothing but stress the whole time we've been here, man. Been in a foul mood, bad mood.
I have not been in a foul mood. I have not stressed. I'm just not. It's not my thing. I did my thing.
What is your
like?
thing?
If I get out there and Juan's down there, I'm gonna get another game of beer pong in. I'm just telling you that right now.
Are you going to check for Juan before we leave?
Yeah, I might go down there, or I might just go up there and just do a standing challenge right up there at the table. Who wants it?
Who wants some of this right here with the fall away jumper? Can you at least try to hit the cup?
Who wants it? Who want it? That's what I'm gonna do.
Can you at least try to hit the cup?
But I'm gonna tell them, hey,
keep it on the table.
But we got to go half on this pitcher. So if you, I'm gonna need your $17.50 on this pitcher, man. So we gotta go half on that. No, I'm not laughing. I'm serious. I need that $17.50 if you want to play this game with me right now. All right, coming up, a big night last night for the Houston Texans. But did the architect of the Texans season get screwed over last night? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row.
Laura Oakman, thanks for joining us. And we got to kick things off the way we do with every interview on this show this week.
timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-952-1155. That's 800-952-1155.
Stay active this year with the Odyssey app. Whether you're at the gym, on the field, or walking around the block, find your favorite workout mix on the free Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness. There's plenty of options to help you find your groove. Check them all out on the Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness. Get that big fitness energy. Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we're live here at Radio Row here in Vegas as we are shutting down the week and enjoying ourselves. I can't wait to hear Tyler, did you put together a best of the week? Because you had to this week.
Of course. For the record, dude, I put one together last week, and then the file got corrupted on Friday morning. Can't just be throwing shade around.
I didn't throw any shade around. I just simply asked, we got a best of the week?
Yes.
Now, you put that out last week. I wasn't even thinking about last week.
You seem a little bit sensitive.
Jumped off on it.
Nah, man.
By the way,
I know you.
Clint, Tyler sending his numbers, and Tyler's just thinking all Houston sports legends.
Good vibes,
with the exception of 13. 13 clearly his number. Then he's going 27 for Altuve, 80 for Dre, who just went to the Hall of Fame, 7 for Stroud.
I like him. Our only overlap's going to be 7. So do we put 50 on 7?
I like that.
Or do I come up with I'll come up with a different one.
Yeah, you come up. Maybe just all your football numbers.
Well, those are already in there.
Are they?
But I got more than 4.
So you got pull 4. You got 14 that's available. You got
4, 5, 14, and 23.
There you go.
That's going to be the ticket.
There it is. That's a winner. That's a winner. If I feel like I should get 2%.
No, you get nothing.
If
you
can get
I do need you to be in the vicinity because you were with me 2 days ago when I hit the straight flush, and then Parker sat down and saw one yesterday. So I've got some pretty good juice going with you guys being around. So
yeah, might have to do that. All right, the awards last night, NFL Honors. Our guy Brandon Scott was out there covering that. You can see some of the content he laid out there. And shout out to Brandon Scott for sneaking into the event as well.
Yeah, I think B. Scott snuck in that joint. B. Scott's the only guy I know that'll sneak into an awards and then ask where he can slip outside to smoke.
He almost gave himself away, Tyler, because he had to hit that.
I got to get outside and burn one down, and then you think I can get back in? Well, you snuck in, so you knew your credentials weren't going to get you in there. I mean, only B. Scott would do that.
That man Brandon texted me.
Let me walk over.
Slipped in.
Let me walk over to security and ask him if I can get back in after I smoke a cigarette.
Hey, I got an area for smoking. And then the response that the security guard gave him was interesting. Oh, hold on. Let me go talk to my boss. What do you mean you talk to your boss? You all don't get requests to get smoke in? I know Brandon ain't the only person in there who needed to hit that.
Which made it an even hairier situation because now the supervisor's over there going, wait a minute, my people let you in here?
At this point, yeah, man, you should just lay low like, yeah, you can't get in. He had to have that sucker. He had to have that sucker. But
I don't think Skeezy wanted to be there that bad, or he wouldn't have asked for – he said it was after all the Texans got their awards, so he didn't care if he got kicked out.
Way he described how he was able to slide in was a similar fashion that we thought we would slide in, but we ended up sliding into Patrick Mahomes' personal dressing room.
Yes.
He said he just started opening doors and just kept walking, and the next thing you know, he was inside.
So he's standing there with Cal and Hannah.
He was inside, and I said, "Damn, my man." I said, "Damn." I was like, "We good?" Yeah, there it is. It's like, damn, you slid in there. But I do want to see this. Do you all, Tyler, Clint, do you all think DeMeco Ryans got screwed last night?
He got jobbed, absolutely.
Jobbed.
Absolutely.
Jobbed.
Absolutely.
not just like, because I don't know that he got screwed, because I think Kevin Stefanski did a really good job. I would have gone with DeMeco. All right, but you think?
If we're going to go with if we're going to go with established head coaches that have had multiple years preparing for the season, to then they go out and have I would say a subpar season for what Cleveland thought. It's hard for that, in my opinion, it's hard for that guy to win the coach of the year. Hell, I think Dan Campbell, and if you're going to have an experienced coach that is two or 3 years into a rebuild, be on the same plane on the same plane as DeMeco Ryans. Hell, I think I would go with Dan Campbell before I would. Cap off.
Really? Before Stefanski, with all the injuries, so the five different starting quarterbacks, losing Nick Chubb, losing their best offensive lineman.
Nobody. I mean, hell, I was out on a limb by myself saying, man, they could win the first round of the playoffs and go to the second round. Everybody else thought they were cooked.
Well, when it first happened, then like when they go on that run, the people really, like people start having them as a sexy pick. I do think they had overall talent because they did lose some guys, but they still had the Defensive Player of the Year on their team, and they still had a really solid offensive lineman and David Njoku and Amari Cooper, and Joe was able to help that thing. I don't say screwed. But it is hard to because you got to look at what DeMeco was taking over and what he had to overcome and what he had to do. See, Kevin Stefanski had already, I would say, laid the culture thing down.
Yeah,
this is the second time he's won Coach of the Year, by the way.
To me, the story with Kevin Stefanski this season is he did a great job weathering the storm of injuries, and ultimately his team. I would say, even like once you found out who they were late in the playoffs, like I think were they the favorites versus the Texans in Houston?
Oh, shoot, I can't remember.
I don't know. I think they all pale in comparison to what DeMeco Ryans did.
They might have been.
I think it pales in comparison to what DeMeco Ryans did. DeMeco Ryans started, and nobody on the planet thought that they had a potential Defensive Player of the Year, a potential MVP. Nobody even thought they had a culture worth a flip. No, I mean it was literally from scratch. And the dude, now it's a regular season award. I think that's worth mentioning, right? I mean this thing was voted on.
And when they played head to head.
Stefanski, I mean, just absolutely skull drugged the Texans, and so that.
That's where I think the thing with DeMeco is. But Stefanski's biggest calling card is, boy, what he dealt with injuries and the revolving door, especially at quarterback, was big. But DeMeco dealt with injuries. Like DeMeco won a game that he had to have with C.J. Stroud hurt. DeMeco won games with his best defensive player out in Jonathan Grenard. He won games with Will Anderson out. He won games with Laramie Tunsil out, his best, offensive lineman. He won games with his second best offensive lineman just out. For the season, like he had the injury thing, he had the we don't believe they're going to make it to the playoffs or something like. He had all of it wrapped into one. That's why I would give him the edge. Screwed feels like when you say screwed, it feels like Kevin didn't deserve it.
Screwed, blued, and tattooed. They all deserve it. They all had great seasons. To me, it pales in comparison. I mean, it's like if a veteran quarterback goes out there and plays well and gets his team to the second level and does something similar to what C.J. Stroud does, it pales in comparison to C.J. Stroud jumping on the scene in year one and doing what he did. To me, that's a different mountain that you climb when you do it with rookies across the board.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, Clint. I'm getting hungry. I can't do them damn wings again, but I think I might have to.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. We got about an hour and a half left. They're all going to be gone by the time we get up in here anyway. So you can forget about it.
Say I can forget about the wings.
Yeah, you need to forget about that and just start thinking about what we're going to do between here and the airport.
Because them wings, you know what? You're right. I'm going to hold it down. There go Trevor Lawrence. Man, dog, boy, he's got a head on him, too. My God, what's
the head on that there crawfish?
Good heavens. Think he's walking over here to sit down?
Nah.
I'm going to rise up like, come on down. All right. No, yeah, man. Once again, if you missed it, the coaches weren't able to win as Bobby Slowick, he loses out to Cleveland's defensive coordinator, Schwartz, and then obviously, as we just talked about, Kevin Stefanski, one's about one first place vote. They had the same amount of votes, but the edge goes to Kevin Stefanski because he had one more first place vote. And then obviously Will Anderson, C.J. Stroud, they were able to win offensive rookie and defensive rookie of the year. All right, speaking of C.J. Stroud, you don't want to miss this, and I wonder if you're to a place where you agree with CJ on this point. CJ was asked if he is a top 5 quarterback today. We'll let you hear what he had to say coming up next.
All right, before we do that, I don't know if he's a top 5 quarterback or not. I'm going to tell you that next, but I'll tell you.
guy finally gets it. Hey, look, we're on the Jumbotron.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here, Radio Row, here in Las Vegas, Nevada, or Nevada, or whatever it is that I just said. As we're having a good time, and the who's who are here, and it's looking like it's slowing down just a bit. Looks like it's slowing down just a bit, and we're gonna be out of here, man. See that man had them wings right there, man. Whew. I can't do it, man.
That waffle this morning from Hash A Go Go or whatever is still sitting heavy on you, boy.
Is it? Yeah, I've worked through that corned beef and hash I had. Yeah, I moved through that.
So many good meats.
It was a good meat. It really was. It really was. My man, he is humming, boy, around here. Yeah, you need to wear me out.
That had a real Pat Mahomes scramble look to it, didn't it?
Yeah, I thought he was going.
I mean, no knee drive whatsoever. It is straight. I mean,
I feel like he's got some concern with his pants, just in case. Like they might either he might split them or they might go down. Because I've run like that.
I don't know. I think he's got an imbalance. I think his hip flexors are weak. I just don't think there's any knee drive.
Weak. That could be it. That really could be. I don't.
He's got to get.
It's hip flexors or pants, right? Yeah. He's whipped too. By the way,
he's been grinding now.
He needs a water. Look at him. He's with Kevin Harlan. Yeah, that's all right. He run like he got them badass knees, don't he? That's all right though. All right. C.J. Stroud. He was on with Zach Gelb. As he was talking to him after he won his Offensive Rookie of the Year award, and he was asked the question, "Hey, Siege," I believe that's exactly how Zach said it. "Hey, Siege, you top 5 quarterback?" Listen to CJ. I mean, he didn't go around the nice route. No, CJ went ahead and let you know what it's about.
Do you feel like right now you're a top 5 quarterback in the NFL?
Yes, sir, I do. I think I put it on film. I think my numbers speak for itself, especially missing 2 games. You know, I think if I didn't miss those 2 games, my numbers would have been just as good or one of the best in the league. So, and I think you can see the impact I had on my team, you know. So I'm not in the business of, arguing I'm top 5. I'm not. I really don't care. I mean, I just want to win.
All right, that's him saying top 5. This is who he lists and who he believes are the top 5 quarterbacks. Here's CJ with Zach Gelb.
I would say, of course, Mahomes. Mm-hmm. I would say Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson. I would say myself. And then I would probably go
Burrow?
No, I mean, not because he didn't play last year. Okay. Of course, Burrow is one of my favorite quarterbacks ever. Mm-hmm. But I would say either Tua or Hurts. Or Josh Allen, excuse me. So, okay. But I think I'm definitely top 3, top 4.
So for him, that Joe Burrow was not eligible because he didn't play. He didn't play last year. He disqualified. He said, "Nah, man." Because Zach tried to help him out. He sure himself put himself.
Play last year.
He put himself. He said Lamar he put himself 4th. Do you think it is too early right now to put him in that spot? Too early to put him? Do you think you've seen enough in the? I'd say 17 starts he's had, 16, 17 starts. You think you've seen enough to already put him in the space that he was talking about? Because those quarterbacks are the ones he's saying you think it's too early to put him in that space.
I don't think it's too early. I mean, I've seen enough. I mean, we cover him on a daily basis, so I feel very strongly that what we saw from C.J. Stroud this year was no fluke. It is real. It is going to carry over year over year over year. Now, obviously, the play caller's could affect that. His supporting cast could affect that. But no, yeah. I've seen enough from C.J. Stroud to say that I believe C.J. Stroud's a top 5 quarterback. I mean, obviously, Pat Mahomes, Joe Burrow, and Josh Allen are the 3. To me, those are your top 3. But beyond that, C.J. Stroud's got to be in the conversation.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels like it. You know me, I like to see a little bit. Because I'll tell you right now, I was the one that wasn't ready to put Patrick Mahomes in that after year 1. To put Patrick Mahomes at that time in the Peyton Manning, in the Tom Brady, in the Aaron Rodgers discussion, of that. Even though he had that sensational first season, to me, I do put a lot into. All right, man, we've got now 20 games of you. We know maybe what things you like, what tendencies you like. We're going to try to do things that are difficult. We've seen that with some of these other quarterbacks. The other guys he's talking about have come back and been able to show the same level that they did, after, teams got to see them for the first time. So I do want to see some more of it because, damn it, man, like it's just play like Jalen Hurts. Like that's another one I don't know what to do with. I know they're different players, but I thought Jalen Hurts was easily in that top 5 elite quarterback route, and then it's hard to say that you could put him in that after what happened this year. So I believe that CJ is real. I do want to see maybe a little bit more of that.
Well, I always want to see more, but it's just to me it comes down to how convinced I am in the product that we saw. Like you brought Jalen Hurts up, and we said this time and time again with Jalen Hurts, it's got to be the right system, it's got to be the right fit, it's got to be, they've got to be able to establish the run, and guys have to stay healthy, like A.J. Brown have to stay healthy in order for that to work. And it's just when we're talking about C.J. Stroud, to me, he is going to work in damn near any offense. Yeah. Where I think Jalen Hurts is very scheme specific in terms of being a top 5 quarterback. Jalen can get there when that system's right and everybody's healthy. I think you got the guys that we're talking about, have the ability to overcome some of those things that I just don't know that Jalen Hurts has the ability to do right now.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens there. Top 5 as it is a deep class. We'll see when Burrow comes back. We'll see what it looks like. But as someone texted and said, my top five it has Stroud in it. Easy. Mahomes, Jackson, Allen, Stroud, Burrow. Those are the top 5, no doubt. Easy with it.
Was that 4 or 5?
Mahomes, Jackson, Allen, Stroud, and Burrow.
I think that's fair. I think that's fair. I'm convinced, Ron. Like you mentioned, like Hurts is obviously an outlier that's scheme specific. I don't think Dak's even on the same planet as CJ when it comes to playing the quarterback position.
He had a hell of a year this year.
No. Look. Justin Herbert's had hellacious years and put up big numbers. But when it comes to, again, making the guys around you lifting their play up, when it comes to overcoming all those different injuries, when it comes to having so much success early on, when it comes to, like, I'll argue that exactly what holds Dak back to a certain degree is what CJ's super special with is that pinpoint accuracy, just that ball placement specialist. Like Dak's not as good as CJ when it comes to that. But again, we're talking about top 5, so we're splitting hairs, and I just don't have Dak in that mix.
Yeah. I think a lot of people here in Houston would agree with that. Someone texted in and said, "Are you leaving Brock Purdy out of that?"
Yeah. Yeah, Brock Purdy's out of that. I mean, yeah.
If he wins the Super Bowl, would you put him in that?
Top 5? No.
If he wins the Super Bowl, yeah, you wouldn't.
No, I wouldn't put him.
But yeah, you've never been just like, oh, this one game completely changes how I feel about a player. Like if he comes out and performs, it has to be more of a consistent thing.
Yeah, I mean, look, you've just. I mean, he would be flirting with the top 5. I mean, he would be in that conversation. Fringe. But like for me personally, I would have CJ above Lamar. Like I think Lamar's got a lot of work to do in terms of like to me being in the conversation with those top 3. When you look at Mahomes, Josh Allen, and Joe Burrow, I mean, to me, those are your set-in-stone top 3. And beyond that, there's a lot of conversations to be had.
Yeah. Yep. All right, 713-572-4610. You think it's too early to have him as a top 5 quarterback? Boy, I'm looking at the hatred of the Chiefs make people just say real stupid things. Caught somebody on the old text line You know, Brittany Mahomes did a little swimsuit number on Sports Illustrated.
I did. I saw that.
She did a little swimsuit. Listen. I mean, Brittany's not for me, in a lot of ways. But I mean, she's not an ugly girl. But she's not for me. But somebody text in, Brittany Mahomes on Sports Illustrated. I'd rather see Lizzo in a onesie.
Lizzo in a onesie, huh?
Sir, I don't believe you. I would call that an absolute lie. Listen, and there are some people. Listen, like Lizzo. Listen, I'm not going to sit here and say that I've never ever dabbled in that sphere. Not going to sit there and say that. not where I play, but I'm not going to sit there and say that. But come on now, like that's just your hatred for Mahomes. You're not like, you know what? Oh, give me Lizzo in that onesie. Give me Lizzo in that damn onesie. No, I don't believe you. I don't believe it. I think it's just your hatred.
I need to see Lizzo. Is there a picture of Lizzo in a onesie?
I don't know if we've got her in a onesie. Is that what you? You know what? I respect that. I respect that. That you know what? I want to see first before I make my.
I mean, I can picture it, but I mean, I need to see it. I'm just.
There's a chance that she may wear it.
Well, I just don't think that it's that far fetched that there's some folks out there that rather see her in a onesie than Brittany Mahomes and what she had, that get up she had on. I mean, I mean, not me personally, but I just don't. I don't think that it's a stretch. Do you?
No, there are some people. There are some people with some fetish feels that I think would be into that. But well, I'm not sure. I bet Darby Allin doesn't want to see Lizzo in a onesie.
Well, maybe we'll find out.
My man here, AEW right here. Darby Allin joins us. Go ahead, man. These belts right here, man. I always used to wonder, man, how real are these things? How heavy are these things? Then I got my hands on them. Go ahead. I was trying to get you to do it. Damn. Have you ever felt these things? These things is heavy as hell. Oh man, feel this sucker. Put your hands on that.
Yeah.
Hey, that's it. That got the gold. I see the snakeskin, man. How you doing, man? We appreciate you joining us.
Dude, I'm doing wonderful.
Doing wonderful, man. Listen, I'm curious because I've seen you make the rounds, and I love these things because, all right, you've probably done 20 hits or something like that. I'm wondering, how many times have you been asked about sex sent me to the ER?
So far, none.
Really?
On this, no.
You have no one has asked you about the sex sent me to the ER.
No. So I'm the one who told that story. No one was like, it wasn't like, oh, like Darby was on this. Like, guess what? It was like I was doing an interview way back when AEW first started. I said, this is a funny story, but when I was going to film school and I had no money, I made up this like fake story, and then they like paid me $800 and we flew out to California, and I made this fake doctor's note, and then they like it was
So
funny.
What was the story?
So it was like I met this lady when I was working at the 99-cent store, and she's like an older, like a cougar. And then all of a sudden it's like, all of a sudden it's like we were making love in the like forest, and then I rolled over onto a bee's nest, which was like, I thought it was like empty, but then it ended up being a bunch of bees, so we got attacked. So that was the story. and then, but like I had to like make this fake, because the TV actually wanted real stories, so I had to make this fake doctor's note and stuff like that, and it was funny, but that's literally because I had no money.
And you got $800. Let me see. What was this again? You did. So you could just make up, because I need $800.
I don't think the show's still on. I honestly don't have a TV at my house, so I don't know if it's still existing.
You don't have a TV at your house?
I don't have nothing. I have literally no TV at my house.
Talk to me about how we got where we are. Get your start. How we arrived here.
Dude, it's been such a crazy road. You know, like I've always like grew up being a professional wrestling fan, and it's something I've always wanted to do. But when I graduated high school, I was 118 pounds, and then I told my dad, like, Dad, he's like, what are you gonna do with your life? And I was like, Dad, I'm gonna be a professional wrestler. He's like, the hell you are. You gotta like do something more like safe bet. You know what I mean? So I went to film school, and then I just was like, dude, I went to this wrestling show in Phoenix, Arizona. It was a smaller independent show. And then I thought to myself, dude, these guys are so bad. Like, these wrestlers, it's so bad. I was like, if people are paying to watch this, I think I have a shot. So then I dropped out of film school and then just started wrestling. And I sacrificed so much to get to where I'm at today. Because there's a lot of people that say they want to do something, but they really physically and mentally aren't willing to go there. So then I was homeless. I was doing everything physically possible to make it to where I'm at today. So then when AEW started, I heard that the first word I heard from AEW was creative freedom. So I was like, man, we don't get that. You don't get that in wrestling, especially on national television. So they let me do me 100%. So what you see out there is 100% Darby in the ring and outside the ring.
Darby Allin with us, one half of the World Tag Team. Champs at AEW. And the other half of that is Sting. And I know a lot of people in wrestling, when they get put in the right place, when they get on the road with the right guys, I've heard so many stories of, hey, I learned all of this just sitting there. The guys like Randy Orton who got to sit under Ric Flair and Triple H. And you get to sit and kind of learn things even more from a guy like Sting. How critical has that been to your success?
So the biggest thing I've learned from Sting is outside the ring, is how to stay humble and just not, because he's done everything there is to do in wrestling, and he could have the biggest head if he wanted to. But the fact is, he's so humble and grounded. He's not trying to cling on for any last minute, I need to stay relevant, I need to do this, I need to do that. When his career is over, he's just going to ride off in the sunset. He's so the nicest guy in the world, literally the nicest guy in the world. I couldn't ask for a better partner. Yeah. So he's super, no complaints.
What's the future look like for you, man? What's the plan? What's the next step?
Well, when he retires March 3rd, Greensboro, and after that I'm going to Mount Everest. So that's the next step, is climbing Mount Everest.
Oh my God, climbing Mount Everest. All
so
right.
That's the next. That's what's on my list.
Man, all right, man. You've been doing this a minute, man. You are one of the most creative guys in the ring. In your presence is a big thing with your character, man. And I enjoy watching your matches. And when you guys come to Houston, we like to try to come and check you guys out, and things are great, man. So, man, we appreciate you jumping on with us, man. I know you got a busy schedule, man, and good luck with everything, and enjoy yourself while you're out here in Vegas.
Thanks, sir.
All right, that's Darby Allin, tag team champs at AEW. As they're on Mondays, they're on Fridays and Saturday. Oh, I'm sorry, Wednesday Dynamite. I didn't mess that up. Wednesday night Dynamite, and Friday night's Rampage, and then Collision on Saturdays. You can catch these guys as they put on great shows as they do each and every week. Coming up, 5 o'clock Fire, as we'll get you connected and ready for the big day that the Texans had. They had a huge night last night. We'll get you caught up. And Andre Johnson finally got what he deserved. He is in the Hall of Fame. And Dana Brown had some words about Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman. You don't want to miss what he had to say. That's coming up next.
All right, if the last couple of years have taught us anything, y'all, it's that we got to control the controllables, man. And when it's all said and done, one thing that we can control is the hair loss issues that we have as we get older. Addressing those hair loss problems are a big deal. And if every day you look in the mirror, you don't like what's staring back at you, I got great news, man. Advanced hair restoration can reverse years and even sometimes decades of hair loss, and they do it all with a simple one-day.
experiences for over 30 years, you'll find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly. B21.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire. Brought to you by Regions Bank.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old Dirty, the Dilf. The big Dilf. And Psycho T have the latest. And I see here from the text line, Ron, what you got against BBWs? I don't have anything against them. I'm just saying I'll call a lie that person said that he'd rather see her in a onesie than the Sports Illustrated cover of Brittany Mahomes. I just don't believe that person. All right.
Well, did you find me a picture?
Not a good one. This was the onesie I found was like a pajama onesie. I think you're looking for something a little bit more electric.
Well, I mean, either way it goes, man. I was just trying to
She is a Houston native.
There you go.
She went to high school in Houston.
There you go.
Yeah. All right. Big night last night, Clint, and I think maybe the biggest news is one of the men who is in the Ring of Honor for the Houston Texans is now the first player for the Houston Texans to ever be inducted into the Hall of Fame. Clint, Andre Johnson, after 2 years having to wait. And you could see the smile and happiness. I bet you John McClain somewhere lost his mind as he was his presenter to everybody. But Andre Johnson gets into the Hall of Fame in this class, Clint. And we've said it before. We think he has deserved that honor. And he had a better career, I think, probably than most people realize or believe. I wonder around the country, are they thinking, what the hell? Andre Johnson got in? I wonder just because he just wasn't a guy that you really knew a lot. I bet you he's probably known for his time in Miami, maybe for some people than he is with the Texans. But, boy, all you got to do is take a look at his numbers and then start comparing them with other greats in this league that played that position. And then I think many people will be surprised by what he was.
The resume is definitely Hall of Fame, man. And then, in my opinion, you look at how he went about it, playing with so many different quarterbacks, being the hardest working guy in the room, not being a look at me guy, just going out there and setting the standard every day and grinding and working hard, and then all of that. Getting him to a point where now the resume is a Hall of Fame resume. He may be a tad bit under the radar for a lot of people because the Texans, the team he played for, the team he carried, didn't do a whole lot of winning. And I'm talking about overall, and didn't necessarily, as a group, weren't in the spotlight probably enough, or not as much as the Torrey Holtz and some of the Reggie Waynes, the guys that he's in the class with.
Guys that had playoff runs and Super Bowls.
Absolutely. So it's guys like that typically get overlooked. Guys like that typically it takes a little bit longer to get in, but this is one that is absolutely well deserved.
It's just crazy though, right? Like when you start to think about, and I'm sure you've seen this with guys in your career. And guys you played with, if you just think about just the timing, man, if he was just younger and he ran into Deshaun as his quarterback, like Hopkins kind of started to get later, or he ran into C.J. Stroud now, how different and how different Andre would look. Tell me if I'm wrong. They had a couple of runs, that's right.
Sure.
A couple of runs like this, but where he was out all the time, and he had a big-time quarterback that kind of not only made him better, but was on TV and somebody that people wanted to see, and he would be in more high-profile games. Boy, if he were just younger and ran into one of those guys as his quarterback, it would have made his numbers would have been even bigger than they are right now.
Yeah, you would think so. But nonetheless, he's in, man. What a day for Houston. What a day for Andre Johnson. It's well deserved.
And they will in Houston. We'll be doing this again in about 4 years because I don't believe JJ's waiting. I believe JJ Watt is going right in as soon as he's eligible. So that'll be about two guys going in the Hall in about a 4 or 5 year span there for the Texans coming up. But congratulations to him as he gets in to the Hall of Fame.
5 o'clock fire.
We talked about Clint with the Texans winning awards last night. The two big awards in the NFL, MVP and Defensive Player of the Year award, go to Lamar Jackson and Myles Garrett. Lamar Jackson, listen, he got paid. This is a crazy time. You remember at the beginning of the year, I remember you kept saying the Baltimore Ravens and what happens with in the offseason with Lamar Jackson is going to be the most fascinating thing to watch. And remember, they put him up to, hey, we'll let you seek a trade. If you get somebody that can we'll let you seek a trade. And then to think they bring in Todd Monken, the new coordinator, and then he has this season has his second MVP award. I think deserved. I think as the later part of the season came about, he kind of showed himself to be the guy on that team. But it is crazy, Clint, from where the Ravens started this year with Lamar Jackson, trying to figure out if they're going to give him a contract or not, or it looked like the relationship may have had some issues to where they are to this point.
Well, look, to think that he won an MVP in a year where he literally was in an entire different system that was asking him to play the game in a different way. Look, from a stats perspective, I don't have them all in front of me, but from a stats perspective, if you bump him up to what he's done in the past, that he didn't have statistically the kind of year that he's had in the past, but he still won the MVP, and I think rightfully so. The interesting thing about Lamar Jackson is, boy, if you can win an MVP in year one with Todd Monken, what can you do in year two? You got to believe he's going to continue to get better. I don't know where his ceiling lies in terms of being able to play in a system from the pocket on time, all that kind of stuff. I don't know where his ceiling lies there, but, boy, that's a hell of a start to year one for Baltimore. As it pertains to Lamar Jackson kind of reinventing himself and Todd Monken installing his offense, that's a hell of an award to win in that season.
Yeah, and it is interesting because John Harbaugh said next year he's going to need to be more involved in the
as well he should.
I was surprised he's not yet.
Well, this is one thing to me that we maybe we can talk about it down the road somewhere. Maybe it's a segment, but to me, like a big part of what we didn't do, like we didn't hold, like I didn't hold Lamar Jackson accountable. I was ready to fire Todd Monken, and I stand by that. But yeah, no question. But if we look at in the moment of like, okay, yes, the plan should have been different. Yes, Todd Monken should have adjusted and called the game different in the moment.
But it's on him to step in.
Exactly. At some point in time, Lamar Jackson has to step in and go, "Hey, man, what the hell are we doing? This is ridiculous. I mean, we can't. We got to move the football. I don't care how we got to do it. Let's get it done." At some point, Lamar Jackson has to be the one to say, "Hey, put it in my hands. Let's do X, Y, and Z and go get this W," instead of just just adjusting on the fly and making plays when the scheme's not working. Like at some point in time, you got to take charge and change the plan, make the adjustment if nobody around you is going to do it.
Yeah, I think a lot of people will have their minds on how it ended with Lamar, but he had a big-time year. And you know what I do think, though, with Lamar, he is now – and maybe he was there already, but I think he's now officially entered the camp of his regular season is not going to matter that much. It's going to be what does Lamar do in the postseason. Like I think we reached that point of like, all right, man, good. Now, what do you do in the postseason?
Well, I know when we have a conversation that includes this guy, it typically has a negative connotation, but I think it's real here. It is a real James Harden type vibe with Lamar. It's like, as good as you're going to find in the league during the regular season, as valuable as one player can be in the regular season, but for whatever reason, it hasn't come to fruition in the postseason. And that matchup, I'm not saying it from, I know a lot of people, the negative.
You're talking about just from the player part.
Just being a monster in the regular season to the degree of leading the league in scoring and being one of the deadliest scorers in the league to the hell happened in the playoffs, right? Not being able to get over the hump. Same thing with Lamar Jackson is just absolute deadly from in the regular season, and then all of a sudden the playoffs, for whatever reason, you can't get over the hump. Now, a lot of that has to do with you got guys like Pat Mahomes in the AFC, and with Harden, you had a dynasty in the Golden State Warriors and on your side of the game. And so all that's true, but at the end of the day, I think there is some similarities there from Harden to Lamar as it pertains to success in the regular season versus the postseason.
Yeah, so Lamar is the MVP, and then the Defensive Player of the Year award goes to Myles Garrett. He has been one of the dominant defensive players in the league for the last several years. T.J. Watt probably had an argument in this thing. But with all the injuries and things that they suffered, there were some times where he just dominated games and was the number one reason why they won games to begin with. The ex-A&M Aggie, calm down, Tyler. I know you're big on it, but Myles Garrett also wins Defensive Player of the Year. I know, gig him. I know it gets you going.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, one kind of wild story to me, Clint. Ohio State, they're hiring a new offensive coordinator because they lost theirs, and we'll get to that. They're hiring a new offensive coordinator. They're hiring the head coach of the UCLA Bruins, former national championship participant, coach of the Oregon Ducks, went to the Eagles, led them to a playoff, and then came back and now is the head coach at UCLA. He has decided to step down from being the head coach at UCLA to take the offensive coordinator job at Ohio State. I don't even know what the hell I don't even know what that's about.
Well, this is obviously an extreme example of what I think the NIL and all the changes in college football, all that's going on right now. It's one thing to run off older coaches that have made all their money, have made their name. They ain't got it in them to survive this change that is college football right now. We've seen a lot of that. People have thought that may be what drove Saban out of the business. It may be what drove Jim Harbaugh back to the NFL. This is obviously an extreme, right? As you're talking about a guy and I don't know what the pay difference is, but I'm gonna guess it's substantial.
I would think. Yeah.
I mean, big.
Even at Ohio State, yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah. I mean, you're a head coach at UCLA. I mean, he had to be a $5 or $6 million a year guy.
Easy.
I mean, you ain't making
especially if you're Chip Kelly, probably a little bit more.
What, you gonna make $1.5 million a year at Ohio State as a coordinator, maybe?
Yes, less money. Let me leave L.A. for Columbus. Let me lose power. And if you know Chip Kelly is a control nut.
Yeah.
That is.
State of college football right now, man.
Danny
like extreme, crazy moves, man.
Danny Cannell talked about it the other day. This is just like, what the hell? I had to look at that twice. All right. As we continue to roll here, what's going to be the story? I want to hear what people text in or message in on YouTube and Twitch and text in 713-572-4610. After the game on Sunday, what do you think is going to be the talking point? What's the story going to be after the game on Sunday when the Chiefs take on the 49ers? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Houston, y'all check this out, man. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, you got to know this, man. You have the right to hold the negligent party accountable, and you have the right to get the compensation that you deserve, and you don't have to go about it alone. Don't get lost in all the insurance jargon.
Don't believe us? Check out our brand new Twitch and YouTube live stream. Every show, every day. See your favorite 610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we continue rolling through live here on Radio Row here in Vegas. And we're getting you ready for the big game coming up on Sunday. I did say this, text in, message in, what do you think is going to be the story? What do you think is going to be the story after the Super Bowl, after the game on Sunday, what's going to be the story? Someone texted in and said that, sorry, Ron, stats show that T.J. Watt is more deserving of Defensive Player of the Year award. We can do the stats thing because, what was it? Is Tua better than Patrick Mahomes because Tua's numbers were better than his stats were better than his? Is he better than C.J.?
Oh, no, hell no.
Now let's calm down. The stats, yeah, he may have more sacks, but the impact that Myles Garrett and guys like that had this year is just out of. You can't just go by stats. You got to have some stats, and he was there. But his impact on the defensive side of the ball was huge for that team. All right, what's going to be the story, Clint? 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in on that as well. What's going to be the story that people are talking about coming out? Where is this soup coming?
Oh, I went over and got some gumbo over there.
Oh, man, I was about to say I smelled something. What's the story going to be coming out of this game on Sunday?
Look, I like the 49ers to win this ball game.
Oh, do you?
Yes. And so I believe that.
Yeah, the Chiefs against the Ravens in the last game. You like the Niners, huh?
I told you early on, as soon as the championship games were over, that there's something about that both of them great teams, great matchup. I'm stoked about it, but there's something about Lady Luck that's been on that San Francisco side that I can't. I spent 2 weeks trying to shake Lady Luck, and I hadn't done it yet. So I'm going to ride with the 49ers. And here's the deal. I think the story on the backside of this is more of the fire that Cam Newton started of the game manager, game changer conversation. And when whether you think he's a game changer or a game manager, or he goes out there and makes throws and then makes more plays with his feet, and maybe people start leaning towards, well, he's a game changer, whatever it may be. Either way it goes, if you win a Super Bowl, if you go to 2 straight NFC championships and you win a Super Bowl and you start your career that way, I think they got to give you the respect either way you slice it. And so I think it's a good, strong, healthy conversation about Brock Purdy and what type of quarterback he actually is.
I think Brock Purdy is going to be a big part of the story no matter what happens. I think it's going to be crazy. And if they win, there are going to be some people who are going to be hard-pressed to give him the credit that one would normally give. Like if you what's Brock's numbers? If you just pulled up Brock's numbers and blindly pulled them up and just said, all right, this is what this player did this year. This is what he did in this season, and then comes out and comes from behind against the Packers in the fourth quarter and leads a drive to win that game. Down 17 in the third quarter to start the second half.
Yep.
Comes back and beats the Lions and wins that game, and he's making plays in both those games.
With his legs as well.
Yes. If you were to say, all right, that same player then just went in and beat Patrick Mahomes, and he threw for 4,200 yards plus, threw for 267.5. That's more than Mahomes per game. That's what his average was, 31 touchdowns, 11 picks. Like you would think that person and that player who just had that year, who then the previous year was 9-0, like before he got injured, you would think that guy would be like, man, this is a start to a career. But I would bet money that it would be, boy, he was in the driver's seat.
Yeah.
It was everything else around him. Now, if they lose, which I think they will, if they lose the game, it's going to be because, they don't have the quarterback.
Yeah.
But I think Brock is going to be the story in some form or fashion, just because of he has just become such a polarizing figure for some odd reason.
Well, like I said, if he can win it, it's going to be a feather in his cap either way it goes. It's going to silence some of the critics. If he can win it and do it in impressive fashion, the way that he's done the previous 2 rounds of the playoffs, and he can use his legs in the process versus that defense, then he may just make it impossible for anybody to have any limits on his first 2 years in the league on his resume. So we'll see, but I think either way it goes, it's Brock Purdy and the 49ers.
Yeah, I think the Chiefs will win, and I think what the story should be is that, the Chiefs have had the best unit. Their defense is probably the best unit in the NFL.
Yeah.
And I think they're going to have to play the way they've played all year to win this game against San Francisco. And if that happens, which I think it will, I think the talk will be, damn, this defense should be what this defense has done, that this defense went through and held down that San Francisco 49ers with all their players because they're healthy. And when they've been healthy, they've put up points. Before that, they went out and shut down a Baltimore team that was rolling, put up, almost 40 on this 49ers team, 56 on the Dolphins. They've had big games. Did it to Buffalo, did it to Miami, that run. But I think the number one story is going to be Mahomes has 3 Super Bowls in 4 years, and now the Brady talk is as serious, and nobody, not even the guys who don't want to have that conversation, I think that conversation will have to be had. And I think you said it earlier, you be looking at, this to me is a way that you get yourself into a Brady conversation, is not just that you win, but the way that he would have to win this thing. This is nobody thought the Chiefs, when you were watching them in the middle of the season, would be at this point. And if the thought would be if he drags this team to a Super Bowl, this one, with all the stuff that happened throughout the year with him, this would be his greatest accomplishment. And I think that's the kind of story that goes with it that gets you into the Brady conversation.
Yeah, I don't know why, but it seems to me like this is the year that, and I say this, and it seems like I'm not being negative. I think you get the picture, right? It's just like that Pat grows up, right? I mean, Pat has always been the better player. It's been a backyard approach. It's been a very risky approach, the off-script, off-platform, the no-looks and all that kind of – and that's all sexy, don't get me wrong. But it seems like this year Pat's made the decision of hey, let me stay clean, let me stay healthy, let me let this defense work. And if I need to take a game over, then I'll take it over and I'll take some risk and whatever. Let me be somewhat conservative, get Rashee Rice some touches outside. Let me, of course, old trusty Travis Kelce. Hey, man, let's really focus on this run game, get this run game, rocking and rolling, and more so manage the game. I mean, it's just because Pat's always got the ability to do what we've watched him do as a young quarterback and just take the game over at any point in time. Now all of a sudden this dude's got the ability to just be completely aware of the situation around him and be the old man in the room, the old wise one in the room. That's a scary combination, man.
At 28, the old wise man.
That's a scary combination.
All right, coming up as we finish things out, the best of the week. It's been a crazy, crazy week on Radio Row. I can't wait to see what Tyler has put together. And how the hell does Bill O'Brien keep getting jobs? I mean, good jobs, too. Good jobs. Wait till you hear the latest team that's given Bill O'Brien an opportunity. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Live in Vegas as we finish out the week. And listen, we appreciate everybody who has had a hand in helping us get here and keeping us afloat. And shout out again to Yingling Flight. Shout out to Low T, and as well as Bull Shirts, who have taken care of us. These great polos that we are wearing this week, and Low T and Yingling Flight helping us to be able to perform and get down here. We appreciate you greatly, and it's been a fun week, and a lot going on around here. And Sports Radio 610 back to covering the Super Bowl. Is the right thing and how it should be. So we appreciate everybody that's helped us get here. We appreciate you, the listeners, who weathered with us and helped us and stayed with us and hung out with us as we tried to get you ready for this game and everything this week. Clint, before we get to the best of the week, Boston College has decided to hire Bill O'Brien as their head coach.
Yeah. Shocks the hell out of me.
Does it? I didn't know Bill was looking.
I mean, there's so many options in college football right now.
He must have blown them away in the interview.
Well, yeah, look, I mean, we know Bill is a master manipulator along with Jack Easterby. I mean, we know that. I mean, and look, he's been given multiple jobs that are in a management role. I think he's very good at convincing the powers that be that, hey, I can manage people and I can rally the troops. I think he's just really good in that particular setting. I'm talking about convincing people he can do it, not necessarily because it just doing it, yeah. I mean, if you're football people and I just don't. I don't know how you look at what Bill O'Brien's done over the last 4 years and you're like, yeah, this is my best option. I mean, it was, if we're honest and we're looking at this thing from a football perspective with Bill O'Brien and Deshaun Watson, that was square peg, round hole 95% of the time. And along the way, you look at what all went on with Jack Easterby, you look at what all went on with players, it was an awful look. And then you go to Alabama, and now the quarterback that you had at Alabama that took the team to a college football playoff.
That's the one, Clint. I didn't think a college team was going to hire him within a year of that happening.
It's crazy. That goes viral, and then he goes to New England, and the New England situation, he clearly didn't make that any better whatsoever.
They're going to be drafting a quarterback, and they just thought he could fix Mac Jones.
I mean, it's just a mess. And I could see where somebody would hire him. I wouldn't, but I could see where somebody would hire him as an OC, and he just focuses on that. You don't necessarily have to embrace recruiting, even though it would help if you did. But if it's at Ohio State, then you really don't have to. I could see where the quarterback coach role, I could see that. But, boy, it's hard for me to think that a bunch of decision makers at Boston College sat down and said, you got Bobby Slowik coming out of a system in year one just rocking and rolling. Now, no, that's pros, obviously, but you got offensive-minded guys out there like that, and this is who you settle on. So I tell you what, though, Ron, I did just hear from one of my best friends that I played in the league with, and he is a Boston College grad, and he said – the alumni is amped about this hire. The alumni loves it.
It'll be interesting to see, man. The way we have looked and seen the way that college football has changed and how coaches, you got to do your thing. As you said, boy, Nick Saban just can't roll out his 7 rings anymore and just tell you, now you got to keep these guys in the fold, and you can't just be an asshat like Bill O'Brien has shown the ability to be, and think you're going to be able to keep guys. I think you're going to be able to be successful. So he's going to have to change up the way he does things.
Well, he's got to – if you're going to have success at Boston College, which is difficult in its own right, but you're going to have to recruit at a different level, whether that's high school, whether that's transfer portal or you're keeping your own guys in-house. You're going to have to develop to a whole nother level and have a different plan of attack than the other schools that are running your conference, right? I mean, you're going to have to be cutting edge schematically, offensively. And there's just a lot of things. Like I don't know what the formula is for Bill O'Brien to win at Boston College. I don't know what it is. We'll see what happens, but and as long as alumni's jazzed about it, they're going to support it financially. So who gives a rip? But the
bar's probably not high. I bet he wins 6-7 games. They'll love him. All right, we've had a great week. We've had a great week. Tyler works as hard as anybody. He put this together as he does each and every Friday. The best of the week.
The best of the week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The Drive is live, and we are live here on Radio Row, and that is Clint is in the building. Tyler is in the building as well. I see you, Big T. Super Bowl week, baby.
The Drive is live.
We get a lot of that. Oh, we got you some shirts. Oh, we got some shirts coming in. They come in, and boy, you get these here, and these are strong now.
They're strong now. It's a
nice material, good fit, good length, so you know your crack's not hanging out or anything.
Good length.
I mean, not yours, literally. I wasn't thinking about your length of your crack, but just in general, the length of the shirt
covers it up.
How's the girth?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I suppose you can look at it like that. We finished that bottle of wine, and we're just sitting there breaking bread, and all of a sudden, pew! I said, I looked at Ron. I looked over there. I said, "Baby," I said, "Did you?" And she said, "No, I didn't." And she turned lost eye contact. She lost eye contact and said, "No, I didn't." And about 3 seconds went by, and she goes, "I can't lie."
Did he just say, "Pshaw"?
She has to feel liberated now. She must walk around and I'm just going to let this go.
She is embarrassed.
Just let it ride. Now, she know you ain't going nowhere. You love her. Man.
Bro, she is she is embarrassed. I'm judging the hell out of you. Two pedicures a month?
Hey, man, you got to take care of your wheels now.
You're a diva, man. You are high class, man.
I got a weird thing about nails, man.
Boy, this is getting weird quick.
I like that, Tyler. Thank you.
Again, if you're putting your socks on and your nails are getting in the way, it's a problem. Something's wrong with Tyler.
You don't feel the normal Tyler?
I feel like he's very flippant. I'm not joking. I'm dead ass serious.
You know what happened. There's no reason to rub it in. You know what happened.
No, this is a guy that gets 2 pedicures a month. He ain't worried about us being in Vegas without it.
Yep, I will use it just like I'm sure you will. If your ass can get some free tickets, your ass is going to get them. Y'all can kiss all of my beautiful, luscious, long, cracked, black ass. All of you can. Yes, Laura, I said it out loud.
That was so eloquently done.
We're live here at Radio Row here in Las Vegas. And number 2, Clint, apparently the way this camera's set up is the people can still see me during these breaks. And as I see here on the on YouTube and Twitch right here. Hey, Ron from Sally, are them wings good? Got to be. You giving that chicken hell, Ron. Damn, Ron, cleaning the hell out of them wings. I'll tell you, I'm going to break a wing down now. I'm going to get all that meat off of it. Oh, damn, Tyler. All right.
What happened?
He's salivating with that drop right there. Found out that break was a good time to polish them bad boys off. Tyler, this is your anger at us because you're not here coming out,
What?
Tyler. I really believe that. I am hurt. I am absolutely devastated.
Damn.
Tyler is like one of my best friends in radio.
You should be.
You didn't even say that convincingly.
In radio. I am
Impressive.
hurt. We'll figure this out. Wow. I thought there was a smidge of truth to this. What a son of a bitch.
Best Kermit the Frog impression. I'm talking right now. That's it.
So the dude hit him with the, what's your best Kermit the Frog impression?
We asked him because he sounds like a frog.
Listen, man, I'm Patrick Mahomes, man. I'm 6-7 years into this. This is a joke. Man, being a jackass.
No, it's because he sounds like a damn cartoon character.
That big, it was a tart fruit punch daiquiri that I got down there.
$33 one.
Sounds right up your alley.
Oh, boy, it was fantastic. Tasty. Ooh, I can have it right now.
That's what he sounded like drinking.
and it's not either. You weren't even there when I really took it down. They was whipping ass. Boy, it was fantastic. Tasty.
That's your best work, brother.
Right.
I mean, the Super Bowls were good.
Yeah.
I mean,
your best work is when you tuck your balls in your socks.
If that ever happens, I got some tall socks on, brother. I got some pantyhose on.
Oh, we didn't get that once. We got that twice, baby.
They call those pantyhose, brother, because I ain't got a pair of socks long enough.
Hey, thank you, Tyler Milner.
The best of the week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That was the best of the week. Mark Schlereth really in the ball tucking situation. That was that one caught me off guard. Didn't see that. Well, that man Sam Macho, boy. I mean, you can see him. It's like turning on headlights when he smiles. Like you can see Sam a mile away. Sam caught my eyes every time. Like Sam, like I would, if you'd have told me Sam Macho got a grill in, and that's how much his white teeth pick up.
I think he should. I think he should get with Paul. I think he should get with Paul Wall. I mean, I'll be honest with you. It would be a very, very financially sound decision.
For who? Sam.
Oh yeah. Could you imagine every time Sam smiled that he had them diamonds running across his mouth?
He didn't smile. He smiles so big. I mean, it's so aggressive. Coming up. Now, man, it's been a great week here. Coming up behind us, the best of the week with Tyler Milner. You can hear the general manager, Nick Caserio, as he joined Payne and Pendergast. You can hear that interview coming up on the best of today, as well as behind them, Area 45, 7 to 10. Make sure you stay tuned and listening throughout on this Friday evening. Clint, it's been a fun week. What's been your favorite part of the trip so far?
I'll be honest, man. When I was sitting there, Dauber was down.
Yeah.
Pocketbook was light. Had you standing over my shoulder after we ate a pretty decent little meal. And I flipped them cards up, and I had me a damn straight flush.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, winning's fun, obviously. When you're down, making a little bit of money's fun.
You said this is the hand.
But when you're, I feel like I'm kind of introducing my good friend to a game that he knows nothing about, and then all of a sudden I hit the big boy. That's probably the highlight of my moment. And then last night, hitting 2 straight flushes within inside an hour, probably, maybe even inside 30 minutes. That was a moment. But the moment there when the climb, when I put the shovel down and stopped digging and started climbing my way out was when you were sitting right there behind me. We could share that a high five, boom, little high five because it was about $1,000 victory. That's the moment, man. But I had some good ones.
I hear you.
I said God dang, by the way. I had some good ones, man. Heather in the spa at the link. Ooh. I mean, she did some really good work. And you know that there are times at the bar, me, you, and B Skeezy.
Oh yeah, we had some
at
good
the
moments.
bar. We had some good times.
Oh man, when I first realized, Tyler, that daiquiri thing was right by the hotel elevator, right to go to my room, that was a big moment for me.
I mean,
because I knew it was going to get dominated.
You're on 14 right now?
14. I got another one in me, or 2.